Exactly, Grandpa Shue added. As long as he explains it's fine. Honestly, it's not that serious. Our kids would never do anything illegal. They don't have the heart or the nerve. He knew the ID copy wasn't for anything bad, so he dared to do it. He was just afraid you'd say no, so he kept it secret. Most kids steal money or sneak things at some point, but as they grow up, they learn it's wrong. People have to grow and learn. Our kids are already much better than we were at their age. When I was his age, I was clueless and made plenty of mistakes. I never achieved what they have. He didn't know about other people's kids, but his own 4 were all excellent. None of the 3 older brothers were rebellious. They'd always been good boys. Compared to their own generation, their kids were already way ahead, each generation better than the last. Liu Ying agreed. They're already doing great. Just because a kid makes a mistake doesn't mean everything they do is wrong. It's not easy for them. Up early for school, home late, weekends spent on homework and drawing, sometimes up early to draw, sometimes working late into the night. Why not show a little more care? He made one mistake. Just teach him, that's all. Cheng Tianyuan, persuaded by the elders, felt most of his anger fade. So I can't even scold him when he's wrong? Let's talk about what to do next. Don't spoil him, or he'll end up with bad grades and drop out to draw comics. He won't. Grandpa Shue shook his head. Xiao Chong knows what's important. Grandma Shue mediated. He won't, he wouldn't dare. Comics are his dream, but school is his future. He won't just drop out. Ah, Yuan, stop yelling. You've scared him enough. Cheng Tianyuan sighed and slumped onto the sofa. She Ling, rubbing her temples, sighed too. Dad and I are both very busy, and sometimes we can't keep up with you all. That's our fault. But Xiao Chong, I never thought you'd hide something this big from us, even stealing an ID. You're going to drive us crazy. Cheng Huanchong sobbed quietly, not daring to answer. Liu Ying quickly grabbed some tissues, helping him wipe his tears and coaxing him to stop crying. Xue Ling beckoned him over. Since you've already signed the contract, there should be 2 copies. One with you, right? Go get it, I'll have someone look it over. I'll also check if the publisher is legitimate. It's legit, Cheng Huanchong said softly. It's been around for over 10 years, pretty well known in the industry. Xue Ling waved. Go get the contract. Cheng Huanchong dashed off to his room. Liu Ying took the chance to glare at her son, warning him. You're almost 50. Why are you still so hot-tempered? You scared me. Cheng Tianyuan, always respectful to his elders, didn't dare talk back. He just explained, the mistake was too serious. I had to show some authority or he might make an even bigger one next time. Just then, the floor-to-ceiling window was knocked on. Old Li waved from the back garden. Everyone, dinner's ready. Please come to the dining room. The 3 elders didn't dare leave, worried Xiao Chong would get scolded again. Xue Ling stood up and explained, we're leaving on a trip tonight, so we need to eat quickly. This can't be solved in a rush. Let's eat and discuss as we go. Everyone agreed and headed to the dining room. Cheng Tianyuan called for Xin to join them, while Cheng Huanchong, clutching the contract, hurried to the dining room. Xue Ling put down her chopsticks and quickly skimmed the contract. Some parts are pretty vague. I'm not a professional, so I can't judge. I'll take photos and ask lawyer He for advice. Xue Ling quickly took photos of each contract and then sent them to lawyer He Miao Miao. All right, let's eat. Cheng Tianyuan shot a glare at his youngest son and said sternly, for the next 2 months, I want you to put all your effort into studying. Rest when you need to, go to class when you should, but you are not allowed to touch comics. Cheng Huanchong's eyes were red as he stammered, but I've already signed the contract. I can't break it. That contract doesn't count at all, Cheng Tianyuan said in a deep voice. If you hadn't stolen my ID and forged my signature, would that contract even exist? What did you promise me before? You said you'd focus on your studies, and only if it didn't affect your grades could you learn to draw comics. After the high school entrance exam, you can do whatever you want. Now, which is more important? You figure it out. If you mess up this exam, you can forget about ever picking up a paintbrush again. Huh? After hearing this, tears welled up in Cheng Huanchong's eyes. Dad, this is my dream. I just want to publish a book. It's not like I'm committing a crime or doing anything bad. Do you really have to be like this? Besides, Mom agreed to let me learn comics back then. Chung Tianyuan's face darkened as he said coldly, Your mom agreed, but I didn't, remember? Even your mom's agreement was on the condition that you kept your grades up. My grades will never be bad, Chung Huanchong suddenly shouted. I can easily get into number 2 high school. Chung Tianyuan shot back, If you can easily get into number 2 high school, why not aim for number 1 high school? The teacher said you could make it into number 2, so why not push for number 1? Why are you thinking about publishing a book at a time like this? Is this the only chance you'll ever have in your life? You think you'll never get to publish again? How much money can you make from publishing a book? Do you even know the difference between number 1 and number 2 high school? The worst student at number 1 is the best at number 2. Do you think there's no difference? Do you know that some opportunities once missed are gone forever? You have the chance to work hard now, to strive for something, so why aren't you trying? Do you know you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss this chance? Chung Huanchong was stunned and didn't dare say another word. Chung Tianyuan threw down his chopsticks and stormed out of the dining room in a huff. Everyone was left bewildered, their faces showing different emotions. Zhao Huzi arrived a bit late. As soon as he walked in, he saw Chung Tianyuan leaving with a dark face. He wanted to greet him but noticed the other didn't respond, so he scratched his head in confusion and entered the dining room, only to find everyone looking upset. What happened? No one answered him. Zhao Huzi was surprised to see Chung Huanchong crying and couldn't help exclaiming, Oh my, Soner, why are you crying? What happened? Did you make Uncle Yuan angry? Come on, you're a grown man. Don't cry, don't cry. Chung Huanchong felt embarrassed and tried to get up and leave, only to be stopped by Zhao Huzi. Xiao Chong, Xueling called out to him, her gaze firm. You shouldn't have made your dad angry. He's always valued your studies. You clearly have the ability to strive for more, but you're not trying. How can he not be angry? Chung Huanchong choked up, Mom, I just don't want to give up this opportunity. What if I miss it and never get another one? Impossible. Xueling raised her eyebrows. Is there only one publisher in the world? Only one editor who recognizes your talent? If you're truly gifted, you'll shine wherever you go. Your dad is right. Can't you tell which is more important? If you miss the high school entrance exam now, you'll lose even more opportunities. But if you submit your manuscript to another publisher or editorial office, as long as your work is good enough, you'll still have a chance to get published. Do you think drawing comics will guarantee you a worry-free life? Is that possible? Everyone's talent fades one day. Only by constantly learning and ensuring a better environment for yourself will you have the time and energy to pursue your dreams. Exactly. Zhao Huzi nodded quickly. Auntie is right. Chung Huanchong, eyes still red, said nothing. Xueling sighed. Your dad, he used to love studying and worked very hard, but because our family was too poor, he had to put away his college acceptance letter and go to the city to work. That letter is still tucked away in an old Xinhua dictionary. I've seen it a few times, but he never dares to open it. He's never said anything, but I know that's his biggest regret in life. At this, Liu Ying began to sob quietly. At that time, your grandpa was sick, and the family already owed a lot of money. No one was willing to lend your dad money for school. He didn't say a word, just went to the city to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. Your grandpa cried in secret, but your dad comforted him, saying he wasn't cut out for studying anyway. But I knew. He loved reading and studying so much. Everyone sighed in turn, and the atmosphere in the dining room grew heavy and sorrowful. Xueling said softly, Your dad doesn't want you to live with regrets like he did. That's why he's always placed so much importance on your studies. We agree that you can have your own hobbies outside of class, but that doesn't mean you can give up your studies. To be honest, if your second brother hadn't qualified for a guaranteed spot at Imperial Capital University, your dad would never have agreed to let him become a professional athlete. If you neglect your studies and only care about comics, you might regret it in the future. Dreams can be pursued for a lifetime, but sometimes if you miss out on your education, it's gone forever. Your dad doesn't want you to regret it when it's too late. Do you understand? Chung Huan-chong lowered his head and murmured, Papa Shui, sitting nearby, took his hand and said gently, Be good. Listen to your parents. The comic isn't urgent right now. Later, your mom can talk to the publisher and ask them to extend the deadline. There are still 2 months of summer vacation. Once you do well on your entrance exam, no one will stop you during the summer. You can draw as much as you want. That's right, Xueling added. Focus on your studies first. Don't make your parents angry. Later, I'll help you negotiate with the publisher and talk to the editor who accepted your manuscript. We can ask to postpone things for a few months. They've all been through the high school entrance exam themselves. They should understand how important it is. If they try to play hardball, even if it means breaking the contract, I'll help you get your manuscript back and pay the penalty. I know better publishers and editors. As long as your work is good enough, you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, remember the most important thing, your studies come first. Chung Huan-chong finally smiled, clenching his fists in excitement. Awesome. Zhao Huzi patted his arm and laughed. See? Everyone's looking out for you. No one said you can't do it in the future. There'll be plenty of chances. I'm so jealous. Chung Huan-chong swallowed hard and said softly, Thank you, Mom. Xueling smiled a little and said, Sit down and eat. When you're done, bring some food to your dad and apologize sincerely, and tell him what we just discussed. Okay. Chung Huan-chong nodded. The meal was eaten in fits and starts, and by the time they finished, it was already past 7 in the evening. Xueling hurriedly took a shower, then went to her younger daughters and sons' rooms to remind them to finish their homework, explaining that she and their father would be away for 2 days and would be back soon. After that, she went to the living room and saw the 3 elders watching a drama on the big TV. She couldn't help but urge them to watch during the day instead, and not to stay up late at night. We'll be out for 2 days. If anything happens at home, just call us. The kitchen arrangements are the same, and security at the front and back is unchanged. The bodyguards will be responsible for picking up and dropping off the kids, and if you go out, a bodyguard must go with you. All right. Shua's mother laughed and scolded. Nag. You're just going to pick someone up for 2 days. Why make it sound like you'll be gone for 2 years? We're not children. Liu Ying chuckled. Shua's father was focused on the show, completely unaffected. Xueling shook her head helplessly. How are you any different from the kids now? Anyway, if you go out, someone has to go with you. Let the driver or a bodyguard take you, and don't wander around unless you have to. After moving to the new compound, the surroundings had changed. It was all high-rises and various residential complexes, all looking more or less the same. Her parents had lived in the old city and still had a general sense of direction. Her mother-in-law, however, was different. She used to rely on the landmark Ronghua Mall to find her way, standing on tiptoe to look for it if she got lost. Now, the new compound was much lower than the distant high-rises, so she couldn't spot it by looking around and had already gotten lost 3 or 4 times. No way, She's father grumbled. We have to go to the senior center to watch a show. Xueling nodded. Fine, let the driver take you. You can't go out alone. Got it. Xue's mother waved her hand as if shooing a mosquito. Go get some sleep. You still have to catch a flight tonight. But Xueling had no time to sleep. She called her secretary, video chatted with Zheng Duo, and replied to several emails from senior management, right up until Cheng Tianyuan knocked on the door to call her. Wife, our flight is in just over an hour. We need to leave early. Are you done? Xueling quickly shut her laptop and grabbed her phone from the desk. Sigh, there's no way to finish. It's fine. Let's go. Cheng Tianyuan said, Let's go back to the room and check our things one more time. The 2 of them walked back to their room, muttering as they went. ID cards, bank cards, charging cables. Oh, right, Xueling reminded him. We need to bring the gifts for the meeting and some supplements for Yu Yu's health. Cheng Tianyuan explained. I already had Zhao Huzi put them in the car trunk. After a quick check, the 3 of them set off in a hurry. Now that there was a new highway entrance in the old city, They could get on the expressway straight to the airport. 20 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the airport entrance. It was late at night, so the airport was less crowded, but there were still people coming and going. Chung Tianyuan took out their ID cards. "Let's get the tickets and check in our luggage." "Okay." Xueling pointed ahead. "That way." The two of them hurried forward, but after a dozen steps, they realized Zhao Huzi hadn't followed. The teenager was standing there, staring blankly at his phone, lost in thought. "Huzi!" Xueling called. The boy swallowed, snapped out of it, and ran over to them. "Auntie, Miss Yanyan just replied to my message." Xueling raised her eyebrows and quickly asked, "What did she say?" The boy's eyes were complicated as he whispered, "She said she really misses the capital. Wants to go back to Xinyuan. She also said she kind of misses me." "Huh?" Xueling smiled and said, "If she's willing to reach out to you, things should go much more smoothly. We can bring you over first. A change of environment will be good for her, both physically and mentally." "No." Zhao Huzi's face suddenly went pale, and he blurted out nervously, "Auntie, aren't we going to persuade her to get rid of the baby? She can wait until she's recovered before going back to the capital." Xueling said gently, "Don't get anxious, and don't rush. We're going to discuss things. Making arrangements in advance is pointless. Both sides need to sit down and talk it through. As for Shanyu's future, we need her parents' consent and her own opinion too. We can't just make decisions for her." "What are you so anxious about?" Chung Tianyuan frowned. "Nothing's been decided yet. You're the father, but you shouldn't be talking about abortion right off the bat. You need to consider Shanyu's feelings too." Zhao Huzi frowned, wanting to say something but stopping, looking troubled and conflicted. Xueling understood the turmoil and confusion in his heart, and took his hand. "Let's go. We'll talk more when we get to Nandao." They boarded the plane smoothly. It was already past 1 a.m. Xueling and Chung Tianyuan dozed lightly, but Zhao Huzi was restless, shifting in his seat and unable to settle. Over 2 hours later, the plane landed safely. After waiting and wandering around, it was dawn by the time they left the airport. Yawning, the three of them found a nearby hotel to check in, planning to get some sleep while waiting for Ahu's morning flight. Ahu's flight was at 8 a.m, and since the provincial capital was close by, it took less than an hour to land. He walked out of the airport just after 9. He checked the location Chung Tianyuan had sent him and had the taxi driver take him there. When he saw his bleary-eyed son, his first reaction was to start scolding. "You little brat! Can't you go a single day without causing trouble? It's bad enough you get yourself in trouble, but now you've dragged a girl into it. If I were her father, I'd slap you to death." Zhao Huzi hid by the door, stammering, "Auntie and Uncle Yuan are next door." Ahu's voice was so loud that even the hotel's soundproof doors couldn't block his roar. Xueling and Chung Tianyuan were woken up. Chung Tianyuan threw on a robe and hurried to open the door. Xueling went to the bathroom. When Ahu saw Chung Tianyuan, he stopped scolding his son and kept apologizing. Chung Tianyuan waved it off. "Wash up first, then let's go downstairs for breakfast and head out right after." Ahu kicked his son toward the bathroom, then called Wang Qing to let her know they'd arrived safely and asked about his mother. "Wife, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, we've got things covered here. I've already met up with Ah Yuan and the others, and we'll be heading to the Shanyu family soon." Zhao Huzi listened absent-mindedly, typing on his phone. A moment later, his phone chimed. A message from Miss Shanyu. Zhao Huzi opened it. There were just a dozen or so words. "Don't come. Why are you coming to Nandao? Did you find out something?" Zhao Huzi replied that he knew, and told her everyone would be coming to her house later. Shanyu quickly replied again, "Don't come. Are you crazy? My dad will kill you. This is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Just go away." Looking at the words on the screen, Zhao Huzi couldn't help but imagine how helpless and worried Shanyu must be feeling at that moment, and his heart ached for her. They were both at fault. How could he, as a man, let her, a young woman, bear it all alone? Auntie was right. If he really did that, he wouldn't even be worthy of being called a man. Zhao Huzi tossed his toothbrush aside and hurriedly typed out a few lines. After waiting a while with no reply, he wondered if something had happened to delay her. He quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then joined Xue Ling and the others for breakfast. Everyone was focused on their purpose, not in the mood to enjoy the scenery outside. They shoveled down their food and set out immediately. Ahu pulled out a large suitcase and patted it. "This has to come with us." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, amused. "Just leave it at the hotel. Why bring it in and out? We'll be coming back later anyway. You and Zhao Huzi are sharing a room. Just leave it there." No, Ahu explained. "I brought 2 suitcases, one big and one small. The small one just has a few changes of clothes. Since it's hot here, there's no need to bring much. The important one is this big case. It's full of supplements I bought for Yu Yu's health." Zhao Huzi muttered, "Isn't that a bit much? How long will it take her to finish all that?" "Shut up!" Ahu snapped. "What do you know?" Zhao Huzi fell silent, embarrassed. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. All right. Bring it along. Since we don't know the situation, it's better to bring more gifts. Besides, this is our first time visiting the Shanyu family's home. No one will blame us for being too polite." "What? First time at their house?" Ahu was surprised. "Haven't you all been to Nandao several times?" Xue Ling explained. "We always met outside. Most of the time they came to see us, stayed at a hotel for a few days, and after eating and having fun, everyone went home." Ahu asked, "Do you know the way? You'll need to tell the driver." "Chenjie gave it to me. It's not far, at most a half-hour drive." Xue Ling urged, Let's go. Let's get a taxi first. Once we're in the car, I'll contact Chenjie to come meet us." The group squeezed into a taxi and set off in a hurry. The driver was very enthusiastic, chatting non-stop about Nandao's local customs and culture as he drove. But everyone in the car was preoccupied, and no one responded. After a while, the driver realized he wasn't getting anywhere and fell silent. Xue Ling asked, "Driver, how much longer until we arrive?" "Almost there. About 10 minutes," the driver replied. Xue Ling took out her phone and dialed Chen Shuiyu's number. No one answered. She tried again, but still no answer. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but suggest, "Why not try Shanyu?" Xue Ling called Shanyu's number, and this time it connected. But still, no one picked up. "Why, is no one answering?" she wondered. "They're probably busy. Try again in a bit," Cheng Tianyuan said. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, Xue Ling called again. Finally, after several rings, Shanyu answered. "Hello? Ling? What's up?" Xue Ling explained that they were almost at the entrance to their neighborhood. "What? So soon? You arrived last night? Why didn't you say so earlier? We're at the hospital. You fainted and scared us half to death, so we rushed her to the hospital." Xue Ling immediately grew anxious. "What happened to Yu? Is she all right?" "Not sure yet. She's being examined right now. My wife is with her inside. I'm waiting outside." "Which hospital? The emergency room?" "Yes, the emergency room. At Renkang Hospital." "We'll stay in touch. We'll be there soon," Xue Ling said, then hung up and told the driver to head to Renkang Hospital. The driver exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? We've already passed it, now I have to turn back." "Sorry," Xue Ling apologized. "Plans changed last minute. We need to go to the hospital first." Okay, the driver replied, explaining, "I can only turn at the next intersection. We'll be back soon." The 3 in the car were all tense, asking what was going on. Xue Ling shook her head. "We don't know yet. They said Shanyu fainted and was taken to the emergency room. The whole family is there, so there's no point going to their house. We might as well go straight to the hospital to see Yu. Zhao Huzi was anxious, remembering how she hadn't replied earlier, and was full of worry. "Driver, hurry, to the hospital!" The 4 of them got out at the hospital entrance, Ahu still lugging the big suitcase of supplements, and hurried inside. "The emergency room's over there," Zhao Huzi shouted, rushing ahead. Shan Yu was waiting at the emergency room entrance, greeting them with a smile. "You're all here? Ah, Yuan! Ling Ling, you're too kind. Oh, Ahu came too? You two are here for a vacation, huh? Welcome, welcome." Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions complicated, and no one knew how to start, so no one spoke. Shan Yu, still smiling, said gratefully, "You've come all this way and worried about Yu so much. She's lucky to have you. Come, let's go see her first." "Is Yu all right?" Xueling asked. Shan Yu looked a bit awkward and glanced at Ahu and his son. "She's fine. She's already been moved to a ward. The doctor said she just has a bit of anemia, that's why she fainted." Whether he was explaining or covering up, he added, "The doctor also said a lot of girls have mild anemia. Yu's case isn't serious. She just needs to rest for half a day and she can go home." Xueling smiled. "As long as it's nothing serious, anemia is easy to treat." "Uh-huh," Shan Yu said, then smiled. "You just arrived, right? You still have your suitcases. Why don't I take you to rest first? Yu's fine, my wife is with her. There's a nice hotel near our neighborhood. I'll take you to check in, then we can eat and sightsee." "No need," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "We arrived in Nandao early this morning and already got some sleep at a hotel before coming out." Shan Yu finally noticed their odd expressions and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Everyone hesitated. Zhao Huzi swallowed and said softly, "Uncle, let's go see Miss first." Yes, Ahu agreed. "Let's see Yu first. Her health is most important right now." Shan Yu looked at the father and son suspiciously, then glanced at Shui Ling and her husband with a hint of reproach. Could it be they'd spread the news about Yu's pregnancy? That would be so rude. It's not something to go shouting about. Shui Ling gave a wry smile. "Don't misunderstand. We really did tell Ahu. He needed to know." Shan Yu's face darkened. He frowned. "Why?" "Because..." Zhao Huzi suddenly stepped forward, looking as if he was marching to his doom. I'm the baby's father." Any father. Especially one who cherishes his daughter like a precious gem, seeing her as the most beautiful and adorable little treasure in the world. No matter how outstanding or capable the boy is, will still feel heartbroken, believing that his sweetest cabbage has been snatched by the most disgusting pig. Shan Yu was furious. Extremely, extremely furious. At a time like this, it didn't matter who played the role of the pig. The only outcome for that person would be bad luck. All the more so because that person was Zhao Huzi, whom he had never really liked. Back in the capital, he had already disliked Zhao Huzi's ways. Maybe it was because his own daughter had always been obedient and well-behaved, so when he saw the rebellious Zhao Huzi, he instinctively saw him as a bad kid. Even if he never said it out loud, that's what he always thought in his heart. And it wasn't just him. His wife, who was of the same generation, felt the same way. At this moment, he couldn't even find words to describe his feelings. All he felt was a chest full of burning rage, and the only impulse he had was to beat Zhao Huzi to a pulp. Burn him to ashes. The next moment, his hand swung out hard. With a loud smack, Zhao Huzi's face instantly burned with pain. When someone is angry, they never hold back, and the force is always the greatest. Shan Yu's slap nearly knocked Zhao Huzi over. He staggered a few steps before barely managing to stay upright. "Yue ge!" Shui Ling hurried over, shielding Zhao Huzi behind her, blocking Shan Yu's next slap. Cheng Tianyuan also rushed forward, grabbing Shan Yu's wrist. "Let's talk this out. Hitting him isn't the answer. Yue ge, he's just a kid, still immature." Shan Yu was fuming, his chest heaving, his face ashen, eyes wide as if he couldn't catch his breath. "Calm down. Don't get so worked up," Ahu said with a forced smile, trying to placate him. "It's my fault. I didn't raise my son well. This brat is really out of line. We came here specifically to apologize." Cheng Tianyuan held on to Shan Yu's arm, anxiously saying, "Brother Shan Yu still needs you to take care of her. You have to look after your health first if you want to take care of her." Shan Yu swayed, gasping for breath, pointing at Zhao Huzi with a trembling finger, unable to speak for a long time. He was so angry he couldn't get the words out. Zhao Huzi was terrified, his eyes full of fear hiding behind Shui Ling. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Uncle, please don't be like this, I'm begging you. Sheling said urgently. Yuege, don't get angry. We need to sit down calmly and discuss a solution. What's done is done. There's no changing it now. Getting angry won't help. Please calm down and take care of yourself. Cheng Tianyuan helped support Shan Yu and led him inside. Ahu hurried to help, but Shan Yu shoved him away roughly. Ahu didn't dare get angry at all. He quickly tossed the suitcase to his son and chased after them, calling, Shan Yu! We really are here to apologize, we truly are. Whatever needs to be done, we'll do it. We won't say no to anything. I'll make sure to teach that brat a lesson. He'll treat Yu well, I promise. Shan Yu collapsed onto a bench in the hospital corridor, panting heavily. Cheng Tianyuan quickly tried to calm him, soothing. No matter how angry you are, you have to hold it in. Your health isn't what it used to be. We're all getting older, we can't afford to be reckless. Yu's situation is very delicate and her emotions are sensitive. We were so worried about her that we flew down here overnight. Yuege, to be honest, when I first found out it was that brat, I was so angry my liver hurt. I yelled at him and almost hit him. But in the end, I didn't. I know he's made a huge mistake. We also know this can't be dragged out and we're even more worried about Yu's emotional state, so we rushed over. Yuege, we all have kids. I have a sweet, well-behaved daughter too, so I understand how you feel. But right now, the most important thing is to take care of Yu's health. If you get sick, Chenjia will have to look after both an anemic Yu and you. How could she handle it? Please, listen to me. Hold it in. Don't get so worked up. Shan Yu took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling in frustration. How can I not be angry? Who could stand this happening to them? That brat is such a damn troublemaker. He really is. Ahu immediately agreed. That brat deserves a beating. Don't worry, you don't have to do it. I'll take care of him when we get home. I won't go easy on him. Get lost, Shan Yu cursed. Get out of my sight. You raised this son and only now you think of teaching him a lesson? Where were you before, huh? Where were you? This is all because of your parenting. Bah! Ahu was scolded harshly but didn't dare get angry. He just kept smiling apologetically. You're right. You're absolutely right. I really haven't been a good father. I didn't teach him well. I apologize to you and on his behalf too. He's really gone too far. I've scolded him so many times, really. I'm still angry at him. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Don't worry, I'll make sure he takes responsibility for your daughter. That's a must. Shan Yu rolled his eyes and grumbled. Get out. Get away from me. Come on, Ahu said helplessly. Let's talk this over. Shan Yu, if not for my sake, then for your wife's and Ah Yuan's, they came all this way for the good of both families, for the kids. If you don't want to give me face, I understand. If you want to hit or scold my son, I won't say a word. But please, for their sake, don't be impulsive. Let's sit down and discuss how to handle this. Shan Yu was still fuming, but his expression softened a little. Discuss what? My child is a girl, and now she's carrying a baby. Your son made a mistake and can just walk away like nothing happened. If we don't want the baby, my daughter will have to suffer, and it might even harm her health. If we keep the baby, how will my daughter ever get married? Is she supposed to be a single mom for life? Damn it, I'm almost 40 and it wasn't easy to have a daughter. Your son's recklessness could ruin her life. Do you understand? Apologize? What good is an apology? Take responsibility? What can you possibly do? My daughter's been hiding in her room for days. Can you guarantee her physical and mental health? Can you? She's so young, unmarried, and pregnant. What will people say about her in the future? Can you take responsibility for all of that? We'll take responsibility! All of it! Ahu nodded frantically. We'll take care of everything. On the other side, Zhao Huzi listened to Shan Yu's shouting, feeling as if 1,000 horses were trampling his heart. His one moment of recklessness, his drunken mistake, might have ruined Mrs. whole life, even her family, and destroyed all her parents' hopes. He had truly sinned. After a while, Shan Yu drove Ahu and his son out of the hospital, forbidding them from seeing Shan Yu. Sheling and Cheng Tianyuan tried to persuade him, but seeing how agitated Shan Yu was and knowing his health wasn't great and that he had high blood pressure, they didn't dare push further. Instead, they turned to persuade Ahu and his son to return to the hotel for now. Ahu was anxious. How can this be? Didn't I just say it? We're not the kind of people who shirk responsibility. We'll definitely take responsibility for the girl. But Shanyu, really, he won't even let us finish a sentence. Xiao Huzi stood against the wall with his head down, not daring to speak. Xueling frowned and said quietly, "Don't blame Yuega. He's just upset and can't accept it right now. You two go back first. We'll stay and try to talk to him. Ahu, you should trust us. Go back for now." "But," Ahu said hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, you have to help me ask him clearly why he won't let the kids get married. Things have already come to this, the child is on the way. Why can't they get married? When I brought it up just now, he even spat at me. So rude." All right, Xueling said. "You're the ones in the wrong here, so try to be more understanding of what Shanyu and his wife are going through. Yu Yu's situation is special, and this happened so suddenly. They're probably too overwhelmed to even think about marriage right now." "Then now's the time to think about it." Ahu lowered his voice. "Sister-in-law, our family isn't rich, but we'll never go hungry. The boy's a bit wild, but he's not a bad kid. Please make sure to tell Shanyu and his wife that." "I will." Xueling waved her hand. "Okay, I understand. You two go back to the hotel and rest. Wait for our news and don't wander off." Ahu could only nod. Xiao Huzi hesitated, unable to move his feet. "Auntie, I haven't even seen Miss yet. She hasn't replied to my messages, and I don't know how she's doing." Xueling said, "Don't worry, I'll go up and check on her. You can keep messaging her, try to comfort her, but don't say anything that might upset her. Be gentle." "Okay," Xiao Huzi nodded. "I'll message her now." Xueling saw them out of the hospital, then turned back to find Shan Yue and the others. Cheng Tianyuan was with Shan Yu, keeping him company and trying to calm him down. "Yuege, it's been years since we last came to Nandao. I never thought this visit would be because of something like this. Honestly, my wife and I were both anxious the whole way here, not sure what to expect." Shan Yu let out a long sigh and drank more than half his bottle of water. "We thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be that brat. Damn it! How did Ahu raise his son to be such a scoundrel?" Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "That's a bit much. To be honest, Ahu is a straightforward guy. He speaks his mind, sometimes a bit too bluntly. You've known him for years. You know what he's like, so don't take it to heart." "That's true," Shan Yu said, still agitated. "I've known him for years, but I guess I didn't know him well enough. Back when we did business together, he was pretty straightforward. We both made money. But I never thought he'd raise his son so poorly. A spoiled brat who's now ruined my daughter. And he has the nerve to suggest marriage, as if that solves everything. Marriage isn't a magic fix. He hurts my daughter once and wants to tie her down for life? No way." "Huh?" Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but rub his nose and said quietly, "Yuege, actually, Xiao Huzi isn't as bad as you think. Sure, he has some bad habits, but he's a young man with dreams and ambition, and he works hard. You know, Ahu made a fortune in the provincial capital and dotes on his son, especially since he had him late in life. It's no surprise the boy picked up some bad habits, but he's not a bad person at heart." Shan Yu glared. "He's just a kid and wants to get married? How old is he? Is he even of age?" "He is. Just turned 18. Cheng Tianyuan replied. Shan Yu said loudly, "Just turned 18 and already wants a wife? He can't even get a marriage certificate yet. How shameless." Cheng Tianyuan quietly drank a few sips of water. His throat was dry, his mind a mess, but after some cool water, he felt a bit better. Just then, Xueling came in. "Yuege, let's go in and check on Shan Yu." Shan Yu glanced at her, then looked behind her to make sure Ahu and his son were gone, before his expression softened a little. "She should still be resting. Let's wait a bit. I'll message Ayu and see if we can go in. It's the OB/GYN ward, full of pregnant women, and a couple are in labor. The nurse kicked me out, told me not to wander in." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his gaze and said quietly, "Then maybe we shouldn't go in. Let's just sit here and chat and let my wife go in to see Shan Yu. Maybe she can help." "Okay," Shan Yu agreed. Xueling turned to go in, but Shan Yu grabbed her wrist. He blinked nervously and lowered his voice. Ling, you're a smart woman. You know what can be said and what can't. Xue Ling gave a helpless laugh. Yue Ge, what are you trying to say? Just say it. Shan Yu let go of her wrist, swallowing awkwardly. Well, talk to Ayu for me. Honestly, when she fainted earlier, we thought there was something wrong with the baby and planned to persuade her to end the pregnancy when she woke up. When she woke up just now, both her mom and I told her that, but she just stayed quiet. We don't know what she's thinking. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. You want me to help persuade her? Yeah, Shan Yu said with a bitter smile. What other choice do we have? We can't really do what Ahu suggested. Let the two of them get married. They're just kids. How could they impulsively get married? They can't even take care of themselves, let alone a child. How would they support a family? Xue Ling sighed and nodded. She had to admit, these were all very real and unavoidable problems. Shan Yu had just recovered from illness, had no stable income, and her career was only just beginning. Xiao Huzi was still immature and his career was only just starting to take off. Neither of them was independent yet. How could they be parents? Shan Yu continued. Some things are like a tumor. The longer you drag it out, the more painful and troublesome it gets. In the end, you'll regret it, maybe even lose your life. Both kids have already made a mistake. Better to fix it now than let it get worse. If they keep making mistakes and an innocent child suffers for it, that's even more of a sin. Xue Ling said softly. I'll help talk to her. With that, she quickly walked into the OB/GYN ward. With the nurse's guidance, Xue Ling soon arrived at the ward where Shan Yu was staying. On the other side of the room, there was another woman waiting to give birth, her belly round and full, chatting with Shan Yu about the funny side of pregnancy. Shan Yu was surprised to see Xue Ling arrive and couldn't help glancing behind her. Then a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Auntie, why are you here? After more than half a year of getting to know each other, plus memories from childhood, Shan Yu had always felt close to Xue Ling. She quickly got out of bed to greet her. Xue Ling smiled gently, helping her lie back down, then sat beside her. You? We all came to see you. When Shan Yu heard the word we, her eyes flickered, and she lowered her gaze in embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Auntie, Xue Ling took her hand and asked, How are you feeling now? I heard from your parents that you fainted this morning. Shan Yu shook her head obediently and said softly, Just a bit of anemia. The doctor said it's nothing serious. Mom said if nothing comes up this afternoon, we can go home. She just went out to buy me something to eat and hasn't come back yet. The expectant mother nearby smiled and said, You're so pretty and cute and you're going to be a mom at such a young age. How enviable. Is this your aunt? She's so beautiful. With genes like yours, your baby will definitely be just as lovely. Shan Yu blushed and whispered, Thank you. Seeing her expression, Xue Ling hesitated inwardly. Shan Yu squeezed her hand back, nervously lowering her voice. Auntie, you know, don't you? Mom said she told you about me yesterday. Yes, Xue Ling replied softly. We were worried about you, so we rushed over to see you. Shan Yu's face reddened as she whispered, He messaged me this morning, said he's here too. Yes, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. But your dad just chased him away outside. I told him to go back to the hotel and wait until your parents calmed down before seeing you. Shan Yu stared in shock. My parents know? Xue Ling lowered her voice. Your dad knows. And your mom will soon. You, don't be afraid. Your parents were bound to find out sooner or later. Even if you wanted to hide it, how long could you? Your belly will start to show soon, and there'll be more things you can't hide. Xiao Huzi didn't want you to bear this alone. He came to take responsibility. The girl was extremely anxious, her hands and feet trembling, her eyes red with panic. Auntie, my parents are definitely going to scold him terribly. I really don't know how to face him. I've been so conflicted these past few days, really. Xue Ling quickly hugged her, comforting her. Don't cry. Don't cry. You can't get too worked up. Listen to Auntie first. Shan Yu sniffled, choking up. I want him to come, but I also don't want him to come. I'm so conflicted. Auntie, I'm not asking him to take responsibility. Really. There, don't cry. Xueling soothed her gently. I understand what you mean. Zhao Huzi cares about you a lot and wants you to take care of yourself. Also, where's your phone? He said he'd keep in touch with you. Maybe he's already messaged you. Shanyu shook her head. I left my phone at home. I read online that cell phone radiation is bad for the baby, so I haven't kept it with me. When I got dizzy this morning, my parents were there and rushed me to the hospital, so I didn't have time to grab it. That's all right, Xueling said warmly. You can use Auntie's phone to contact him. Shanyu looked at the limited edition phone so close at hand, hesitating, unsure whether to take it or not. Xueling watched her for a while, then asked, Don't you want to call him? Or send a message? Shanyu thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, I don't know what to say to him. I'm so confused right now, I don't even know what to do. Xueling wiped away her tears and said gently, Then just leave it for now. When you've figured out what you want to say, you can reach out to him yourself. Shanyu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded obediently. Thank you, Auntie. I'm really sorry to make you come all this way. Zheling smiled. We were worried about you. Now that I see you're in good spirits, I feel a bit more at ease. Shanyu smiled shyly, her gaze dropping to her belly, her eyes shining with a natural maternal glow. Auntie, a baby over 2 months old. It's still really tiny, right? Xueling felt a pang in her heart, but kept her expression calm. Yes, very small, about the size of a peanut. You won't feel the baby move until after 4 months, and when you do, you'll notice it right away. Shanyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she smiled bashfully. Auntie, I remember when Zhao Xin and Zhao Cheng were little. They were so cute, especially when they first learned to sit up like little dolls. Back then, Mom and I lived upstairs, and I'd often come down to play with them. Kids are really, really adorable. Ling's eyes dimmed, but she forced a smile. Kids are hard to take care of. All day long it's eating, drinking, peeing, pooping, and sleeping. They rely on adults for everything. When Zhao Xin and Zhao Cheng were little, our family was so busy that, besides the grandparents, we had to hire Aunt Chun to help, or it would have been total chaos. Shanyu didn't remember any of that. She only remembered the joy and happiness of playing with the little ones. Ling couldn't help but probe. A lot of people love kids when they're little because they're kids themselves. Now that you're older, maybe it's different. No, I still love kids, Shanyu said shyly, gently placing her hand on her belly. Auntie, I'll love my baby very, very much. Huh? Ling was suddenly at a loss, remembering her original intention and Shanyu's earlier request, and felt a headache coming on. Auntie knows you love children, but you're still living under your parents' roof. Whether to keep the baby or not, you need to discuss it with your parents, and with Zhao Huzi too. After all, he's the baby's father. He has a right to be involved. Shanyu was stunned, her expression turning a little unpleasant. Keep the baby? I always planned to keep it. There's nothing to discuss. I'm my parents' only daughter, and our home has always been too quiet. My baby will be their grandchild. They'll definitely love it and agree. Don't get upset, Ling said with a gentle smile. I'm just reminding you to talk it over with them. This is a huge decision. You can't make it lightly. You need to think it through from every angle and involve everyone. Just then, the door opened and Chen Shuiyu walked in, carrying a plastic bag. Chen Shuiyu stared in surprise, her eyes wide, then broke into a delighted smile. Ling, how did you get here so fast? I thought the earliest you'd arrive would be tomorrow. How did you get here? Why didn't you let me know? Ling stood up and clasped her hand excitedly. I just got here too. I caught a flight last night, but it was too late when I arrived, so we didn't contact you. This morning we went to your house, but none of you answered your phones. Later, Brother Shanyu finally picked up and told us you were here. We rushed back and chatted with him outside for quite a while. Chen Shuiyu smiled and apologized. I was busy with Yu earlier and didn't have a chance to check my phone. I'm so sorry. It's all pregnant women and new mothers in here, so it's not convenient for an old man like him. The nurse kicked him out. Aiwan is keeping him company outside, Shueling said quietly. I came in alone. I've been here a while, chatting with Yu. Chen Shuiyu handed a plastic bag to her daughter. Take whatever you want to eat. The hospital's little shop doesn't have much, so have a snack for now. Once we finish the discharge paperwork, we'll go to a restaurant. Shan Yu nodded obediently. Shueling's eyes flickered and she pulled Chen Shuiyu into a corner. Yu's health is okay, right? And the baby is fine too? Chen Shuiyu's smile faded and she lowered her voice. Everything's fine. The doctor said she's just a bit anemic, nothing else. Shueling sighed. The baby's father... She still hasn't said, Chen Shuiyu murmured, eyes downcast. I asked her, and she said it was voluntary. If it's someone she likes, then there's no need to call the police. But she won't say who it is. Lingling, maybe you could help me ask her again later? No need, Shueling said nervously, lowering her voice. It's Xiaohuzi. Chen Shuiyu was stunned, frozen in place for a long moment. That brat? Shueling gave a wry smile, grabbing her arm and lowering her voice. Sister Chen, Xiaohuzi came along too. He was scared out of his wits, but in the end he didn't run from his responsibility. He packed his things and came. She then recounted what had happened outside. Chen Shuiyu took a deep breath, calming down a little after a while. Ahu came too? That father and son, thicker skinned than a tiger's hide. Shueling knew she couldn't calm down yet, so she soothed her. If Yu's okay, let's just take her home. It's noisy here. Not a good place to stay long. My mind's a mess, Chen Shuiyu said, rubbing her temples and gasping. Lingling, help me sit down. I feel like I can't breathe. Shueling quickly helped her to a bench outside the ward. Chen Shuiyu didn't have time to worry about herself and hurriedly asked, What did Xiaohuzi say? And what about Ahu? Shueling's eyes flickered. Xiaohuzi isn't shirking responsibility. He wants to discuss things with Yu and your family. Ahu keeps insisting they should get married, that Xiaohuzi should take responsibility and support Yu in having the baby. Chen Shuiyu pressed her temples again, closing her eyes in pain. What a disaster. How did we end up with such a troublesome kid? I never should have let Yu get so close to him. It's my fault. They all lived near you, always playing online games and singing together, glued to each other all day. I never should have let Yu stay in the capital. I should have brought her home. It's all my fault. There's no point saying that now, Shueling sighed. What's done is done, and there's already a child. It's too late for regrets. Chen Shuiyu sobbed quietly, pounding her chest. What did I do to deserve this? Why did I have such a troublemaker, always causing me problems, never letting me have a moment's peace? Sob. Shueling frowned and made a shushing gesture. Sister Chen, you can't blame Yu for all of this. She's never dated before, and you've always protected her so well. She's very innocent. Luckily, the person she met wasn't a bad guy, and it's someone we know, Xiaohuzi. Chen Shuiyu snapped. That brat isn't a bad person, but he's not exactly a good one either. He's so rebellious at his age, full of bad habits, just wants to eat, drink, and play games all day. What's so good about him? Shueling smiled wryly and explained, Playing games is his specialty. It's his career now. How could he not play? His team has over 20 people, all making a living from gaming. How much can they make? Chen Shuiyu huffed. It's all just stuff for kids. What kind of money can they earn? You can't even spend those virtual coins. People always say gaming ruins people. This is exactly that. Shueling couldn't help but laugh. Sister Chen, you're only seeing one side of things. Xiaohuzi and his team are actually making good money from professional esports. The market's just starting out and there's almost no publicity for it here, so you don't know about it. It's common abroad, but just getting started here. They're doing well and they've already started making money, over 8 figures now. Chen Shuiyu looked up in surprise. Really? You can actually make money playing games? Shueling nodded. I don't know the details, but Xiaohuzi's team has already landed several ad deals. Just the ad fees alone are over 20 million. The team's profitable now, and I think they'll be on solid ground soon. Chen Shuiyu was stunned for a dozen seconds, her eyes flickering as she thought. I see. Ahu wants them to get married, that's his idea. What about Xiaohuzi? He's all over the place, Xueling said. He's just 18. What does he know? They're both so young. Doesn't matter if they're young or old, they'll have to get married sooner or later, Chen Shuiyu interrupted. If they love each other, and Xiaohuzi can support Yu, then why not? Just let them get married. What? Xueling stared in disbelief. How can that be? They're just kids. In our eyes, they're still half grown. Chen Shuiyu shook her head. They're not that young. They're old enough to make a baby. I ran off with Shan Yu when I was 15 or 16, and we were together 5 or 6 years before we got our marriage certificate. I didn't have her until over 20 years later. Almost missed my chance. They're much more efficient than we were, getting pregnant so quickly. Once they're old enough, they can get their certificate. Xueling blinked, giving up. No way. Sister Chen, their situation is nothing like yours and brother Shan Yu's. You two were childhood sweethearts, grew up together. I don't even know if Shan Yu and Xiaohuzi are really in love. Then let them get married first. Fall in love later, Chen Shuiyu interrupted. She's my own flesh and blood, I know her. If she's willing to sleep with Xiaohuzi and have his child, she must have feelings for him. This? Xueling was momentarily stunned, not quite able to react. She honestly hadn't thought much about this before. Previously, Cheng Tianyuan had told her that on the day Shan Yu left, Xiaohuzi showed up late, reeking of alcohol, flustered, and even choked out an apology to Shan Yu. That night, Xiaohuzi's team had a celebration, and Shan Yu attended as well. A bunch of young people drank too much, got carried away, and ended up making a mistake. She'd always thought it was just a drunken accident between the two of them, and hadn't given it much more thought. It wasn't until earlier, when Xiaohuzi said that Shan Yu had taken the initiative to message him, even saying she missed him, that Xueling began to suspect that Shan Yu did have feelings for Xiaohuzi. Sister Chen, even if there are feelings, they probably aren't that deep. Otherwise, why would Yu run away from the capital and stay on South Island, refusing to go back? Chen Shuiyu shook her head and sighed helplessly. Young people have all sorts of issues, always obsessed with love and romance. But as time goes on, when you're busy with the daily grind, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, you realize life is mostly bitter, and there's not much sweetness in love. A little bit of affection is already a lot. There's no need to expect anything deeper. In her view, no matter how deep or sweet a love is, after years of marriage and daily squabbles, it all eventually turns into a mess of trivialities. Take me, for example. I grew up with Shan Yu, childhood sweethearts with a great relationship, but when it came time to get married, our families looked down on each other, no matter how deep our feelings were. They just shook their heads and refused. We eloped, ran all over the place, worked odd jobs and started businesses. At first it was fun, but as time went on, every day was the same, and besides making money and getting by, there wasn't much left. All these years, his family has made my life miserable, and I almost lost my life because of them. Even though he cut ties with them, some still secretly came to see him. He always tried to hide it from me, but I'd still get mad at him for saying one thing and doing another. If it were the old days, I'd have divorced him hundreds of times. Really. No matter how deep the feelings, daily life wears them down until there's nothing left. At our age, we're just old companions. I help him, he helps me, we keep each other company, have someone to chat with. When you're sick or in pain, there's someone to bring you water or medicine. There's no romance left, just partnership. At this, Chen Shuiyu gave a wry smile. No matter how good the relationship, it always fades with time. A little affection is enough when you're young, but once the kids grow up and the elders get old, everyone's so busy. Who has time for deep feelings? Xueling was at a loss for words, unable to refute any of it. Chen Shuiyu took her hand, half teasing, half envious. Lingling, how many women in this world are as lucky as you, huh? Let me tell you, not many. You're 1 in a million. Your family's well off, your in-laws adore you, your husband loves you even more. You have a bunch of kids, your husband supports your career, and he's even willing to stay home and take care of the family. How many men are like him? Very few. Look at you. Your career is thriving, your husband isn't jealous or resentful, he still loves and cherishes you. It's because you have love in your life, you're not lacking in affection, so you like to talk about feelings all the time. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. Maybe you're right. What she said wasn't entirely wrong. People always see things from their own perspective. Even at her age, Xue Ling realized she still made that mistake. She and her husband were deeply in love, so she instinctively thought Xiao Huzi and Shan Yu needed to have a strong relationship to get married. But, Sister Chen, I have to remind you, Shan Yu is very innocent, and Xiao Huzi is still inexperienced. At their age, they can't see things as clearly as we do, and they definitely can't understand our words. In other words, they value feelings and freedom above all else. From everything Xiao Huzi had said, he'd never once suggested marriage. In fact, he'd repeatedly insisted they absolutely shouldn't get married. If you force two half-grown kids who aren't truly in love to be together, there will definitely be problems down the line. But Chen Shuiyu wouldn't listen and asked, "That's what Ah Hu says, but what about Wang Ting? She agrees they should get married, right?" She probably agrees with Ah Hu," Xue Ling replied. Chen Shuiyu brightened. "That's good. Wang Ting is an intellectual, a bit aloof, but she has a great temper and is very kind. I've spent a lot of time with her and really like her personality. Even if she argues, she does it gently. Someone like her would never mistreat her daughter-in-law." Xue Ling. How did things get this far already? Chen Shuiyu continued excitedly. Wang Ting is still quite young, much younger than me. Xiao Huzi is their only son, their eldest, so they'll definitely help take care of the child. I'm getting older and don't have the energy I used to. After the baby's born, Shan Yu and I probably won't be able to help much. Luckily, Ah Hu's family is well off, so they can hire a nanny, and Wang Ting can help out too. Xue Ling was speechless, rubbing her temples. Sister Chen, I forgot to tell you, Brother Shan Yu doesn't agree with them getting married. Chen Shuiyu didn't care at all. That's because he hasn't thought it through? It's fine. When we go out, I'll talk to him and explain everything. He loves his daughter more than his own life. As long as Yu is happy, he won't object to anything. Xue Ling smiled wryly to herself, not daring to mention that Xiao Huzi himself didn't agree. Sister Chen, we may be the parents, the elders, but we're not the main characters here. The real decision belongs to Yu and Xiao Huzi. It's their opinions that matter most. Chen Shuiyu immediately stood up. I'll go talk to her. With that, she bustled into the room. Xue Ling let out a tired sigh and hurried after her. She heard Shan Yu's hesitant, quiet voice. Mom, I haven't really thought this all through. Silly girl, Chen Shuiyu said firmly. If you're keeping the baby, then you have to get married. If you don't, do you want to be a single mother? Your dad and I would never agree. Can you bear for your child to be born without a father? Just imagine. Can you accept that? No, Shan Yu said softly after a moment. A child does need a father. She'd grown up cherished by her parents and couldn't accept her own child missing out on that love. Chen Shuiyu smiled and clapped her hands. Good. In that case, you two should get married. Half an hour later, everyone cheerfully got into the car and left the hospital. Shan Yu was driving and said he wanted to take Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan to the seaside for seafood, to welcome them and help them settle in. Chen Shuiyu added, Aren't Ah Hu and Xiao Huzi here too? Let's have them join us. Shan Yu couldn't help but grumble. Why bring them? I'm already annoyed enough. Chen Shuiyu shot him a look and said quietly, Keep your voice down. This is something we all need to discuss. It's not up to you alone. Intimidated by his wife's authority, Shan Yu didn't dare say anything more. Xue Ling glanced at Shan Yu, who was staring blankly out the window, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Let's skip the seafood feast. None of us are hungry. We rushed here on a late flight last night and only slept a few hours. I'm dizzy and have no appetite for seafood. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Yeah, we're not hungry, Besides, it's not even lunchtime yet, it's only about 11. Shan Yu suggested, "Then how about I take you back to the hotel to rest first? Get a good nap in, and we'll pick you up for seafood in the evening." "Sounds good," Shualing smiled. When they got to the hotel and had just returned to their room, Hu came knocking on the door across the hall. "Sis-in-law, how did it go? Bro, is Shan Yu still mad?" Shualing looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, "Where's your son?" "He's inside, fast asleep," Hu replied. Shualing half sighed, half smiled. "He can still sleep at a time like this. Youth, I suppose." Hu didn't catch her meaning and pressed, "So, sis-in-law, what's the verdict?" Chung Tianyuan answered first. "Sister Chen thinks the same as you. She figures they might as well get married. Shan Yu isn't so sure and wants to think it over. Shan Yu is confused and only says she wants the baby, but she's not sure about marriage." "Great!" Hu laughed heartily. "As long as Sister Chen agrees, it's pretty much settled." Even though Shan Yu was capable, everyone knew he listened to Chen Shui-yu at home. There was no doubt about that. Shui Ling sat on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and rubbing her temples. "Hu, have you and Wang Ting talked this over? Are you both on the same page?" Hu frowned and said, "Sis-in-law, what's there to discuss? We're old school, we can't accept the way young people do things. Since the girl's pregnant, of course they have to get married. The child is a Wan family member, how could we not want it? My mother's been regretting not seeing Zhao Huzi get married and having another generation in the family. When Yu has the baby at the end of the year, that'll be another generation. My mother will be so happy to see her great-grandchild. Maybe she'll even get healthier." "But Zhao Huzi doesn't want to get married," Sheling couldn't help but interrupt. "This is their marriage. You can't just think about what you want. You have to respect the wishes of the young people." Shan Yu was clearly lost and overwhelmed. She was young and innocent and had no idea what to do in this situation. She liked children, so she was determined to keep the baby. But she was getting married for the sake of the child having a father, not because she wanted marriage or to be a wife. As for Zhao Huzi, he'd refused from the start, even afraid to come south for fear of being forced into marriage. Hu sighed, his voice rough. "Don't worry about that kid. He's wild at heart. What can he do if he disagrees? After what he did, he's lucky Shan Yu didn't beat him up. We don't have the energy to deal with him right now. My mother's not well, and we're always taking medicine ourselves. If someone else can help keep him in line, that's a good thing. He lacks responsibility and maturity. Once he's married, with a wife and child to look after, he'll have no choice but to step up. He needs this kind of opportunity, and this is the perfect chance to train him." Sheling frowned. "That's really how you see it?" "Of course." Hu shrugged. "Wang Ting and I both think so." Sheling couldn't help but laugh. "But what if he doesn't want this opportunity and, after being forced into marriage, shirks his responsibilities? What then? His wife will be unhappy, and the child won't have a loving father." "That won't happen," Hu said. "The child still has a mother, right? I know Yu. She's always been obedient and sweet, and she sings beautifully. She's a good match for that rascal, ha!" Chung Tianyuan's expression darkened. "If Hu doesn't want to, you'd still force him?" "How else?" Hu snorted. "If we don't push him, he'll never accept it. He's never given us a moment's peace. For other things, fine. But this is about his own child. He can't just walk away." Sheling felt she couldn't continue the conversation, so she held her head and said they'd talk more tonight. She needed to get some sleep. Hu quickly agreed. "Tonight, when everyone's together, we'll discuss the betrothal and wedding. This can't be delayed." Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Shui Ling got a call from Shan Yu. He said Chen Shui-yu was insisting the two young people get married, saying that since things had come this far, if Yu was determined to keep the baby, then they had to get married. Chen Shui-yu had married young herself and was never a fan of late marriage or late childbirth. Plus, she'd wanted a child for nearly 20 years before finally having her precious daughter Shan Yu, so she was very much against the idea of young people aborting their babies. She'd previously thought Shan Yu had been taken advantage of by a bad person, which was why she'd considered advising her not to keep the baby. But now that it turned out to be Xiao Huzi, someone they all knew, someone Shan Yu liked, and someone who was already making good money, she immediately changed her mind. Shan Yu, as always, listened to his wife, so he had no choice but to agree. If they have to get married, so be it for the child's sake. As for the future, they'll see how it goes. If they get along, great. After all, Ah Hu's family is well off, so they won't go hungry. If not, they can always get divorced. These days, lots of people get divorced. If it doesn't work out, just split up. Xueling felt a headache coming on, so she just replied with a word and hung up. Cheng Tianyuan poured her some water and noticed she had a slight fever, so he quickly got a cool towel to put on her forehead. Wife, you might have caught a chill. The air conditioning on the plane last night was too cold. You've come down with something. Xueling drifted off to sleep. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly changed clothes and said, I'll go buy you some cold medicine. Wait here. 10 minutes later, he came back with the medicine. After Xueling took it, she slept for over half an hour and woke up feeling much better. At that moment, Xiao Huzi came by, head hanging. Auntie, Uncle Yuan, my dad says, if I want to take responsibility, I have to get married. He won't let me abandon the baby. I asked, and Big Sister said she wants the baby too. I've thought about it all afternoon. I let her down. If getting married will make her feel better and keep both families from being angry, then let's get married. Blue skies, white clouds, brilliant sunshine. A plane took off smoothly from the airport, quickly passing over the suburbs and heading straight north. Xueling sat by the window, watching the tiny buildings below and the beautiful blue bay, feeling a little more at peace. Beside her, Cheng Tianyuan held her hand and asked softly, Does your head still hurt? It doesn't, Xueling replied with a wry smile. It's just a little cold. What really made my head spin was those two families. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes darkened slightly, his voice gentle. Well, the reason we rushed over was because we were afraid of some conflict and wanted to mediate. Now that everyone's on the same page and discussing the wedding, they don't need us at all. Let's go home, Xueling sighed helplessly. We've been away for more than a day. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Wife, what did you say to Xiao Huzi last night? Xueling was momentarily surprised, then smiled lightly. What could I say? He said he was going to marry Shan Yu, so the parents wouldn't be angry and so he could do right by her. I asked him, Aren't you getting married for yourself? He was stumped and couldn't answer. I asked if he'd really made up his mind, and if he had, I wouldn't say anything more. After a while, he said he really had decided. All I could do was wish them happiness. There was nothing else to say. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Well, as long as they're okay with it. When it comes to marriage, there's a saying that sums it up well. Which one? She asked curiously. Cheng Tianyuan replied, Only the person drinking the water knows if it's hot or cold. Xueling chuckled. Exactly. They'll have to figure it out for themselves. People grow up through experience. The more you go through, the more you mature. It's all part of life, and that's not a bad thing. Right, Cheng Tianyuan said warmly. If you can see things clearly, you can let go. Xueling seemed to remember something. Before we boarded, I got a text from lawyer Hey Meow Meow. She said she's already negotiated the contract with the publisher for our third child. They agreed to change some unreasonable terms and extend the manuscript deadline until after summer break. That's good. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Lawyer, he really is a pro. I bet she gave them a hard time. Xueling laughed and explained, That's her job. But it also shows that our third child's work is appreciated by professional editors. The publisher is willing to wait several months for his drawings, so they must really value his work. Let's wait until he gets into #1 high school. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. He's given us enough to worry about. Xueling laughed softly and sighed. That's the price of having kids. The plane was fast, and by afternoon they arrived at the capital's airport. A driver and bodyguard picked them up, and they took the highway back to Xinyuan. By the time they got home, it was already after 2 in the afternoon. The 3 elders had just finished their nap and were sitting in the corridor, drinking water and chatting, planning to go out to the garden to tend to the newly sprouted gourds once the sun wasn't so strong. "Oh, you're back so early?" "That was quick. I thought the earliest you'd be back was tomorrow." Liu Ying looked around curiously. "Hey, where's Yao Huzi? Didn't he come back with you?" Xue Ling stretched lazily and replied, "He stayed on South Island. He's become a son-in-law there." Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "Don't think I'm joking, it's true. Hu should be sending me a wedding invitation in a few days. They're planning to hold the wedding at a seaside hotel on South Island." "What? Who? A wedding? Xiao Huzi? With who?" Leaning against a stone pillar, Xue Ling answered, "Xiao Huzi and Yu Yu." Everyone looked completely stunned. Cheng Tianyuan calmly explained the whole story, apologizing. "We didn't know how to handle it before, and it concerns Shan Yu's reputation, so we didn't tell you. The fewer people who knew, the better." "Now that they're getting married, we'll probably all have to go to the wedding," Xue Ling added. "You'd find out sooner or later, so we wanted to let you know in advance." The 3 elders looked at each other, then started laughing. "In the end, it's a good thing. A happy occasion. Who would have thought Xiao Huzi and Yu Yu would end up together? They always got along well, playing online games and singing together. Yu Yu's a few years older, but an older woman is a treasure. They're a good match." Xue Ling sighed softly. "At first, I didn't agree with them getting married." "Didn't agree?" her mother asked, displeased. "Did you want Shanyu to give up the baby? Or be a single mom? That's not right." Xue Ling frowned. "The situation is different. I'd rather advise her not to have the baby than to be a single mom. Marriage shouldn't be just about the child. They're a new generation, seeking freedom and individuality. They're still so young, not yet mature or stable. This kind of marriage isn't solid. All I can do is wish them luck and happiness." "Oh, come on," Liu Ying said. "Wasn't it the same with Heng and Zhao Yi? They had a baby before marriage too. These days society is open. Plenty of people have kids before getting married. It's just a matter of timing, that's all." Xue Ling shook her head. "Mom, their situations are very different. Yes, Zhao Yi was young and still in school, but Heng was already 30, with a stable career and income. He was a solid support for the family, and even if they argued sometimes, he'd always help Zhao Yi finish school, and it didn't affect anything. In the end, both their careers succeeded, and they supported each other. Their family just got better and better. But Xiao Huzi's career is just starting, and he's not settled. Shan Yu is pregnant, has no steady income, and is gentle by nature. She can't balance or complement Xiao Huzi. More importantly, their relationship isn't as deep as Heng and Zhao Yi's. Those two dated for a long time before having Xiao Yue. Xiao Huzi and Shan Yu, on the other hand, are a muddled mess with no real foundation." All right, her mother said with a laugh. "Stop analyzing. It just makes it sound worse. In the end, every pot has its lid. If they fit, that's enough." Her father added, "They chose their own path. Even if they regret it, they'll have to bear the consequences. We don't need to worry so much. Who knows, maybe they'll end up even better than Heng and Xiao Yi." "Exactly," Liu Ying said cheerfully. "Nothing's set in stone, right? When fate comes, so does marriage. Getting married is always a good thing." Xue Ling nodded perfunctorily. Yes, I'm off to work. We'll talk more tonight." With that, she hurried away. The days flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several more had passed. Xiao Huzi still hadn't come back, and both Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were busy with their own affairs, temporarily putting the whole matter out of their minds. Xue Ling was extremely busy, with a mountain of things to handle at both work and home. It wasn't that she didn't care, but she truly didn't have the time. And since she hadn't supported the idea of the 2 youngsters getting married in the first place, she simply stopped paying attention. After the weekend, Xiao Huzi hurried back by plane and went straight to the row house. He called Yuanzi, saying he'd come home for a meal when he had time, then hung up and rushed off. Who would have thought that just as he arrived, Ahu showed up too? Ahu headed straight for Sangsinyuan, and it wasn't until the security guard stopped him at the gate that everyone realized he'd come to the capital. Chung Tianyuan came out to greet him, surprised. "Why are you here? Why didn't you let us know you were coming?" Ahu looked a bit tired as he tossed his suitcase aside. "I had to come anyway, so I just took the train. No need for you guys to go out of your way to pick me up at the airport." Chung Tianyuan explained, "We have a driver at home now. If you'd told us in advance, it would have been easy for the driver to pick you up." "You should have said so earlier." Ahu laughed and scolded. "You and Ling Ling are both busy, so I didn't want you to have to take time out to pick me up. I figured I'd just take a taxi and surprise you." "Well, surprised enough? This place is really impressive. Not your average home. Now you even have a private driver and so many bodyguards. Finally, you look like a real tycoon." Chung Tianyuan pushed his suitcase ahead. "The parents are all out. I'll take you to the guest room to settle in first." "Godmother's out too?" Ahu asked. "Where'd she go?" Chung Tianyuan explained. "She and my mother-in-law went to the senior university to dance, and my father-in-law went to play chess with Uncle Ji Lan." Ahu looked around, clicking his tongue in admiration. "It's beautiful. This is the perfect mansion my wife wrote about in her books. When you moved in, we were too busy to come visit. Finally, I get to see the most luxurious mansion in the capital." Chung Tianyuan took him to the guest room, then offered to show him around the garden. No. Ahu shook his head and collapsed onto a small sofa. "I can't walk anymore. My legs and back are sore." Chung Tianyuan knew his health wasn't what it used to be and didn't push him. "Since you're here, stay a few days. There are fresh pastries in the dining room. Go have a snack." Ahu shook his head. "Later, I really can't move right now." Chung Tianyuan chuckled and sat across from him. "So, why are you and your son acting separately? What brings you to the capital? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the wedding?" Ahu replied, "That brat's heart is still with his gaming team here. He couldn't wait and flew north ahead of me. I booked my ticket for the next day, so I'm a bit behind him. The wedding isn't happening that soon. They haven't even settled on a wedding house yet." At this, he let out a long sigh, both helpless and tired. "I came to buy them a wedding house." "What?" Chung Tianyuan asked in surprise. "You're buying the wedding house in the capital?" The two families lived far apart, one on South Island, the other in the provincial city. He hadn't expected them to skip both and buy a wedding house in the capital. Ahu nodded helplessly. The young couple chose it themselves, and they're very insistent. Originally, my in-law Chen Shuiyu wanted Xiao Huzi to buy a house on South Island, even suggested a seaside villa. She said the weather's good there and she could help take care of Shanyu and the grandchild, but Xiao Huzi refused. He said his career is just starting here in the capital, and unless they live apart, he's not moving to South Island. His career is just taking off, so he really can't just give it up, Chung Tianyuan said quietly. He's got a big team, dozens of people relying on him. Ling Ling told me this industry has a lot of potential, and you can't just dismiss gaming as not a real job. Ahu sighed and explained. That kid's gone crazy. He insists on staying in the capital or he won't get married at all. I gave him a punch and went to discuss it with Shan Yu and his wife. At first they didn't agree, but then Yu herself spoke up, saying she likes the capital too, wants to live here, and wants her child to have a better environment and education. Plus, she wants to keep singing, and there are more job opportunities here. Young people have their own ideas and plans, Chung Tianyuan praised. That's good. Ahu stretched out lazily and grumbled with a laugh. Good, my foot! How much was a square meter when I bought an apartment here over 10 years ago? And now? The price has gone up dozens of times. It's not that exaggerated, Chung Tianyuan chuckled. Maybe 20 or 30 times. The capital had developed rapidly in recent years, and housing prices had skyrocketed. If it's in the suburbs, it's a bit cheaper, but in the city center, prices are outrageous. I told you not to sell the apartment at Runghua Mall, but you wouldn't listen. If you'd kept it, it would have made a perfect wedding house for Xiao Huzi. Now, Land in the city center is so valuable. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy anything. When Ronghua Mall was first built, Xueling had to sell some apartments due to cash flow issues. She'd told Ahu to buy a few, saying prices would rise. At the time, Ahu was flush with cash and bought 4 or 5. As prices kept rising, he sold them for a tidy profit. Xueling couldn't bear to part with them, so she bought them all back and had Liao Zhongnian rent them out through the property management office. Ahu could only laugh bitterly and wave it off. Who could have guessed prices would go up this much? And who could have guessed that Brat would start a business here and want to settle down long-term? But there's no medicine for regret. Cheng Tianyuan said, "There aren't any available apartments there now, not even for rent." Sigh. Ahu ran a hand through his short hair in frustration. That Brat hasn't made any real money yet, and now he's getting married. As his father, I can't just ignore it. I have to buy them a wedding house. But the prices here are terrifying. Shan Yu and his wife even suggested buying a villa. I heard there are some small villas for sale near here, right? They're almost sold out, Cheng Tianyuan replied. The good locations and directions are long gone. What's left are the ones in the corners. Ahu asked, "About how much would it cost? Can you help me check? It's close by so we could visit any time, and if the young couple needs anything, you'd be nearby to help." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and reminded him, "It's not cheap here. With the new highway entrance and subway station nearby, prices have shot up. A villa would cost at least 12 million. What? Ahu's eyes widened in shock. That's way too expensive. Over 10 million? That much? It's enough to kill me. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and countered, "How many villas are there in the city center of the capital? Aside from this area, there aren't any others. Villas take up a lot of land, and everywhere else is filled with high-rise apartment buildings dozens of stories tall." Other than the new districts, the old parts of the city had mostly been redeveloped. If it weren't for the space freed up by old city renovations, who would develop villas in a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold? Ahu blinked in confusion. "So, how much is your place worth?" "It's hard to estimate," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "The land was bought in 3 batches and pieced together. The construction took over a year with dozens of craftsmen working overtime. Most of the money came from Lingling. I just handled buying some of the materials." Ahu thought for a moment and guessed, "It must be worth several hundred million by now?" "I don't know." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Probably more. We haven't really calculated it. We just live here. It's a fixed asset, not something we'd ever sell." "Ha ha ha!" Ahu laughed. "That's a new way to put it." Knowing that Ahu hadn't had much income in recent years due to health issues, Cheng Tianyuan asked, "How much are you planning to spend on a villa? I can have Lingling ask around for you. She knows people in the business and should be able to help." Ahu gave an embarrassed smile and lowered his voice. "I've been living off rental income these past years. I was supposed to go into business with your wife. We'd already talked it over, but then I suddenly got sick, and that was that. These years I've been busy with my health, taking care of the family and my mother, and honestly haven't had the energy or time to make money. Luckily, I bought a lot of shops and apartments before, so the rent just about covers our expenses." Cheng Tianyuan poured some tea. "We have to act within our means. The capital is much more prosperous than South Island, and the housing prices are many times higher. Sister Chen probably didn't consider the specifics here when she said she wanted a villa." Ahu's face darkened. "My in-laws said they only have one daughter and can't let her be wronged. She lives in a luxury apartment at home, so after marriage she has to live in a villa. I didn't think much about it at the time and just agreed." "You agreed?" Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "So how much cash do you actually have for this?" "Cash? What cash?" Ahu shook his head. "Expenses have been high these years, especially with that spendthrift Xiao Huzi. He's cost me a lot. I've only got a little over 100,000 in savings. The rent comes in every month, averaging several tens of thousands, sometimes over 100,000. But family expenses are huge. Plus, all us old folks need medicine and therapy, so it's hard to save anything. The family had gotten used to spending freely, and it's hard to tighten the belt after living large. With no new income, they'd been living off their assets. If it weren't for the rental income, they might have had to sell property just to get by. I called A Ching before coming to the capital to discuss whether we should sell a few apartments in Rongcheng, but she didn't really agree. She said we can't have no property in Rongcheng. It's our hometown after all. We have relatives and friends there, and her family too. If we keep some property there, we'll always have a place to stay when we go back. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Even if you sell those, it'll only be a drop in the bucket. Rongcheng's economy has done well, but housing prices there can't compare to the capital. Those apartments might fetch 2 or 3 million at most, barely a fraction of what you need. Ah Hu sighed. So what can I do? Looks like I'll have to sell the shops and apartments in the provincial city. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. How's the rental income from those shops? If it's high and stable, you really shouldn't sell. If you do, your family's income will drop sharply. You'll have wedding expenses, a child to raise. It all adds up. Zhao Huzi's career is just getting started, and who knows how soon he'll make real money. You can't just ignore your responsibilities to the old and the young. You can't be left with nothing. But if I don't, I can't afford a villa. Ah Hu frowned, rubbing his hands. If it's just a regular apartment, I could manage. Sell 2 apartments in the provincial city and put it together for a bigger place here. But if it has to be a villa, that's really tough. Those shops bring in good rent, always leased out, and the locations are great. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered. Let's act within our means. Don't try to keep up appearances at your own expense. Why not talk it over with Sister Chen and the others again? It's a good thing for the kids to get married, but you can't ruin the family's financial foundation just to make it happen. You have to plan for the young and the old. Both matter, and you can't sacrifice one for the other. Why should the elders have to give everything up? That's not right. Ah Hu shook his head. They're insisting on a villa, and I already agreed. A man has to keep his word. I can't go back on it. Cheng Tianyuan could only say, how about this? Don't sell the shops for now. Just sell 2 or 3 apartments, and I'll help you make up the rest. When Zhao Huzi starts making money, he can pay me back. No way. Ah Hu shook his head. It's not that we can't buy it, it's just hard to put the money together. I only have one son. Eventually, all the assets will go to him. Sell those over there, buy here, the value's still there, it's not going anywhere. But what about your quality of life? Cheng Tianyuan reminded him gently. You and Wang Qing both need medicine, and the cost of treating chronic illnesses isn't cheap. If you lose your steady income, your standard of living will drop, and you won't be comfortable. Ah Hu understood. His medicine cost hundreds per bottle, and long-term treatment was a constant drain. If he sold the shops and apartments, they might not be able to take care of themselves. He forced a very awkward smile and stammered, Brother, then help me out a bit, and have your wife look for something cheaper. As long as the location is convenient, no need for anything too fancy. All right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed readily. Ah Hu lifted his head, leaned back on the sofa, and let out a long sigh. It's all my fault. I was too arrogant in the past, thought I was strong and money was easy to make. But once you fall ill, the money just starts disappearing, and before you know it, it's gone. Brother, watching your savings dwindle bit by bit, it's nerve-wracking, you know? You can't help but feel anxious and unsettled. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I understand. No need for polite words. If you need anything, just ask. We'll do our best to help. Thank you, Ah Hu said, deeply moved, patting his arm. Good brother. From that day on, Ah Hu stayed at the compound. As soon as Xueling heard they needed a villa, she immediately asked her friends to help look. Very quickly, someone introduced a few villas in the suburbs, all priced under 10 million, with one even as low as 6 or 7 million. Cheng Tianyuan drove Ah Hu to see them, but none were satisfactory. Ah Hu frowned. They're too far out. The area is full of new developments, and some are still under construction, noisy and chaotic. That's not a good environment for a pregnant woman or for raising a child. Cheng Tianyuan agreed and asked if there were any villas closer to the city. Xueling thought for a moment and said, There are, but they're not standalone villas. They're townhouses. The villa Xiaohuzi is renting now is a townhouse. I'll ask the owner if he's willing to sell. If so, it would be close for Xiaohuzi, convenient for work, and he could take care of you easily. But Ahu was still reluctant. Sister-in-law, aren't there any villas near your compound? Maybe some second-hand ones? This area is more convenient, and the community is better and more complete. Xiaohuzi's place isn't far from here either. Very convenient. Sheling nodded. There are, but the prices are higher. Just wait. I'll have news in a day or two. Expensive is fine, Ahu said with a wry smile. We can't get something too remote, or my in-laws will definitely complain. If the kids are going to live in the capital, we have to make sure it's convenient for them. Cheng Tianyuan reminded Sheling, if the price is high, so be it. Ahu can't pay it all at once. We'll help cover the rest. Sheling agreed readily. Ahu sighed and explained, I've already discussed it with A Ching. We're planning to sell a few apartments we bought years ago in the provincial city. Prices there have gone up a lot, so selling them should get us 3 or 4 million. I've already listed them with an agent. Why so rushed? Sheling raised her eyebrows, a little reproachful. Why not talk to us first? Ahu gave a bitter smile. Sister-in-law, we have to prepare. The bride price, the wedding, none of it is cheap. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. We'll cover the wedding house. Don't sell too much at once. You'll need money for other things later. It's fine, Ahu said quietly. We can't owe too much. Villas are really expensive. If you help us cover it, what if I can't pay you back? Let Xiaohuzi pay it back, Xueling said seriously. You're his father, so it's natural to help with the wedding house. But it's his house, so he should take responsibility too. That kid's not reliable, Ahu grumbled. Xueling replied, He's not reliable now, but he will be in the future. You can't take all the pressure off him and handle everything yourself. Since he's decided to start a family, he needs to take on the responsibilities that come with it. We'll see, Ahu said, a little reluctant. Sheling didn't back down. You can't sell off too many fixed assets, or you'll regret it later. You and A Ching aren't young anymore. You'll need those assets to live on now and in the future. Tell Xiaohuzi the wedding house money is a loan from us, and he needs to work hard to pay it back. Ahu sighed and ran a hand through his graying hair. Paying it back is a must. He'll have to work for it. The bride price hasn't been settled yet, and that's another headache. My in-law wants 1 million, which I think is too much. I tried to negotiate, but she insists 1 million isn't a lot. Sheling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged glances, not sure what to say. Chen Shuiyu had always valued money. With only one precious daughter, of course she wanted more, but 1 million was still a lot. Even though Xueling had been a multi-millionaire for years, hearing a bride price of 1 million was still a bit much for her. Ahu, have you told them about your family's situation these past few years? Ahu hadn't made much money in recent years, mostly living off rental income. On top of that, his health wasn't great, and he needed expensive medicine every day. The family's expenses were high, especially with Xiaohuzi's habit of spending freely, so there was never much left over. If nothing major happened, the rent was enough. But with big expenses like this, the finances got tight, and he had to sell off assets. For Xueling, fixed assets were something you only sold as a last resort, so she felt it was necessary to advise Ahu. Ahu shook his head, troubled. Xiaohuzi made a mess and let the girl down. I told him to stand tall and give whatever they ask for, do whatever they want, and try to make up for it. If it's 1 million, then 1 million it is. Once I sell the apartments, I'll have the money. Sheling was speechless, unable to argue. All right then, sell a few apartments and try to make the bride price and wedding as nice as possible. We'll cover the wedding house for now. Okay, Ahu replied gratefully. For the next half-month, Ahu was constantly traveling between the capital and the provincial city, looking at villas in the capital and selling apartments in the provincial city. So busy he was barely seen. Buying and selling property is a big deal, and no matter how urgent, it can't be rushed. After more than a month, he finally sold 2 apartments and scraped together over 1 million. They finally found a villa they liked, a small Western-style villa on the next street, 2.5 stories with a small lawn in front, elegant surroundings and nice decor. But Chen Shuiyu disliked that it was a second-hand house and told Ah Hu to keep looking. Xiao Huzi was annoyed. Why can't it be second-hand? The owners only lived there for a month after renovating before moving abroad. It's practically new. Ah Hu explained helplessly. Your mother-in-law says it's bad luck for a wedding house to be second-hand. So much fuss, Xiao Huzi grumbled. Ah Hu had no choice but to look at the townhouses Xue Ling had mentioned, in the same community as the one Xiao Huzi was renting. The owner hadn't wanted to sell, but after Xue Ling invited them out several times and persuaded them, they finally agreed to sell at a discounted price of 7 million. Xue Ling explained, that community isn't far from here, and it's even closer to the city center. The transport is convenient, there are plenty of places to eat and shop nearby, and there's a big supermarket. It's one of the best neighborhoods around. A townhouse? And it's still 7 million? Ah Hu asked, hesitating. Xue Ling nodded honestly. There aren't many villas in the city, so this is actually a really good price. Xiao Huzi agreed quietly. Dad, the environment there is really great. The owner didn't even want to rent it out, let alone sell. If it weren't for Auntie, we wouldn't have gotten it. Then let's go with this one, Ah Hu said with a big laugh. It's close to your work and you can take care of the family. Xiao Huzi pouted awkwardly, but didn't say anything. He still hadn't quite accepted the idea of setting up a new home, but it was what it was. After settling on the townhouse, Cheng Tianyuan helped pay a 200,000 yuan deposit. Ah Hu hurried to call the Shanyu family, but as soon as Chen Shuiyu heard it was a townhouse, and after confirming it only had a front door and no front or back gardens, she started complaining. Ah Hu felt awkward and explained that it was impossible to find anything else. Standalone villas were rare and expensive. Chen Shuiyu said there was no rush, and they should keep looking until they found the most suitable one, since this was a new home and couldn't be taken lightly. Ah Hu grew anxious and explained that they'd already paid the deposit. Chen Shuiyu got angry, saying, "Why didn't you tell us first? You're not showing enough respect to the bride's family." Ah Hu had no choice. After hanging up, he ran his hand through his hair in frustration. Xiao Huzi was angry too, grumbling, "She's not paying a cent but still wants a standalone villa? Why? If we had the money, we could just buy Uncle and Auntie's whole compound. Then they'd really be happy. If they think we're poor, just say so. Why keep nitpicking? Maybe we shouldn't even get married." "Watch your mouth," Ah Hu scolded. "Is that any way to talk? You got their daughter pregnant. How can you not take responsibility? If they want a standalone villa and we can't afford it, of course they'll look down on us. If you're so tough, why don't you go out and make a fortune?" "Just wait," Xiao Huzi shouted, jumping up in a huff. "I'll go make money right now. Just watch me." With that, he stormed out of the living room. "Xiao Huzi," Cheng Tianyuan called, but the boy was already gone. Ah Hu grumbled, "Ignore him. That brat. He's getting more and more out of hand." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said, "When has he ever been obedient? You know he's just venting. Don't butt heads with him. Young people are rebellious these days. Do you really expect them to always give in to you?" "Useless kid," Ah Hu cursed. "Should have just had a roast pork instead." Cheng Tianyuan handed him a glass of water. "Calm down. You know your blood pressure. Take your medicine. It's hot, don't get so worked up." In this heat and with all the stress, high blood pressure was a real risk. If he lost his temper now, it could be dangerous. At a time like this, less trouble is better than more. Your mother's not well in Rongcheng, and Wang Ting needs to stay there to care for her. You're the only one who can handle the wedding. If you collapse now, do you think Xiao Huzi could handle it? Ah Hu was stumped, sighed, and took out his blood pressure meds. "You're right. I really can't fall apart now. If that brat handled things, he'd definitely mess it up." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, "Chen Jie is a bit vain, but she's not a bad person. Ling Ling has helped her before, so she's always been good to Ling Ling and gives her a lot of face. Why not let Ling Ling talk to her? Getting a townhouse in the city is already a big deal. Let's not make things more complicated." Over the past 2 months, Hu had been running back and forth between the south and the capital, worrying about his mother and his son, and had lost a lot of weight. Cheng Tianyuan had often set aside his own work to accompany him, and he was tired too. In his view, the townhouse was already beyond what Hu's family could really afford, but Chen Shuiyu didn't understand their situation and just kept pushing for more. If this kept up, the wedding would fall apart or something worse might happen. Some things, once decided, just have to move forward. There's no turning back. Earlier, when Shanyu was just over 2 months pregnant, the doctor said if she didn't want the baby, she had to decide quickly. Now the baby was almost 5 months along, her belly was showing, and an abortion would be very dangerous. Since they'd decided to get married and give the child a complete family, they had to stick with it. Hu had no choice but to ask Shuiling for help. Although Shuiling had never supported the marriage, she didn't shirk responsibility and took the initiative to call Chen Shuiyu. But Chen Shuiyu was full of complaints too, saying Xiao Huzi wasn't attentive enough to Shanyu, rarely messaged or video called her. She also complained that Wang Ting, the future mother-in-law, didn't care enough about her daughter-in-law, rarely calling. On top of that, she felt Hu's family didn't value the marriage, were too stingy, and couldn't even provide a wedding house that satisfied Shanyu, so what else could she expect? Shuiling could only explain that Hu's finances hadn't been good in recent years, and Zhao Huzi's career was just starting. She hoped they could give the young couple some time. After all, Zhao Huzi had just turned 18 and couldn't be expected to have a successful career overnight. After some more grumbling, Chen Shuiyu finally agreed, saying a townhouse was fine as long as the neighborhood was nice and life was convenient. Lingling, in the end, I'm just thinking of Yu. She's our only daughter, and of course we want the best for her. Marriage is the biggest event in a woman's life. How can we not be careful, right? Right, Shuiling agreed. You're right, it's important to be careful. But Yu's belly can't wait. The most important thing is to keep things simple and get the wedding done soon. Chen Shuiyu asked about the townhouse, and when she heard it was in a high-end neighborhood and in the same community as Zhao Huzi's new club, her attitude changed quickly. All right, let's go with this one. How's the decor? Is it high-end? Shuiling explained. It's just mid-range, not luxury. Even if we wanted to renovate now, there's no time. Luckily, it's already furnished. We just need to buy matching furniture. Besides, new renovations can have odors that aren't good for the baby, so it's better not to. When Zhao Huzi makes more money in the future, they can buy another place and renovate it however they want. All right then, Chen Shuiyu agreed. With the wedding house settled, the wedding date was quickly set. But there was another disagreement about the wedding location. Chen Shuiyu felt that with Shanyu's big belly, she shouldn't travel, and wanted the wedding on South Island, where the weather and environment were better, and a seaside wedding would be romantic and classy. Hu disagreed, saying he was from Rongcheng and Xiao Huzi's roots were there. My mother and wife are both in Rongcheng. My mother can't travel. She's too old and just wants to see her grandson get married and have a child. How can we have the wedding without her? Besides, Zhao Huzi is marrying a wife, not joining their family. How can we hold the wedding on South Island? And so, the two sides were at an impasse again. Zhao Huzi was busy with competitions and had no mental preparation for marriage at all. What a hassle. I have to prepare for the Asia Regional Tournament for the next 2 weeks. I can't go anywhere. Either hold it in the capital or in Rongcheng after 2 weeks, or just forget it. Shut up, Hu said sternly. What do you mean, forget it? What kind of nonsense is that? If you dare back out now, I'll break your legs. Zhao Huzi scoffed. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Just let me know when you've decided. It has to be after 2 weeks, that's all I care about. The rest is up to you. With that, he stormed off again. Hu glared at his son's back, so angry he lost his appetite, tossing his chopsticks aside and gulping down a drink. Shuiling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged glances, not knowing what to say to comfort Hu. Liu Ying frowned and tapped her chopsticks. Hu, what are you doing? This is a happy occasion, a lifelong event. It's never easy. Zhao Huzi is still young. Why are you butting heads with him? Hu gave a bitter smile and sighed. Godmother, do you think I want to fight with him? I'm trying to discuss things, but that brat has no patience, never says anything constructive, just argues with me. She Ling's parents quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't. Kids this age are all like this, still in their rebellious phase, quick-tempered. As adults, we just have to be understanding. They're not thinking about us at all. Exactly. If you get angry when he's angry, it'll only get worse. A wedding isn't just a family affair, it's a big deal for both families, so you have to talk things through slowly. Ah-Hu rubbed his temples in frustration and muttered, "The Shan-Yu family, they're not easy to negotiate with. All they ever say is, we only have one daughter, can't do this, can't do that." So what? Liu Ying couldn't help but snap. You only have one son, right? Their girl is their only daughter, but Zhao Huzi is your only son. They only think about themselves. Why don't they think about you? Mom. Cheng Tianyuan shot his mother a helpless look. Don't stir things up. We just need to work through things step by step. If everyone keeps arguing, it'll only get messier. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu weren't easy to deal with, and Ah-Hu was already frustrated. If his own family started bickering too, who knew how long the wedding would be delayed? Liu Ying grumbled, I'm not wrong, though. Mom, have some soup, She Ling said gently, ladling her a bowl. Don't worry, Ah-Hu will handle it. Good things take time. We just have to be patient. It was already midsummer and the kids were on break. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong had just finished their high school entrance exams and were exhausted, begging for a long vacation. Shui Yang was about to go abroad for a competition and invited them to come along, promising to take them sightseeing after the contest. Big brother Cheng Huanran wanted to go too, so the four of them came to Shui Ling to ask for travel funds, hoping to go abroad together. Shui Ling agreed without hesitation, saying it was time for them to see the world. She generously gave them a large sum, split between the two older brothers, and reminded them to take good care of their younger siblings. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit worried and suggested sending 2 bodyguards with them. The elders were too old to travel, and although the 2 older boys were adults, they lacked experience and might not know how to handle things abroad if something happened. She Ling agreed and had 3 bodyguards quickly apply for passports. Because She Yang had a green channel, his siblings benefited too, and soon all the paperwork and tickets were ready. A little over a week later, She Ling and Cheng Tianyuan took them to the airport. A week passed in a flash. The kids sent messages and photos whenever they had time, checking in almost every day. They were having so much fun they didn't want to come home, saying they'd stay another 10 days or so. She Ling didn't mind, just told them to stay safe. With the young ones gone, the house was much quieter. Recently, Shi Jilian had quarreled with his wife and moved into Xinyuan, and with Ah-Hu as a guest, the compound wasn't too lonely. Ah-Hu sighed and said helplessly, I'll talk to Ah-Ching about it later. Why not just have the wedding in the capital? Shi Ling suggested. Both sides can compromise and hold it here. The wedding house is here, and after the wedding, Shan Yu will be living here anyway. It's better for her to come early. Ah-Hu said quietly, I don't really mind. But I can't ignore my mother. She was overjoyed to hear she'd have a great-grandchild, and she's been in much better spirits. She's already in her 90s. How many more years does she have? For such a big event, how can we not let her attend? It's just not right. Shi Jilian finished his ribs, wiped his hands and mouth, and said, How about this? If your mother can't handle a car or plane ride, why not bring her to the capital by cruise ship? There are several luxury cruises at the capital's port now. I remember your mother said she's good with boats. She used to row a fishing boat, so she shouldn't get seasick. Ah-Hu shook his head. Rongcheng is a small place. No luxury cruises stop there. Shi Ling's eyes lit up and she smiled. I have an idea. Uncle Jillian's suggestion is great. A cruise is smooth and spacious, and your mother can rest comfortably. If there's no luxury cruise to Rongcheng, we'll just send a private yacht to pick her and Wang Qing up. I have friends with big yachts. They sometimes lend or rent them out. I'll rent a nice one and have it go to the Rongcheng dock to pick up your mother. Amin and the others live by the river so they can help her board directly. Everyone agreed it was a great idea. The yacht is comfortable. She can stay on it for a few days with no problem. No need to take a bumpy car ride to the provincial city for a flight. Just board at the local dock. So convenient. Exactly. She loves traveling by boat. Ahu laughed. My mother's always wanted to visit the capital. If she can come for the wedding, it'll fulfill her wish. Great. Let's do it. Sister-in-law, please help arrange it. I'll cover the rental and crew. We'll bring Amin's family and some relatives to keep her company. It probably can't fit that many people, Xueling explained. Luxury yachts can't dock at the small river port in Rongcheng, and my friend's yachts are all private, so space is limited. Ahu thought for a moment. That's fine. I'll have Amin handle it. The main thing is to get my mother here. Others can come by car or plane. Then it's settled, Xueling said decisively. I'll go arrange the yacht right away. Xueling quickly arranged for the yacht while Ahu communicated with Chen Shuiyu's family, hoping to hold the wedding in the capital. At first, Chen Shuiyu was reluctant, but after Xueling also persuaded her a few times, she finally agreed. Shan Yu's pregnancy was going well. She was over 5 months along. Now that she was in the stable period, she could travel north by plane or boat. After discussing with Shan Yu, Chen Shuiyu decided they would head north in 3 days. The wedding date was quickly set for next Saturday. Ahu suggested holding the wedding ceremony at the townhouse, then going to a big hotel for the banquet. Unexpectedly, Shan Yu disagreed, insisting everything should be held in the hotel's main hall. He explained that he and his wife had many siblings, all planning to come to the capital for the wedding. He wanted to book over a dozen rooms at the hotel, so having the banquet downstairs would be much more convenient. No need to run around. Ahu hurried to look for a hotel. But next Saturday was a popular date, and all the big hotels nearby had been booked months, even half a year in advance. There are only a few big hotels nearby, and they're all booked. I checked several in the city center too, except for one that has an opening for an evening banquet. There's really nothing else. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit troubled. Can't you switch to an evening banquet? Evening banquets can be lively too. Guests can celebrate into the night, and since they're staying upstairs, it doesn't matter if it runs late. Ahu thought for a moment and said quietly, I asked about that one. The price is outrageous. It's 5-star chef quality, about 6,000 yuan per table. If we estimate 20 tables, that's 120,000. Renting the banquet hall and setting up the stage and decorations will cost another 50,000 or 60,000. Altogether, it'll be at least 200,000. Cheng Tianyuan asked, How much do you have left? Not much, Ahu admitted. The bride price and gifts added up to 1.2 million, which I've already sent to the Shan Yu family. Our customs are different and we live far apart, so I just sent the money and let them handle it. We bought some high-end furniture for the townhouse, upstairs and downstairs. That was at least 200,000. I only have about 100,000 left now. Cheng Tianyuan said cheerfully, No problem, I'll cover the rest. Borrow, Ahu frowned. Why are you paying? It's not your son getting married. Why are you so eager? Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look and said quietly, Xiao Huzi is like my nephew. It's only right for me to give a wedding gift. I'll just give him a red envelope later. Ahu sighed. Brother, you never realize how little money you have until you need it. I used to feel so confident thinking I had plenty of property and assets that I'd never have to worry about money. Who knew house prices in the capital would rise so fast? Everything's so expensive. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Don't just focus on the negatives. Your son is finally learning to work hard and start a family, and you're about to be a grandpa. Think of the good things. Haha. Ahu finally smiled. That's right. Our family is finally growing. My son's going to have a son. Haha. Cheng Tianyuan, who was never short on money, immediately handed Ahu a bank card. This is my wedding gift as an uncle. Ahu hesitated. How much is it? 200,000, said Cheng Tianyuan. Ahu was stunned and tried to give it back. Brother, that's too much. Cheng Tianyuan calmly explained, It's just my gift. Lingling and the parents have already discussed it. We're all chipping in to buy Xiao Huzi and his wife a car, so it'll be easier for them to get around. Now that Xiao Huzi was an adult, he could get a driver's license, and Xueling had already signed him up for driving lessons. Ahu was shocked and quickly shook his head. No, no, that's too generous. It's not for you, so don't be so polite, Cheng Tianyuan said. Lingling said Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu will probably stay here for a while, and Chen Shuiyu will likely stay to help take care of Shan Yu. Without a car in the capital, it's really inconvenient, especially with a baby on the way. They'll need their own car. Chen Shuiyu's family had 2 cars back on South Island, but since they weren't planning to live in the capital long term, they hadn't bought one here. The last few times she stayed in the capital, she always complained about taxis being inconvenient and unsanitary. Now that Shan Yu is pregnant, if they didn't have their own car, Chen Shuiyu would definitely be unhappy. Xue Ling also felt the young couple needed a car, so after discussing with the elders, they decided to gift them one. Ahu took a deep breath, moved to tears. Thank you. Soon, the banquet hall was booked. Ahu also reserved 15 hotel rooms for the guests, all scheduled for the weekend of the wedding. 2 days later, the yacht arrived in Rongcheng. Amin's family and Wang Qing accompanied Ahu's mother onto the yacht, and they set off north. Wang Qing called, saying the yacht was beautiful and luxurious. Mom keeps saying it's like a palace on TV. It made us all laugh. She's in great spirits and eating well, so don't worry. Ahu reminded her to take good care of his mother and explained, Sister-in-law has already arranged for people to decorate the wedding venue and the townhouse. Ah Yuan has helped buy most of the daily necessities for the wedding house. It's pretty much ready. Wang Ting chuckled. Luckily we have Ling Ling and her family's help. Yeah. Ahu was a bit emotional but didn't dare tell his wife the whole truth. The family had spent a fortune to marry this daughter-in-law, sold 2 apartments, and still owed money on the wedding house. If Wang Qing knew, she'd probably feel some resentment toward the new daughter-in-law. Her health hadn't been good for years, and she couldn't handle any big shocks. She was a sensitive woman, so Ahu always tried to shield her from bad news, only sharing the good. Amin's family had never been to the capital, and they were all excited. He took the phone and asked with a laugh, Hu Ge, where are you now? At Ah Yuan's place. Is Ah Yuan there? Let me talk to him. Ahu laughed. What's the rush? You'll have plenty of time to chat when you get here. Just then, Xiao Huzi burst in looking grumpy. Ahu's expression changed, and he quickly wrapped up the call. Amin, be careful on the road. Rest well, don't skimp on food and drink. I've got things to do here, so let's talk later. He hung up. Xiao Huzi plopped down angrily. Dad, I just got scolded again. Ahu raised an eyebrow. Scolded? By who? Xiao Huzi muttered. Who else? You use Mom. What happened? What did she scold you for? Ahu asked. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes. She said I don't know how to take care of my wife, that I don't care about her at all, just nagging and nagging. Ahu frowned and asked, Well, are you considerate to your wife or not? Do you think your mother-in-law has a point? Xiao Huzi hesitated, then retorted, How am I supposed to be considerate? South Island and the capital are so far apart. What can I do? I'm busy out of my mind every day. When I have time, she's asleep. When she's free, I'm busy. I call, I text. What else can I do to be considerate? Ahu frowned slightly, but kept his patience and advised, They'll be here in the capital in a couple of days. Once you're living together, you'll have more chances and time. She's carrying your child. It's tough for her. You should show her more care and affection. Sigh. Xiao Huzi slumped on the sofa, sighing nonstop. Ahu glared at him and scolded, What are you sighing for? You haven't even started carrying the weight of a family. Whenever there's trouble, your parents step in and Uncle Yuan and Aunt Lingling help too. You don't have to worry about anything. No one's interfering with your career. With things this easy, what are you sighing about? You should be grateful. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes and muttered, I didn't expect getting married to be so much trouble. I'm starting to regret it. At first, he'd felt guilty toward Shan Yu, and his dad kept pushing him to take responsibility, so he'd agreed without thinking. But now, with all the wedding hassles, he couldn't help but feel some regret. Shut up! Ahu snapped. Say that again and I'll smack you. It's all set in stone now and you still dare say that? You're asking for it. Xiao Huzi shrank back and didn't dare say more. Ah Hu lectured. Your wife's carrying a big belly for you. When she gets here, you need to think of her more. Buy her good food and drinks, don't be stingy. Spend more time with her when you can. The wedding is set, she's your wife now. If you don't cherish your own wife, who will you cherish? Okay. And you need to call your mother-in-law and father-in-law mom and dad too. From now on, you're their child as well. Show them the same respect and love you give your own parents. They're elders. You'd better treat them well, understand? Okay. Ah Hu continued. You've seen how I treat your grandma, your uncles and aunts all these years. I may not be anything special, but you've seen how I treat people. You should learn from me. Okay. Ah Hu grew impatient. Enough with the okays. Don't just say it, actually do it. Okay? Ah Hu rolled his eyes. Anything else? If not, stop hanging around here with your okays. Get lost. I'm staying for dinner, Xiao Huzi said, pulling out his phone and scrolling without looking up. It's already after 5. I'm waiting for dinner. Ah Hu laughed and scolded. You really have no shame. This is your uncle's house and you act like you own the place. Shameless. Xiao Huzi muttered. They like me more than you do, don't they? Ha ha. Ah Hu burst out laughing. Just then, a tall, slender, scholarly figure walked in. It was Xue Heng. Ah Hu quickly stood up to greet him. Xue Heng smiled. I heard Xiao Huzi is marrying Yu from the Shan Yu family. Congratulations. Next Saturday evening, Gilan Hotel, Ah Hu said, shaking his hand warmly. You and your family must come. Give us some face and join the celebration. Of course, of course. Xue Heng looked at Xiao Huzi and teased. In the blink of an eye, this kid's going to be a dad. A kid having a kid, time flies. Ah Hu laughed heartily. Xiao Huzi gave an awkward smile. Xue Heng gave him a thumbs up and said quietly, Honestly, I admire your spirit. Starting a business at such a young age and becoming a dad so early, that's a kind of ability too. Keep it up. Congratulations in advance. Thank you, Xiao Huzi mumbled, face down. Ah Hu couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop teasing him. Even with his thick skin, he can't take that much ribbing. Not at all. Xue Heng shook his head, still smiling. I mean it sincerely. Ah Hu, I was over 30 when I got married, and it took years before I had a kid. Now I'm almost 50, and my daughter's still in elementary school. My health isn't what it used to be, and sometimes I secretly worry. If my kid waits as long as I did to get married and have kids, I might not live to see my grandkids. So I actually support young people having kids early. If you can, do it while you're young. Ah Hu gave a wry smile. His situation is a bit too early. If he'd waited 5 or 6 more years, that'd be better. He's just barely an adult, you know? Xue Heng tried not to laugh. It's a bit early, but better early than late. Ah Hu changed the subject. I heard you're doing great at the branch office. Making good money? It's all right, Xue Heng replied. The main office needs boxes and packaging, and the branch produces them. Lingling bought the production line, I manage it. It's all automated now. I just check the accounts and manage staff. Not too much work. That's great, Ah Hu said. No need to worry about sales. Easiest way to make money. Xue Heng chuckled. It's all right. Ah Hu asked, Just got off work? Yeah, Xue Heng smiled wryly. Came to mooch a meal and try to persuade my dad to go home. After retiring, his dad spent almost every day here, sometimes even during holidays. He was home maybe 60 days a year. His mom had complained a few days ago, so he packed a couple of changes of clothes and moved in, not going home at all. Xue Heng smiled helplessly. The capital's top mansion is just too comfortable. Great environment, good food, old friends to hang out with. My dad loves it here and never wants to go home. Now, after a few nagging words from my mom, he just doesn't go back at all. Ah Hu laughed. Let the old folks go wherever they're comfortable. If your mom feels lonely, she should just move in too. Look, your dad and Uncle Xue get along so well. The old folks go out together, garden together, watch TV together. What they need most is company. Otherwise, it's too lonely. That's why I have to persuade him to go home, Xue Heng explained. Otherwise, my mom's all alone. My brother's youngest is in kindergarten. My daughter and his son are both in elementary school. During the day, my mom's home alone with no one to talk to. That won't do, Ahu said. If your mom won't move in, then your dad has to go home. Sheheng nodded and went off to the back garden to find his dad. He found his uncle and his own father squatting by the vegetable patch, weeding and chatting. He walked over to say hello. His dad waved affectionately. Heng, come look at these cucumbers we're growing. Come on. His own father, on the other hand, frowned and asked, What are you doing here? Xue Heng smiled apologetically. Dad, I'm here to take you home. Xue Jilian still looked annoyed. Take me home? Don't I know the way? Can't I go home by myself? His son gave a wry smile. If you know the way and you can go home, then why don't you? Because I don't want to go home, Xue Jilian replied, perfectly justified. What are you going to do about it, huh? Xue Heng could only smile bitterly. Dad, give me a break. You have to think about Mom. She's all alone at home. It's so lonely and boring for her. The weather's hot and stuffy. She's in a bad mood, so of course she nags you a bit more. Just bear with it. A little patience and things will be fine. I've been patient my whole life, Xue Jilian snorted. Whatever she says, I listen. If I don't answer, she says I'm ignoring her. If I respond, she says I'm arguing. No matter what I do, it's wrong. Forget it. Let her talk to herself at home all she wants. Xue Heng tried to coax him. Dad, you and Mom have been married for decades. You know her best. No, I don't, Xue Jilian snorted. If I'd known she'd never change that temper and would only get more naggy and moody with age, I wouldn't have married her. Then neither of us would have had to suffer. What are you saying? Uncle Xue couldn't take it anymore and scolded. You're getting more and more outrageous. Who talks like that? There's no such thing as if only in this world. If there really was, no one would have regrets. No one would need to buy regret medicine. Under his cousin's stern glare, Xue Jilian's bluster faded, and he didn't dare say more. Uncle Xue continued, Your grandkids are all grown. You and your wife have been together most of your lives, and you're still talking about regrets? Shameful. You chose her, so you're responsible. She's worked hard for this family, gave you 2 sons, managed the house inside and out. How easy do you think that was? You had to work, but so did she. What do you mean, you suffered too? What kind of talk is that? It's not that, Xue Jilian tried to explain, frowning. You don't know her, Wuge. She nags all day long. Honestly, I'd rather she went out to work. When she's home with nothing to do, she just picks on me, says I do everything wrong. I really need to get out for some air. Then bring your wife with you, Uncle Xue shrugged. You're just using a guest room here. She can stay with you. It's just one more pair of chopsticks in the kitchen. What's the big deal? She doesn't like going out, and her legs aren't so good. Xue Jilian shook his head. Then find something she can do, Uncle Xue suggested. Isn't the senior university still hiring teachers? For first aid and such? Your wife's a doctor. She's good at that. Why not have her teach there? Just 1 class every 2 days. It'll give her something to do and be a good thing. Hey! Xue Heng perked up, smiling. Uncle, that's a great idea. I think it could work. The kids are all grown. She doesn't need to look after them anymore. When they're at school, she's home alone and gets bored, so she picks on Dad. She might not like it. Xue Jilian waved it off. She's got a bad temper, always in menopause. What if she drives the senior students crazy? Xue Heng chuckled. I don't think so. She's only tough on you. She's nice to everyone else. Xue Jilian snorted. She's got issues. I'm her husband, her partner, but she treats me like an enemy, always picking at me. Isn't that a problem? It's not that serious, Uncle Xue laughed. She just doesn't have anyone else to vent to. Look at your sister-in-law. She's always picking on me too. It's normal, nothing serious. Exactly, Xue Heng nodded. You brat. Agreeing with him? Xue Jilian was still annoyed. Your mom uses me as a punching bag, and you think that's right? Xue Heng quickly shut up, struggling not to laugh. Uncle Xue clapped the dirt from his hands and said gently, All right, it's not a big deal. No need to get worked up. After dinner, go home with Heng. Tonight, talk to your wife about my suggestion. I'm not going home, Xue Jilian shook his head. Dad, Xue Heng pleaded, you can't just never go home. If you don't, Mom will only get angrier. If she's angry, why should I go home? Just to be her punching bag? I'm fine here, don't bother me. Xue Heng said, of course it's nice here. This is the most luxurious, beautiful house in the capital. Who wouldn't like it? But you have to think about Mom. You have uncle and aunt here for company, but she's all alone at home. Zhao Han's at school, I'm at work, and she's by herself. She doesn't like TV or chatting with people. She's so lonely. Xue Jilian lowered his eyes, not as fired up as before. I'll wait a few more days before going back. You and Zhao Han should spend more time with her. On weekends, have Ah Huan and the kids over for dinner, or take her out for a walk or to the park. Even if he was angry with his wife, after so many years together, he still cared for her deep down. Xue Heng quickly seized the moment. Dad, no matter how much we keep her company, it's not the same as you? You said it yourself. You're her partner, and she's yours. You can't just abandon your post. Xue Jilian glanced at him and retorted, even the busiest jobs have shifts and holidays, right? Can't I take a little break from my post? Ha ha, Xue Heng laughed. You've had over a week off. Time to get back to work. Xue Jilian said nothing. Uncle Xue washed his hands and wiped them slowly. It's midsummer. The weather's hot and stuffy. Staying in an apartment all day can make anyone irritable. Heng, why not bring your mom over for a few days? Call it a vacation. It's cool here in the mornings and evenings with fresh air, moonlight, fruit, and old friends to chat with. She won't feel lonely. Uncle, that's too much trouble, Xue Heng said awkwardly. Dad's already here all the time and now bringing Mom too. It's settled, Uncle Xue said. Xue Heng hesitated, glancing at his dad, who stayed silent. That silence was as good as agreement. Xue Heng grinned and nodded. All right, I'll go bring Mom over soon. The next morning, Xue Heng brought his mother over. Xue Mama and Liu Ying hurried out to greet her, calling each other sister and sis, both delighted. Meanwhile, Xue Jilian kept a straight face, busying himself with the cucumber trellis, pretending not to notice anything. Mrs. Chen asked curiously, Where are the kids? Isn't it summer break? They went traveling abroad, Xue Mama replied with a smile. Liu Ying chimed in. They said they'll be back next week or the week after. It's hard to book return flights from overseas, so they couldn't set a date. Mrs. Chen beamed. Kids these days are so lucky. Xue Papa brought out 2 plates of snacks and called, Sister-in-law, come, come. These are Master Li's specialties from the main kitchen. Crab roe cakes and yam pastries. Try them. Ooh, something delicious. They're really tasty. Come on, have a bite, Xue Papa called. Jillian, come eat too. All right. Xue Jilian had no choice but to wash his hands and come over, helping to set out plates and chopsticks. His eyes flickered, his face calm as he handed a small plate to Mrs. Chen. She shot him a look, then took it. Xue Mama warmly offered, This is for you. Mrs. Chen quickly smiled. Thank you, sis. Here, you have some too. The elders gathered around the stone table, happily chatting and eating together. The awkwardness between Xue Jilian and his wife soon faded, and before they knew it, things were back to normal. 3 days later, Chen Shuiyu and Shan Yu arrived in the capital with their daughter. Ahu and Zhao Huzi drove to the airport to pick them up. Shan Yu looked a bit fuller than before, her complexion rosy and healthy, her belly clearly showing. She looked every bit the expectant mother. Zhao Huzi gave an awkward smile and greeted them. Ahu, on the other hand, was all smiles, enthusiastically introducing their wedding house and the preparations. Don't worry, we hired the best wedding company in the capital. Everything will be perfect. Although Shan Yu didn't have much affection for his future son-in-law, things had come this far, so he could only put on a brave face. All right, let the professionals handle it, Ahu said. The car's outside, let's go. We don't have a car in the capital, but luckily Ling Ling lent us a van and even arranged a driver. Chen Shuiyu, holding her daughter's hand, frowned in disapproval. If we're going to live in the capital, how can we not have a car? It's fine, Ahu said cheerfully. Xiao Huzi has already signed up for driving lessons. I have 2 cars, but they're both back in the provincial city. Too far to drive here. Uncle She and Auntie, plus my godmother, are planning to buy a car for Xiao Huzi and Yu as a wedding gift. The elders are so thoughtful. Hearing this, Chen Shuiyu's expression softened a bit. Yu, when you see the elders later, be sure to thank them properly. Shan Yu nodded obediently, sneaking a glance at Xiao Huzi, who was busy on his phone, his mind clearly elsewhere. Chen Shuiyu noticed too and shot him a glare, but he was too absorbed in his phone to notice. She rolled her eyes, annoyed. All right, I'm exhausted. Let's get in the car." Yes, Ahu led the way. "The car's over there, come on." Soon everyone got in. Ahu turned around, wanting to chat, but saw that Shan Yu was already dozing in his seat, while Chen Shuiyu was busy organizing things, so he closed his mouth awkwardly. In the back, Xiao Huzi played on his phone and quietly asked, "You doing okay? The baby's not giving you trouble, right?" "No," Shan Yu replied softly. "Very well behaved." "Oh," said Xiao Huzi, and then fell silent. Shan Yu, tired from the early morning travel and her pregnancy, soon fell asleep. Xiao Huzi was happy to have some peace and quiet. Over the next few days, Ahu and his son were busy running around preparing for the wedding. Wang Qing and Chen Min arrived with Ahu's mother, along with Chen Min's wife and 2 kids, plus Wang Qing's brother's family. Altogether, they needed 7 or 8 guest rooms. Luckily, Xinyuan was big enough, with plenty of rooms for everyone. Seeing so many guests, Shi Jilian and Mrs. Chen felt it was best not to stay any longer and found an excuse to return home. Chen Min felt a bit embarrassed. "1 room is enough for our family. The rooms are huge and it's hot. We can just sleep on the floor." "Don't worry," Cheng Tianyuan said. "The guest rooms were cleaned yesterday and all the bedding is ready. The place is big. No need to worry about space." Still feeling bad, Chen Min said quietly, "Ahu's family, the Shan Yu family, our 2 families, plus my aunt, there are so many people it must be a lot of work to feed everyone." He knew Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling were always busy and didn't want to impose. Yuan, how about this? The place is so nice, we'll just enjoy staying here, but we'll eat out. The capital has plenty of restaurants." Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and shook his head. Ling Ling already planned ahead. The main kitchen hired 3 extra chefs and a helper for the week. With 5 chefs and a helper, there's no need to worry about meals. A couple of days ago, Old Li had called some friends in the business, and they quickly found 2 or 3 local chefs to help out. Since it was last minute and short term, they asked for double pay. Xie Ling didn't haggle, just asked them to work well together and make good food for the guests. Chen Min felt even more embarrassed, but just smiled sheepishly. "It's really too much trouble for you all." Cheng Tianyuan pretended to be annoyed. "After all these years of friendship, is a few meals really too much? Back when we worked at the supply and marketing co-op, we each had a little aluminum lunchbox and we'd just wolf down hot rice. When we worked the docks, we'd gnaw on hard bread and drink cold water together. Back then I had nothing and you never stood on ceremony. Now this is my own home, my own food, and you're being polite? No need for that." Chen Min laughed heartily. Xue Ling took time off work, leaving things to Zheng Duoduo, and stayed home to chat with Ahu's mother and her old friend Wang Qing. Wang Qing's health hadn't been good these past 2 years. Her complexion was poor, her skin a bit puffy, probably from staying up late caring for the elderly, and she looked tired. "Sai, I don't know what's wrong. I just can't sleep at night. I doze off for a bit, then wake up, and sometimes I just lie there until morning. The doctor's given me plenty of medicine, but nothing helps. On the yacht these past few days with all the rocking, I slept even worse." Looking at her graying hair and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, Xue Ling couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, remembering the gentle, elegant young woman she'd once been. "We're getting older every year. We really have to take care of ourselves." Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. "I want to take care of my health too, but this is just how life is. I have elderly to care for above, children to worry about below, and with my own health like this, I always feel overwhelmed. Sheling sighed. Auntie is getting old. Birth, aging, illness, and death are part of life. As children, we can only do our best. Worrying and feeling sad won't change anything. When kids grow up, they'll have their own blessings. You always see things more clearly than I do. Wang Ting shook her head. I really can't. Whenever something happens, my mind gets all tangled. I can't eat or sleep, and I've been like this since I was young. Sheling asked, Do you need me to recommend a doctor? I'm already on medication, Wang Ting said with a wry smile. The doctor's been treating me, and I've been taking medicine all along. Sheling said gently, Try to keep your spirits up. Menopause makes it easy to get irritable and have insomnia. I bought you some supplements for your energy and blood. Take them twice a day, morning and evening. They're easy to prepare, just warm them up. You're too kind, Wang Ting shook her head. I can't accept them. They look expensive. We've already troubled your family so much, eating and taking things, it's really too much. Sheling gave her a playful look. You think you can be polite with me? We've been friends for so many years, just take them. All right, Wang Ting nodded. I'll take them. Sheling said quietly, This brand is really good. A friend recommended it to me. I've had several boxes myself and found it helpful, so I bought a few more for you. If you find it works, just call me and I'll send you more. Okay. Wang Ting looked her over. You look great. So energetic. I'm really envious. Sheling laughed. I haven't been too busy lately. I've learned to take it easy. Wang Ting teased. I don't believe it. You, take it easy? What, you've made enough money and don't want to earn more? Not at all, Sheling replied honestly. I've trained a few capable assistants who are doing a great job and have taken a lot off my plate. Zheng Duo, Uncle Zheng's youngest, has been with me these past 2 years. Now he handles a lot of the board's business. I'm planning to promote him to VP next month. Young people are energetic and have fresh ideas. I feel I can't keep up, so it's time to let the next generation take over. Wang Ting was skeptical. Letting others manage your company? Isn't that risky? Aren't you planning to leave the business to your sons? Ran and Yang are both outstanding. How can you let someone else run the family business instead of your own kids? It's fine, Sheling said. Whoever's capable should take over. My sons don't seem interested in business. They're all studying what they like. They're still young and inexperienced. I'm getting old and can't keep up with the times, so I need to let the younger generation take over. If my sons want to join the company, I'll give them opportunities, but if they're not interested, I won't force them. Wang Ting didn't quite understand. You have a big family business and 4 kids. In the end, the assets will still go to your children. It's something to pass down. Yes, Sheling replied, brushing it off, then changed the subject. By the way, did you prepare a gift for Yu? I did, Wang Ting said, looking a bit down. I gave it to her as soon as we met. She's always been a good kid. I really like her, but her mother seems a bit picky. Back when the family was well off, Ahu would buy her a set or 2 of jewelry or gold for her birthday every year. Thinking her daughter-in-law was about to join the family and carrying her first grandchild, she'd picked out the prettiest, most youthful set for Yu before coming to the capital. But her in-law had frowned, saying the bride should only receive new things, or it would be unlucky. Sheling quickly comforted her. That's their custom on South Island. We have to respect it. It's not that, Wang Ting frowned. That set of jewelry was never worn. The diamonds are bright and beautiful, and it's very valuable. But she still wasn't satisfied. Sheling smiled. Maybe you misunderstood. Chenjie is just straightforward. She only has 1 daughter. Her precious girl is getting married. Of course she wants the best of everything. Wang Ting sighed. Lingling, Xiao Huzi has always been a handful, and I'm really angry about what he's done. But what can I do? Shanyu is a good kid, I know that. It's just her parents. Sigh. It's complicated. There's no such thing as perfect in this world, Sheling said gently. You're from different places, but since fate brought you together as in-laws, just respect each other and be a little more tolerant." Wang Ting didn't say more, just nodded. Soon, the weekend arrived. With the wedding company's arrangements, the wedding was finally held successfully. Ahu's family and Shanyu's relatives and friends all gathered together. There were some small frictions and disagreements, but with Cheng Tianyuan and Lingling mediating, smoothing things over on both sides, everything went off without a hitch. That night, everyone ate and drank their fill and went upstairs to rest at the hotel. Xue Ling's family drove back to the compound. After several busy days, they thought they could finally rest, but that night, Zhao Huzi had a big argument with his mother-in-law, Chen Shuiyu, and things got ugly. Cheng Tianyuan had been drinking, and Xue Ling had had a few glasses too. Both slept deeply, their phones left outside, and didn't hear them vibrate. It wasn't until after 8 the next morning that they woke up. Just after washing up, Cheng Tianyuan got a frantic call from Ahu. Yuan, why are you only answering now? Zhao Huzi's gone missing. Shanyu's not feeling well. She's in the hospital." "What?" Cheng Tianyuan was stunned for a moment and quickly asked what happened. "That brat got drunk last night and made Shanyu throw up a few times. Then his mother-in-law scolded him and he got into a fight with her. He must have said something awful because she was furious, and Shanyu got upset and couldn't sleep. In the middle of the night, she started having stomach pains. We rushed her to the hospital. She's in the OBGYN at Renmin Hospital now. That brat hasn't answered his phone and now it's off. Yuan, hurry and help me find him and bring him to the hospital. Damn it, that kid." Oh God, what a mess. Not even a full day after the wedding, and this is what happened. Cheng Tianyuan hung up and quickly got dressed. "Wife, I'm going to the townhouse to look for Zhao Huzi. You go to the hospital and check on Shanyu." Xue Ling frowned and nodded. "All right, let's split up." When Cheng Tianyuan found Zhao Huzi, he was snoring away on the sofa in the townhouse, completely oblivious to the chaos he'd caused. Cheng woke him up, dragged him into the car, and rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, Shanyu was fine. She'd just had a bit of uterine irritation. Xue Ling explained. "The doctor said it was probably from too much running around, some fatigue, and not enough rest. Luckily, she's in a stable period now, so the baby wasn't affected. She'll stay in the hospital for a day or two, and as long as the fetal heartbeat and other checks are fine, she can be discharged." Hu and Wang Ting both looked grim and gave Zhao Huzi a scolding. Shanyu and Chen Shuiyu, though full of complaints, saw that Hu and his wife weren't coddling their son, so they finally swallowed their anger. After all, the most important thing right now was their daughter's health and the baby. Wang Ting looked pale, rubbing her temples. "Lingling, I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm so dizzy." Xue Ling supported her and said, "Zhao Huzi, you stay and look after Yu. Chen Jie Yuege, do you need to go home and rest?" Shanyu replied, "I can manage. My wife didn't sleep all night either. Please help me take her home to rest and we'll come back in the afternoon to take over." "All right," Xue Ling said. "You and Zhao Huzi stay. We'll head back first." Zhao Huzi hesitated, then muttered, "I have a competition at the club this afternoon." "So what?" Chen Shuiyu snapped. "Your wife and child are in the hospital and you want to leave them? Are you even a man? Don't you have any sense of responsibility?" Zhao Huzi's face darkened, cursing inwardly. Xue Ling nudged Hu, signaling him to smooth things over. Hu widened his eyes and said, "Well, my wife and I will come over this afternoon to look after Yu. This brat doesn't know how to take care of people. He needs to learn." Hearing he could slip away in the afternoon, Zhao Huzi stayed quiet. Cheng Tianyuan handed the car keys to Shanyu, saying gently, "There are other cars at home, so keep this one for now. It'll be easier if you need to go out and buy things." "Thank you," Shanyu said, accepting the keys. So Shanyu and Zhao Huzi stayed at the hospital while the others got into Xue Ling's van. The driver drove, a bodyguard sat in the front, and everyone else sat in the back. Luckily, the car was big and spacious. Chen Shuiyu sat in silence, her face cold. Wang Ting leaned against Hu, looking unwell. Hu, exhausted from the previous day and a sleepless night, fell asleep as soon as he got in, snoring softly. Xue Ling exchanged a look with Cheng Tianyuan, then went to sit beside Chen Shuiyu. Chenjie, your relatives from South Island are still at the hotel, right? Do you want to rest there or come back to the house with us? Chen Shuiyu, still giving Xue Ling face, suppressed her anger and said quietly, "To the hotel. My siblings probably won't fly back until tomorrow or the day after. It's rare to come to the capital, so we should look around before heading home." The wedding had been grand enough, and the banquet decent, so at least she and Shan Yu had saved face. But last night's drama had been so public that several relatives knew. How embarrassing. Xue Ling said gently, "It's fine. The rooms are already booked. Stay a few days and enjoy yourselves." Chen Shuiyu scoffed. "How could we? The rooms were booked by the in-laws. How could we stay for days? What if there's a big fight at checkout? We can't afford to lose face like that." She was deeply dissatisfied with Zhao Huzi's bad temper and lack of respect for elders. A few words and he'd throw a tantrum. With a man like that, her daughter was bound to suffer. Xue Ling's eyes flickered and she said quietly, "Chenjie, nobody's perfect. Zhao Huzi just became an adult. He's still immature. Since you've agreed to this marriage, you'll have to be patient for now. He's a rebellious kid. You can't expect him to act like a grown man. If you do, it'll only make everyone unhappy and hurt feelings." She'd never supported this kids having kids marriage, but both sets of parents had insisted on pushing these two together, even though they had little real affection. Now that it was done, there was nothing more to say. The consequences would have to be borne by both families. Chen Shuiyu's face twitched awkwardly, and she said nothing more. The car dropped Chen Shuiyu at the hotel, while Ahu and Wang Ting went back to the house, since Ahu's mother was still there. The hotel had central air and the rooms were chilly. Ahu's mother, being elderly, couldn't handle the air conditioning or the summer heat, so after the banquet last night, Chen Min and Cheng Tianyuan had carried her back to the house for the night. At the gate, Cheng Tianyuan woke Ahu. He nudged Wang Qing awake, ran a hand through his gray hair, and forced a sheepish smile. "Ah, Yuan, sis-in-law, about last night. Please don't let my mother find out." Cheng Tianyuan nodded, understanding. "Don't worry." The three elders were in the back garden with Ahu's mother, enjoying the shade, drinking tea and chatting, laughter ringing out from time to time. Ahu's mother sat in her wheelchair, looking lively and cheerful with her old friends. Her face was full of wrinkles and smiles, and though she'd lost all her teeth, her kindness shone through. When she saw Ahu and Wang Ting, she waved. "You must be exhausted. Yesterday's wedding, good. Ahu and Wang Ting both smiled. "Mom, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Do you like your granddaughter-in-law? In a few months, you'll be a great grandma." She laughed heartily, nodding. Seeing the old lady in good spirits, Wang Ting went to her room to rest. Ahu, unable to stay awake, made an excuse and went to sleep too. Xue Ling chatted with the elders for a while, then hurried back to work. Cheng Tianyuan had a shipment coming in at the warehouse and couldn't stay home either. He left before lunch. 2 days later, Shan Yu was discharged and went straight back to the townhouse. Chen Shuiyu and Shan Yu's relatives gradually left. Wang Ting's brother's family flew south, leaving only Chen Min's family at the house. Chen Shuiyu, worried about her pregnant daughter, decided to stay at the townhouse. Shan Yu had business to attend to and couldn't stay in the capital long, so he returned to South Island after a few days. Ahu and Wang Qing were in a bind, feeling stretched thin and at a loss. Yun is still young, and in half a month she has to start school early. I really can't leave her alone in the provincial city. Mom needs us to care for her day and night, so we can't leave. But if we don't stay to help with Yu, it just doesn't feel right. Yes. Wang Ting sighed. She's heavily pregnant, and as her in-laws, we can't just ignore her. Zhao Huzi, impatient, shook his head. What's so hard about it? Yu's just pregnant. It's not like she needs a whole crowd to look after her. You guys should go do what you need to do. If things get busy here, I'll just hire a nanny. What's there to worry about? He'd already married as they wanted, but his parents still had endless worries. If he'd known it would be this much trouble, he wouldn't have agreed to the marriage in the first place. Ahu snapped. What do you know? Her mother is staying in the capital, and if we don't help at all, it really doesn't look good. If Chen Shuiyu were easy to deal with, they wouldn't be so anxious. Over the past weeks, from the wedding house to the ceremony, from the bride price to the size of red envelopes, Chen Shuiyu had to ask about everything, compare everything, and even haggle over the smallest details. The more particular she was, the more careful they had to be, making sure to look after Yu Yu's feelings and not let any friction between the elders affect the young couple. Zhao Huzi pouted and muttered, Yu Yu's got a great temper. She won't hold anything against you. It's just her mom. Watch your mouth! Wang Ting scolded. She's your mother-in-law. What should you be calling her? Have some manners. Zhao Huzi buried his head in his phone and said nothing more. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, Wan Yun is still young. We really can't leave her alone in the provincial city. Your mother needs round-the-clock care and meals, so you can't leave her either. I suggest you bring your mother to the villa in the provincial city so you can look after both her and the child. As for Zhao Huzi, with Chenjie here and the baby not born yet, there's no need for so many people. When the baby's due, Wang Ting can come help. For now, just do what you can. Yes. Ahu nodded. We've already discussed it with Mom. We'll take her to the provincial city by yacht, but I'm afraid Chenjie won't be happy about it. Xue Mama, unable to hold back, said, Whether she's happy or not, you have to consider your own family's situation. You and Wang Ting aren't in great health, always on medication. You have elderly and children to care for. You can't just ignore them. These are real difficulties, not you deliberately neglecting your daughter-in-law. Exactly, Liu Ying agreed. You do what you need to do. If help's needed here, I'll come over. I'm the god-great-grandma, after all. It's only right for me to help. No way. Ahu shook his head firmly. Godmother, you're still strong, but you're getting on in years. We can't have you running around. My brother and sister-in-law would worry too much. Liu Ying patted his hand, choking up. Don't worry about me. Just take good care of your mother. I probably won't get many more chances to see her again. Ahu's eyes grew moist. Don't worry, Godmother. We'll look after her. Wang Ting looked to Xue Ling for help. We should tell Yu in advance, but will her mother be angry? She probably won't get angry, Xue Ling analyzed calmly. But Chen Jie isn't a generous person. She'll definitely feel a bit resentful. Wang Ting sighed, her tone unhappy. We really have no choice. Our families are so far apart, with old and young to care for. We can't just ignore them. We need more understanding on both sides, or being in-laws will be exhausting. It's just the beginning of the marriage, Xue Ling said seriously. Don't say things like that. If Chen Jie hears, she'll only complain more. Ah Qing, if you want others to be understanding, you have to be understanding first, especially when you know the other person isn't generous. Yes, you're right, Ahu agreed. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, but she said nothing more. Xue Ling thought for a moment and suggested, How about this? The townhouse is spacious, but Chenjie is getting older and might not be able to handle all the cleaning and chores alone. Shan Yu is pregnant and can't do much, and Zhao Huzi is out all day. You can't count on him. Why not hire a nanny now to help with the housework? That way Chenji won't be so burdened, and she'll have less to complain about. As for the cost, you can cover it. Exactly. I said that from the start, Zhao Huzi chimed in, excited. Ahu thought it over and agreed. All right, let's do that. We'll talk to Chenji about it tonight. But we don't know many people in the capital. Where do we find a good nanny? Xue Ling said, That's easy. There are plenty of domestic service companies in the capital. The company that cleans our place is reliable. I'll talk to the manager and have them find someone experienced with pregnant women and babies for the townhouse. Great, Ahu said. Sis-in-law, sorry to trouble you with this. It's nothing, Xue Ling replied, then reminded, When you talk to Chenjie, be careful with your tone. Being in-laws means being understanding. If she can't be understanding, then you have to be. That was the best way for both families and the young couple. Otherwise, there'd just be endless arguments and no happiness. The newlyweds had little foundation to begin with. Too much drama and the marriage wouldn't last. Ah Hu gave a sheepish smile. We'll do our best. Really. Wang Qing, however, looked unhappy and kept her complaints to herself. While packing, she grumbled nonstop. The bride price was too high, the house too expensive, the wedding too lavish, the costs for the couple too much. Even the nanny was expensive. Ah Hu sighed helplessly. Wife, didn't you hear what sis-in-law said? Enough. Stop complaining. Just think. We're about to be grandparents. That's enough. Wang Qing fell silent, burying herself in packing. Ah Hu lay on the bed exhausted, his voice full of helplessness. When we go to the townhouse tonight, let me do the talking. Don't say a word. His wife was full of resentment, and if she couldn't hold back against Chen Shui-yu, a fight would break out. How ugly would that be? Wang Ting snorted. 2 days later, everyone took the yacht south. After Chen Min's family arrived in the provincial capital, Ah Hu drove them back to Rongcheng. Ah Hu's mother stayed in the small villa in the provincial city, and Ah Hu and Wang Qing moved in with their daughter as well. Although Chen Shui-yu was never fully satisfied with her in-laws, she had to admit the nanny was diligent and attentive, so she stopped complaining. After all, the nanny handled all the chores in the villa, and she only needed to keep her daughter company and help with the pregnancy. Zhao Huzi was busy with competitions and sometimes didn't come home for 2 or 3 days at a time. Chen Shuiyu was quite unhappy about this, but since Zhao Huzi was generous with money, handing over thick wads of cash to his mother-in-law and buying Shan Yu expensive jewelry, she couldn't say much. She just told him to focus on work, assuring him that she'd take care of her daughter and future grandchild. In the blink of an eye, summer vacation was almost over. Cheng Huan Chong, the 3rd child, and Xue Xin, the 4th, had both been admitted to the top high school in the capital, and the school was urging them to register within 2 days. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly told them to fly back for registration. Dad, the earliest flight is tomorrow. We'll get to the capital in the evening. Cheng Tianyuan was furious and scolded the eldest and 2nd child who were in charge of the group. I told you half a month ago to come back. You kept delaying. Did you get someone else to sponsor you or what? The eldest quickly promised they'd be back the day after tomorrow, then hung up in a rush. Cheng Tianyuan asked She Ling if she'd sent them money. Otherwise, how could they have stayed abroad for so long? No, She Ling replied. The money I gave them would only last half a month at most. Cheng Tianyuan looked suspiciously at the 3 elders at home. It wasn't you, was it? How could it be? Liu Ying shook her head. I don't even know how to wire money. If you gave me money, I wouldn't know what to do at the bank. Xue Papa and Mama both shook their heads too. Cheng Tianyuan was still puzzled. She Ling, on the other hand, wasn't worried. The kids are grown up. What's there to worry about? Besides, they have 2 bodyguards with them. We don't need to worry about their safety. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Cheng Tianyuan forced a smile. Thanks for reminding me. After dinner, he quickly called the bodyguards to check in. The bodyguard, not daring to offend the boss, explained in detail. The kids had been sharing a room to save on rent, brainstorming ways to save money while having fun. A few days ago, young Master Shui Yang went to a casino and won a few thousand euros, which made him ecstatic. Huanran scolded him, but then the 4 of them went out to celebrate with a big meal. With that money, they decided to stay another week. The 3rd young master, who's good at drawing, had been making money every morning by sketching portraits for elderly people in the square, charging less than others, so he got plenty of business and had already made 200 or 300 euros. Huanran and the 4th miss also performed in the square for tips, though they only made a few euros. In a small town, the 4th miss saw an international chess tournament and quickly entered, winning first prize and 500 euros. They all went out for Chinese food to celebrate. Cheng Tianyuan. He sighed helplessly. All right, just get those little rascals back here. We'll talk when you're back. Be safe on the road. And stop calling them young master and miss. They're little troublemakers, not some noble heirs. The bodyguard stifled a laugh and agreed, then hung up. Cheng Tianyuan went to the bedroom and, not finding Xue Ling, looked for her in the study. Sure enough, Sheling was working late. She explained she'd be busy the next 2 days and told him to find time to register the kids at school. I don't have time either, Cheng Tianyuan said, shaking his head. Sheling raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you going on a business trip? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan explained. One of our suppliers suddenly started sending poor quality goods. 2 shipments in a row were bad. I wanted to return everything, but the boss kept trying to sell it to me at a discount. I refused, and he wouldn't take it back. So we've been at a stalemate for half a month. I'm going to go in person, settle the accounts, and end the business relationship. Sheling nodded in understanding. All right, go ahead. I'll make time to register the kids. If I can't go tomorrow afternoon, I'll go the day after. Don't be late, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. Here's the registration slip and the household booklet. They're in this little bag. The deadline is 5 p.m., don't forget. Also, the kids' flight lands at the capital airport after 10 p.m. Have the driver pick them up. Got it. No problem. Sheling quickly added everything to her phone's notes and put the bag in her briefcase. Cheng Tianyuan took out his ledger and sat on the other side, checking accounts. The couple worked in silence until after 11, when they finally went to shower and sleep. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan packed up to leave, but Sheling stopped him. Don't go alone. There are still 2 bodyguards at home. Take one with you. I'll feel better if you have someone with you. No need, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. The warehouse accountant is coming too. One more person won't hurt, Sheling insisted. The other side is clearly being difficult. If things get tense when you try to return the goods, it could get ugly. Not wanting her to worry, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. He switched cars, took a bodyguard, and set off. Sheling headed to the company, working all day until the new project meeting ended after 8 p.m. She went home, had a bowl of porridge and some greens, but was too tired to eat more, and went to bed early. The next morning, she rushed to a management meeting at the company. The day flew by, and she lost track of time until she checked her notes and realized it was already after 4 p.m. She hurried the driver to speed up to the capital's top high school. By the time she arrived, the teachers were already counting heads. There wasn't a single parent left on site. Sheling, a bit embarrassed, hurried over to ask. The lead teacher frowned. Why so late? Whose kids get into our school and don't show up first thing, all excited? Where are the kids? Why aren't they here? Sheling smiled apologetically. They're out of town and couldn't make it back in time. She couldn't exactly say they were still off having fun abroad. The teacher glanced at the registration slip and was surprised. 2 kids? Chenghuan Chong? Xuexin? Are they relatives? You're registering both? No, Xueling replied. They're both my children. Twins. The teacher was stunned, then broke into a smile. You're quite the young mom. Twins and both got into our top school. Just wait for them to grow up and be filial. You'll enjoy your blessings. Sheling couldn't help but laugh. Wait, and wait some more. Raising children is a long, hard road. All she hoped for was that they'd grow up safe and sound. As for enjoying blessings, she didn't dare hope for too much just yet. After finishing the registration and returning home, night had already fallen. The 3 elderly people had already eaten and were chatting while watching TV in the living room. Sheling greeted them, then went to the main dining room to eat. What's left from dinner? Just heat it up for me, that's fine. Old Li smiled and explained. There's only a little rice left, not enough for you. How about I make you some porridge and a few buns? That's too much trouble, Sheling replied. I still have to pick up the child later, so just some noodles will do. Keep it light, please. All right. Old Li bustled off to the kitchen. Sheling took out her phone, planning to call her husband to ask if everything was going well and if he'd eaten. But just as she took it out, the phone rang. It was She Heng. Sheling had to answer first. Hello? Ling, are you at the house? Did my dad go over there? Has he arrived? Xueling replied, I'm at home. Uncle Ji Lan didn't come by today. When was he supposed to come? Is he still on the way? He's been out for over an hour. Damn, He's not answering his phone and I have no idea where he's gone. Xueling frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Sigh. Don't even mention it. What could it be?" The old couple had another argument. "My dad's acting like a kid these days. Whenever he gets upset, he does the whole running away from home thing and then goes to stay at your place." Xueling chuckled softly and said, "They've been married so long, what's there to argue about? Don't worry, if Uncle Jilan shows up, I'll call you. Besides here, there's really nowhere else he'd go." This time the fight was pretty bad. He even shouted about getting a divorce. "I'd better go out and look for him. If he comes over, call me right away." Xueling couldn't help but ask, "Do you need help looking? My dad knows him best. Maybe he'll know where he went." "No, it's late. Don't trouble Uncle. He's probably just out for a walk to clear his head. I'll go look around the neighborhood." Xueling agreed and hung up. In summer it gets dark later, and it was almost 8 p.m. by now. Even so, the city center was still ablaze with lights and neon signs. She gazed at the night view for a while, then turned back to the dining room. Zhao Li had already brought out the noodles, steaming hot. Xueling turned the air conditioning down a bit and started eating slowly. Just then, the intercom in the corner buzzed. "Director Xue? Director Xue? Where are you? There's a woman in her 50s at the door, says her name is Zhu Achun, and she has something important to discuss with you." "Sister Achun?" Xueling quickly pressed the intercom and said, "Please bring the guest into the main living room. I'll come over as soon as I finish eating." She then sat down and quickly finished the rest of her noodles. When she went to the front yard, she saw the 3 elderly people had already surrounded Zhu Achun, chatting and laughing warmly. "Sister Achun!" Xueling called out with a smile. Zhu Achun hurriedly stood up and gave a slight bow. "Madam," Xueling laughed, "how many times have I told you, just call me by my name? You're older than me. You don't need to bow. I really can't accept that." Zhu Achun smiled gently. "Nonsense. You're a great benefactor to our family. You deserve all the respect. I heard from Duoduo that you're often busy until late. I didn't want to bother you at the company, so I came by in the evening. Sorry for disturbing you and the elders at home." "Don't say that. We're all old friends, no need to be so polite." "Exactly. Why be so formal? Come by any time, you're always welcome." Zhu Achun smiled, then glanced at Xueling with a flicker in her eyes. Xueling immediately guessed and smiled. "Sister Achun, let me take you to the study to look at something. Dad, Mom, you all stay here and keep watching TV. We'll be back soon." "Oh, go ahead, go ahead. Remember to make Sister Achun a cup of tea." Xueling led Zhu Achun to the backyard and into the large study. Once they were alone, Zhu Achun apologized in a low voice. "Madam, I really had no choice but to come see you tonight. Duoduo is still working overtime at the company, so I came while he wasn't home to ask you something." "What is it?" Xueling smiled. "Ask away." Zhu Achun chuckled softly. I wanted to ask, does our Duoduo have a girlfriend?" "Huh?" Xueling was momentarily stunned, then thought carefully. "No, he's always so busy. I've never seen him with any girls." Zhu Achun shook her head. "No, madame, think again. I practically raised Duoduo myself. If he likes someone, I can usually tell." Xueling couldn't help but laugh. "Maybe he just has a crush? He goes to work early every day and hardly ever takes time off. Plus, he doesn't seem like the type to date. He's always working overtime. Even when things could wait until the next day, he insists on finishing them before leaving. What girl would want to date such a workaholic? They'd barely see each other once in 10 days. Zhu Achun still shook her head. "No, I suspect the girl he likes also works for you." "Oh?" Xueling raised an eyebrow, then said, "That's possible. 60% of our staff are women, and there are plenty of young, capable girls. But I haven't noticed anyone particularly close to Duoduo." Zhu Achun gave a wry smile. "I think he might have a one-sided crush." Xueling laughed and took her hand. "Sister Achun, Duoduo is a great kid. No, I should say a great man now. He's good-natured, capable, and plenty of girls like him. If he really liked someone, he'd definitely tell you right away. In the blink of an eye, Duo was already 25 or 26. How time flies. The little boy from back then had grown up and learned to pursue what he loves. Ju Ah-chun smiled wistfully. I'm just worried he's troubled by love. Lately, I've noticed him staring blankly out the window, sighing to himself. He's always done well at work, so I don't think it's job stress. He had a relationship in college, but they broke up. Since he started working, he's been single. For him to suddenly act like this, it's probably a love problem he doesn't want to tell me about. She had raised him herself, so she noticed every little change. He shared most things with her, except for worries and troubles. He didn't want to make his aunt worry. I see. Sheling thought for a moment, then asked, How about I keep an eye out for you? Next time I get a chance, I'll try to sound Duo out for you, okay? Ju Ah-chun smiled warmly and squeezed her hand. Okay? That's wonderful. That's exactly what I came to ask you. You're so capable and kind, always willing to help. I knew I could count on you. Ha ha, Sheling nodded. You're making me blush with all this praise. Don't worry, I'll start paying attention tomorrow. I won't let you down. The two women held hands and smiled at each other. Sheling helped Ju Ah-chun call a taxi and walked her to the gate to wait for it. When you have time, come by more often and chat with my parents. They're getting older now, and apart from occasionally going to the senior university, they spend most of their time at home. Ju Ah-chun smiled warmly. Ever since Duo started working for you, I haven't had to worry about money at home. Duo told me to stop working and just enjoy my retirement, but I didn't agree. I'm just not the type who can sit still. If I had to stay home all day with nothing to do, it'd feel like being in prison. I'm still working as a cleaner at Runghua Mall, and sometimes I help the property management hand out flyers. Director Liao knows I'm getting on in years, so he gives me the easier jobs. Sheling smiled. If you enjoy it, keep doing it. Once Duo gets married and has kids, you'll probably be even busier. Ju Ah-chun laughed happily. That's what I think too. Oh, by the way, madam, there's something else I haven't told you. Taitu has graduated too, and his business is getting bigger and bigger. He sends money home from time to time. He also wants me to stop working, and he said he'll be coming back at the end of this year. Really? Sheling exclaimed. That's wonderful. The kid is finally coming home. Ju Ah-chun's eyes glistened with tears as she smiled with relief. It's been more than 10 years in a blink. Madame, you probably only remember what he was like as a teenager. Actually, he's the same zodiac sign as Yao Xin and Xiao Chong. He's already 28. Xueling was a little surprised, then smiled wistfully. Yes, more than 10 years have flown by. Little Titu from back then is now a 28-year-old man. Ju Ah-chun choked up as she explained. He said he misses all of us, especially Xiao Xin. That child has had a tough time. At first he didn't have any ID, so he had to hide and live in fear. Luckily, some local Chinese helped him, got him into small business, and eventually he got residency and could go to school. He studied and did business at the same time. When he graduated a few years ago, he told me he'd started a factory and planned to open more. I don't know how big it is, but the money he sends every year, it's quite a lot. I can't bear to spend any of it because I know it's all his hard-earned money. Sheling patted her on the shoulder and said gently, If you need it, you should use it. Taitu is very filial. Maybe he wanted to make something of himself before coming back to see you. That's why he stayed away so long. That boy is so stubborn, Ju Ah-chun said softly. Madam, you're right. That's exactly how he thinks. He calls me and video chats with Duo, so we can see his life. But he always says he'll come back later. Tells us to live well and wait for him. Xueling couldn't help but ask, So when he comes back, will he stay for good? Titu was always a strong-willed kid. He meant what he said. Back then, he wrote that he'd only come back after making something of himself. And all these years he's been doing business abroad and hasn't returned, probably still holding on to that promise. I don't know, Ju Ah-chun said with a soft laugh. As long as he's willing to come back, that's enough. Sheling nodded. As long as he comes back, that's what matters. When he does, you must bring him here. Tell him we've moved to a new house. He has to come and meet his old neighbors. He misses you all too, Ju Achun said. He's told me many times that your whole family are good people, and that Duo will definitely learn a lot and make good money working for you. Ha ha! Xueling laughed heartily. Don't underestimate Duo. I've learned even more from him. Sister Achun, I have some good news for you too. Ju Achun looked at her expectantly. About Duo? Yes, Xueling explained. I'm planning to promote Duo to vice president of the group next month and give him 2% of the company's shares. The group's business had stabilized, and she felt it was time to step back and let the younger generation take over the company's future. Although she understood business, she was getting older, and her ideas weren't as fresh and innovative as the younger generations. So the future of the group had to be handed over to them. Duo was outstanding, her key protégé, and the first to be promoted as the new vice president. Ju Achun didn't really understand shares or how much 2% was worth, but the position sounded very high, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Is Duo really suited for such a position? He's only been with you for 2 or 3 years. Shouldn't he learn more and wait a few more years? No need, Xueling explained with a smile. He has great potential and ability, and he's very serious and responsible at work. He's my biggest assistant now, and my future successor. Let him get used to the position first, so he'll be ready to take over from me. What? Ju Achun asked in surprise. Madam, you're still so young, there's no need to step down. Besides, how could Duo compare to you? And your own children are also outstanding. There's no need. Don't worry, Xueling interrupted. I believe Duo can do it, so he can. I'll give him a small share, and the rest will go to my children. If they're interested in business, they can learn from me and Duo. If not, they can do what they like. So far, none of them are interested. Ju Achun said softly, Madam, I don't really understand these things, but I know you care about Duo. With you, I've always felt at ease. Just then, the taxi arrived at the gate. The security guard ran out, checked with the driver, and opened the door. Xueling saw Ju Achun into the car, gave her a few reminders, and watched as the car slowly drove off into the night. She glanced at her phone. It was already around 9 o'clock. She was about to go back to her room to shower, but before she could get down the hallway, she was stopped by the 3 smiling elders. We want to go to the airport to pick up the kids. We want to go too. Looking at their excited faces, Xueling couldn't bear to refuse. The 4 children had been away for over a month. Never had they been gone so long before. The 3 elders had been waiting day and night, growing more and more impatient. Xueling immediately agreed. All right, the weather's stuffy anyway. It'll be nice to take you all out for a drive. I'll have the driver take the big van, and add a 6-seater too. Plenty of room for everyone to be comfortable. Let's go now. It's already 9, Xueling laughed. The flight's after 10, no rush. I'll just take a quick shower and change into something comfortable, then we'll head out. Hurry up, don't keep us waiting. Be quick. Xueling nodded with a laugh and hurried back to her room. A little over 10 minutes later, she helped the 3 elders into the car. The driver set off, with a security guard and another driver accompanying them, heading straight for the airport. Along the way, the elders chatted happily. Xueling didn't join in. Instead, she quietly sent a message to Xue Heng, asking if he'd found Uncle Ji Lan yet. Xue Heng was probably busy searching because it took a while for him to reply. No. I've checked all his usual spots and he's nowhere to be found. It's past 9 now, his phone's off, and I can't find him anywhere. I'm really starting to worry. Xueling thought for a moment and called the security booth at the entrance to their home. But they said no guests had come by. It had been quiet all evening. Xueling felt something was off and couldn't help but worry. Just then, on the other side of the car, Xue's father pointed out the window and asked, Lingling, look over there. What's that? Whoa, the car's going so fast it's already gone. Xueling couldn't see clearly and replied, It's probably a signal tower on the mountain. This is all highway, so we're driving fast. Dad, you're all wearing your seatbelts, right? We've got them on, her father replied. Ling couldn't help but laugh. Dad, where did you pick up that northeastern accent lately? Ha ha, her father laughed, explaining. Your mom and I have been watching northeastern comedies lately. We picked it up from there. It's all about family life, gossiping about this and that, but it's really funny. Your Uncle Jilan recommended it. He said as you get older, you appreciate these stories more. You can really relate. Oh, Ling mused, then asked, Dad, didn't Auntie go with you to the senior university? Her father shook his head. She went twice, but didn't like it. They wanted her to teach a class, but she thought about it and turned it down. She's too advanced for us, Liu Ying chimed in. The classes she'd teach, us old students wouldn't even understand. She's mother sighed, a little helpless. I don't know what's up with your aunt these past few years. She just likes staying home. She looks pale and doesn't seem to have much energy. Her father sighed. She argues with Zilan every few days, and her temper's gotten worse. Zilan says she's having a really late menopause. I don't know what to say. Lately, she's been busy trying to find a match for Ah Heng, hanging out with the neighborhood aunties, always comparing our family to others. But what's the point? Every family is different. There's nothing to compare. Ling's eyes flickered. It's not that no one wants Ah Heng. He just doesn't want anyone. At his branch office, there are several young women who have a crush on him, but he says his heart is calm as still water. Nothing can stir it. They'd been divorced for years now, and Zhao Han was already in elementary school. One quietly worked in the TV station's logistics department. The other went to work and picked up the child every day, living a peaceful, almost lonely life. She's mother gave a wry smile. He's only in his 40s, good-looking, a good person, and successful in his career. Nowadays, if a woman sees you have a house, a car, and you're a company boss, how could she not be interested? Liu Ying's expression darkened and she said seriously, I've told him a few times. If he meets someone he likes and she's good to the child, he should find a young woman to settle down with. He's only in his 40s, half his life still ahead of him. No need to be alone forever. Zhao Han will grow up and have her own family. Why should he spend most of his life alone? She was old, but not blind. In that marriage, it was her own daughter who was at fault, not her son-in-law. Her son-in-law was only in his 40s, talented and wealthy. There was no reason for him to live out his days as a widower. Everyone fell silent. It was a difficult topic. Maybe Xue Heng had been hurt too deeply and hadn't recovered, and with his daughter still young, he didn't have the energy for anything else, so he never looked for another partner. Seeing everyone quiet, Liu Ying added, He's probably worried a stepmother wouldn't love Zhao Han, and that's not unreasonable. How many stepmothers in this world truly love another woman's child? Very few. Ling sighed softly. This is Ah Heng's own business. Let him decide. If he finds someone, we'll support him. If he doesn't, we won't push him. Once you're in your 40s, with parents to care for, children to raise, and work stress, you just don't have the same passion for romance as when you were young. If he finds someone, great. If not, that's fine too, as long as he's happy. That was probably how Xue Heng saw it. Better to stay single than bring more complications into the house or risk his precious daughter being mistreated. My sister-in-law worries about this. That's why she's always unhappy, Xue's father said quietly. She's been arguing with Jilan a lot lately, saying he doesn't care about their son, just plays chess and enjoys himself. Ling gave a wry smile. Earlier, Ah Heng called me and said the two elders had another fight. Uncle Jilan turned off his phone and stormed out, and they still haven't found him. Her father shook his head, frowning. How did it get so bad? Her mother comforted him. It'll be fine in a couple of days. Zilan's not a child, no need to worry. He's probably just out for a walk and will come stay at the house later. It's hot. Coming back at 11 or 12 isn't late. Once we pick up the kids, we'll all go home and wait for him. About 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the airport. Ling led the elders into the waiting area and found the arrivals exit to wait. It's past 10, right? Are they here yet? Ling took out her phone and called her eldest son. still off. She tried Xue Yang's phone, also off. They probably haven't landed yet. Their phones are still off. Her father squinted at his watch, puzzled. Didn't they say 10 o'clock? It's almost 10 past now. It's fine, Xue Ling explained. Long-haul flights can't be that precise. As long as they took off on time, they shouldn't be too late landing. After another 10 minutes, Xue Ling worried the elders might get tired standing and asked if they wanted to sit in the corner. No need, it's only been a little while. Our legs aren't tired. We're not that frail. Just then, Xue Ling's phone rang. Mom, we've landed, just waiting for our luggage. Xue Ling smiled. We're all waiting outside, hurry up! The elders all perked up with excitement. A few minutes later, Xiao Xin came running out, shouting, Grandma, Grandpa, Mom! Wow, it's Xin'er! Xin, my precious! The 3 boys behind her followed, dragging, carrying, or hauling their luggage, all beaming with youthful energy. 2 bodyguards each pulled a big suitcase, walking alongside. After a noisy, joyful reunion, everyone left the airport and got into the cars. Wow, the family car is still the most comfortable. After flying for over 10 hours, I'm exhausted. Grandpa, Grandma, we bought you so many gifts. Mom, where's Dad? Why didn't he come? Xue Ling smiled. He's on a business trip. He'll be back in a couple of days. The car was filled with laughter and chatter all the way until they got off the highway and headed toward Xinyuan. Hey, look, that person, isn't that Uncle Zhelan? What do you mean, isn't that? It definitely is. Wait, why is Uncle limping? What? Xue's father, whose eyesight wasn't as sharp as the younger one's, squinted and asked, Uncle, where is he? Over there, on the sidewalk. Uncle's leg is hurt? Why is he limping? Xue Ling looked carefully and realized it really was Xue Zhilan. Quick, stop the car! The van hadn't been going fast, so the driver, hearing the shout, slowly pulled over to the side and stopped. The doors opened, and everyone got out. They saw Xue Zhilan looking a bit pale, his right foot clearly injured, limping toward Xinyuan. Uncle Zhilan! Xue Ling hurried over first. The kids quickly followed. Xue Zhilan was a little surprised, but when he saw them coming out of the darkness, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Oh, it's you all. What's going on? Why is everyone here all of a sudden? Xue Ling supported him and explained. The kids landed tonight. We just picked them up from the airport. Uncle, what happened to your foot? Ran, come help me support him. Coming! Cheng Ran rushed over to help support Xue Zhilan's other arm. Uncle, did you sprain it? Xue Zhilan gave a wry smile. It was getting late, and while I was out for a walk, I accidentally stepped on a small stone by the roadside, slipped and twisted my ankle. Why didn't you take a taxi? Why walk with a sprain? Xue Ling frowned. Xue Zhilan explained awkwardly. My phone ran out of battery. I left in a hurry and forgot my wallet. Xue Ling didn't call out his storming out excuse, just said, Stay at our place tonight. Come on, let's go home together. At this point, Xue's father, leaning on his cane, also got out of the car. Zhilan, what happened? Xue Zhilan quickly waved, smiling. Wu Ge, it's nothing. Just a sprain, no big deal. Dad, don't come over, it's dark here and there aren't any streetlights, Xue Ling directed. Xin and Chong, help Grandpa back into the car. Adjust the seat so Uncle can sit by the door. It'll be easier for him to get in and out. Okay, the twins answered in unison. Uncle, don't walk anymore. Xue Yang squatted down and said cheerfully, I'll carry you to the car. Xue Zhilan laughed. No need, I can still walk. Let him carry you, Xue Ling said gently. With a sprain, the less you walk, the better. Come on, Uncle, Xue Yang urged. I'm strong. I can carry 200 pounds easily. All right then. Xue Zhilan didn't argue and climbed onto Xue Yang's sturdy back. The athletic young man easily carried his uncle to the van, the doors closed and the car set off again. Soon, they arrived home. Xue Yang carried Xue Zhilan straight to his usual guest room. Chung Huanran washed his hands, grabbed the first aid kit, and hurried over. "Uncle, let me take a look. If it's serious, we'll go to the hospital and get it wrapped." She Jilan laughed, relaxing on the sofa. No need. I'm a professional. Just a minor sprain. Rest a few days and I'll be fine." "Let the kids massage it and put on some ointment," She's father scolded. "You may be a professional, but you still feel pain, don't you?" Everyone laughed. Chung Huanran brought hot water and started soaking the elder's foot. "The ankle's a bit red and swollen, looks inflamed. Uncle, let's get the blood flowing, then I'll rub it with medicinal wine." She Jilan nodded. "I'll leave it to you, young folks. I'll cooperate." Xiaoxin had already changed clothes and brought in a few cups of warm water. "Uncle, Grandpa, have some water." "Good girl, thank you." Seeing the kids were taking care of things, Xue Ling slipped out, took out her phone, and called Xue Heng. Xue Heng was still out searching and was startled to hear the elder was hurt. "It's fine," Xue Ling said quietly. "Just a minor sprain. Ron's taking care of it. Stop looking and come home." But Xue Heng, hearing his father was hurt, couldn't relax. "No, I still have to come see him." Soon the sprain was treated. Xue Yang fetched his grandfather's spare cane. "Uncle, don't put weight on it for a few days. Use this for now." "All right." Xue Jilan took it without fuss, stood up and said, "Ah, much better. Not so sore now." Everyone laughed and said it was time to hand out gifts in the living room. "Uncle, you have gifts too." "Really?" Xue Jilan grinned. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." So everyone headed to the living room. Of the big suitcases, only 2 held clothes. The rest were gifts and goodies. The 3 elders each got presents: a massager, calcium tablets, and boots for seniors. Xue Jilan got a set of chess pieces and immediately pulled Xiaoxin over to play a game. Old Li brought out bowls of black glutinous rice and lily porridge for everyone. "Thank you, Uncle Li. Thank you." Old Li waved his hand, smiling. "No need to thank me. It's my pleasure." Xue Ling whispered to her eldest son, "Uncle Li's grandkids are still little. Give him a box of chocolates." Chung Huanran quickly did as told. Old Li tried to refuse, waving his hands. "I can't. These are special from abroad. Must be rare. I can't accept them." Xue Ling smiled. "It's just a box of candy, nothing expensive. Please take it." "Uncle Li, let your grandkids try them," Chung Huanran insisted, handing them over. "They're rich and creamy, different from the local flavor." Old Li gratefully accepted. "I'll come back later to collect the bowls. Enjoy yourselves." Xue Ling wasn't hungry and didn't usually eat late at night, so she hesitated about eating when Xue Heng arrived. "Hey, perfect timing. This bowl's for you." Xue Heng instinctively took it, glancing around. He saw his father sitting on the sofa, smiling as he played chess, eating from his bowl. He let out a sigh of relief. "He's all right?" "Just a minor sprain," Xue Ling said quietly. "Ron's already taken care of it. After a fight, a few days apart is good. Let Uncle stay here for now." Xue Heng pulled her aside, eating his sweet porridge as they talked. "They started arguing halfway through dinner. I didn't even get to finish eating." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "Where's Yao Han? Is Auntie with her?" "Yeah," Xue Heng replied. "Her routine is really regular now. Finishes homework, reads, then gets ready for bed. Whether I'm there or my mom is, she does what she's supposed to. I don't have to worry when I go out." Xue Ling lowered her voice. "Uncle and Auntie hardly ever used to fight, right? Why does it seem like it's gotten so frequent these past 2 years?" Sigh. Xue Heng gave a bitter smile. "My mom's temper really hasn't been good these past couple of years. Plus, her siblings all live far away, and they're getting older and not in great health, so she's anxious and worried. Lately, she's been busy trying to get me remarried. My dad told her not to push me, and she got mad and took it all out on him. After a while, my dad couldn't take it, so he just left dinner unfinished and stormed out." Xue Ling shook her head and said quietly, "This can't go on. You and Ah Huan should talk and try to persuade Auntie a bit more." "Yeah." Xue Heng sounded a little frustrated. "It's my fault too. I'm over 40 and I'm still making my parents worry and fight over me." Ling shot him a look and asked bluntly, "So what do you really want?" "Nothing, really." Heng gave a wry smile. "I'm not some kid in my 20s anymore. Of course I know what I want. Right now I just want to spend more time with Mom and Dad, raise my precious daughter well, and focus on my work. I don't want anything else." Ling eyed him suspiciously. "Living like a monk? How long do you think you can keep that up?" "You..." Heng chuckled softly and admitted, "I just don't have the heart for it anymore. I can't handle the drama. Maybe it's age, but just thinking about finding a new partner and starting a new family makes me nervous." "Yeah," Ling sighed. "I get it." His marriage had hurt him so much that he'd developed a fear of marriage. He had no desire at all to find a new partner. Heng said quietly, "I'll talk to Mom and try to get her to relax a bit." "Do it before summer break ends," Ling suggested. "Why not take Xiaohan and Auntie down south for a trip? Auntie's been here for years. She must miss her siblings back home. Take her to visit, let her see her family, and she'll feel better." Heng smiled and asked, "Boss, will you let me take a long vacation?" "Are you kidding?" Ling lifted her chin. "The branch won't collapse if you're gone for half a month. Go back and arrange your work tomorrow and leave the day after. Don't drag your feet." The branch mainly supplied goods to the group, with a single product line and sales channel. The staff could handle things just fine without their ornamental general manager. "Thanks," Heng grinned. "I finally see the perks of having a big sister as my boss." "Get lost," Ling laughed and scolded him. Heng wasn't about to leave. "The kids are all back. I'm going to snag some gifts." With that, he handed his bowl to Ling and dashed into the living room. That night, Jilan stayed at the house again. The next morning, Heng brought him a few sets of clothes. "Dad, I'm planning to take a half-month vacation and bring Mom and Xiaohan down south to visit Uncle and Auntie." Jilan was a little surprised, then nodded. "If your mom wants to go, take her. My foot isn't healed yet, so I'll stay put. Oh, help me prepare some red envelopes, one each for your uncle and aunt. If there are kids in the family, give them one each too. My bank card's in my wallet. Go withdraw some cash." "No need," Heng laughed. "I make tens of thousands a month. There's enough in my account to buy a villa." Jilan's face darkened. "You don't get it. It's my gesture. Just do as I say." Okay. Heng quickly agreed. The next day, Heng took Xiaohan and Mrs. Chen and flew south. Huan drove them to the airport, then went to check on his father, asking if he wanted to stay at their apartment for a while. "No," Jilan retorted. "How could your fancy apartment compare to the best mansion in the city?" Huan was speechless. Zilan continued, "Here I have company every day. I can chat, garden, and eat delicious, nutritious meals. When do you ever have time to cook for me at home? I don't like eating out all the time with you." Huan gave up immediately. "Fine, Dad. Stay as long as you want. Lingling and Yuan have never minded having you here." He packed up 2 boxes of freshly baked crab cakes and happily drove off, making sure to say he'd bring Xiao Yi and the kids over for a meal on the weekend. Having promised Sister Achun, Ling quietly observed Zheng Duoduo for several days, but found that he was just as busy as ever, showing no signs of being in a relationship. Thinking maybe she was too busy herself and hadn't watched long enough, she decided to ask her all-knowing secretary for help. Secretary Chen was surprised. "Assistant Zheng is dating? How come I don't know? Really?" Ling chuckled and whispered, "I heard maybe it's a secret crush." "That's definitely possible," Secretary Chen replied. Ling raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "You're sure? How do you know?" Secretary Chen smiled. "Very sure, and the other person is also in our group. Assistant Zheng comes in early every day, sometimes works late until 8 or 9. Even on weekends, apart from running, he goes hiking or fishing with colleagues. No other hobbies. Who in a relationship works that much overtime and spends weekends with coworkers? What girlfriend would put up with that? No way." Ling nodded in agreement. "That's what I thought too. But how do you know he has a crush on a female colleague? Secretary Chen stifled a laugh. He always sneaks glances at a certain deputy director during management meetings. I've even seen him following behind her, looking hesitant. On Valentine's Day, all the guys bought flowers for the women. Assistant Zheng bought dozens of little potted plants. Everyone else got a green plant, but only one deputy director got red roses. Wow, Xueling laughed. Who? Which department? Wait, the youngest deputy director is in her 30s, right? She knew the group's senior staff well. They were all her handpicked talents. Secretary Chen nodded. Yep, Deputy Director Xia Tingting from HR. Oh? Xueling immediately remembered. Her? Xia Tingting was a key recruit from a few years ago. Very capable, cool, and composed, with delicate features and a tall, well-proportioned figure. Not a classic beauty, but with a great temperament, the kind that grows on you. She'd started in HR, worked her way up from team leader, and was promoted to deputy director 2 years ago. Xueling couldn't help but ask, she must be 32 or 33 by now? Right, Secretary Chen confirmed. She's 3 years older than Assistant Zheng. Xueling laughed. That's great. An older woman is a treasure. Secretary Chen smiled wryly. But I don't think Director Xia sees it that way, or Assistant Zheng wouldn't be suffering from unrequited love. From your observation, is there any hope? Xueling asked, curious. Secretary Chen thought for a moment, then grinned. They say it's a mountain for a man to chase a woman, but just a veil for a woman to chase a man. But there's another saying. A woman can't resist a persistent man. Director Xia is single. If Assistant Zheng puts in the effort and shows some boldness, I bet he can win her over. Xueling thought of Zheng Duoduo's handsome, gentle demeanor and felt a headache coming on. Duoduo really isn't the type to be persistent and clingy. That's why he's stuck in a one-sided crush, Secretary Chen said. Xueling. Secretary Chen giggled. Director Xue, sometimes all it takes between two people is just a little spark. If you really want to help, why not give them a little nudge? Thinking of Sister Achun's earnest request, Xueling knew she couldn't just stand by. I'll help, of course. Duoduo's been with me for years. Suddenly he's 30. I always think of him as 25 or 26, but he's already 30. Right, he's 2 or 3 years older than little Taitu. Sister Achun said T2 is 28, so Duoduo must be 30. Time flies. Is it true that after 40 you start mixing up everyone's ages? I can't even remember how old I am, let alone everyone else. Secretary Chen stifled a laugh. That's normal. You have so much on your mind every day. How could you remember all that? You forget your own age. How could you keep track of everyone else's? Us women after 40 don't really want to remember our age anyway. Xueling laughed out loud. I knew asking you for help was the right move. Nothing in this company escapes your eyes. Come on, help me all the way. If I'm going to play matchmaker, give me some advice on how to do it. Secretary Chen leaned in and whispered a string of suggestions. Xueling nodded again and again. In a flash, it was the start of a new school year. Cheng Huanran, who was in a combined bachelor's-master's medical program, was now a graduate student. With a heavy workload and frequent hospital rotations, he went back to school a few days early to catch up on assignments and his thesis. Xue Yang, who'd lost a year or two to training, was finally reporting to the sports department at Imperial University this year. Cheng Tianyuan wanted to go with him, but Xue Yang said he knew the place well enough and didn't need his dad's help. He packed several sets of sportswear and daily necessities and headed straight to Imperial University. The twins were starting high school, and knowing how tough the coming years would be, they spent the last days of summer vacation playing as much as they could. Cheng Huanchong had already submitted all his comic drafts, and the editor said they'd be published in 2 months. Xue Xin was busy with chess tournaments and challenges from other players, so busy she forgot everything else until the day before school started. Hurry up and pack your clothes! Cheng Tianyuan frowned and urged, You'll be living in the school dorms from now on. Even if you can come home on weekends, you still need to bring daily necessities and a few changes of clothes. Xiao Xin pouted. Dad, can't we apply to be day students? Sangye and I both don't like dorm life. No way, Chung Tianyuan shook his head. You do as the school arranges. I'll pick you up Friday evenings and drop you off Sunday nights. 2 days at home a week is already pretty good. No special treatment, understand? But, Xue Xin pouted, I don't really know how to do my own laundry. Chung Tianyuan was surprised. Didn't Grandma already teach you? Your brother learned. Why haven't you? I think you're just being lazy, making excuses. Dad? Zhao Xin snuggled into his arms, acting cute. You won't see us for 5 days at a time. Won't you miss us? Chung Tianyuan chuckled indulgently. Kids grow up, just like little birds. They have to learn to fly on their own, face the world, and build their own nests and families. You can't hide under your parents' wings forever, right? As the youngest and only girl, Zhao Xin was naturally more spoiled by the elders. Her brothers never dared to act spoiled, but she did. But Xue Ling was always the strict mom. If the school says you live in the dorms, you live in the dorms. If other kids can do it, so can you. Like your big brothers, you'll get a weekly allowance, spend it wisely, eat well, and study hard. Okay. Zhao Xin nodded, looking aggrieved. Xue Ling lifted her chin. Go pack your things, underwear, outerwear, and don't bring too many dresses. You'll wear uniforms on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and your own clothes the rest of the time. Keep it simple. Okay. Zhao Xin didn't dare argue and slunk off to her room. Chung Tianyuan watched his daughter's pitiful back and couldn't help but soften. Maybe for grades 10 and 11 we could apply for day student status? We have a driver, so daily pickup and drop-off wouldn't be a problem. Xue Ling shot him a look and said quietly, Don't go soft. If other people's kids can do it, so can yours. Spoiling her too much isn't good. She already loves to act cute. You can't let her get away with everything. All right. Chung Tianyuan gave in, not daring to coddle his little girl anymore. About a month later, Zhu Achun quietly called Xue Ling to say that Zheng Duoduo had clearly been in a much better mood lately, smiling more, looking energetic every day. Xue Ling had noticed too and told her maybe good news is on the way, and to just pretend not to know for now. Everyone went back to work or school, and before they knew it, autumn passed, winter came, and another year was ending. After a meeting where she finalized the new spring product packaging, Xue Ling held a short meeting with Zheng Duoduo and several senior managers. Zheng Duoduo spoke confidently and logically, quickly convincing the others to invest in new technology. We can't rely too much on our suppliers for raw materials, or we'll eventually hit a bottleneck with price hikes. Importing cotton now is also a way to remind our suppliers. For the new product, we'll import some top-quality cotton, which will raise costs and prices. Some of the old-timers object, saying it goes against our group's values. But Director Xu and I want to launch it as a premium line, targeting professional women and affluent housewives. That means the marketing team needs to come up with a new plan fast. After the meeting, Xue Ling asked Zheng Duoduo to stay behind for a chat. Are you in a relationship? You've been hiding it for months, haven't you? Zheng Duoduo blushed and said quietly, Ling Lingjie, I knew I couldn't fool you. Yeah, it's going well so far. Good. Xue Ling gave him a thumbs up. Keep it up. Xia Tingting is a very independent, unique woman. I hope you win her heart soon. Zheng Duoduo smiled and thanked her, but then looked troubled, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Xue Ling blinked. Just say it. I'm not just your boss, I've been your big sister for over 20 years. Zheng Duoduo gave an awkward smile and said quietly, Her family's pretty well off, and her parents don't really approve of me. We're not at the marriage stage yet, but I've picked up on a few hints. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Not really approve? Zheng Duoduo gave a self-deprecating, shy smile and said quietly, To be honest, they look down on my background. They think I don't have much ability or money. Xue Ling was taken aback, then looked at him with sympathy. Duoduo, you're still young. You'll have plenty of opportunities. You're incredibly capable. You practically hold up half the management team for me. You're only 30. How could you possibly be wealthy already? Every successful person needs time to build up. That's what I think too, Jung Duoduo said softly. At first, Tingting had her doubts about me. She thought I wasn't hired through HR. Maybe I got in through connections. But after I proved myself at the company, she gradually changed her mind. Half a year ago, you put me in charge of recruiting 2 top sales talents and had Tingting work with me. During that time, she got to know me better and, finally, accepted my pursuit. Xueling didn't mention that she'd added a little spark herself. You're both serious, right? You're not kids anymore, and I think you're a great match. Xia Tingting was very independent and had a strong personality. Probably because of her good family background and abilities, she could be a bit proud. Jung Duoduo nodded. Sis, I'm really serious this time. Really, really serious. Back in college, I was young and clueless. I dated someone for 2 years, argued for a year and a half, and finally broke up. Now I'm 30 and I know what I want. Tingting and I love each other, and our relationship has been stable for half a year. We hardly ever fight. That's good. Xueling smiled. A stable relationship is most important. Everything else can be worked out in time. The other day, she told me her parents want me to visit for New Year's, Jung Duoduo said with a wry smile. I agreed, but I'm not confident. Her family is in business, and they're worth at least tens of millions. They sent her to study abroad, but couldn't bear for her to settle overseas, so they pushed her to come back after graduation. She worked at another company for 2 years, then switched to ours. Her parents heard I grew up with my stepmother, only have 1 apartment in the city, and just bought a car this year. They think my background is too poor. She's pleaded with them several times, so now they want to meet me before deciding. If I can't pass the New Year's test, it might be over. Xueling frowned slightly and said quietly, You can tell them I plan to promote you early next year, straight to vice president. Not just a promotion, but also a 2% share in the company. She didn't mention that part yet. She wanted to see his reaction first. What? Jung Duoduo was startled, then broke into a smile. Sis, you're giving me too much credit. Don't give me such a big title just to help me out. Xueling shook her head. I've wanted to promote you for a while. I just thought it might be too fast since you've only been here a few years, so I plan to wait until next year. You can ask Sister Achin. I told her about this more than half a year ago. Jung Duoduo grinned happily, but still shook his head. Sis, let's talk about it next year. Tingting trusts my abilities. That's why she chose me. As for her parents, I'll do my best to win them over. I really appreciate your help, but please don't mention it right now. Xueling raised her eyebrows, then grinned. Already 30, but still a bit reckless and proud. Still got that youthful spirit. Jung Duoduo shook his head gently. Sis, you watched me grow up. My family's had its ups and downs. Our finances were like a balloon, sometimes a lot, sometimes nothing. Only after my brother went south to Xiangcheng did things finally settle down for all of us. If I can't make money on my own, no matter how high a position you give me, I'll get squeezed out by the other execs. If I don't have good character, even if I had a mountain of gold, I'd lose it all. If her parents are that snobbish and don't value my ability or character, then I'll let Tingting decide. If she wants to break up, I'll let her go. I have nothing to hide from her. She knows exactly what I have. Xueling looked him up and down, watching his confident, elegant manner, and couldn't help but laugh softly. You already know what you want, but you're still pretending to hesitate. She had to admit, Sister Achin had raised him well. She used to think Duoduo lacked Titu's perseverance and maturity, but as he grew, his own strengths became clear. The grown-up Jung Duoduo was gentle, elegant, and upright. Jung Duoduo smiled helplessly. I really am hesitating. Xueling nodded. All right, then just get through New Year's first. I'm sure Sister Achin will support you. Just be yourself. No need to exaggerate or hide anything. If you're going to be family, you have to be honest. If her parents are half as insightful as Tingting, they'll be satisfied with you. Thank you, sis, Jung Duoduo said warmly. If there's good news, I'll tell you right away. If not, I'll just take some annual leave and bury myself in work. No, Xueling laughed. As your boss, I'd rather you didn't work overtime. Go have some fun instead. Best boss ever. Zheng Duo gave her a thumbs up. Xie Ling laughed and gave him a thumbs up too. Go for it. You've got this, Duo. After work, Xie Ling finished reviewing the last few proposals. Seeing it was getting dark, she packed up and headed home. Winter days were short and cold. By 5, it was already dark. As the driver pulled into the parking area, Xue Ling's sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar car in the middle spot. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. That car was the wedding gift she and the elders had given Xiaohu and Shanyu, but now it was mainly driven by Sister Chen. 3 months ago, Shanyu had given birth to a beautiful baby boy who looked like both parents. Both families were overjoyed. Even old lady Hu, bedridden, was delighted and kept urging Xiaohu to send her videos of her great-grandson. The baby had finally arrived safely, but new problems soon followed. Sister Chen insisted she couldn't stay in the capital long-term, saying she was worried about old man Shanyu alone on the southern island. Xiaohu had been muddling through for the past half-year, unable to afford a nanny, so he planned to keep the old housekeeper for chores and meals and let Shanyu take care of the baby herself. Sister Chen wasn't happy, complaining that Hu and his wife didn't care at all about Shanyu and their little grandson. Shanyu wasn't happy either. He felt sorry for his daughter, struggling to care for a baby on her own, and worried that as a first-time mom with no experience, she might not manage well. To make things worse, Xiaohu was still young and playful, and with the esports industry's upside-down schedule, he sometimes didn't come home for days, even though he lived in the same neighborhood as Shanyu. Sister Chen was very critical of him, and finally exploded, scolding both Ahu's family and Xiaohu over the phone. Xiaohu, being young and hot-tempered, refused to take the criticism, snapped at Shanyu, and then argued back and forth with Sister Chen. The women cried, the baby cried, the elders cried. Everyone was in chaos, and the commotion even spilled over to the family compound. Cheng Tianyuan, being Xiaohu's godfather and with god-grandma still at home, couldn't just ignore it. He quickly stepped in to calm everyone down and got both families to sit down and talk things through. Hu and Wang Ting joined the conversation via video call from their computer. They explained helplessly that their health wasn't good, and with the old lady bedridden, they really couldn't go to the capital to help with the baby. Wang Ting apologized, promising they'd hire a nanny, 2 if needed, and cover all the costs. Sister Chen angrily accused them of thinking money could solve everything, saying they didn't care about their grandson at all, and even snapped, "Don't think you're so great just because you have some money. Everyone can hire a nanny." Xiaohu immediately started arguing with her again. Cheng Tianyuan separated them and offered a solution. Hu and his wife would stay in the provincial capital to care for the old lady and their younger daughter who was still in high school. Xiaohu, now a father, needed to step up and take responsibility. He had to go home every day to be with his wife and child. Since Shanyu was physically weak and not very handy, they'd keep the regular housekeeper for meals and cleaning, and hire a professional nanny to help with the baby during the day and teach Shanyu some childcare skills. All costs for the housekeeper and nanny would be fully covered by Hu and Xiaohu. With Cheng Tianyuan making the call, Shanyu and his wife were satisfied and didn't say much more, just told their daughter to go to the family compound for help if anything came up. Xue Ling was there too and promised to help however she could. Now, Shanyu and Sister Chen were back on the southern island, but still worried about their daughter, so they flew to the capital every few weeks. Recently, they wanted to bring Shanyu and the baby to the island for the winter, saying the heated air in the capital was too dry and bad for the baby's airways. Xiaohu was eager to be hands-off and immediately agreed. Shanyu and his wife took their daughter and grandson to the island and stayed for over a month. Maybe this winter was just too cold. But old lady Hu's condition worsened. She was often unconscious, sometimes sleeping for days at a time. A few days ago, the doctor said there was nothing more they could do. Hu and Wang Qing, heartbroken, took the old lady back to their hometown. They hoped Shanyu could bring little Xiaohu to Rongcheng to see the old lady and attend her funeral. Shanyu and his wife agreed, But their fishery was extremely busy at year-end, so they couldn't take their daughter and grandson to Rongcheng themselves. They hoped Xiaohu could go to the island first, then bring Shanyu and the baby back to the family home. But Xiaohu had too many competitions at the end of the year and couldn't get away, so he wanted Shanyu to take little Xiaohu back on her own, and he'd go south after his matches. Shanyu and his wife were furious, worried that their 3-month-old grandson would be too much for their daughter to handle alone on the road, and refused. So, the two sides were at an impasse again. Last night, Ahu called Cheng Tianyuan several times, but they still couldn't find a compromise. Today, Xiaohu drove over, most likely about this issue. Xueling sighed helplessly and went straight to the living room after getting out of the car. Sure enough, Xiaohu, with dark circles under his eyes, was sitting between Liu Ying and Xue's mother, hugging a big pillow and staring blankly. Liu Ying handed him a pistachio. Xiaohu bent down and ate it, looking gloomy. Xue's father and Xue Zilan were playing chess near the heater, sipping tea. When Xueling entered the living room, Xiaohu gave a pitiful smile. "Auntie, I've been waiting for you." "You little rascal, you must be up to no good," Xueling scolded. Xiaohu hugged the pillow and shuffled over, looking miserable. "Auntie, my competition has 3 days left. This is the most critical time. Everyone at the club is hanging on, no one dares slack off. I really can't leave now. 3 days, just 3 days." Xueling gave him a look and said quietly, "Your grandma's condition isn't good. She might only have a few days left. Xiaohu, aren't you worried you might not see her one last time? She's been longing to see her great-grandson and hasn't even met him yet. Wouldn't she have regrets?" Xiaohu's expression changed, and he muttered, "No way. Grandma's been like this for years. It can't come down to these 3 days, can it?" "Who knows?" Xueling replied. "Some things are out of our control, like life and death. Can you guarantee she'll last 3 more days?" Xiaohu fell silent, running his hand through his hair in frustration and sadness. Xueling said, "Your dad told me last night your grandma can't speak anymore. Her breathing is barely there. I have a ton of things to do, just as important as your competition, but I'm still planning to fly south tomorrow to see her one last time." She sighed softly. "There are many opportunities in life, but some, if you miss them, you'll regret it forever. This isn't the last competition, right? There'll be more next year and the year after. But how many grandmas do you have? No one can say how long she'll hold on, right?" Xiaohu nodded lightly. "I'll go book a ticket." Xueling thought for a moment. "You should go to the island first to pick up Shanyu and your son. There aren't any direct flights to the provincial capital from there," Xiaohu said, a bit troubled. "It would take a whole day and night by car, and the baby would be fussy on the road. I told her to take a luxury cruise to the provincial capital, then have someone drive her and the baby to Rongcheng. It'll only take 2 hours. The cruise has nice suites, so 2 days and a night will be comfortable." "That sounds like a good plan," Xueling said. "When did you tell Shanyu?" "This afternoon," Xiaohu replied. "She's booking the cruise now, but hasn't confirmed yet. The island's small, but there are several big ports with cruises almost every day. If one port doesn't have a luxury cruise, she can go to another. I'll fly over tomorrow and meet her at the nearest port. The problem is, my mother-in-law is always picking fights with me. She probably won't agree." Xueling thought for a moment. "No rush. I'll call her and talk it over now." Just as Xiaohu had predicted, Chen Shuiyu seemed to have gotten used to disagreeing with him on everything. As soon as Xueling brought up the idea, she immediately shot it down. "There are all kinds of people on cruise ships and so many germs. How could I possibly feel safe letting you take the baby that far alone? Cruises are slow, 2 days and a night, and if the baby gets fussy, there won't be anyone to help. No, let's not do it this way." Xueling sighed softly and asked, "Sister Chen, did Xiaohu tell you the truth? Last night Ahu called us and said the old lady might not make it through this time." There was a long silence on the other end, then a low question. "Really? But hasn't their old lady always been pretty tough? When she was in the capital half a year ago, she seemed in good spirits." Xueling lowered her voice. "She hasn't been well for the past 2 years. When she came to the capital, it was just the joy of the occasion that made her seem better. For the past 6 months, she's been bedridden. This winter's been especially cold. Even with all the heating, she's struggled. Lately, she's been in and out of consciousness, sleeping most of the time. The doctor said it's just a matter of days now. Is that so? Then I'll talk it over with Shan Yu. It's the end of the year, the fishery has a ton of orders, and we're working day and night. We really can't get away. Ling Ling, we're old friends, so I'll be honest. Xiaohu really doesn't know how to take care of Yu Yu. It's her first time being a mom, she has no experience, and Xiaohu just leaves everything to the nanny and the babysitter. If it weren't like this, Shan Yu and I wouldn't have brought Yu Yu back. Shui Ling gave a helpless little laugh. Sister Chen, he's still half a kid himself. Don't be too hard on him. Aunt Hu had Xiaohu's father late in life, and then raised him alone after being widowed. Ah Hu is their only son. He married late too, and only then had Xiaohu and Xiaoyun. The old ladies lived a long life, and to see another generation, and a big, healthy grandson at that, is her greatest blessing. If she can see little Xiaohu, she'll have no regrets. Xueling's eyes filled with tears as she spoke. Sister Chen, for the sake of the old lady whose days are numbered, can one of you make the sacrifice and come with Shan Yu? Chen Shuiyu wasn't unreasonable, and quickly agreed. All right then. I'll go with Yu Yu. We'll hire an extra hand or two at the fishery to cover things. After hanging up, Xueling went to the bedroom to wash her face with hot water. Outside, someone was calling for dinner. She quickly grabbed a tissue, wiped her face, and headed to the dining room. With the kids all living at school and only coming home on weekends, most days it was just the 3 elders and the couple, usually just the elders at lunch. Today, with Xue Jilan and Xiaohu there, it felt a bit livelier. Cheng Tianyuan was helping serve, explaining as he brought out plate after plate of raw meat. It's cold, so I had the kitchen make a rich lamb broth. We'll have hot pot tonight. Great! Xiaohu patted his stomach. I'm going to eat my fill tonight, Liu Ying said with concern. No wonder, you're always eating takeout and all that instant stuff. You need to take care of your stomach, don't wear it out. Xiaohu grinned sheepishly. I know, Godgrandma. I promise, whenever I have time I'll come eat porridge and soup with you. When I'm not busy I'll take care of myself, but right now, I really don't have a choice. I'm so busy I barely have time to eat, so I just grab whatever I can. Shua's father said gently, It's good for young people to work hard, but you have to take care of your health. If you trade your health for money, you might regret it later. If you're lucky, you'll have time to fix it, but sometimes it's too late. All right, Shua's mother chided. Can't you say something nice? Xiaohu's only 18, young and strong, no need to nag. Young people hate it when elders go on and on. Aren't you an elder too? Shua's father teased. Everyone laughed. Xue Zilan, eating the lamb, praised, So tender, everyone eat more. Uncle, Ah Huan said your blood pressure's been high lately, Xue Ling teased. He told us not to let you eat too much meat and definitely no alcohol. Xue Zilan put on a mock angry face. You never took care of me a day in your life, and now you want to boss me around? Everyone burst out laughing again. Cheng Tianyuan gave him more lamb, extra greens, and a few slices of yam and lotus root. Less meat, more veggies, guaranteed healthy. Xue Jilan thanked him with a smile. A little later, old Li brought out a plate of shrimp dumplings and a plate of crab cakes. Xiaohu ate so fast he was huffing. Delicious. So good. This is the taste. Hot. Whew. Liu Ying fussed. Slow down. I'll have old Li pack some for you to take home. It's not like there isn't enough and no one's fighting you for it. Look at you, so impatient. Xiaohu gave a wry smile. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in days, Liu Ying blurted out. Already married and still living so rough? If you ask me, Yu's too delicate, and it's all because Shan Yu and his wife spoil her. Back in the countryside, one mom would raise a whole brood, 5, 6, even 8 kids, while working the fields and cooking. She's got 1 kid, 2 people helping, and those 2 on the island still complain all day. Why don't they see how hard Xiaohu works to earn money? Xiaohu snuggled up to her, mumbling gratefully, I knew Godgrandma loved me best. Mom, enough, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but say. Yu's situation is special. She's always been a bit delicate, and times are different now. You can't judge the new generation by the old standards. Exactly, Xueling agreed. Mom, your generation were real iron women. Kids today are all spoiled by their parents. You can't compare. The circumstances are different, so the standards can't be the same. Liu Ying laughed, showing off her new white teeth. I'm old and can't keep up with society. We old folks are just the leftovers, the ones nobody wants. Everyone laughed again. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan told the elders they planned to fly south the next afternoon. Xiaohu couldn't get an afternoon ticket, but luckily there's a late-night flight. The elders looked at each other, and finally there was only a silent sigh. Liu Ying murmured, "Heaven's about to take another one of us." The elders were all getting on in years and couldn't handle traveling back and forth across the country. Though they were sad, none dared to ask to go along. The next day, She Ling and Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly flew south, then rented a car to drive to Rongcheng. A little over half a month ago, the old lady, perhaps sensing her time was near, told Ah Hu she wanted to return to her hometown. Ah Hu didn't dare refuse, so he borrowed a spacious bus and brought her, bed and all, back to Rongcheng. Chen Min's family had already helped tidy up the old house so the old lady could move in. Ah Hu wanted her to stay in their apartment, but she refused, saying that Ah Hu's father had passed away in the old house, and she wanted to wait there for him to come get her. She smiled and said he'd been waiting for her for decades and she felt bad about it. But she'd raised Ah Hu, who then had Xiaohu, and now Xiaohu had a son of his own. The family line had continued and flourished, so she'd done right by them. Ah Hu cried so hard he could barely stand, clutching his mother's hand and refusing to let go. Chen Min and his wife also took turns keeping watch, not daring to leave her side. The old lady was always smiling, though she couldn't speak, drifting in and out of sleep, as if waiting for her family to gather for a final farewell. By the time Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan arrived in Rongcheng, it was already evening. After rushing from plane to car, both were tired. They didn't know where Ah Hu's old house was, so they first went to the Riverside Commercial Center to find Chen Min. The mall had been renovated a few years back and turned into a large supermarket, now 3 stories tall, much bigger than before. The factories in the industrial zone had either moved or closed, and the government had redeveloped the area into a commercial center. Chen Min took the opportunity to turn the mall into a big supermarket, with his wife as manager and dozens of employees. Business was booming. Rongcheng had changed a lot in recent years, with rapid economic growth. Many streets were unrecognizable, so they used GPS to find the commercial center. Chen Min got their call and waited for them at the entrance. "I'm in," Cheng Tianyuan called. Chen Min smiled and waved them over to park in front of the supermarket. The 3 greeted each other with big smiles. Chen Min explained, "Brother Hu asked me to take you to eat and rest first. The doctor gave Auntie an IV this afternoon and she's been asleep, so you wouldn't be able to see her right now anyway." "We'll follow your lead," said Cheng Tianyuan. "We've been on the road all day and need to freshen up before visiting." Chen Min, familiar with the area, took them to a luxury hotel to check in, then out for a good meal. She Ling shook her head with a wry smile. "Ah, Min, we're all family. No need to be so formal. We've been traveling all afternoon and are exhausted. Something light is fine. No need for a big feast." "Exactly," Cheng Tianyuan added. "We're getting older and can't handle rich food." Chen Min smiled wryly. "Me too. How about some fish congee? There's a riverside place nearby that makes great fish congee with fresh-caught river fish." "Perfect," She Ling said with a smile. "I haven't had river fish in years. I miss it." The 3 quickly agreed and headed to the small riverside restaurant. It wasn't big, but it was clean, and all 7 or 8 tables were full. "There's only one customer at the window. Would you mind sharing a table?" The server apologized. "We're really busy at mealtimes." Though the 3 were now quite well off, they'd all weathered tough times and didn't care about such details. She Ling nodded. "No problem. As long as we have a seat and some congee, we're happy." The server led them to the window. At the square table, each person had a side. The original customer was a chubby man in his 30s, wearing a thick gold chain and fiddling with the latest foreign brand phone. He glanced at Chen Min, then at Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling, noting their simple clothes but dignified bearing, and decided not to make a fuss. "Waiter, where's my congee? If it weren't for your decent food, I wouldn't bother driving here. The place is a mess, all kinds of people. You should upgrade the environment. Otherwise, I won't come back." The server smiled apologetically. "Thank you for your feedback. We'll improve. The fish is freshly killed and the congee takes time. Please be patient. I'll bring you some appetizers while you wait." The man sneered. "Watch out for the other cars outside scratching my luxury car. It's worth over $1 million. Not everyone can afford to pay for that." Yes, the server replied politely. "We have security cameras at the entrance, so don't worry." The man played with his phone, rubbing his gold chain. Chen Min chatted quietly with Cheng Tianyuan. Soon the server brought out some appetizers, 2 plates for the man, 3 for Shui Ling's group. Cheng Tianyuan handed disposable chopsticks to his wife, then he and Chen Min started eating. Shui Ling tried the cold seaweed salad and praised, "Very crisp, a little spicy, tastes great." Chen Min smiled and said quietly, "Sister-in-law, have as much as you like." By the way, after the renovations a few years ago, rents went up. The 2 Jiangwan neighborhoods are over 20 years old now, not new anymore. "With the new commercial center nearby, land prices must have gone up a lot?" Shui Ling asked. Chen Min nodded. "A lot?" The chubby man scoffed. "People with no money think everything's expensive. There's only so much land by the river. Whoever can buy it will see it appreciate. If you really have money, you can buy an acre or 2, no problem." The 3 were taken aback, then smiled politely. Shui Ling agreed, "Yes, if you have money, nothing's expensive." The man, eager to show off, pointed toward the river. "There's a big, undeveloped area over there, right next to Zhangyuan Phase 2. I heard that over 20 years ago it was dirt cheap, just a few hundred per acre. Now you can't even get half an acre for over $1 million. If I'd known back then, I'd have bought up the whole riverfront." "You couldn't have known it would appreciate so fast," Chen Min said with a laugh. The man said awkwardly, "If only I'd been born 10 years earlier. If I were your age, I'd have bought it all." Shui Ling nodded, calmly eating her seaweed. "Back then it was all fruit orchards. An acre was just a couple hundred, and the rougher land was only 100 or so." The man was stunned, then looked pained. "See? What a bargain. But they didn't even develop it. What a waste." Being accused of wasting and squandering good land, Shui Ling remained perfectly calm and just smiled. "The owner must have their reasons for not developing it. Rongcheng's riverside looks wide, but there aren't actually that many places suitable for building. Apartments with river views always sell well." The chubby man rolled his eyes. "Not developing, not selling. Classic case of sitting on the pot and not using it. My buddy tried to find out who owns it, heard the owner lives in the capital. Pulled a bunch of strings to ask, but even when he offered 800,000 per acre, the owner wouldn't sell. Totally unreasonable." Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. He was clearly unhappy. His wife could stay calm, but he couldn't. He couldn't stand to see her insulted to her face. It's a big piece of land. How could they just sell off a small part? Obviously, they're waiting for the right time to develop Phase 3. Chen Min was also annoyed and sneered, "If someone's really serious about buying, they can buy the whole lot. If you have money, the price doesn't matter, right?" The chubby man looked embarrassed, feeling like he'd just shot himself in the foot. "Well, it depends. My buddy's one of the richest in Rongcheng. Several luxury cars, 2 villas. He likes the river view, plus the government built a levee, so the whole row looks great for walking and exercise. The new mall is right next door, so it's convenient for everything. He could easily spend a few million, even 10 or 20 million, no problem." Cheng Tianyuan munched on peanuts and said mockingly, 10 or 20 million won't buy much land. And if the owner doesn't want to sell, even a few $100 million wouldn't make them budge." "A few $100 million?" The chubby man laughed. "Might as well buy a whole city. I told my buddy to keep asking. Once the owner goes bankrupt or their business fails, they'll definitely sell, maybe even lower the price themselves." Zhe Ling was a little surprised, then grinned. That's unlikely. Real business people, unless they're speculating on property, won't sell their land or real estate unless they're truly desperate. The chubby man shrugged and scoffed. Not that hard. A few failed investments and even the rich can lose everything. Ling just smiled and kept eating. At that moment, the fish congee arrived. Each person got a big bowl, fragrant and delicious. Ling praised. Brother Min, this congee is excellent, really tasty. Chen Min laughed. Glad you like it. Eat as much as you want. I was going to take you to a fancy hotel, but you insisted on something simple. Tomorrow I'll take you to try the new roast suckling pig feast. I hear it's great. Cheng Tianyuan and Ling said in unison. Sounds good? The chubby man glanced over, then snickered. Don't just listen to the hype. The price isn't cheap. That feast isn't just a pig, there are several expensive dishes. A few people can easily spend several thousand. Oh, Chen Min replied calmly. Thanks for the reminder. I can still afford to treat old friends to a few meals. The chubby man snorted. Didn't expect you to be so generous. Hope you're not just pretending to be rich? Cheng Tianyuan, clearly annoyed, said coolly, Young man, don't be so arrogant. There's always someone better out there. Chen Min's net worth was at least tens of millions, and with all the properties he'd accumulated over the years, probably even more. Hu had once sighed that, though he'd started out first, he'd ended up with just a few properties, while Chen Min, investing alongside Ling, had made a fortune. Now, with a big supermarket, plenty of capital and staff, and the right timing, it was another money-making venture. The chubby man glared at Cheng Tianyuan, looking like he wanted to explode. Just then, Ling's phone rang. She answered, said a few mm-hms, then instructed, Go apply to Assistant Zheng, just say I gave verbal approval. Whether it passes is up to him. I'm quite happy with this ad proposal, but I still think it could be a bit more creative. Take Assistant Zheng's opinion as final and send me the finished version. The chubby man stared at Ling, then at her phone. Ling finished the call and tossed her phone aside, continuing to eat. The chubby man's chopsticks froze. He stared at her phone. Where did you get that phone? Ling glanced at it. A friend gave it to me. It works well. The chubby man grabbed it, turning it over and over, stroking it excitedly. This is the XSX Global Limited Edition, 5th generation super luxury model, right? Only 20 in the world. Ling nodded. Yes. You? The chubby man gaped. Do you know how much that's worth? Is it fake? Chen Min and Cheng Tianyuan both looked displeased. Cheng Tianyuan snatched the phone back, wiped it, and put it in Ling's coat pocket. Young man, you should learn some manners. The chubby man blushed. What? I just wanted a look. The real thing costs hundreds of thousands. Lady, is yours real or fake? Real, Ling replied firmly. The chubby man snorted. What kind of friend has that much money? Who just gives away a phone worth hundreds of thousands? Ling smiled. He's a business friend. I invited him to invest in a project. He put in 200 million, and the profit was over 30%. He was so happy, he sent me a few cases of imported wine and 2 of these phones. He likes custom things and cares about appearances. He'd never give a fake. The chubby man. Ling finished eating and wiped her mouth. Cheng Tianyuan finished too and wiped his mouth. Chen Min smiled. You two wait by my car. I'll pay the bill. Okay. The couple left the restaurant. The chubby man's eyes darted around and he grabbed Chen Min as he was about to get up. Big brother, that lady just now. She's the owner of Wangjiangwan Phase 2 and the owner of that plot next door, Chen Min said, raising his eyebrows. She has so many businesses in the capital she can't count them all. Owns buildings, towers, and more. The city's most luxurious mansion is her family's. The chubby man. Chen Min smirked. The truly powerful are always low-key and humble. Those who shout and show off all day, how much do they really have in front of the real big shots, huh? The chubby man shrank back, forcing a laugh. I didn't recognize greatness when I saw it. Wait, are you serious? Really? Really? Chen Min paid the bill and left, ignoring him. As dawn broke, Xiaohu finally arrived in Rongcheng. He paid the driver, yawned, and headed toward the old family house. The old district of Rongcheng had changed a lot. Many areas were being renovated, the streets looked different, and even the buildings along the road had changed. So much had changed that, after years away, Xiaohu actually got lost on his way to the old house. It was still early, and with the cold weather, few people were out. He couldn't even find anyone to ask for directions. A bit worried, Xiaohu pulled out his phone and called his dad. No answer. He tried his mom, but she didn't pick up either. Looking around, he spotted some public exercise equipment by the roadside and wandered over to a swing. He plopped down, lazily swinging back and forth. Yawning again, he pulled his backpack over to block the wind, tightened his down jacket, pulled up the hood, and decided to close his eyes for a bit. He'd barely shut his eyes before he fell asleep. He hadn't really slept for 2 nights. He was startled awake by the sound of a passing car's horn. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, he checked his phone. It was already past 7. He also noticed 3 missed calls from his mom. He called her back. Wang Qing explained she'd been sleeping deeply and hadn't heard his calls, then asked if he'd arrived. Xiaohu didn't bother explaining. "I'm near the old house, but I can't find the way." Wang Ting scolded him. "Where are you? I'll come get you." "Nearby. Looks like a little park. I'm sitting on a swing and there are a few aunties exercising nearby." "Oh, you silly boy," Wang Ting laughed. "The old house is right across the street. The one with the gray walls, that's our old house." "Huh?" Xiaohu looked around and finally spotted the gray little house. The outline from his memory finally matched up. "I see it." Wang Qing came downstairs to get her son, squinting as she looked him over. It had been months since they'd last seen each other. He seemed taller but was skinny as a rail and looked pale. Wang Qing, always sentimental, instantly teared up. How did you get so thin?" Xiaohu slung an arm around her shoulders and chuckled. "Young people are most afraid of getting fat. You don't know how many people envy my skinny frame." Wang Qing was amused, but asked with concern, "Is the club still stable? Didn't you promise me you'd try not to stay up late? Look at you. You look terrible." "I'm fine," Xiaohu explained. "There are a lot of competitions at the end of the year, and with the time difference, I have to stay up for a while. After the new year, I'll be able to rest. The new recruits we signed a few months ago are doing well. Once they're up to speed, I can step back. Don't worry, Mom. I'm grown up now. I know what I'm doing." Wang Ting nodded, relieved. Her son had really matured in the 2 years since moving to the capital. He was steadier in both life and work, though he was still a bit playful and not very responsible at home. Well, it takes time. No one grows up overnight. Still, seeing his progress made her truly happy. Xiaohu asked, "Where's Dad? Which room is Grandma in?" "They're both inside," Wang Ting said. "It's been so cold these days, we put in a heater and a sun lamp in the room. It's so bright I can't sleep in there. Your dad's been by her bedside day and night. Go see your grandma." Xiaohu nodded and took off his backpack. "Mom, where's my sister? Didn't she come?" Wang Qing gave him a look. "She's not on winter break yet. She's got exams, and the teacher said she can't take time off. I also thought Grandma's condition was up and down, so I didn't want her to miss school. She'll come as soon as she's done." Sigh. "I do worry about her being home alone." "It's fine," Xiaohu comforted her. "Without you and Dad around, she'll grow up faster. Kids have to learn to be independent. The more you shelter her, the worse it is. Sooner or later, she'll have to face things herself." Wang Ting's eyes flickered. She knew he was talking about himself, but she just sighed and said nothing more. Grandma was bundled up in bed, wearing a wool hat, wrapped up tight, with only her small, wrinkled face showing. Ah Hu was sleeping on a folding bed nearby, facing the wall, unclear if he was awake. Xiaohu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his elderly grandmother, and his eyes instantly reddened. Wang Ting whispered, "Hold her hand, and call her name." Xiaohu rubbed his hands together, found her wrinkled, spotted hand under the covers, and gently squeezed it. "Grandma? Grandma?" There was no response. Her breathing was shallow, and she seemed to be sleeping deeply. Wang Ting poured him a cup of warm water and whispered, "Wait a bit and try again. Have you eaten? I'll go out and get you something hot for breakfast. How about meat buns?" No, Xiao Hu said, rubbing his aching stomach and glancing at his unconscious grandma and exhausted parents. Just get me some plain congee. Wang Ting was surprised, then smiled softly. Congee is good. You've been staying up late, your liver's overworked. We've all been burning the candle at both ends. Something light is better. Her son really had changed. He used to only want spicy, greasy fast food, or at least a meat bun or sandwich. Now he finally understood the value of eating simply and taking care of his health. Wang Ting left, and soon after, Ah Hu woke up. He looked sleepily at his son and croaked, "You're here?" Xiao Hu nodded. "Dad?" Ah Hu slowly sat up, putting on his coat with stiff movements. Xiao Hu looked at his father's gray hair and hunched shoulders and felt a sharp ache in his heart. His eyes reddened again. Ah Hu didn't notice. He glanced at his still sleeping mother, then went to wash up. Just then, the old lady slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Hu noticed and quickly took her hand, calling out excitedly, "Grandma! Grandma, I'm here! It's Xiao Hu!" As he called, he couldn't help but choke up and start to cry. "Xiao Hu." The old lady's lips moved, as if she was smiling. Ah Hu heard the commotion and rushed back. "Mom! Mom!" The old lady blinked slowly and made a faint sound in her throat. Ah Hu grinned through his tears. You finally woke up. You slept a whole day and night. We've been waiting so long." The old lady's lips moved again. She was clearly smiling. Ah Hu laughed, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Hu turned away, unable to hold back his own tears. The father and son helped the old lady sit up and gave her a few sips of warm water. After drinking, she seemed a little more alert. Child. Xiao Hu was a bit puzzled. "Grandma, do you want to see my son?" The old lady nodded gently. "He's already on the way. He'll be here soon. Grandma, you have to get better, okay? Didn't you always say you wanted to help me raise my son and grandson? We're supposed to have 5 or 6 generations under one roof. Right now, we're still far from that." The old lady's lips curled into a faint smile. Ah Hu helped her lie back down and quickly tucked her in. Xiao Hu couldn't help but whisper, "Dad, why not take Grandma to the hospital?" "The doctor said there's no point," Ah Hu explained. "She insisted on coming back to the old house. Your grandpa passed away here, and she says he'll come back for her, so she has to wait here." Xiao Hu didn't really believe in such things, but he was moved by his grandma's wish. The older generation's thinking was simple, sometimes even laughably so, but their feelings were the truest, the most intense. Suddenly he remembered the argument he'd had with Shan Yu before she went back to the southern island. She'd angrily asked if he'd ever really liked her, ever loved her. She said she'd thought love could grow after marriage, but he was never around. How could she build a relationship with thin air? She cried, heartbroken, saying he'd let her down, really let her down. She even said their marriage felt like just a responsibility for the child, that she'd hoped for too much, thinking they could fall in love. If she hadn't expected so much, she wouldn't have been so disappointed, so hurt. He hadn't known how to comfort her, so he'd just held their son in silence. In the end, Shan Yu left with their son for the south. Her reason was that the capital was too cold and the heating too dry, which wasn't good for the baby's airways and skin, so she had to take him south for the winter. But only the two of them knew their relationship had reached a turning point, and that point was dangerously close to divorce. Just then, Ah Hu yawned and said in a low voice, "You're really lucky, you know. You got to see your dad, even got to ride on his shoulders. In my memory, I barely have any image of my own father. In this world, the only one who really misses him is your grandma. I don't even know what he looked like." "Grandma and Grandpa, they must have really loved each other, huh?" Xiao Hu suddenly asked. Ah Hu was taken aback, not sure how to answer. "I don't know. They were matched by a go-between, and I heard they didn't even meet before the wedding. After they married, they didn't have kids for a long time. My dad worked on boats, fishing, and was gone for days at a time. Grandma grew vegetables and raised ducks by the river, waiting for him to come home. She was almost 40 and still hadn't gotten pregnant. Some people tried to talk my dad into marrying a younger woman, but he refused and sent them packing. Later, Grandma finally got pregnant with me, but Dad didn't live long enough to see me grow up, get married, and have kids. The older generation cared most about family lines, passing things down. Both Grandma and Grandpa wanted more descendants. She's been longing to see little Xiaohu. She's wanted that for a long time. Xiaohu was stunned, lost in thought. Hu left the room. After breakfast, father and son sat quietly by the old lady's side. The silence was heavy. Just then, Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan arrived. Chen Min brought them to the door, then went to buy more adult diapers for the elderly, leaving them to go in first. There was no joy in this reunion. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Xueling held the old lady's hand and called her name several times. The old lady's lips twitched, her throat made a gurgling sound, and then there was no more response. Thinking of the cheerful, lively Aunt Hu from before, Xueling couldn't help but burst into tears. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were red as he whispered, "Don't call anymore. She's already heard you." Wang Qing handed Xueling a tissue, sobbing as she talked about their recent difficulties. Xiaoyun is in the provincial capital taking exams, going to and from school alone. I worry about her, so I make her call me morning and night to check in. Shanyu and little Xiaohu still haven't arrived, and Grandma's been waiting for them. We're all so anxious. They're already on the way, Xueling explained. Sister Chen is with them, so she can help take care of little Xiaohu on the road. Wang Ting nudged her son. It's already past 9. Call Shanyu and check where they are. Xiaohu nodded, took out his phone and went outside to call. Wang Ting watched his thin back and murmured, Ling, he really has changed a lot these past 2 years. It's all thanks to you and Yuan, really. It's his own hard work, Xueling said softly. The competition was tough this year, and he's had a hard time. But he needs this kind of challenge to grow faster. It's painful, but he's stuck with it. Wang Ting's heart ached. She choked up. I wanted Hu to lend him some money, but Hu refused. He said unless Xiaohu asked for help himself, he wouldn't offer. Hu's right, Xueling said gently. Let him tough it out. If he really can't make it, we'll help a little then. If he can get through it, he'll be even prouder of himself. Wang Qing sniffled. Ling, you're still as strong as ever. Much stronger than me. Xueling took her hand and led her to a corner to talk. Wang Ting seemed to remember something and sighed. Ling, I ran into Liu Xing at the hospital a while ago. He's been hospitalized. They say it's an incurable illness. What? Xueling was shocked. What happened? Incurable? Are you sure? Yeah, Wang Ting said quietly. I asked old Liu. He's over 80 now, still in good health, always walking by the river. He said Liu Xing took early retirement and went to the provincial capital for treatment, but there's not much hope. Xueling frowned and sighed. Nothing can be done? Wang Ting shook her head. Old Liu said they've tried many hospitals, but it's late stage. His wife's daughter isn't his by blood, but Liu Xing raised her and loves her dearly. After she graduated, she got a job at the Rongcheng TV station. She's a really outstanding young woman. Now his wife and daughter are with him all the time. Old Liu said money isn't a problem, but money can't buy health or life. Xueling thought of her days at the Rongcheng newspaper more than 20 years ago. It all felt like a dream. She remembered that artistic young man who always had a camera around his neck and couldn't help but sigh sadly. I just hope he can be peaceful and happy in the days he has left. That afternoon, Chen Min took Cheng Tianyuan and his wife Xiaohu and Wang Ting out for vegetable soup. Wang Ting had been exhausted from many sleepless nights and had little appetite, but when she heard there'd be vegetable soup, she decided to join them. Xiaohu sat in the back with her, helping her with her coat and scarf. Chen Min caught a glimpse of this in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaohu's got his own family now, a grown man who knows how to care for and respect his mother. No wonder they say you can tell if a man's grown up by whether he's started a family and taken on responsibility. Xiaohu gave an embarrassed smile and said quietly, I'm still not there yet. Without his parents' support, and without Uncle Yuan and Auntie's help, he wouldn't be able to support his little family, let alone the big one. Take your time, Cheng Tianyuan chimed in from the front seat. You're still young and inexperienced. It takes time. Wang Ting was so tired she dozed off soon after getting in the car. Xue Ling, still saddened by the news that Liu Xing didn't have long to live, had no interest in small talk and just stared out the window, lost in thought. After the meal, everyone sat in a private room, quietly discussing the funeral arrangements. Wang Ting explained, Hu already told me. These days, a lot of the old traditional funeral rituals have been simplified. We're locals, so we'll just follow what others do. However other families handle it, we'll do the same. We'll need to invite some relatives and neighbors for a meal, so we have to book a venue in advance and also decide on the location for the funeral. Don't do it at the old house, Chen Min said with a frown. It's too small. Xiaohu suggested, let's hold the funeral at the funeral home and rent it for 3 days. We can rent 2 minibuses, plus our own car and my uncle's 2 cars. That should be enough. I haven't been around Rongcheng for years, Cheng Tianyuan admitted. I probably can't help much. Min, you know the area. Can you take care of the arrangements? Hu's not in great shape and has to look after his mother, so he's already stretched thin. Xue Ling added, Yuan is a godson, so by local tradition he should wear mourning and help with the funeral just like Hu. We should also cover half the funeral costs. We came prepared for that. Wang Qing's eyes filled with tears, and she said to her son, See, this is the benefit of having good friends. Whether it's a funeral or a wedding, the more people you have, the better the turnout and the lighter the burden. In the future, you'll have your sister to help, so it won't all fall on you. And when little Xiaohu gets older, you two should try to have more kids. Don't let the family line get too thin. Her mother-in-law had raised her husband alone, with only Hu as her child, so the family line was very thin. In their generation, it was just Xiaohu and Xiaoyun, still a single line. The older generation had no choice, but in their time, the one-child policy and their own age made it hard to have more. Shanyu was an only child, and so was Xiaohu. Both were still young, and their finances were better than before, so they should try to have more children, to keep the family line going. Xiaohu just mumbled, okay, and pulled out his phone, pretending to be busy. Just then, Hu called to say that Lu Xiaoyu and sister Jinhua were coming to visit the old lady. They'd heard that Cheng Tianyuan and his wife had returned to Rongcheng and wanted to see them after so many years. They asked where everyone was and said they'd drive over. Chen Min checked the time and said, Tell them to meet us at the office on the first floor of the supermarket. It's quieter in the afternoon. We'll drive back to the supermarket now and visit Auntie later. After hanging up, Chen Min drove Cheng Tianyuan and his wife to the Jialeduo supermarket. Cheng Tianyuan let Xiaohu drive the rental car, so he could take his mom back to the old house and spend more time with his grandma. As soon as they arrived at the supermarket parking lot, they saw Lu Xiaoyu and sister Jinhua waiting by the elevator. After so many years, their old friends now had gray hair and looked every bit the elderly grandpa and grandma. Lu Xiaoyu was as cheerful as ever, laughing. No wonder you're from the big city. You look at least 20 years younger than us. Sister-in-law, how are you still so beautiful? You haven't changed in 30 years. Xue Ling shook her head and smiled. No, time catches up with everyone. I have to admit I'm getting old. Not at all, Sister Jinhua said. You take such good care of yourself. You can't even tell your age. Everyone was happy to see each other. Once inside the office, they drank tea and chatted non-stop. Cheng Tianyuan asked, How's your health these days? Lu Xiaoyu gave a wry smile and sighed. Not great. When I was young, I worked hard and never felt it. Just thought as long as I didn't drop dead, I was fine. Only now, getting old, do I realize I overdid it. The past few years, everything aches. Arms, legs, back. Now all I can do is walk and eat. Can't do any real work. His wife, Jinhua, sighed. I'm not doing great either. I've always been heavy, And I used to think that meant I was strong. But after a while, the doctor said I had high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol. Now I can't eat this or that and have to take a bunch of pills. If I don't, I get sick. If I do, I'm always hungry. Getting old is just suffering. Chen Min shook his head. We're all getting old. After decades, how could our bodies not wear out? We all have problems. My back's bad. My wife's neck is bad. A group of people in their 50s and 60s, all sighing about how time flies and how their bodies aren't what they used to be. They had to admit they were getting old. Jin Hua asked about the kids, how old they were, what they were studying, when they'd graduate and start working. Xue Ling replied, "The eldest is in grad school studying medicine. He'll probably become a doctor. The second is a college freshman, busy with training and competitions. He wants to stay at the university as a PE teacher or coach. The third and fourth are much younger, still in their first year of high school at the top school in the capital. They board at school and only come home on weekends. Most of the time, it's just the elders at home. When the kids come back, it's lively and noisy." She pulled out her phone and showed them a family photo. Jin Hua and Lu Xiaoyu were full of praise. "All your kids are so good-looking, just like you and your husband. Wow, Grandma looks great too. They're all so tall and handsome, like TV stars." Xue Ling was embarrassed by the compliments and put her phone away. Then she asked, "Your grandkids must be pretty big now, right? In elementary school? I remember you had 5 kids, 3 girls and 2 boys, right?" "That's right," Jin Hua sighed. "A whole bunch of little troublemakers. The eldest daughter's okay, but the others are all a handful." Beside her, Lu Xiaoyu, half bent with age, echoed, "They're all little debt collectors. When we had them, we thought the more kids, the more blessings. But now we know. More kids doesn't always mean more happiness. Sometimes it just means more trouble." Everyone's expressions shifted a bit, unsure how to comfort them. Back when they ran the pig farm, it was the constant fighting between their 2 sons and daughters-in-law that forced them to close up shop. Later, during the division of the family property, things got so heated that Lu Xiaoyu ended up in the hospital from the stress. It was clear things hadn't improved, so no one dared ask further. But after so many years apart, Liu Xiaoyu and his wife couldn't help but vent to their old friends, taking turns to complain. "Our daughters are all married off. Around here, daughters just get a bit of dowry, but the family business and money go to the sons, and it's the sons who are supposed to care for us in old age. When the girls got married, we didn't ask for any bride price, just gave each a dowry, 50,000 each. At first everyone agreed that was fair, but when they saw the sons got houses, cars, and money, the daughters kept coming back to make a fuss. At first, the 3 daughters joined forces to complain. I secretly gave them a bit more money to keep the peace, so the daughters-in-law wouldn't get upset. But then the 3 sons-in-law got involved too. They insisted they'd help care for us in old age, said daughters should inherit too, and demanded we split everything up again. When the sons found out, they started fighting with them. The daughters-in-law wouldn't back down either. There were so many arguments, they even forced us to go to court. I was so angry, I grabbed a broom and chased them all out. The eldest and youngest sons fought, and their wives were no better, always stirring the pot. The eldest complained we favored the younger, always suspecting we gave him more. The youngest said we favored the eldest and his son, that he got less. We were stuck in the middle, getting it from all sides. The daughters fought with the sons fought with each other, the daughters-in-law treated each other like enemies. Even the sons-in-law didn't get along, always accusing us of favoritism. If they're not together, it's fine, but when they are, it's all black faces and arguments. In their eyes, we're the villains, not their parents. If I'd known it would be like this, I'd never have split up the family. We should have just kept raising pigs and making money. What we earned would have nothing to do with them. Why should we split our money and house only to be blamed for not dividing it fairly? They're all ungrateful, all here to collect debts." Everyone listened, not knowing how to comfort them. Liu Xiaoyu shook his head and said, "When they started fighting over the inheritance, I told my wife we should keep something for ourselves, since we're getting old and might not be able to earn much more. Thank goodness we did, or I don't know how we'd get by now. All they care about is our money and house, not a bit of filial piety." Chen Min frowned and couldn't help but say, "That's just too much." "More than too much," Cheng Tianyuan said angrily. "No conscience at all." Liu Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, his voice rough. "When we were raising them, no matter how hard it was, I never complained. But to them it all means nothing. They just hold on to their grudges. Now they're grown, and all they do is blame me for working too much and not loving them enough. I tell them, if I hadn't worked myself to the bone, how would we have survived? It's just infuriating." "Calm down," Jinhua said softly. "Don't make yourself sick. If you get sick, you'll suffer first, and then so will I." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes darkened, and he said gently, "You were right to keep something for yourselves. At least you don't have to ask them for money." "We couldn't get it anyway," Jinhua sighed. "They're all just waiting for us to die so they can split the old villa and whatever money we have left. Only our eldest daughter visits every few days, brings us food or medicine. The rest just show up at New Year's with their kids for red envelopes, then disappear for the rest of the year." Xue Ling noticed their clothes were old and patched. Even their cloth shoes had mends, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay financially?" "We're fine," Liu Xiaoyu said quietly. "Back then, I hid some money in the bank as a fixed deposit. Every year we just use the interest. We've lived through hard times, so we're careful with money, never wasteful." "But don't be too frugal," Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "Make your daily life comfortable. Buy what you need, eat what you want." "Exactly," Xue Ling added. "Money is meant to be spent for your own happiness and comfort, not saved up just to become a reason for your kids to fight and be unfilial." Liu Xiaoyu gave a helpless smile. "You're right, sister-in-law. It's just, we both have health problems. Can't eat much even if we wanted to." Jinhua's eyes reddened. "It's not that we lack money. We've worked hard all our lives but never thought we'd end up suffering from our own children." "Don't be sad," Xue Ling comforted her. "You don't need them to take care of you yet, so don't worry about them. If you're not feeling well, use your money to hire a helper." Jinhua nodded. "That's what I think too. We're old now. If our kids don't care for us, we have to care for ourselves." Chen Min thought for a moment and asked quietly, "Do you want someone to talk to your kids?" "No need," Liu Xiaoyu shook his head. "They're not stupid. They know what's right, they just don't do it. No point in talking. They're all in their 30s, not little kids. Whether they're filial or not is up to them. They'll have their own kids one day, and their children will treat them the same way. What goes around comes around." Jinhua wiped her tears. "Who doesn't want filial children and the joy of grandchildren? I can't help but smile when I see my grandkids. But they're not close to us. The daughters-in-law don't let them spend time with us." "Then maybe you should do what the ancients did," Cheng Tianyuan suggested. "If they're all after your remaining assets, call them together and say whoever is most filial will inherit. They'll all start competing to treat you well." "This?" Jinhua hesitated, surprised. "Would that really work?" Cheng Tianyuan countered. "If it doesn't work, it's no worse than things are now. So why not give it a try? It's not like they're being filial at the moment, is it?" Sister Jinhua looked embarrassed, then turned to Liu Xiaoyu. "What do you think?" Liu Xiaoyu hesitated, swallowing unconsciously. "We're just living off the interest now. When we're gone, they'll inherit everything anyway. Even if they're unfilial, they're still our children. The money can't go to anyone else. Sooner or later, it'll be theirs, so we might as well try it." "It might just work," Xue Ling agreed. Liu Xiaoyu nodded. "All right, I'll talk to them in a few days. Whether they do the right thing depends on their own conscience and their greed." Sigh. Jinhua let out a long sigh. Might as well try anything at this point. Chen Min's own kids were now about 15 or 16, and hearing all this, he felt a bit uneasy. "I guess I shouldn't spoil my two too much, or they'll just end up selfish and only thinking of themselves." Liu Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile. "Don't spoil them, or you'll just suffer for it later. Look at us. We're the perfect example of what not to do. My wife always said we had it tough as kids, so we shouldn't let our children suffer. Well, they didn't suffer. They ate well, dressed well, got an education, and we did all the work. All they care about is enjoying life. In their eyes, it's only natural for our generation to suffer. They never think that if we hadn't worked ourselves to the bone doing all the dirty, hard jobs, where would their comfortable lives have come from? Exactly. Chen Min nodded. Don't spoil them. Just do what's right. Xue Ling couldn't help but add, and make sure your kids get a good education and see more of the world. We can't say all highly educated people are filial, but generally the more educated someone is, the more reasonable and understanding they are, and the more likely they are to be truly filial. So education is still important. That's true, Chen Min agreed. The more they learn, the more skills they have, the better they can support themselves, and then they won't be so fixated on their parents' retirement money. Jinhua pursed her lips and sighed. It's partly our fault. There's only so much money and too many kids. It's never enough to go around. That's not the right way to think, Liu Xiaoyu scolded. Look at how greedy they are. If you had 10 billion, it still wouldn't be enough. Could you even make 10 billion? Jinhua fell silent, embarrassed. After hearing all this, Xue Ling quietly made a decision of her own. That afternoon, they went back to the old house to spend time with Ahu's mother, had an early dinner, and returned to the hotel. Rongcheng was cold at the end of the year, especially with a cold front moving in. Everywhere felt chilly. It was different from the north. In the north, even though it's cold outside, there's heating indoors, so you come home to warmth. In Rongcheng, it's cold both inside and out. The wind howls outside, and it's just as cold indoors. Now that she was older, Xue Ling felt the cold more. Back at the hotel, she changed into pajamas and dove straight under the covers. Cheng Tianyuan poured her a cup of hot water and asked, "Want me to go downstairs and get you some ginger tea?" "No need," Xue Ling smiled. "I'm not sick, just feeling a bit chilled." Cheng Tianyuan squinted at the neon-lit city outside and couldn't help but say, "Rongcheng has changed so much over the years. Winters don't even seem as cold as they used to. I remember we'd get several heavy snowfalls, sometimes even a blizzard." Xue Ling thought of those sweet, hard-working days of youth, and her lips curled up. "Back then, I loved making bone broth. Just throw in veggies, tofu, and whatever meat we had and call it hot pot." Cheng Tianyuan remembered too, pulling her into his arms as they reminisced about those good old days. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. The new village chief called me a few days ago. Luckily, I never changed my number, so he could reach me. He said our village is planning to build an apartment complex and every household will get a unit. The villagers have already pooled their money, and with the land rent from the village committee, they have enough to build 6 buildings. I told him our household registration is in the capital, and even if we went back, we have our own villa, so we don't need a unit. The new chief explained that the land behind the village is too small, and everyone wants to build on the land in front of the village, the land we leased out for factories. That area has better transport and a better environment, so they hope we'll sell it back to them." Xue Ling shook her head. "No, the lease isn't up yet. We can't just make the factory move. Besides, I'm not selling our land or property lightly. That's all we have left in the village. Just that land and the villa. We can't sell it all." "That's what I said too," Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. "Then he tried to persuade me to sell the 20 acres in front of the villa so they could connect it to the new complex and build another building and a park. He tried hard to convince me, saying it's a collective project for the village and hoped I'd be flexible. The land in front is for factories, which provide jobs for the villagers, so he didn't push too hard. But he hopes we'll consider the collective good, since our 20 acres are the only undeveloped land left in the village center. It's a shame to leave it unused." "You decide about that," Xue Ling smiled. "That land was left by your ancestors. You're the head of the family now. It's your call." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and explained, "Here's what I'm thinking. Don't sell it. Give it away. First, we don't need the money. Second, it's my hometown. If we give the land for apartment buildings and a park, it'll give the villagers a nice place to live and a park to relax and exercise. It's a way to do something real for my hometown. All right, Xueling smiled. That's a good idea. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Thank you, then it's settled. Xueling leaned lazily on his shoulder and said softly, After the new year, I want to talk to lawyer Hey Meow Meow about sorting out our family assets and making some adjustments. He raised an eyebrow. All of it? Xueling nodded. First, I'll quietly transfer my parents' assets to the kids. They're getting old, and I'm worried they might get confused later, so it's better to arrange things now. We'll pay all the taxes and do everything legally. The kids are ours. They grew up together and are close, so I don't think they'll fight over money. But you never know about future daughters-in-law or sons-in-law. More people means more opinions, and things can get messy. So I want to get everything in order first. Then we can discuss how to divide things up. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. What's this? Suddenly thinking so far ahead? I can't help it, Xueling replied honestly. After hearing about Lu Xiaoyu and Sister Jin's situation today, I just can't shake this feeling. Children grow up and naturally find their own partners, but the people they choose might not share the same heart. Siblings born to the same parents, growing up together, have a deep bond. But once interests and outside influences get involved, it's all too easy for relationships to break down, and in the end, families can fall out over money. There are countless stories of siblings falling out over inheritance. People don't mind having less, but they do mind things being unfair. To parents, all their children are equally precious, but when it comes to dividing assets, it's impossible to be perfectly fair. Even a small sense of unfairness can spark conflict. There are plenty of cases where siblings become enemies, or even worse, tragedies happen. I don't want my son and daughter to resent me in the future, and I certainly don't want to give them a reason to. We've worked hard our whole lives, and not everything we own will necessarily go to them, so I have to tell them in advance. When the kids were little, she never said anything, but now both are adults, and the twins are already 16 or 17, old enough to understand. I'll divide up my parents' assets first, then sort out my own and explain everything to them. As for real estate, I'll split it equally among the 4 kids. For shares and wealth, half will be divided among them, and the other half I'll put into a foundation. 80% of the annual returns will go to charity, and the remaining 20% will be for our own retirement. Sounds good, Cheng Tianyuan said after thinking it over. I have less than you, but I'll do the same. Half for them, half for us to retire on. Xueling nodded. Let's not tell them the exact numbers for now. I don't want them to get lazy thinking they don't need to work hard. Also, even though the assets are for them, they shouldn't inherit until they're 35, or maybe 40? 35, Cheng Tianyuan suggested. By then, they'll probably have families and kids of their own. Raising kids is expensive these days. Xueling thought for a moment. People say you really grow up at 30. By 35, they should be mature enough. By then, they'll have worked for a few years and seen the realities of life. 35 it is? Honestly, we don't need to worry so much, Cheng Tianyuan said with a laugh. It'll be years before they reach that age. Xueling gave a wry smile. But we're getting older every year. You never know what life will bring. It's better to be prepared than caught off guard. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, Luckily, the kids are all pretty low-key and don't have any bad spending habits. They're kind-hearted, but I do worry someone might take advantage of that. Trick them out of money or love, and they'd end up hurt. Well, Xueling said, that's something they'll have to learn for themselves. We can give advice, but we can't pick their partners for them. Some things just can't be controlled, and worrying too much is pointless. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, If we give them their inheritance early, it'll count as premarital property. Yes, Xueling agreed, but they won't get it until they're 35. Honestly, as long as their partners are decent people, we'd never treat a son or daughter-in-law badly. Good character is all that matters. Now's not the time to talk about finding partners, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Xueling laughed too, shaking her head. True, we're overthinking. I'll have lawyer he sort things out when we get back. Cheng Tianyuan looked out at the night. then called the home landline. After a while, Shuyang answered. He said that after dinner the elders had all gone to bed early and he was the only one left in the living room watching TV. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Did your big brother come home this week? What about your younger brother and sister?" Shuyang laughed. "Big brother didn't come back. He's got something important to handle. The younger ones are both home, but they've got a lot of homework and are in their rooms working." "So you're the only one slacking off," Cheng Tianyuan teased. "Your big brother hasn't been home in 2 weeks. Did he say what's so important?" "Oh, he wouldn't say," Shuyang muttered. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but suspect his eldest was dating. "Got it. By the way, remember to check on your grandma and grandparents. Don't turn the heat up too high and remind them to drink more water. Also, have the kitchen make some cooling soup tomorrow. Your brother and sister might be getting overheated with all this dry weather and central heating." "Okay," Shuyang agreed, then grinned. "Dad, I've got a school event next week. Can I have an extra 100 yuan for pocket money?" "Sure," Cheng Tianyuan agreed readily. "Have your big brother give you all your allowance? I've already sent it to his phone." Shuyang cheered and thanked him before hanging up. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered. He said quietly, "The eldest might be in love." Ling giggled. "That's normal. He's old enough. Our kids are so innocent. If not for that, you'd have been worrying about them dating too early in middle or high school." Cheng Tianyuan coughed awkwardly. "Aren't you curious?" "No." "Just going to pretend you don't know?" "We'll wait for him to bring it up. If he mentions it, we'll ask a few questions. No need to dig. Don't want to scare anyone off." "All right." Ling stretched and yawned. "I'm a bit sleepy. Cold weather always makes me tired, like I can never get enough sleep." Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "We're getting older. Being able to sleep and eat well is a blessing. Let's get some rest and visit Auntie again in the morning." "Okay." Ling tucked herself in and closed her eyes. She didn't know how long she'd slept before her phone rang. Groggy, she turned on the light and found her phone, squinting at the screen. Ahu. It was just after 3 a.m. Cheng Tianyuan woke up too, frowning. "Who is it?" Ling quickly answered, then froze. "We'll get ready and come right over." Cheng Tianyuan immediately understood, hurriedly got out of bed and grabbed his coat, then handed Ling hers. Ling put down the phone, her expression sorrowful. Ahu said, "Auntie just passed away." "What?" Cheng Tianyuan's face twisted in pain, and he ran his hands through his hair. "Let's get ready. Hurry over." Ahu's mother passed away in her 80s. Even though she lived a long life and passed peacefully without much suffering, her family was still heartbroken. Ahu cried so hard he could barely catch his breath, slumped by his mother's side, sobbing in a daze. Wang Qing, always frail, had mentally prepared herself but still couldn't accept it. She fainted twice from crying and had to be carried by Xiao Hu to the next room for an IV. Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min were busy making arrangements, contacting the funeral home, booking the hearse, and reserving a nearby restaurant. The hearse came in the afternoon to take Ahu's mother to the funeral home, and the family hurried to notify relatives and friends, letting them know the time of the funeral. Chen Min drove out to inform the older relatives and clan members while Cheng Tianyuan made phone calls. Ling took care of Wang Qing and Ahu. Wan Yun, after getting the news of her grandmother's passing in the middle of the night, asked her teacher for leave at dawn and rushed back to Rongcheng. Xiao Hu, worried about his little sister traveling alone, drove out to pick her up. The old house was quiet, with only Ahu's occasional sobs breaking the silence. It was the coldest part of winter, with a biting north wind. Ling shivered and quickly zipped up her down jacket. Wang Qing woke up groggily and looked at Ling beside her. "What time is it?" Ling checked her phone. 10:30. Wang Qing sat up, but Ling urged her to lie down and rest a bit longer. "You didn't sleep at all last night. Things will get busy this afternoon. Rest while you can." Sigh. Wang Qing let out a long sigh. She waited and waited, but still didn't get to see little Xiaohu. That must be her biggest regret. "Don't say that," Ling said softly, frowning. Ah Hu's mom passed away very peacefully with no regrets. She got to see her grandson get married and even had a great-grandchild. She was very happy. Wang Ting looked pale and said quietly, Shan Yu seems obedient and sensible, but she's not very responsible. Maybe it's because the elders spoiled her too much. She's not considerate of her husband, and she doesn't even think about honoring the elders. All right, enough, Shueling interrupted gently. What's the point of saying this now? Everyone's already sad about the loss. Adding more complaints will only hurt feelings. Now that they were family, they should be understanding of each other. Blaming and nitpicking would only create rifts. Wang Ting was still dissatisfied and muttered, Ling, I wouldn't say this in front of Xiaohu, but I'm just telling the truth. Over half a month ago, I told her to bring little Xiaohu to Rongcheng, but she kept making excuses about the cold. The only thing the old lady wanted was to see her great-grandchild one more time. What's wrong with that? Shan Yu is just too thoughtless. The old lady had been waiting to see the baby for months, ever since he was born, but in the end, she never got to. She'd even been talking about the little one the night before she passed. She's naturally gentle, not the capable type, Shueling said. I've told you this many times. You all know it. She's an only child raised by doting parents. She was sick for years and relied on her parents to care for her. You know that too. She's just in her early 20s, a first-time mom with no experience and not very capable. Of course she can't handle everything. Since you know she's not the strong, capable type, you should be more understanding. It's not that she's lazy or shirking, she just can't do it. Wang Ting couldn't find anything to say and just sighed. Shueling continued softly, Now that you're family, you should be understanding and caring. Otherwise, how can you live together? Ah Qing, you're a mother too. Don't act like a stereotypical mother-in-law. Treat her like your own daughter with love and care. But she's not my daughter, Wang Qing said, a little resentful. She's my daughter-in-law. She's married, but she never seems to find her place. She just listens to her own mother. And her mother isn't easy to deal with. Sooner or later, there'll be trouble. With your attitude, there definitely will be trouble, Shueling pointed out bluntly. Wang Qing couldn't help but complain. Xiaohu married a wife like that, and with in-laws like hers, he's in for a tough time. Enough, Shueling said sternly. The two of them never had a strong foundation to begin with. If the parents on both sides don't show some patience, it'll only make things worse. The young couple made a mistake in a moment of confusion, and the parents, instead of stepping in to help, just let things play out, ending up with marriage as a way to take responsibility. But what does marriage mean? It means more responsibility, more complications. With no real emotional foundation, the couple kept running into problems. Even after having a child, things didn't really improve. If the parents don't try to help and be understanding, they'll just speed up the collapse of the marriage. These days, young people hit a bump and immediately talk about separation or divorce. That's why the divorce rate is so high. In the past, our parents and grandparents were busy just getting by, no time to think about splitting up. Marriage wasn't easy, and divorce was even harder, so people just endured. But how many young people today can endure? Can they compromise? She didn't know if others could see it, but she knew that ever since Xiaohu got married, he always seemed eager to break free from marriage and family. He still wasn't mature or steady enough. Without time to grow, and with pressure from both families, their fragile marriage might not last. Wang Ting was stunned, her anger fading. That's a bit much. She was just unhappy with her daughter-in-law and her family, but she didn't mean things should go as far as divorce. Shueling glared at her. If you keep adding fuel to the fire, it just might. Wang Ting didn't dare say more. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't say anything. That afternoon, everyone had a hot meal at a nearby restaurant, then followed the hearse to the funeral home. Xiaohu picked up his sister Wan Yun, and both their eyes were red from crying. Shueling brought them hot noodle soup and asked, Xiaohu, did you call Yu? I did, Xiaohu replied quietly. She didn't answer last night. Said she was asleep. Just now she said the cruise ship is almost here. They should dock at the county next door by evening and I'll drive over to pick them up. Xueling said softly. It's cold and windy by the river. You should get to the dock early so little Xiaohu doesn't catch a chill. Xiaohu nodded. Wan Yun, eyes red, asked, Auntie, is my mom okay? She's fine, Xueling replied. She's just heartbroken and exhausted, and her blood sugar's a bit low. Once she finishes the IV, she'll be all right. Wan Yun not only looked like Wang Qing, but her temperament was similar too. Auntie, what should I do? We're in the middle of exams at school. At first, the teacher wouldn't let me leave, but when I explained my grandma had passed away, she agreed and said I could take a makeup exam. I'm worried I might not even make it in time for that. Don't worry, Xueling said. The funeral will be over the day after tomorrow. When we fly to the provincial capital, we'll take you with us. Once your parents finish things here, they'll come back to be with you soon. Still crying, Wan Yun choked out, I didn't even get to see Grandma one last time. I was just focused on my studies. I cried the whole way here, feeling like I really let her down. She loved me so much. She must be so disappointed in me. She wouldn't be, Xueling said, handing her a tissue. Grandma passed away in the middle of the night. Many people didn't get to see her one last time, including me, your Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chen Min. Grandma always loved kids who did well in school, especially sweet little Wan Yun. She'd never blame you or be disappointed. As long as you study hard and do well, she'll be happy for you in heaven. Really? Really. Trust your auntie. After comforting Wan Yun, Xueling went to help at the funeral home. Lu Xiaoyu and Sister Jin Hua came too. Even though there wasn't much they could do, they insisted on staying until evening. We'll come back early tomorrow. Is there anything we should bring? They asked. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Just yourselves. Liu Xiaoyu sighed. Try to comfort Ahu. I'm worried he won't be able to handle it. Sister Jin Hua said quietly, To live such a long life is a blessing. She passed peacefully, without pain. As children, we should be happy for her. She didn't suffer, just drifted off to become an ancestor. You can't really comfort him, Cheng Tianyuan said helplessly. Later, Chen Min and I will try to get him to go home and rest. Liu Xiaoyu offered, Should I stay and help? It's too cold. Don't stay here and freeze, Cheng Tianyuan said. The funeral home has everything ready. As long as you pay, they'll handle it. There's enough help. Go home and rest, and just come tomorrow to pay your respects. Liu Xiaoyu and Jin Hua left. Xueling came over and asked, Yuan, did you call your family? I did, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Mom, she's really upset. She wanted the eldest to take time off and bring her here, but I refused right away. It's too cold and she's not as strong as she used to be. There's no heating here in the south, and with this cold snap, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Did you convince her? Xueling asked. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I also called the eldest. He said he's busy with experiments and will be observing a major surgery with his mentor in the next couple of days, so he can't make it. Xueling sighed. The dead are gone. The living have to keep going. Your mom's not as strong as before. Don't let her come south in the middle of winter. Tell her auntie would understand. Cheng Tianyuan took her hand and found it icy cold. It's too windy here. Go back to the hotel and rest. Xueling shook her head. I'll wait here a bit. Xiaohu went to pick up Shan Yu and Sister Chen. It's warm in the south, but we're having a cold snap here, and little Xiaohu is just a few months old. I need to help take care of them. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said. Xueling thought for a moment. I'll take a cab to the baby store up front and buy some thick blankets and clothes. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. There are taxis at the entrance. Go ahead. Xueling hurried off. Half an hour later, she returned with bags in hand. Cheng Tianyuan went to help her. Xueling asked, Where's Ahu? In the car, Cheng Tianyuan replied. It's just too cold outside, below freezing. I asked Wan Yun to stay in the car with him. Xueling handed him a sealed paper cup. Here, drink this while it's hot. What is it? Cheng Tianyuan took a sip through the straw. Ginger tea? Xueling drank some too, smiling. I passed a pharmacy and saw people lining up for ginger tea, so I bought 5 or 6 cups. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Ginger tea is perfect for this weather. With a bit of rock sugar, it really warms the stomach. Xue Ling said, Come on, let's sit in the car. Bring some ginger tea for Ahu and his daughter. Just then, a large van pulled up. It braked to a stop and Xiaohu jumped out of the driver's seat, slamming the door behind him. He stormed over, furious. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a look. Something was wrong. Xiaohu, what happened? Weren't you picking up Yu and the others? Xiaohu, fuming, kicked a pillar hard, then kicked it a few more times before finally calming down a bit. They won't get off the boat. My mother-in-law says little Xiaohu is sick. It's too cold here, so they won't get off. What? Xue Ling frowned. Little Xiaohu is sick? Does he have a fever? Is there a doctor on board? Xiaohu nodded. There's a doctor, but not a very good one. They said he has a fever and cough and he's been crying nonstop. I told them I'd take them to the hospital, that the car has heating, and we could go to a nice hotel with heating, but they just refused to get off. The boat's leaving in 2 hours, whatever. Let them do what they want. I hope they never come again. Don't say things you'll regret, Xue Ling scolded. Don't let your temper get the best of you. Xiaohu, still angry, shouted, Auntie, you don't know what my mother-in-law is like, she said. The old lady's dead, so what? The important thing now is the child. Can you believe that? She said it doesn't matter if the old die. If they hadn't kept delaying, my grandma could have seen little Xiaohu. She talked about it so many times. Enough, Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Watch your mouth. Is this the time to throw a tantrum? Your grandma just passed, your son is sick, and you're here complaining and fighting with your wife and mother-in-law? Xiaohu's anger deflated, and he slumped. Xue Ling lifted the baby supplies. Enough talk. Drink your ginger tea. Drive me to the dock, now. Night fell. The cold wind howled, and after days of gloomy skies, snowflakes finally began to drift down. Xue Ling sat by the window of the upscale hotel, watching the snow fall like willow catkins, unable to help but exclaim, These snowflakes are so beautiful. Chen Shui-yu came over, nodding in agreement. They really are. Shan Yu, who had been sitting by the bed watching over her son, hurried over to the window when she heard them mention the snow. Xue Ling asked, Is the little one sleeping soundly? Yeah, Shan Yu replied with a wry smile. He finally settled down. Xue Ling had persuaded the mother and daughter to get off the boat, wrapped little Xiaohu in a blanket, and brought him to the car, then took them to see a pediatrician at the hospital. The doctor said it wasn't serious. The baby had just caught a cold. Some simple medicine would do. Afterward, Xue Ling brought them to her hotel, booked rooms on the same floor, and settled them in. The hotel had central heating, keeping the temperature at a comfortable 26 degrees C. After his medicine and some formula, little Xiaohu was sleeping deeply. Xue Ling checked the time. It was already past 9. It's getting late. You two should take turns with a hot shower and get some rest. Chen Shui-yu grabbed her pajamas. I'll go first. Lingling, stay with Shan Yu a bit longer. If the baby wakes up, help her out. I'll be quick. Xue Ling nodded. Go ahead, there's no rush. Once her mother closed the bathroom door, Shan Yu turned and grabbed Xue Ling's hand. Auntie? Thank you. If it weren't for you, who knows how badly things would have blown up between us again. Earlier, Xiaohu had been furious, even yelling at his mother in front of everyone, making things unbearably tense. He'd shouted at Shan Yu too, saying if she didn't stay in Rongcheng this time, she might as well never come back, and that from now on, whatever happened to her was none of his business. Shan Yu had been terrified and didn't know what to do, just watching helplessly as he drove away. Her mother kept complaining about Xiaohu, saying he was inconsiderate and didn't understand how hard it had been for them to care for the baby day and night. All he could do was lose his temper. What else could he do? With red eyes, Shan Yu had tried calling him, but he wouldn't answer. In truth, she was heartbroken about Grandma's passing too, and felt guilty for not bringing the baby to see her in time. The past 2 days, little Xiaohu had been crying non-stop, with a fever and vomiting, which had scared her badly. As the cruise ship headed north, the temperature kept dropping. Luckily, the cabin's heater was always on, or else with so few clothes they wouldn't have managed. Her mother had said that since the baby was sick, it was best not to drag him around, and that Shan Yu should just let Xiao Hu handle the funeral while she took the baby back to the southern island. But Xiao Hu had exploded at that, insisting that Grandma had waited so long to see her great-grandson, and now, at the very least, the baby should be brought to the funeral to pay respects. Her mother had her reasons. Xiao Hu had his, and Shan Yu was caught in the middle, lost and helpless. Thankfully, Auntie Xueling called just in time and got them off the boat before it turned back south. Auntie also bought lots of baby blankets and warm clothes, bundled up the little one, took them to the doctor, and then had Xiao Hu bring them to the hotel. On the way, Xiao Hu's mood improved as he watched his adorable son, and he stopped arguing with his mother. With Auntie Xueling smoothing things over, even her mother had to put aside her pride and stay in Rongcheng with her daughter and grandson. Xueling smiled gently and squeezed her hand. Yu, you're a mother now. As the saying goes, motherhood makes you strong. Once a woman becomes a mom, the burdens and responsibilities on her shoulders grow heavier. I've been through it, so I know what it's like. For your child, you have to learn to be strong, to be resilient. You and Xiao Hu are parents now. A good family atmosphere depends on both of you. Even if he's busy outside, you still have to do your part. Growing up in a loving home is so important for a child's well-being. Shan Yu nodded, her voice low. Auntie, I understand. We really shouldn't be fighting all the time, especially not in front of the baby. Xueling said softly, I'm glad you get it. Since you've chosen to get married and give your child a home, cherish it. Cherish your child. A broken family can hardly give a child complete love. I know, Shan Yu choked up. When I said I wanted a divorce, it was just in the heat of the moment. I regretted it later. Actually, Xiao Hu, he's not that bad. When they fought, she'd blurt out divorce, but thinking it over, it was never really that serious. Xiao Hu might not be the most considerate or family-oriented, but he worked hard, gave her all his earnings to run the household, and did his best to meet her needs. It wasn't that he didn't want to do more, he was just too busy. He'd never done anything to betray her or the family. Yelling about divorce during arguments was just her being impulsive. Xueling hugged her gently. When two people are dating, it's just about love. But once you decide to build a life together, to get married and start a family, it means both your extended families are involved too. You have to manage not just your relationship, but the relationships between both families. And now with a child, your responsibilities are even greater. Don't get married on impulse, and don't divorce on impulse either. It can hurt a lot of people, especially little Xiao Hu. They'd married because of the baby, and Xueling hoped they could use that as a starting point to build real affection and a good marriage. If things fell apart, little Xiao Hu would be the biggest victim. He was so young. Losing either parent would be a tragedy. Yu, if you have any feelings for Xiao Hu, try to accommodate him and give him a good home. You might be surprised by what happens. You're already on this journey. Why not give it your all? If you turn back before you even reach the shore, you might miss out on so much. Shan Yu sniffled, voice trembling. Auntie, do you think I can do it? You absolutely can, Xueling said warmly. Be strong, have your own opinions, try to be more independent and take the initiative. 2 days later, Hu's mother was laid to rest in Rongcheng. Xiao Hu, as the eldest grandson, and little Xiao Hu, as the great-grandson, both attended the funeral. Shan Yu stayed by Xiao Hu's side, dressed in mourning clothes, fulfilling all the duties of a granddaughter-in-law. Both Hu and Wang Qing saw her in a new light, especially after seeing their adorable little grandson, which brought genuine smiles to their faces. The little one's arrival lifted Hu's spirits and eased some of the grief. Holding his grandson, he asked Shan Yu whether she planned to return to the capital or go back to the southern island. It's almost New Year's. Go wherever you want. Whatever's best for you. The baby's still small. He shouldn't be traveling too much. Shan Yu ignored her mother's meaningful glances and asked, Dad, Mom, where will you two go next? Ah Hu and Wang Qing exchanged a look. We'll go back to the provincial capital. Our home and business are there. We'll come back to the old house when we have time, maybe next spring for Qingming to pay respects. Shan Yu looked at her little son, then at Xiao Hu beside her. Xiao Hu caught on and said quietly, "There are 2 important competitions at the club before the end of the year, so I have to go back to the capital. Why don't you and the baby, come back with me?" "No," Chen Shui-yu cut in, face dark. "It's too cold in the capital. The baby shouldn't be cooped up with the heating on all the time. The weather's warmer on the southern island. It's better to spend New Year's there with me." Xiao Hu looked at his son in his father's arms, feeling reluctant to part. He hadn't seen his son for a while, and the little one hadn't been very close to him. But after spending more time together these past days, holding him more, the baby had warmed up to him again. He wasn't good at taking care of his son, but he could always make him giggle. Every time he saw that pure, innocent smile, his heart softened and his restlessness faded away. It was a feeling he'd never had before. Maybe this was what they called fatherly love. Shan Yu's eyes flickered, and she swallowed nervously. "No, we'll go back to the capital too." Chen Shui-yu stared in disbelief. Her daughter was going against her? Shan Yu didn't dare meet her mother's eyes. "Mom, our home is in the capital. Little Xiao Hu needs to get used to that environment. We can't keep moving around. All the kids there grow up that way. He'll be fine. Besides, we're still paying the nanny and babysitter. It's a waste of Xiao Hu's hard-earned money if we let them go. And if we fire them, it'll be hard to find good help next year." Chen Shui-yu stammered. "But the capital is too cold. Wait until little Xiao Hu is older, at least 3 or 4, before you go back." "No," Shan Yu explained. "Little Xiao Hu needs both his mom and his dad. Xiao Hu is always busy and doesn't get much time with his son. If we stay on the southern island, they'll see each other even less. Without time together, they can't build a bond, and that's not good for either of them. I don't want little Xiao Hu to grow up distant from his own father, missing out on fatherly love." Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling quietly sipped their tea, listening in silence. Chen Shui-yu's face flushed and paled, angry but unable to show it. Xiao Hu took his son and smiled. "All right, son, Dad will take you and Mom back to our home in the capital." The little one loved being lifted high and giggled with delight. His laughter was infectious, and everyone in the room smiled along. Shui Ling seized the moment. "Sister Chen, don't worry. We'll all fly north together and help take care of little Xiao Hu on the way." Chen Shui-yu forced a strained smile. I have to go back to the southern island too. The fishery is busy at the end of the year." Shan Yu took her hand and said softly, "Mom, take care on the road." Chen Shui-yu pulled her hand away and hurried off. Tears shimmered in Shan Yu's eyes, but she held them back. Everyone else was busy playing with the baby and didn't notice the tension between mother and daughter. Except Shui Ling. Ah Hu laughed. "Well, after we collect the rent at the end of the year, we'll have nothing to do. We'll bring Wan Yun to the capital too, and the whole family can celebrate New Year's together." "Great," Xiao Hu said happily. "New Year's is all about family being together." Wang Qing nodded. Yes. This is Yu Yu's first New Year as part of our family. We have to celebrate together. We'll stay at Ling Ling's place, so you don't have to worry about preparing your house, Yu Yu." Shan Yu nodded obediently. "We can stay at our place too. There are plenty of guest rooms." "We'll see when the time comes," Ah Hu said, hugging his grandson. "Let me hold my little treasure a bit longer. Baby, our little baby." Wang Qing, not wanting to be left out, reached for the baby. My turn. Old man, you've been holding him all this time." Ah Hu laughed. "I'll give him to you when he falls asleep." "No way." "Mom, I want to hold him too." Everyone gathered around the little one, the room filled with warmth and laughter. Shan Yu watched her son being doted on by everyone, her heart full of warmth, and for a moment she forgot about her mother standing off to the side. But Xue Ling didn't forget. She hurried after her. Chen Shui-yu was angrily packing her things, muttering, "Daughters grow up and don't listen to their mothers. If she won't listen, so be it. When she's worn out by the baby, she'd better not come crying to me. And Xiaohu will never be a good father. Sister Chen, give them some time, Xueling interrupted gently. He's not a good father yet, but he needs a chance to learn. If you never give him that chance, he'll never get there. Chen Shuiyu's face was stiff as she kept packing. When a woman marries, she's always an outsider. Her in-laws will never truly treat her as one of their own. If there's ever a conflict, the family will always side together and leave her out. Only after she's been excluded will she realize how good her own family is. Parents are the only ones who'll never let her down. She just doesn't understand that yet. Xueling sighed softly. That might be true sometimes, but you still have to let your daughter become part of her new family. If her marriage isn't happy, she and the child will suffer most. Marriage is, in the end, between the couple. The elders shouldn't interfere too much. Don't overstep. Chen Shuiyu looked awkward and unhappy. Xueling continued gently. You should teach your daughter how to protect her rights in marriage, how to be filial to her in-laws and love her husband, not always stir up trouble between them. Their marriage is already fragile. A little spark could destroy it. If you really want Yu to be happy, encourage her to stand her ground in her new family, not always try to pull her away. After all, you were the one who agreed to this marriage in the first place. Chen Shuiyu's face twitched, deeply embarrassed. Her lips moved as if to speak, but she hesitated. I did support it at first, but later I realized Xiaohu wasn't good enough. A woman doesn't have to rely on a man to live. Xueling's expression darkened slightly, her voice low. A woman doesn't have to rely on a man. But have you really thought about what's best for Yu? Chen Shuiyu was taken aback, murmuring, That child never had much of an opinion. I don't think she's really that attached to Xiaohu. No, Xueling shook her head. You're wrong. I've seen that Shan Yu actually does have feelings for Xiaohu, and she genuinely wants to build a family with him and work on their marriage. Chen Shuiyu fell silent, her hands pausing in the middle of packing. Xueling leaned in and said softly, Sister Chen, give the kids some space. Like I said, marriage is between the couple, not the in-laws, not the parents. To be blunt, I'm just an outsider. But sometimes, an outsider sees things more clearly, and maybe I understand their marriage better than you do. No matter which side of the family, meddling too much in a young couple's marriage only causes more problems. Sister Chen, whatever happens in the future, you need to let go a little. Don't interfere too much. Give them some space and freedom. If you never let go, your child will never grow up or become independent. But Chen Shuiyu hesitated. Xueling said quietly, No one can predict the future. As elders, we can help when needed, but we shouldn't be over-involved. Whether their marriage lasts or not is up to them. Chen Shuiyu's eyes reddened, her voice choked. I'm just afraid Yu will get hurt. She's so kind, so trusting, and not at all scheming. She's bound to suffer. Don't worry so much, Xueling reassured her. Xiaohu might not seem very reliable, but he was raised by honest, good parents. He's not a bad person, he's not petty or irresponsible, and he won't mistreat Yu. No matter how far they go together, he won't let her down. In the end, the kids have to walk their own path. Chen Shuiyu let out a long sigh. Even if I don't want to let go, I have to. You heard it yourself. Yu's already stopped listening to me. Xueling gave a wry smile. Isn't it good that she has her own ideas and plans? Sister Chen, Yu's an adult now. You should be happy for her. Chen Shuiyu sighed again. The next morning, Chen Shuiyu took the boat back to the southern island. Xiaohu drove her, helped buy her ticket, and carried her luggage. Shan Yu, eyes red, said softly, Mom, take care on the way. Call me when you get home. We're flying to the capital this afternoon. When we arrive, I'll message you. Chen Shuiyu kept a cold face, looking at the baby in her daughter's arms. Take good care of the child. Send us a photo every few days. Shan Yu nodded quickly. Xiaohu coughed awkwardly and said, Mom, have a safe trip. Come to the capital for New Year's with Dad. I'll pick you up at the airport. Chen Shuiyu's eyes flickered. We'll see. Zhao Hu took his son and waved his little arm. Baby, say goodbye to Grandma. Bye-bye, Grandma. The little one, always smiling, thought his dad was playing and giggled happily. Looking at her adorable grandson, Chen Shuiyu couldn't help but smile too. That afternoon, Zhao Hu drove the whole family back to the provincial capital. She Ling and Cheng Tianyuan followed in a rented van. After spending a night in the provincial capital, the next afternoon they and Zhao Hu's family flew back to the capital. More than a week passed in a flash, and the capital was as bustling as ever. After a good night's sleep, the couple rushed off early the next morning. Busy days flew by, and soon it was the spring festival again. Each of the kids had their own friends and plans. After the holiday started, they were all in and out, busy with their own things. Other than the reunion dinner and New Year's morning greetings, they were hardly ever home. She Ling was busy until New Year's Eve, finally finding time to watch the fireworks with the elders and answer endless New Year's calls. When she finally had a moment to herself, she realized the kids weren't home. Grandma Shui chuckled. The oldest two are off with their girlfriends, the third is at some comic club's New Year's party, and the youngest went to pay respects to her master. That master has a huge family but still comes to steal our granddaughter. Honestly. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling exchanged a smile and laughed quietly. When they were little, we thought having so many was a hassle. Now they're all grown, and the house feels empty. It almost seems like not enough. Liu Ying laughed. Just wait a couple of years. When Ran gets married, let his wife have 7 or 8 kids. The second one can catch up too, at least 6 each. That's 24 grandkids. Imagine how lively it'll be. Everyone burst out laughing. She Ling shook her head. Young people these days are lazy. They don't want to have lots of kids. If each has 2, that's already good. When we had the 3rd and 4th, the neighborhood committee fined us tens of thousands for having extra kids. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. They were our 3rd and 4th. Nowadays, young people might have 1 or 2, but never as many as we did. Grandpa Shu grinned. No problem. We'll help take care of them and encourage them to have more. Encourage? With money? She Ling asked. Sure, Grandpa Shu said, giving a rare thumbs up. 50,000 for each baby. We'll cover formula and diapers. Everyone laughed again. She Ling suddenly remembered something, ran to the study and brought out a folder for her parents. These are your properties and real estate, plus about 20 million in savings. I've made a preliminary plan for dividing it up. Take a look and see if you want to make any changes. Grandpa Shui said, Oh? And put on his reading glasses to look. Grandma Shui asked, There's still 20 million? How many babies can that reward? She Ling laughed. 40. Ha ha ha. 40 is plenty, more than enough. After reading through, Grandpa Shui nodded approvingly. Looks good. The real estate and property are all valued and split evenly among the 4 kids. Let's split 10 million in cash between them, and I'll keep the rest to reward great-grandchildren. Dad, are you really going to reward them for having more kids? Cheng Tianyuan said, half amused. Grandpa Shui nodded eagerly. Of course. Our kids are all outstanding, good-looking, and the family's doing well. Why not have more wonderful grandkids? Sure, young people have a lot of pressure these days, but our kids have a good foundation, so it won't be too hard. We'll encourage and help them, and hopefully the next generation will be 2 or 3 times as big. Mom Shui nodded in agreement. That's right. People are what matter most. If we have 2 or 3 times as many descendants, our family will really become a big clan. Liu Ying grinned from ear to ear. If I had more money, I'd pitch in for the rewards too. She Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both laughed. All right, it's your property. However you want to arrange it is fine, She Ling said. Dad Shui asked, Just need to sign, right? Wait a bit, She Ling replied. In a few days, lawyer, his assistant will come handle everything. Just follow their instructions then. Dad Shui handed the folder back to her. What about yours? When will you divide it? Still in the process of settling accounts, Shui Ling answered. I'm not making it public yet. Oh, and Dad, I have something else to tell you. I plan to appoint Duo as the group's CEO. I'll step back behind the scenes. Also, I'm giving Duo a 2% stake and an annual salary of about $1 million. Dad Shu nodded. All right, you handle it as you see fit. 2%? Mom Shui lowered her voice. How much is that worth? Xue Ling thought for a moment. At the current share price, about 100 million. Wow! Mom Shui exclaimed, surprised. That much? Xue Ling smiled. Duo is a rare talent. He's got great vision, works steadily, and is an excellent successor. He should be able to take the group to a new level. You don't need that little bit of money now, Dad Shui said gently. You can't keep good people without paying them well. And Duo isn't really an outsider. Give him more if you can. Mom Shui rolled her eyes playfully and started cracking sunflower seeds. Tonight it's just us 3 elders and you 2. No one else. Lingling, tell us, how much money do you actually have now? That really stumped Xue Ling. She shook her head. I don't know. Still settling accounts. Most of it is in our group's shares, plus the pharmaceutical company and all those real estate and tech stocks I invested in over the years. They're all worth a lot now. Then there's property. Ronghua Mall and Qianming Tower have skyrocketed in value, but I honestly can't say exactly how much they're worth. Didn't you also invest in a lot of shops and apartments? Dad Shui asked. That's not a small sum either, right? Xue Ling shook her head. Still being tallied. Some are through my investment company, some are personal. Liu Ying listened, dazzled, and couldn't help asking, Ling, so about how much is it? Xue Ling held up 2 fingers. It should be at least this many digits. Tsk, tisk. Mom Shui laughed, nudging her husband. Your daughter's really surpassed you. Dad Shui pretended not to hear. Xue Ling laughed. I'm not even 50 yet. I plan to slow down, earn at a gentler pace, train some good successors, and spend more time with you all. Everyone chuckled quietly. Just then, the doorbell rang. The security guard called through the intercom. Sir, ma'am, there's a lady named Zhu Achun at the door with 2 young men here to wish you a happy new year. Oh, Achun's here. Let them in? 2 young men? Is that Duo and his partner? I heard Duo's dating. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling told the elders to wait in the living room and went out to greet the guests. The hallway was warmly lit, with big red Chinese knots hanging from the pillars and a tangerine tree in the corner heavy with bright fruit. From a distance, 2 tall, handsome young men flanked Sister Achun, who was dressed in festive Tang-style clothes. The man on the left was Zheng Duo in a sharp suit, gentle and handsome, with a refined smile. The man on the right had a colder, more commanding presence, also in a suit, but even taller and more striking. Zheng Duo was about 1.8 meters tall, already quite tall, but the man beside him was even taller and more imposing. Xue Ling narrowed her eyes, murmuring, Is that? Cheng Tianyuan was also puzzled, unable to place the man. Then Sister Achun's warm voice rang out, Sir, ma'am, Happy New Year. Come on, you 2, wish them a Happy New Year. Zheng Duo greeted them warmly. Brother Yuan, Sister Ling, Happy New Year, wishing you all the best. Xue Ling smiled and nodded, still sizing up the unfamiliar young man. He met their gaze, his eyes flickering, and gave a small smile. Sister Achun tugged him forward, beaming. You don't recognize him, do you? This is Titu. He's Chen Tiezhu. Oh my, it was little Titu. Chen Tiezhu stepped forward, eyes shining with tears as he looked at Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling. Then he bowed deeply. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling, eyes brimming with tears, each took an arm and helped him up. You rascal! It's been over 10 years. You finally came back. Good kid. You've grown so tall, so handsome. After so many years apart, everyone was teary-eyed. Zheng Duo supported Sister Achun, smiling. Brother Yuan, Sister Ling, don't make Auntie cry again. Taitu showed up at our door first thing this morning, and my mom's been crying tears of joy all day. Don't get her started again. Ha ha! I'm just so happy! Sister Achun wiped her tears, choked with emotion. I really am. Chen Tiaju put an arm around his mom and another around Zheng Duoduo. These past years, I was always too busy to come back, but now things are finally more settled. I'll come home more often to see Mom and Duoduo. This time, I'm planning to take Mom to Wen country for a while. When the weather warms up, I'll bring her back to the capital. Good, good, Xueling said with a smile. You've grown up and know how to be filial. Sister Achen is just starting to enjoy the good life with two such wonderful sons. The elders couldn't stop looking at Chen Tieju, still in disbelief. His face is still as spirited as ever, but everything else has changed. He used to be so dark, but now he's not as tanned, and with that tall, lean build, he looks so strong. So tall! I remember he wasn't this tall before. Now he's like a bamboo pole, so handsome, like a TV star. Chen Tieju stepped forward, bowed, and handed out red envelopes to the elders for New Year's. The three elders were delighted, urging him to visit often and come to the garden more. Chen Tieju nodded, his sharp eyes scanning the room. Ran and Yang aren't home? And Zhao Xin? I remember she's a full zodiac cycle younger than me. She should be 16 now. Wait, they'll be back soon. That's right. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong are both 16 now, just started high school this year. Oh, that's the family photo from summer. Go take a look. Chen Tieju stood up, tall and proud, and gazed at the family portrait in the corner of the living room, his hawk-like eyes narrowing with emotion. On the snow-white wall in the corner hung a giant family portrait, more than a meter long. In the center of the picture, three elderly people sat with gentle, loving smiles on their faces, radiating warmth and kindness. Next to them, Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan stood hand in hand, both with eyes curved in smiles and happiness written all over their faces. Standing beside Cheng Tianyuan was a tall, handsome young man whose features closely resembled his own, gentle, refined, and kind-hearted. Chen Tieju recognized him at a glance. It was Ranan, Cheng Huanran. Ranan was several years younger than him and used to love chasing after him, calling for him to come play together. Below him stood a teenage boy, half a head shorter with similar features, youthful and handsome, exuding the energy of adolescence. Chen Tieju guessed he must be the youngest brother, Cheng Huanchong. Next to Xueling stood a sturdy, tall man in his 20s, with a slightly round face and a bright, cheerful smile. Chen Tieju couldn't help but recall the chubby little boy, Yang, from back then. That kid was mischievous, loved to laugh and eat, swam especially fast, and when he joked, a little dimple would sometimes appear at the corner of his mouth. The little boy had grown up. Though he still had a trace of baby fat, his smile was as bright and cheerful as ever. Yang leaned against his mother, but one hand rested on the shoulder of a young girl who nestled close to him, intimate and warm. Chen Tieju's gaze lingered on the girl's face and figure for a long time, unable to look away. In his memory, that chubby little girl used to wave her arms at him, giggling, showing two adorable little teeth and then grabbing his hand, refusing to let go. Later, when she learned to crawl, she would crawl over to him, giggling, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. So cute. Then, when she started to walk, she would toddle toward him, her head wobbling, her round little body swaying, making him stretch out his arms in alarm, nervously protecting her, not daring to relax for a moment. Later, she would babble to him, calling him Big Brother Taitu, loving to hug his neck and laugh happily. Every time she laughed, he couldn't help but laugh along. In Chen Tieju's memory, the time with the most laughter was when they lived at Ronghua Mall, and the person who made him laugh the most was the beautiful girl before him, Xin. The softest part of his memory seemed to always be filled with this girl's presence. The little girl had grown up. She was no longer the chubby, adorable child, but slender and pretty, her features full of youthful energy. Her once sparse, short hair had become long and jet black. Her once round face had become pointed and beautiful, though her features hadn't changed much. Her eyes were still bright and lively, her little upturned nose much the same, and her cherry lips almost unchanged. So, the moment he saw her, he recognized her. His little Xingxin had grown up. T2? T2? Someone called. Chen Tieju snapped out of his daze and turned. Cheng Tianyuan was coming over with a cup of tea, handing it to him. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. Chen Tieju nodded in thanks, explaining, I have a name in Wen country, Chen Xinji. Maybe I've gotten used to it, so I've been a bit slow to respond these past couple of days. Chen Xinji? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Nice. That's a good name. Chen Tieju squinted at him and said softly, Uncle Yuan, you've hardly changed at all. You're still the same Uncle Yuan I remember. I'm old. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile. You just don't remember what I used to look like? That's why you say that. Back then you were just a little boy, and in the blink of an eye you've grown into a man. How could I not have changed? I'm definitely old. As long as your mindset isn't old, that's what matters, Chen Xinji said gently. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. My mindset is about the same as always, hasn't really changed. Chen Xinji nodded. That's good. Uncle, over the years I've kept in touch with my mom from time to time, and almost every time I'd ask her to pass on news of my safety to you all. Even after all these years, I've never forgotten the kindness your family showed to me and my mother. If Madam hadn't saved my mom back then, and if you all hadn't helped us with everything you had, my mom and we wouldn't have made it this far. Back then, his mother was hospitalized, so disheartened she planned to jump off the building. If it hadn't been for Madame Shueling, heavily pregnant, pulling her back, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If he'd lost his mother, he probably wouldn't have survived either. If it hadn't been for their family, there would have been no later for his mother and Chen Xinji. It's been so many years. Why do you still remember? Cheng Tianyuan said with a laugh. You've thanked us so many times, there's no need to keep remembering. Later, it was lucky your mom came to help us at home, otherwise we couldn't have managed so many kids. Helping you was just a moment's effort. Your mom helped us for years. In other words, we should be the ones thanking her. Thinking of the past, Chen Xinji couldn't help but frown. Cheng Tianyuan looked at him, comforted, and said softly, T2, you've finally come back. You made your mom wait so long. From now on, remember to make it up to her, and be good to her. I've let my mom down, Chen Xinji sighed softly. Back then I was reckless and almost lost my life, making you all worry so much. I missed out on so much. Cheng Tianyuan asked gently, all these years alone in a foreign country, it must have been hard, right? He didn't need to ask. Just thinking about it was terrifying. A teenager drifting south, then tricked onto a boat and smuggled to a foreign land. Unfamiliar with the place, not knowing the language, different customs, no money, no food or drink, he couldn't imagine how those first days in Wen country were survived. Chen Xinji smiled faintly and shook his head. It was okay. I made it through. He brushed it off with a smile, but Cheng Tianyuan could only sigh in distress. We searched everywhere for you back then. Uncle Zheng nearly ran his legs off. Your mom almost cried herself blind. Everyone worried not just that you'd be cold or hungry, but that you'd be in danger. Your mom even thought you were gone. Chen Xinji's eyes reddened, and he said softly, I let Uncle Zheng and my mom down. I made you all worry and be afraid. I tried everything to contact you, but it was all in vain. Those years he hovered on the edge of life and death more than once. It was the hope and longing for his family that helped him endure the pain and gave him the will to live. His family, besides his mother and the Zhengs, was this whole family before him. The past is the past, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. You've grown up. Duo is 30 now, and you're 28, a grown man. From now on, don't be impulsive. Think more about your family. Chen Xinji nodded respectfully. Just then, a clear, melodious laugh rang out from outside, light and cheerful. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, I'm back. A girl of about 16 or 17 came running lightly, her long hair flowing, her dark eyes sparkling, lively and charming. Chen Xinji was momentarily dazed, staring at her intently. Everyone broke into smiles, one after another. Oh, Xin is back. With the arrival of the beautiful girl, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became lively, infused with a joyful, youthful energy. When Shuexin saw Ju Achun, she smiled in surprise and hurried over. "Auntie, it's been so long. Auntie, Happy New Year. Wishing you good health." Ju Achun hugged her, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Our little Shin has grown so much. Look, you're already taller than me. Girls really change as they grow. So beautiful that Auntie can hardly recognize you." Everyone laughed heartily. Xue Ling said warmly, "She and the third child have both grown a lot this year, at least half a head taller. The third is almost 1.75 meters now, and she's nearly 1.7 meters. Ju Achun lovingly stroked Shin's long hair. "All the kids take after Madam and Sir, tall and good-looking. Shin, where did you just go? Visiting elders for New Year's greetings?" Shin nestled beside Ju Achun, giggling happily. "After the reunion dinner, I went to wish my master a Happy New Year. His house was so lively tonight, with a dozen or 20 children and grandchildren, all noisy and bustling. They wanted to stay up all night and asked me to stay too. I said I couldn't come home too late, so I slipped away. Tonight my brothers said they're going to set off fireworks in the garden to stay up for the New Year. I don't want to miss it." Ju Achun smiled. "Be careful when playing with fireworks." Shui Shin nodded obediently, smiling. "My brothers don't dare buy big fireworks, just the little ones you hold in your hand. Auntie, don't worry, we wouldn't dare play recklessly with fire." Liu Ying nearby said kindly, "It won't be too cold this New Year, so us old folks plan to go to the garden with you all too." "Great!" Shin cheered. Zheng Duo tugged at the snow-white scarf around her neck and teased, "What about me? What should you wish me? You haven't even greeted me." Duo gay." Shui Shin immediately hugged his arm, her sweet little mouth saying, "I wish you lots of money, lots of handsomeness, and lots of beautiful girls around you." Zheng Duo laughed heartily and pulled her close. "You're always so cheeky. I call your dad brother and you all call me brother too. The generations are all mixed up." Back when they lived at Ronghua Mall, he was just a teenager, Titu was a bit younger, and the others were all a few years younger than him. Cheng Huanran and Xue Yang always played with them, refusing to call him uncle, insisting on brother. Later, when Xiaocheng and Xin were born, they followed suit, and it just became a habit. Everyone laughed again. Xue Xin wrinkled her nose playfully and giggled. "Uncle sounds so old. You're only in your 20s or 30s. Why are you in such a hurry to be an old man?" Zheng Duo chuckled indulgently. "You little rascal." Ju Achun took Shin's hand and pointed to the corner. "Shinner, look! Who's over there?" Following her hand, Xue Xin saw 2 men standing in the dim light. At first glance, she saw her own father. Next to him was a man in a sharp suit, half a head taller than her dad, tall and slender, with a cold, noble air and a powerful presence. It was a bit far and dim, so she couldn't see his features clearly, but her intuition told her he was strikingly handsome, and his eyes were fixed intently on her. Huh? Maybe it was the intensity of his gaze, but she felt her face grow a little warm. "Who is that?" Zheng Duo squinted with a smile and urged, "Go over and see for yourself." Ju Achun gently nudged her, speaking softly, "Go on. Go take a look." "Oh." Xue Xin stood up, walking forward a little nervously. At that moment, her father called out, "Ayuan, the water jug here is empty." Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Coming!" and hurried away. Xue Xin's eyes flickered, her big eyes wide with confusion as she looked at the tall man in front of the family portrait. She felt his powerful aura was strangely familiar, but his features clearly told her she'd never seen him before. Stranger still, the way he looked at her was odd. Her face flushed unconsciously, and her steps halted. This man? She probably didn't know him. Chen Xinji looked at the graceful young girl before him, not knowing how to react for a long moment. Seeing her stop, he slowly walked forward. The little cutie who used to laugh so much had grown up. She used to only reach his knee, but now she was almost up to his chin. Looking at her bright, dazzling eyes, he couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? Don't recognize me?" He pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. The familiar look in his eyes made Cherish freeze on the spot. Suddenly, a familiar smile flashed through her mind, and she blurted out softly, "Brother Titu?" The man paused, then broke into another smile. "So, Shin still remembers me." Shin stared at him in surprise, unable to believe it, and rushed forward without thinking. "Oh my God, Brother Titu, it really is you. I remember now. I remember you didn't smile much, but when you did, it was so nice. Your teeth were so white, just like in my memory." She was so excited she was almost incoherent, crowding close to him, looking him over in delight. Chen Shinji was both surprised and flattered. When he'd run away from home, she'd only been a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. She could still remember him, and even that he didn't smile much. Maybe it was the emotion of the moment, but he suddenly reached out and pulled her into a hug. Shin giggled happily. As she laughed, Chen Shinji's arms stiffened, and a hint of embarrassment colored his handsome face. Shin looked up at him, her face beaming. "Brother Titu, you're finally back. We missed you so much." Looking at the lovely girl so close to him, Chen Shinji's heart softened, and his eyes filled with warmth. "I'm back? I'll be coming to the capital more often from now on." Before, he'd been too busy to get away, only able to talk to his mother and Duo by phone or video. His mother had reminded him to contact Cheng Tianyuan's family and even gave him their number. But for some reason, he'd never dared to call that overseas number, even though he'd long since memorized it. Listening to his now deepened voice, Shin's pretty face flushed, and she stepped back. "Brother Titu, are you here to spend New Year's with Auntie and Duo Gay? How long will you stay in the capital?" Chen Shinji nodded gently. "About a week." At that moment, Jung Duo waved and called, "Hey, come over here. These nuts smell amazing." "Come try some," Ling called with a smile. Chen Shinji nodded in response, but quickly turned back to look at the little one in front of him. Meeting his cool gaze, Shin felt her ears grow hot and stammered, You go have some tea and nuts first. I'm going to my room to change." Chen Shinji looked at her rosy, pretty face, thinking she was just overheated from the heater, and softly replied, Shin darted away. She ran back to her room as fast as she could, her heart pounding wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Her face and ears were burning hot. What was happening to her? Shin quickly took off her coat and scarf and rushed to the bathroom. In the mirror, the girl's face was flushed. Even her ears and earlobes were pink and tender. "I ran too fast. It's just too hot." She hurriedly turned on some cool water and washed her face. She figured it must be the living room heater being too warm, plus all the people there, and she hadn't taken off her coat after coming in from outside. No wonder her face and neck were so red. She washed her face and applied a bit of moisturizer. Winters in the capital are very dry, so after washing up, you have to use moisturizer. None of them are into makeup, so their mom always buys several bottles of moisturizer every winter, giving one to each of them. Her mom always told her not to put random things on her face, saying that girls are at their most beautiful and have the best skin in their youth, so there's no need for whitening or brightening products. Her mom also reminded them not to eat too many heaty foods, and would often have old Lee in the kitchen make them some pear water or light soup to cool down. Maybe she inherited her mom's good skin, and since they didn't eat much fried junk food, all 4 siblings had great skin, especially her and her third brother. Her eldest brother was always busy, often staying up late, so his skin was a bit dry. Her second brother exercised in the sun, so his skin was a healthy wheat color, glossy and bright, but not quite up to the current beauty standard of fair skin. Her third brother was either in class or drawing comics, rarely going out, so his skin was as fair and smooth as hers. But her face still had a rosy glow, maybe even prettier than her third brother's. Just yesterday, her grandma praised her for her rosy cheeks, saying she looked like a cute little apple. Humming a tune, she changed into a set of snow-white loungewear and slipped on her fluffy slippers, ready to head back to the living room. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Zheng Duoduo and Chen Xinji coming down the hallway from the other end. Zheng Duoduo was introducing Xinyuan to his brother as they walked. Chen Xinji's gaze quickly landed on the beautiful girl at the end of the hallway, and his steps slowed a little. Zheng Duoduo pointed ahead and explained, "Go around that little fish pond and you'll reach a corner of the back garden. Last time I was here, Uncle and Aunt were getting ready to plant cabbages and radishes. Now that they're older, they like to take walks, grow vegetables, raise fish. It's a very comfortable life." "Duo gay! Titu gay!" Xuexin called, bouncing over. Chen Xinji smiled and reached out his big hand. Xuexin paused for a second, but without hesitation placed her hand in his. Zheng Duoduo raised his eyebrows in surprise, glancing at his brother in disbelief. But he quickly returned to normal and started chatting with Xuexin. "The curriculum at number 1 high must be pretty intense, right?" "It's okay," Xuexin shrugged. "It's just the first year. The teachers aren't too strict. My third brother and I both think it's way better than our last year of middle school." Zheng Duoduo laughed, but just then his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out, glanced at it, and stepped aside to answer. "Oh? I'm out visiting with Auntie and Titu. He's my brother, Auntie's only son. I'll introduce you all when there's time. What's up? Are you outside?" Left behind, Xuexin led Chen Xinji to tour the gym and the little vegetable garden. "We're all too lazy to use the gym, except for my second brother. The rest of us hardly ever come here. My mom and dad have started exercising too, but they don't run. They just play a little badminton or go for walks hand in hand. My eldest brother is super busy with his internship, research, and dating. He only comes home twice a semester. Grandma said her radishes are ready to eat, so she called my brother home just for that. Look, there are still some radishes over there. They're white radishes, not carrots. When we have hot pot, Grandma just pulls up a couple. They're so sweet." Chen Xinji watched the lively, spirited girl beside him, the corners of his mouth always slightly upturned. He didn't say much, but listened with great interest. Xuexin's pretty face blushed, and she couldn't help but ask, "Titu gay, why are you looking at me like that?" "Xiaoxin has grown up," Chen Xinji said softly. "But you're still a lot like you were as a kid, almost unchanged." Xuexin giggled. "My mom says the same thing. She says my features haven't changed since I was little, but you're different. At first I almost didn't recognize you. You've changed so much." "Oh?" Chen Xinji asked. "How have I changed? And how did you recognize me?" The teacher who had cared for and encouraged him for years didn't recognize him, and even the sharp-eyed madam stared at him for ages without realizing who he was. But this girl, who was just a little kid when he left, recognized him right away. How strange. Xuexin giggled, lowering her voice. "Your features have changed, a lot. But when you smile, your mouth and your expression are exactly the same as when you were little." "So that was it." Chen Xinji couldn't help but laugh and said softly, "I rarely smiled." Maybe it was because his childhood was so hard, he matured much earlier than his peers. Without a happy childhood, he naturally didn't smile much and wasn't used to smiling. The time at Ronghua Mall was the happiest, most carefree time of his life so far, and their family was the source of that happiness. "But I remember how you smiled at me," Xuexin said, thinking hard, then shaking her head. "Your smile is really nice. I don't remember much else." Chen Xinji smiled gently and led her forward. A while later, the 3 Chung brothers came back, all grinning and excited. "Oh my God, Titu gay, you've changed so much." "Totally different. If I ran into you outside, I probably wouldn't recognize you." "I definitely wouldn't." Everyone chatted enthusiastically, happy to be reunited after so long. Chen Xinji was never the enthusiastic type, but he kept a smile on his face, chatting and answering everyone's questions. With the young people back, the house was lively again. "Let's go play with sparklers." "Yeah, let's go." The young people grabbed snacks and fruit and headed to the dining room by the back garden, opened a door, and went out to play with sparklers. Those afraid of the cold stayed inside. "Duo ge?" She Yang called with a laugh. Can you put your phone down for a bit? Your sparkler almost burned my scarf just now. How much do you love your phone? Can't let go for even a second. Zheng Duoduo apologized with a smile. Okay. I'll put it away right now. Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows teasingly. What do you know? Obviously Duoduoge is in love. It's not that he can't let go of his phone, it's that he can't let go of his sweetheart. Whoa! Zheng Duoduo shot back. Ran, you sure know a lot. Looks like you're pretty experienced yourself. Everyone burst out laughing. Xie Yang raised his eyebrows and joked. My brother is endlessly charming. He's not just experienced, he puts all the so-called love experts to shame. Get out of here. Cheng Huanran laughed and scolded. I've only dated once, twice if you count this time. How does that make me a love expert? Huh? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you if you say that? Everyone laughed again. Oh, twice now, Xie Yang laughed. I've only dated once. Duo gay, how many times for you? Zheng Duo, being older and having spent years in the business world with Xue Ling, was quite sly. He turned and grabbed Cheng Huanchong, asking, What about you? Third bro, you must have at least 3, right? No. Cheng Huanchong's face turned red and he stammered, My greatest love is comics. Nothing else compares. Yeah, right, Xie Yang teased. You can brag now, but you'll be shameless later. When you meet the girl you love, you'll probably forget all about comics. Exactly. Zheng Duo put his arm around his neck and laughed. Don't brag too soon or you'll end up like your second brother. He's probably speaking from experience. Everyone laughed again. Xie Yang glared and joked. Duo-gay, you're not being fair. Don't you brag? Who doesn't know you're already talking about marriage? Your office romance is old news. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows in mock surprise, trying not to laugh. Who told you that? Where'd you hear it? Ha, Xue Yang teased triumphantly. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Zheng Duo pretended to be calm, leisurely munching on peanuts. What am I afraid of? I'm the oldest here. I'm just setting a good example for you all by getting ahead of the game, isn't that right? Oh, please. Office romances are so boring. Yeah, I'm a rabbit that doesn't eat the grass by its own burrow. Come on, you're a rabbit? More like a wolf. Wolves don't eat their own kind. They're pack animals, you know. Everyone joked and laughed as they played with sparklers and snacked. By the way, Xie Yang asked curiously, T2-gay, are you married? You're not, right? Everyone turned to look at Chen Xinji, including Shui Xin. Chen Xinji smiled slightly and shook his head. No. Xue Yang teased. Bro, are the girls in one country pretty? I heard the weather there is warm all year and people are open-minded. The girls must be really passionate, right? Chen Xinji shook his head. Not especially. It's about the same as here. Whether someone's passionate or not really depends on the person. Zheng Duo spun a peanut in his hand and grinned. Do you have a girlfriend? Auntie's been waiting to be a grandma for ages. Chen Xinji coughed awkwardly and snuck a glance at Xue Xin, who was playing with sparklers, then quickly looked away. No, I've never met anyone who moved me over there. Oh-ho! Xie Yang exclaimed in disbelief. No way! Bro, you're 28, right? Still single? Never dated? Chen Xinji shook his head calmly. Everyone started exclaiming in disbelief. Cheng Huanran squinted and shook his head. I bet T2-gay's standards are just too high. Look at his height, his build, his looks. He could be a movie star. If he just nodded or crooked his finger, there'd be a line of women chasing after him. Everyone laughed again. Chen Xinji gave a small, embarrassed nod. There. Were some, but I didn't like any of them, so I turned them down. Wow, so jealous. T2-gay, are you planning to become a monk? At least date 1 or 2 girls you like? Chen Xinji answered honestly. I've just been too busy, really no time. And honestly, I haven't had the heart for it. Zheng Duo laughed wryly. Looks like Auntie will have to wait a few more years. The fake monk doesn't know when he'll finally get it. Chen Xinji coughed awkwardly. After the new year, you should be getting ready for your wedding. Try to have a kid or two by the end of the year so mom can be a grandma soon. Everyone immediately started cheering. Yeah, duoge, you'll definitely be the first. Role model, you got this. Jung Duoduo's eyes flickered, but he just smiled without saying anything. Chen Shinji glanced at him, and while the younger ones ran off to get snacks and drinks, he asked quietly, "What's wrong? Haven't won over her family yet?" Jung Duoduo gave a helpless laugh, knowing he couldn't hide it from his brother. "Yeah, her family doesn't really like me. To be honest, they look down on me. They think my family is too complicated and that I'm not wealthy. Other than a car, I don't really have any assets. Her family is pretty well off and they act all high and mighty. It's frustrating." Chen Shinji took a sip of tea and asked, "Need any help?" "Of course not." Jung Duoduo chuckled. "She knows what I'm capable of. Even if I'm not making a lot now, I'm confident about my future. If she believes in me, she should give me some time. I've only been out in the world a few years. I can't become rich overnight." Chen Shinji asked, "Does she believe in your abilities? If she values you and your abilities, she can stand up to her family? Maybe she's just not proactive enough?" "Yeah." Jung Duoduo lowered his eyes and said softly, "I think she's really influenced by her parents and looks down on my family. She believes I'm capable, but she feels there's a gap between us. Dating is fine, but when it comes to marriage, she gets really cautious. After all, her family is much better off than mine, and she's worried I'm only after her family's wealth." Chen Shinji asked calmly, "What business is her family in? How much are they worth?" "They're in business," Jung Duoduo replied. "Maybe tens of millions." Chen Shinji raised his eyebrows, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "With just that, what right do they have to look down on our family?" Jung Duoduo laughed and patted his shoulder. "Let me figure it out. Dating is one thing, but marriage is a lot more complicated. She studied abroad, so she's a lot more open-minded than me. Lately, she's been getting cold feet saying we should date longer and not rush into marriage. I'm starting to think maybe she just wants to date and isn't serious about marriage." Chen Shinji smirked and chuckled. "All right, do what you think is best. If you need help, just say the word." "Oh?" Jung Duoduo joked. "How would you help? Throw a few million my way so I can match her family?" Chen Shinji calmly put down his teacup. "Wrong. At least double that so you can look down on them instead." "Ha ha!" Jung Duoduo burst out laughing, raised his drink and clinked it against Chen Shinji's teacup. "Thanks, but I'll never need it." Chen Shinji raised an eyebrow. "So, what about your pure feelings? Want them back?" "Pfft," Jung Duoduo laughed. "How do you get feelings back after you've given them away? They're gone. I'm a grown man. What's a little heartbreak? Just grit your teeth and get through it. It's not like I've never been dumped before." He raised his eyebrows teasingly. "But you can't stay single forever. How about I introduce you to some girls here in the capital and help you find someone?" Chen Shinji raised his brows slightly, then shook his head. "No, that's not necessary." Jung Duoduo knew that as a child, Chen Shinji had suffered too much from his family, making it hard for him to open his heart to others. Later, fate tossed him around, and he hovered between life and death more than once, which only made him colder and less trusting. "Taitu, is your business over there movable? Why don't you just come home? Auntie and I both miss you. We hate to see you all alone in a foreign country." Chen Shinji lowered his eyes, paused for a few seconds, then spoke quietly. "The factory is already running smoothly, and both plantations have entered a stable period. There's nothing to worry about for the next 20 or 30 years. I can't move everything, but I can leave whenever I want. Don't worry. I'll come back to see you all whenever I can." Jung Duoduo's eyes reddened a little, and he said softly, "Don't stay away too long. Try to come back a few times a year. I'm busy, but I get a long vacation every year. When I'm off, I'll take Auntie to visit you for a week or two." "All right." Chen Shinji nodded. Jung Duoduo added, "Auntie is getting older every year. I've tried to persuade her not to go downstairs to work as a cleaner, but she won't listen. She says she likes chatting with her coworkers and mopping the floor as exercise. It keeps her healthy and in good spirits. She just won't quit. It's fine, said Chen Shinji. If Mom likes it, let her keep working. I've tried to persuade her too, but she insists, so let her be. I'm not here, and you have to work, so it's better for her to have company than to be alone upstairs. Yeah. Zheng Duoduo couldn't help but say softly, people need companionship. Look at Uncle and Aunt Chung. They all have each other. That's why they're so energetic. Taitu, you should hurry up and find someone too. Chen Shinji turned his handsome face away, looking at the lovely girl running toward them, and unconsciously narrowed his eyes, letting out a low, Happy, easy days always pass quickly, and in a flash, the new year was over. Ahu and Wang Qing took their little daughter south to the provincial capital. The Shanyu couple left for the southern island the next day, leaving only Xiaohu's family of 3 to continue their busy life in the capital. Xue Ling had already returned to work, but since the group had just started operating, things weren't too busy, so she spent most of her time at home. The kids hadn't started school yet, but each had their own plans, so they were rarely seen around the house. After several gloomy days, the sky finally cleared, and the warm sunlight shone down on the earth. Xue Ling didn't take a nap, instead sitting lazily by the window reading for a while. Feeling a bit thirsty, she put down her book and went to the main living room. The parents had all gone for their naps, so the living room was very quiet, and the TV was off. She poured herself a glass of water, tossed in a few slices of ginseng, and strolled slowly back toward her study. Suddenly, a clear, tinkling laugh rang out. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows slightly, recognizing her daughter's laughter, and couldn't help but look over. Under the winter-sweet tree in the courtyard, the red blossoms were bright and beautiful, and the sunlight filled the little yard with warmth and brilliance. On the stone bench beneath the tree sat a tall, upright young man, dressed in casual pants and a cream-colored sweater, looking noble and elegant. One hand rested on the stone table, the other held Xue Xin's hand. His handsome face wore a gentle smile, chin slightly raised as he watched the girl beside him jump up and down. Xue Xin, in jeans and a black sweater, her black hair flowing, was tiptoeing and jumping, trying to reach the winter-sweet blossoms on the branch, her pretty face full of bright, happy smiles. One standing, one sitting, one in white, one in black, yet the scene was harmonious and warm, like a beautiful spring painting. Xue Ling's eyes flickered, then she smiled wryly to herself. She was probably overthinking things. She didn't go over to disturb them, just carried her teacup back to her room. In a flash, it was the Lantern Festival. Everyone made tangyuan and dumplings, happily preparing for the holiday. The company let everyone off early in the afternoon. After lunch, Xue Ling packed up to go home. Passing by Zheng Duoduo's office, she saw him still at his computer reading documents and couldn't help but knock on the door. Duoduo, any plans for tonight? Zheng Duoduo looked up, then gave a helpless, wry smile. Jia, nothing planned. Auntie and Titu have been over there for 2 or 3 days now. Before she left, Auntie made a fridge full of buns and dumplings for me. If I want to eat, I just steam or boil them. Today's the Lantern Festival, so I'll just go home and cook some dumplings. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, then simply walked in and closed the door. Duoduo, did you have a fight with Xia Tingting? Did you break up? Zheng Duoduo was momentarily stunned, then gave a low, bitter laugh. We broke up, just a few days ago. Xue Ling exclaimed, Ah? What happened? Zheng Duoduo looked a little embarrassed and said quietly, Her parents objected. They think my family background is too poor, too complicated. Divorced parents, my father passed away early, and I was raised by my stepmother who's just a cleaner. Other than a car, I basically have nothing. Ting Ting said unless I sign a contract to marry into their family, there's no way we could be together. A contract? Xue Ling was both amused and exasperated. A prenup, you mean? What kind of contract? How can marriage be treated like a business deal? Jung Duo gave a bitter smile. Jie, you're not short of money, so you can talk about love easily. But for some people, marriage really is like a business deal. You know, talking about money really hurts feelings. I didn't have money when I fell in love either, Xueling said with a smile. But I get it, which is why I worked so hard to earn it. Jung Duo was amused, but then frowned and sighed. It's over. Really over. I read the first few lines of that contract and tore it up right away. It was just too insulting. Xueling couldn't help but ask, "What did it say?" Jung Duo shrugged. For example, I can't covet her family's assets. The kids would take her surname, and none of her family's property could be in my name. It's all premarital property. I don't care about the money or property, but marrying into their family and having the kids take their surname, I just can't accept that. And what's more, they went too far. They said Auntie's retirement has nothing to do with Jia Tingting, that I can help out a bit, but she doesn't have to take any responsibility, since Auntie has her own son, and I'd only be responsible for half. Honestly, just reading it made me furious. Way too much, Xueling rolled her eyes in anger. Just hearing it makes me mad, Jung Duo said softly. Tingting was a bit reluctant, but she insisted on supporting her parents, so I knew it was impossible. It's better to end it early. Dragging it out would only make it worse. Achunji and T2 know, right? Xueling asked. Didn't they ask you to go on a trip to relax? Jung Duo looked aggrieved. They know, and tried to get me to go, but I refused. Jia, there's so much going on at the company, I can't get away. I still have to work. Good boy. Xueling smiled wryly. Do you need me to approve a long vacation for you? No need. Jung Duo shook his head. The more free time I have, the more I overthink and the worse I feel. Work is great. When I'm busy, I forget everything. Xueling gave him a thumbs up. That's a great idea. Your boss is very satisfied, but today's a holiday. Take a break and come home with me for Tangwan. Jung Duo was in low spirits and barely spoke on the way home. The bodyguard drove up front, and Xueling, mindful of the young man's pride, didn't continue their earlier conversation in the car. When they arrived at the house, all the kids were home, plus Xiaohu's family of 3 and Xue Jillian's whole clan, making the place lively and full of laughter and chatter. Jung Duo chatted a bit with Xue's father on his left, then with Cheng Huanran and his brothers on his right, and gradually more smiles appeared on his face. Xueling watched quietly and, seeing him eat plenty of dumplings and even have an extra bowl of tang yuan, finally felt at ease. When you're heartbroken and alone, loneliness can magnify your pain and sadness many times over. But with company, your attention shifts, and the hurt naturally lessens or even disappears. Little Xiaohu became the center of everyone's attention, especially the elders, who all vied to hold the little one. The child wasn't shy at all, giggling nonstop. Xue and Cheng Huanchong, both teenagers, loved playing with little kids at this age. They circled around little Xiaohu, making faces and teasing him, making the little guy so excited he waved his arms and legs wildly. Xiaohu scooped his son into his arms, laughing, Enough, enough. You two stop it. My son needs to sleep. Xue wrinkled her nose and laughed. No way. He's having a great time. Not a hint of sleepiness. Exactly, Cheng Huanchong agreed. He loves us. See, he doesn't even like you as his dad. He keeps coming to us. Xiaohu, half annoyed and half amused, laughed and scolded. Get lost, both of you. He should have been asleep half an hour ago. Shan Yu came over with a bright smile and took the baby. That's right. Little Xiaohu needs to sleep. I've already said goodbye to everyone, so let's head home. Xiaohu nodded. Xue, reluctant to part, held the little one's chubby hand and pouted. Let him stay a bit longer. Just a little while. Shan Yu laughed. We'll be back this weekend. Don't worry. Next time you can hold him as much as you want. Xiaohu put his arm around his wife's shoulders and lifted his chin proudly. If you like kids so much, hurry up and fall in love, then have 7, 8, or 9 of your own to play with. Xin's pretty face turned red and she spat at him. Xiaohu ge, you're still so cheeky. You started dating and got married early. Now you want to drag others down with you. Exactly. Cheng Huanchong rolled his eyes. I'm not that dumb. Brat! Zhao Hu laughed and gave him a playful kick, then left with his wife and son. Xue Xin waved goodbye to the baby, then took out her phone from her pocket, smiling as she opened her messages. Whoa! Cheng Huanchong exclaimed. Where'd you get a phone? Huh? Big brothers? Second brothers? Their mom had already laid down the law. No one could have a phone unless they were in college. The two of them were still in high school, and every time they saw their older brothers texting or calling, all they could do was envy them. Xue Xin quickly made a shushing gesture. Keep it down. Don't let mom and dad know. Cheng Huanchong came over, peering at the phone and snatching it. Wow. What brand is this? Looks expensive. Xue Xin shook her head and explained honestly. I don't know what brand it is. T2 Ge gave it to me so I can contact him anytime. Whoa! Cheng Huanchong exclaimed. Are you crazy? International calls are super expensive. Xue Xin blinked innocently and shook her head. He said it's not expensive, told me to call whenever I want, and I can text too. He'll reply as soon as he sees it. He also said he's already put plenty of money on it. So cool. Cheng Huanchong admired the shiny screen. Such a big, flashy screen must be really expensive. Wait, why did T2 Ge give you a phone? Why not me? Xue Xin's face turned pink as she snatched the phone back and hugged it to her chest. I don't know, ask him yourself if you want one. Cheng Huanchong grumbled. Not fair, so unfair. How can T2 Ge be so biased? Did he give one to big brother or second brother? Nope. Xue Xin shook her head. Just me. Cheng Huanchong rolled his eyes. So biased, Xue Xin teased. Next time he comes, ask him to secretly buy you one. I don't even know when he'll be in the capital again, Cheng Huanchong sighed. You think international flights are like bus rides? You can't just come and go. Besides, I couldn't even ask. Xue Xin shook her head smugly. Cheng Huanchong grinned slyly. Let me play snake for a bit. Nope, Xue Xin shook her head. I need to text T2 Ge. Cheng Huanchong put on a stern face and pretended to be angry. Let me play for half an hour or else, I'll tell on you. Villain, Xue Xin laughed, shameless, trying to threaten me. I won't give in to force, I'm not afraid. Cheng Huanchong pounced like a tiger. Xue Xin ran off laughing, and as she rounded the corridor, she accidentally ran straight into Zheng Duoduo. Duoduo Ge, save me! Stand up for justice, be a hero! Cheng Huanchong gestured dramatically. Duoduo Ge, don't help the bad guys. Don't be an accomplice. Zheng Duoduo was amused by the two of them, putting an arm around each. Whoever can bribe me or win my favor, I'll help. How about that? Xue Xin giggled. Duoduo Ge's gone bad. Cheng Huanchong shook his head and sighed. No wonder they say all businessmen are the same. I thought Duoduo Ge could stay clean, but turns out he's just like the rest. Ha ha! Zheng Duoduo laughed, giving them each a playful smack on the back. You two are getting bold. Teasing me, huh? Watch how I deal with you little rascals. The teens ran off, laughing. Xue Xin was so busy playing that her phone slipped out of her pocket and fell to the ground. Zheng Duoduo picked it up, glanced at it, and raised his eyebrows in surprise, turning it over in his hands. Duoduo Ge, that's mine, Xue Xin said, coming back for her phone. Zheng Duoduo looked at her in confusion as he handed it back. Xiao Xin, this is yours? Did Lingling Jie buy it for you? That can't be, right? Although Lingling Jie was wealthy, she was generous only to others, not herself. She was always too busy to care about her own things and didn't really care anyway. Her own phones had only ever cost a few thousand or 10,000 at most, and it wasn't until a client gave her a global limited edition custom phone that she finally had something that matched her status. As far as he knew, Lingling Jie was always stingy with the kids. Even their pocket money had to be requested. How could she suddenly be so generous, giving out a limited edition gold-cased phone from a major international brand worth tens of thousands? Xue Xin shook her head and answered honestly, No, it wasn't from Mom. T2 Ge gave it to me. Zheng Duoduo was stunned. He gave it to you? Yeah, Cherish replied happily. He said it was inconvenient to keep in touch without a phone, so he bought this one for me. He told me to message him whenever I want, and he'll reply as soon as he sees it. Jung Duoduo was still processing this. You two talk every day? Pretty much. Cherish smiled sweetly. Taituge knows so much. He sends me photos almost every day. His big office at the factory, his plantations. There are huge, lush trees and rows of workers. Over there, they're still wearing short sleeves. It's freezing here, but he says it's 28 or 29 degrees where he is. I'm so jealous. Jung Duoduo could only say, Oh? Oh? Still a bit dazed. Xiaoxin, for a while Titu only had breakfast at home, and then he'd disappear the rest of the day. Auntie said he spent a lot of time here at the house, is that right? Yep, Xiaoxin explained with a bright smile. He was here to keep me company. I taught him to play chess. He read and watched TV with me and even took me out to have fun. There are lots of new places in the capital he didn't know, so I was the one showing him around. Jung Duoduo looked at her thoughtfully, hiding his surprise. No wonder I hardly saw him. Good thing you were there, otherwise he'd have been bored all by himself. Cherish grinned, touching her phone screen. Titu Ge set up a call with me at 8 tonight. It's an hour later over there, so the sun's probably just set. It's about time. I'm going to my room to wait for his call. Duo Ge, bye. Oh, okay. Jung Duoduo managed to smile. Bye. Watching the cheerful, energetic girl disappear down the hallway, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Duo? A voice called. Jung Duoduo snapped out of it and turned to see Shue's father coming over slowly with a small bowl. He hurried to meet him. Uncle, what are you doing out here? The heater isn't great out here, it's a bit cold. Shue's father smiled kindly. It's fine, not too cold. I just saw Jillian's family off and I put on an extra sweater. The chef made a lily and peach gum dessert. It's very sweet and tasty. I brought you some. Jung Duoduo was touched and took the bowl. Thank you, Uncle. Did you have some? Let's go back to the living room and eat together. Shue's father shook his head. My blood sugar's been a bit high lately, so I can't have too many sweets. You eat, you work hard, and with Achin away, you've lost a lot of weight. Jung Duoduo gave a wry smile. I'm fine. I'll bounce back soon. Shue's father walked ahead, speaking softly. Duo, you've got a long life ahead, and there will be many bumps in the road. Don't rush. Take it slow. I heard from your aunt that you were supposed to spend the new year with your girlfriend's family, but then she never mentioned it again, and you've been like this. So, I guess things didn't go well, right? Yeah. Jung Duoduo didn't hide anything. Her parents looked down on me, and she was afraid I was after her family's money, so we had to break up. Is that so? Shue's father was a bit exasperated. No room for negotiation? Jung Duoduo shook his head. There was no trust or respect left between us. Forcing it would only make things worse. He'd thought Jia Tingting wouldn't be so influenced by her parents, but when she brought out a prenuptial agreement, he was completely disappointed. She didn't like his family, looked down on his aunt for being a cleaner, and was worried he was after her family's money. She'd written out pages and pages of conditions, dozens of them, every word an insult and a sign of distrust. How could he keep going with a relationship like that? Shue's father gave a wry smile. Young people these days, so intense. Back in our day, everyone was about the same, just getting by. At most, city folks looked down on those from towns, and towns on those from the countryside. But the gap wasn't big, and there wasn't much to look down on. Uncle, times have changed, Jung Duoduo said, eating a spoonful. This is delicious. Shue's father smiled warmly. If you like it, have more. Duoduo, Achin, and Titu are traveling in one country, and probably won't be back for a while. Why don't you move in here for a bit? It's livelier with more people around. No, that's too much trouble. Jung Duoduo declined, explaining, I just make something simple for breakfast, and I can eat lunch and dinner at the company. The washing machine does my laundry, and I clean when I have time. It's really not much work. Shue's father sighed. I just worry that being heartbroken and alone is too hard. If you're here, I can keep an eye on you and feel better. Datong is far away in the south, busy with work and caring for his elderly mother and young kids, and hasn't been able to visit the capital in years. Zhao Yi is now an associate director in obstetrics and gynecology, extremely busy. With 2 kids who have to be picked up by their grandparents, she can barely manage her own family, let alone look after her brother. Old Zheng only has this one youngest son left unmarried, so of course he wants to take extra care. Zheng Duoduo smiled and said softly, "Uncle, don't worry, I'm fine. I just need a little time to get over it." After all, he'd put his heart into the relationship. It was impossible not to feel sad when it ended. But he wasn't impulsive anymore. He just needed some time to recover and adjust. "You've lost so much weight," She's father said, distressed. "And you say you're fine? Move in for a few days, and when Akan comes back, you can go home. There are plenty of guest rooms all ready to go. Just bring a couple of changes of clothes. Nothing else needed. Breakfast is important. You can't just make do. There's a chef here every day, the food is great, and you're just one more pair of chopsticks. Lunch at the company, dinner in the canteen, there's no way you're getting enough nutrition. Look at you, so thin. When Achin comes back, she'll be heartbroken." Zheng Duoduo could only nod. "All right, I'll listen to you, Uncle. I'll pack a few things and move in tomorrow." Even though he was over 30, in Uncle's eyes he was still a kid. Someone to worry about. Someone who might not be eating well or managing on his own. It felt good to be cared for. He raised his bowl and smiled. "The chef's cooking really is amazing. I'm here for the food." "That's the spirit." She's father nodded in satisfaction. "Come on, I saved 2 bowls just for you." Zheng Duoduo laughed and put his arm around She's father's shoulders. "I knew you loved me best, Uncle." "Ha ha ha." For the next month or so, Zheng Duoduo stayed at Xinyuan. Juachun told him that the climate in one country was wonderful, summer all year round. In February, the capital was still cold and damp with late winter chills, so Zheng Duoduo told her to stay there for another couple of months and wait until the weather warmed up before coming back. When Juachun heard he was staying at Xinyuan, she was very happy and finally felt at ease, deciding to stay with Titu for another month or 2 before returning. Zheng Duoduo was busy with work every day, but after coming home to Xinyuan, surrounded by people, eating good food and sleeping well, the days flew by and his heartbreak faded without him even noticing. Unexpectedly, a rumor started quietly among the company's employees, and soon it was spreading everywhere, sounding more and more convincing. Secretary Chen, always Xue Ling's trusted aide and the person who knew the staff best, never missed a thing. She quickly caught wind of it and found it both funny and infuriating. "President Xue, have you heard a rather unsavory rumor lately?" Xue Ling was busy reading documents and didn't look up. "What rumor? About whom?" Secretary Chen lowered her voice. "About you and Vice President Zheng." "Huh?" Xue Ling looked up suspiciously, raising an eyebrow. "Me and Duoduo? What rumor?" Secretary Chen smiled awkwardly and whispered, "Some employees saw him coming to work with you a lot lately, and others said he was seen arriving in your private car early in the morning." "Oh," Xue Ling laughed. "Duoduo's been living at Xinyuan lately. We live together, so what's so strange about coming to work together?" Secretary Chen gave a wry smile. "Of course it's not strange. The problem is the rumors among the staff are really nasty. Vice President Zheng's rise in the company has been very fast, which already made some people jealous." "So?" Xue Ling asked, amused. "They think I'm having an affair with Duoduo, so I'm giving him special treatment, promotions, and a high salary?" Secretary Chen nodded helplessly. "Ha ha ha ha!" Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Secretary Chen was exasperated. "President Xue, can you be serious? Aren't you worried? This kind of talk is really over the line. Maybe you should call in the HR director and have them clean up the gossip and review everyone's conduct." Xue Ling finally managed to stop laughing and asked, "Anything else? Besides this, are there any other rumors?" "No," Secretary Chen muttered. "Isn't this enough? Isn't it serious enough? It's awful. I can't stand it. Young people these days have too much time on their hands and love to let their imaginations run wild. She Ling chuckled, sipped her tea, and went back to her documents. Secretary Chen blinked in surprise. President Shi, you're not going to do anything about it? This concerns your reputation. It's not a small matter. She Ling replied calmly. I'm not worried. People can say what they want. It's their mouths. If it were about someone else, I'd have to step in. But if it's about me, let them talk. The innocent have nothing to fear. There's nothing to explain. But that won't do, Secretary Chen said anxiously. If it were about someone else, fine. But you're the president. Your reputation affects the whole company. You can't just let them say whatever they want. She Ling remained calm and reassured her. Don't worry. Most of the senior management know that Duo is Uncle Zheng's youngest son, and I watched him grow up. Many of them know Uncle Zheng and know I've worked with him for over 10 years. I don't need to clarify. Others will step up and shut down the rumors. I've been busy lately, and if Duo hadn't just gone through a breakup, I would have already handed my position over to him. The senior management all know I plan to pass the role to Duo, so whether they want to please me or the new boss, they'll be eager to handle this. If someone else will take care of it, why should she bother? Besides, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Such a small matter isn't worth her personal attention. And as the subject of the rumor, if she tried to clarify, it would only look more suspicious. Secretary Chen trusted She Ling most of all, and after hearing this, she quickly calmed down. All right, then. Let's wait and see. She Ling nodded. Take these files down and sort them. Get back to work. Okay. Secretary Chen left. On the other side of the office building, Zheng Duo's door was knocked on by Xia Tingting. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Director Xia, what is it? Since their breakup, they'd blocked each other and kept their promise to keep work and personal life separate, now only colleagues, nothing more. They still worked in the same building and saw each other at meetings. Maybe because they saw each other so often, his heart had wavered a few times, but soon settled, and he was back to his old self. Xia Tingting frowned at him. Are you free after work? I have something to ask you. Zheng Duo shook his head. Say it now. I'm busy after work. Uncle had said there'd be crab roe buns for dinner and told him not to work late, to be sure to come home for dinner. Xia Tingting's face darkened. Is the rumor going around the company true? What rumor? Zheng Duo asked, puzzled. Xia Tingting frowned. You really don't know? Zheng Duo shrugged. What should I know? What's your relationship with President Shi? Xia Tingting asked. Zheng Duo was momentarily stunned. Why are you suddenly asking this? Xia Tingting said seriously. Just answer me. Do you have any private relationship with her besides being colleagues? Zheng Duo nodded. Xia Tingting stared at him in disbelief. How could you be so shameless? Did this happen after we broke up? Do you think this is your shortcut to the top? You're capable enough. Why take this kind of shortcut? Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows coolly. What are you talking about? Xia Tingting rolled her eyes. Don't play dumb. The whole company is saying you're President Shua's kept lover. Bang! Zheng Duo slammed the table in anger, his face dark. Xia Tingting was startled. She'd worked with Zheng Duo for years and was used to his gentle, easygoing nature. Seeing him suddenly lose his temper, she was genuinely frightened. Zheng Duo glared at her and said coldly, Who's spreading this nonsense? Are they crazy? President Shi is my older sister. I've known her since I was a kid. She's watched me grow up and cares for me like her own son. Cousin? Xia Tingting asked in disbelief. Zheng Duo couldn't be bothered to answer and strode out of the office. After all, Zheng Duo was still young and couldn't hold back his temper for long. He called in several subordinates from HR and gave them a stern scolding. Secretary Chen heard about it and quickly informed Xue Ling. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, calmly put down her files, and went to see what was going on. When the staff saw the president herself arrive, they thought she was there to settle scores and were terrified. but Xueling just smiled and told HR and logistics to arrange a video meeting for the next day, which she would personally host, requiring all employees to attend. Then she looked at the still angry Jung Duo and smiled. What are you so mad about? What's a household without a little gossip and drama? Jie! Jung Duo was exasperated. But they shouldn't use you as a joke. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have moved into Xinyuan. I've caused you trouble and brought negative attention to the company. Xueling shook her head, unconcerned. What's there to be afraid of? If you're upright, you don't fear a crooked shadow. I've never treated you as an outsider. What's wrong with you living at my place? It's still the most prestigious mansion in the capital, isn't it? Letting you stay there is a privilege. Jung Duo was amused and sighed. Ja, my self-control is nothing compared to yours. Don't worry. When you're my age, you'll be even better at it. Xueling waved her hand. All right, everyone disperse. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. If a rumor can spread so wildly among the lower ranks, it shows how poor HR's team building and company image work is. Pass this on. Every HR employee's bonus is cut in half this month, from the director down to the staff, no exceptions. Everyone bowed their heads and filed out. Xueling patted Jung Duo's shoulder. Tomorrow's meeting is especially for you. Duo, I planned to hand this position to you last year, but since you'd just gone through a breakup, I kept postponing it. Gee? Jung Duo shook his head. I'm not up to it. Xueling smiled wryly. I've spent years training you. If you're not up to it, who is? My decision proves I have absolute confidence in you. Jung Duo shook his head again. Jie, you're still so young. I'm not young anymore, Xueling said with a smile. I can't spend my whole life working and making money. I want to spend more time on other businesses and with the elders. I'll step back and let you take charge. I'll still be the largest shareholder. Xue Heng is the second, and I'll give you a small share too, with a suitable raise. You won't be shortchanged. Ji? Jung Duo hesitated. Xueling nodded firmly. No refusing. For now, this position is yours. Jung Duo couldn't help but say, Jia, Ranran and Yang are both great candidates. Why not consider them? Xueling smiled. They have their own pursuits, so I'm not considering them for now. Just help me out and I won't be stingy with what you deserve. Your family. Jung Duo quickly shook his head. No need, Jia. You're giving me such a big opportunity, I can't ask for more. The salary is already so high, I feel bad taking it. All right, I'll handle all that. Get back to work. Xueling said, Come to my office at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll announce this to the whole company. Oh, and tonight we're having your favorite crab roe buns at home. Don't be late for dinner. Okay, got it. That afternoon, several senior executives took the initiative to clarify the rumors, explaining that Jung Duo was staying at Xinhuan, which was why he commuted with the president. So, Vice President Jung's father and President Xie used to run a factory together, over 10-20 years of friendship. Not just that, I heard they used to be neighbors, living right next door. Vice President Jung grew up playing with President Xie's kids. No wonder President Xie values him so much. He's family. What are you young people thinking all day? How can you spread such rumors? Good thing President Xie didn't take it seriously. If it were me, I'd have punished everyone involved. No, it wasn't me. All right, enough. Secretary Chen waved her hand. Go take a break. Don't just stand around. President Xie hired us to work, not gossip. HR is a warning to everyone. Focus on your jobs. Everyone quickly dispersed. The next morning, Xueling and Jung Duo hosted a company-wide video meeting, announcing that she would step back as chairman and Duo would be the new president. Xueling also said she'd gotten her partner and children's consent to give 2% of her shares to the new president. Just like that, Jung Duo became the new president of Tianshu Group, with an annual salary of 1.5 million and a net worth of several hundred million overnight. Wow, the new president, a 30-year-old president, the youngest in the capital. With the current stock price, that's at least 400 million. From today, President Xue is stepping back, and President Jung is in charge. Amid the shocked cheers in the corner, Xia Tingting's face went pale, her hands fidgeting. She turned and rushed out of the office, hiding in the restroom. With red eyes, she took out her phone, only to find that Zheng Duoduo was still blocked. She had no way to contact him except his office number. How could this be? Zheng Duoduo had suddenly become the company president. She'd noticed before that President Xue valued him, promoting him to the executive team and involving him in major projects, clearly grooming him. But she never imagined Xue Ling would value him this much, or that she'd step back so young. She never thought Xue Ling would be so generous, handing over such a huge company to an outsider instead of her own children, and gifting him shares worth hundreds of millions. The sparrow boyfriend she'd just dumped had suddenly become her boss. Xia Tingting couldn't process it. She'd thought he was trying to climb up by attaching himself to her, but he'd turned into a golden prize overnight. Suddenly, a message popped up on her phone. It was from a financial manager introduced by her relatives. Average looks, average build, similar education and salary, but dull and not good at conversation or romance. She didn't like him at all, but his family background was decent, so her parents kept pushing her to date him. Annoyed, she opened the message. Ting, I've thought about it for a long time and I don't think we're a good match. Your family is indeed well off, but mine isn't bad either. If I have to marry into your family just to date you, then I guess we're not meant to be. It was nice meeting you. Let's just be friends. The bank has some new investment products. Feel free to ask about them. Goodbye. After reading it, Xia Tingting couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. So, she'd just been rejected? She let out a helpless laugh, then scratched her head and lowered it. Over the next half-month, Xue Ling officially handed over the position of president to Zheng Duoduo. Xue Heng also had great trust in Zheng Duoduo's abilities, giving him a thumbs-up in support. Cheng Tianyuan was very happy too, because Xue Ling could finally let go of most of her work and enjoy some leisure time. Xue's father was secretly delighted. He even snuck off to old Zheng's grave to share the good news. When he came back, his eyes were red, which startled everyone. What happened to you? Xue's mother asked in confusion. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Cheng Tianyuan was very worried and held his arm. Dad, are your eyes uncomfortable? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Xue's father looked at them in confusion and asked, What's wrong? My eyes are fine. Liu Ying squinted at him anxiously. They're so red. How can you say they're fine? Quick! Yuen, hurry and take your father-in-law to the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and turned to have the driver get the car ready. No. Xue's father shook his head. My eyes are fine. I just couldn't help crying a bit earlier, so they're still red. See? I can see clearly. Everyone was startled again. Xue's mother was the first to ask, Why were you crying? Did someone bully you? Who upset you? No, Xue's father said awkwardly, lowering his voice. Duoduo has finally made something of himself. I went to the cemetery to tell old Zheng so he could be happy. Duoduo was his youngest, and he always worried about him the most. Achun has raised Duoduo so well all these years he can finally rest easy. If he's watching from the afterlife, he should bless Achun with good health so she can enjoy both her son's success. I just got emotional and couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xue's mother scolded. You really scared us. Seeing your red eyes, we thought something was wrong. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Mom, Dad's just too happy and moved, as long as his eyes are fine. Sigh. Xue's mother couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. So many years have passed in a flash. Old Zheng might have already been reincarnated by now. That's right, Liu Ying agreed. He was a good man. Good people are sure to be reincarnated. Xue's mother laughed. Maybe we'll all be reincarnated after we die. Mom! Cheng Tianyuan quickly interrupted. Don't say things like that. If Ling Ling hears, she'll be upset. Xue's mother smiled. She's not a little girl anymore. She can handle it. Not necessarily, Cheng Tianyuan explained. People get more sensitive as they get older. Xue's mother waved her hand. She's a shrewd businesswoman. She's tough. Everyone laughed. Xia's father couldn't help but ask, "Hasn't she stepped down as president? What's she busy with now?" "She still has to go to the company," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "But it's not as busy, and she can take time off now and then. These days she's working with Xiao Liao to settle her assets. Still very busy." "Xiao Liao?" Xia's father asked curiously. "Liao Zhongnian's youngest son? That handsome guy who studied business management?" Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "He's already in his 30s. He's been working at the investment company, helping Lingling manage some assets and investment projects." "So much going on." Shua's mother shook her head, unimpressed. "She's so greedy, playing the stock market and investing. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." "You don't understand, so of course it's confusing," Shua's father said. "She's probably made quite a bit." "Really?" Shua's mother was skeptical. "I heard most people lose money in the stock market." Shua's father shook his head. "If you treat stocks like gambling, you'll definitely lose. Lingling told me she's held some stocks for over 10, even 20 years. "That's right," Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice. "She said the best ones have gone up more than 1,000 times. They started as small companies and became multinational giants. The stock price soared." "Oh," Shua's mother murmured thoughtfully. "So, I guess it's profitable after all." Shua's father laughed. "I've always said she's better than me. The student surpasses the master." "Oh, stop it," Shua's mother laughed. "Don't brag so much." Everyone laughed. At that moment, Xue Xin came bouncing in with her backpack. "Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, I'm home from school." "Xiao Xin's home." "Come have some water. Thirsty? The weather's getting hotter. Feels like early summer." Xue Xin giggled, looking around. "Is Duoduoge back yet?" "No," Xue's father replied. "He's been working late lately, hasn't had dinner at home for several nights. I asked old Li to make him some tasty snacks so he'll have something to eat when he gets back." Xue Xin said, "Oh," and muttered, "Then I'll wait and tell him when he's back." "Tell him what?" Liu Ying asked curiously. Xue Xin blinked her pretty eyes. "Aunt Achun is coming back. Tituga is coming with her." "Really? Achun's coming back? That's great." "Titu must be bringing her back, what a filial child." "Yeah, Titu's always been like that," Cheng Tianyuan said. "He may seem a bit cold, but he's actually very caring. He was like that as a kid, and he's still like that now. 3 years old sets your character for life." Xue Xin cheered. "Tituge also said he'll take me to one country for summer vacation. I can't wait. I heard the beaches there are unbelievably beautiful." Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Tituge is very busy. Don't bother him. Haven't you been to enough beaches? You can't even count them on your fingers." Xue Xin hugged his arm and pouted. "But I want to go. It's a foreign country. I heard it's tropical, with great weather, lots of rain and fertile land, a beautiful and charming place." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently. "Summer vacation is still far away. Already thinking about it? By then you might have changed your mind several times." "No way," Xue Xin pouted. "Tietuge told me he's staying here for a while, maybe to start a business. When summer comes, he'll take me south." "Oh?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "He's coming here to do business? What kind? He never mentioned it before." Xue Xin shook her head. "I don't know. Ask him when he gets here." A week later, Chen Xinji escorted his mother back to the capital. As soon as he brought the luggage inside, he turned to head out again. Zhu Achun asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you forget something downstairs?" "No," Chen Xinji replied. "I'm going to find Xiao Xin." Zhu Achun smiled gently and explained, "Today's Thursday, not a holiday. How could Xiao Xin be home? She's in high school now and boards at school during the week. She only comes home on Friday evenings." Chen Xinji's eyes flickered, and he said quietly, "We made plans. I'll wait for her at the school gate after class, have dinner with her, and then take her back for evening study." "Oh?" Zhu Achun blinked, thinking they must have something important to discuss, and reminded him, "It's only about 3 in the afternoon. School won't be out for a while. At least have some water and change your clothes before you go. Chen Shinji glanced at his clothes, then nodded. Just then, Jung Duo hurried in. Auntie, Titu, why didn't you let me pick you up at the airport? I even took half a day off. Chen Shinji was looking for clothes and didn't even turn around. There are plenty of taxis outside the airport. No need for you to make an extra trip. Ju Achun hadn't seen Jung Duo in 2 or 3 months and quickly came out, her eyes shining with tears. Duo. Auntie? Jung Duo hugged her affectionately. You're finally back. Ju Achun sniffled and looked him over with a smile. Not bad. You haven't lost weight. Jung Duo laughed. I just had a cleaning service come 2 days ago and moved back yesterday. I stayed at Xinyuan for the past couple of months. Breakfast and dinner were always plentiful, and Uncle made me late-night snacks every day. I actually gained weight and had to work out to lose it, or I'd have become a big fatty. Ju Achun shook her head. No way. You're tall. A little extra weight is fine. Taitu's even taller than me, but he's a couple of kilos lighter. Jung Duo shook his head. Young people don't like being chubby. If I don't keep in shape, it'll be hard to find a girlfriend. Ju Achun chuckled. He's single too. Don't follow his example. Jung Duo burst out laughing. Chen Shinji changed into jeans and a crisp white t-shirt. His tall, lean frame and long legs made him look even younger and more handsome. Duo, did you get the car I asked for? Jung Duo turned, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Wow, you look so much younger. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a college student. Yes, I got it. The day after you mentioned it, I asked a friend to help pick one out. Ju Achun looked at her energetic, handsome son, her eyes full of pride and joy. Taitu, are you really staying in the capital for a month or 2? Yeah, Chen Shinji replied. Didn't I have Duo buy a car? It'll make getting around easier. I told you before I want to export fruit from the plantation over here, but the channels aren't set up yet. I need to come and sort things out myself, or the middlemen will take too much. The best way is to ship it over and sell directly to the big supermarkets, Jung Duo suggested. Chen Shinji nodded. The import process here is very strict, but it's complicated. Fruit doesn't keep long, so I need to shorten the process as much as possible. Jung Duo asked, A day or 2 shouldn't matter, right? Not necessarily, Chen Shinji explained. If you pick fruit early, it won't be as sweet. If you pick it ripe, you need to spend more on preservation and protection during transport. But the fruit tastes better and customers like it more. Ju Achun said warmly, I don't know much about this. We can make a small profit on high volume, but the key is to win over customers so they come back. That's how you build a long-term business. Chen Shinji nodded. I know, Mom. Jung Duo raised his eyebrows. Lingling Jia has a friend who works at the airport quarantine station. Maybe she can introduce you. It'll be much easier with someone on the inside. Oh, Chen Shinji agreed. I'll bring some fruit to Xinyuan tonight to visit. Jung Duo couldn't help thinking of Shui Xin's phone, his eyes darting, but with Auntie there, he didn't dare ask directly. Ju Achun called out, The water's ready. Just add some cool water and it's good to drink. Duo, it's getting hot outside. Have some too. Okay. The 2 young men replied in unison. Jung Duo took out the car keys. The car registration is still being processed, but there's a temporary plate on it now. I used your ID to register, so the car will be in your name. Here, sign these purchase documents. Chen Shinji quickly signed. Jung Duo reminded him, Our country doesn't recognize dual citizenship, so keep a low profile. I know, Chen Shinji said calmly. I'll handle it. If you want to do business here, you can use my name and ID for now. Chen Shinji raised an eyebrow. Will that affect your work? What's there to worry about? Jung Duo laughed. The company belongs to Lingling Jia, I'm just working for her. Chen Shinji smirked, teasing, A billionaire employee, so humble. Jung Duo laughed and gave him a friendly punch on the arm. Not as much as you? You probably have even more than me, Chen Shinji joked. You're already Duo. So much. Who could have more than you? Ju-chun and Jung Duo both laughed. Duo, work hard, Ju-chun said warmly. Don't let Madam down, she trusts and supports you. Jung Duo nodded. Auntie, don't worry, I'll give it my all. Ju-chun smiled kindly and wiped her hands. I'll go downstairs to the supermarket for some fresh meat and vegetables. Auntie, Jung Duo quickly interrupted. You just got off the plane, don't rush around. I've already ordered dinner. Later I'll drive you both out to eat. Don't count me in, Chen Shinji said, striding out. See you tonight. Mom, I'm off. Jung Duo called after him. The car's in parking lot E223 on the first floor. You have the parking pass, right? It works everywhere? Yes, Chen Shinji replied, his long legs quickly carrying him away. Jung Duo peeled an orange and munched on it, muttering, busy as soon as he gets off the plane? Auntie, where's he going? Ju-chun smiled. He said he's going to wait for Xiaoxin after school, have dinner with her and bring her back after evening study. Gulp. Jung Duo stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. Auntie, T2 and Xiaoxin seem pretty close. Ju-chun didn't think much of it, tidying up the living room as she replied gently. Yes, he's always doted on Xiaoxin. Duo, it's been raining a lot lately. If there's sun on the balcony, take the cushions out to dry. Oh, okay, Jung Duo replied thoughtfully. The next day, Ju-chun brought her youngest son to visit Xinyuan. As soon as Chen Shinji's car arrived at the gate, the security guard came out to ask who they were looking for. Ju-chun greeted him with a smile. We're here to visit. The guard recognized her and quickly opened the gate. Sir, please park your luxury car in the spot on the far right. The sun will shine there later and it'll be cooler under the trees. Chen Shinji nodded calmly. All right, thank you. In the back seat, Ju-chun's eyes flickered with curiosity. Taitu, how much did this car cost? Last time you said you wired money for Duo to buy it, but I never got to ask how much before you left. Chen Shinji turned the wheel and answered calmly, Not expensive, just a little money. Ju-chun couldn't help but laugh. A little money for a luxury car? This car is so spacious and stylish. Even I, who knows nothing about cars, can tell it's not cheap. Chen Shinji smiled. Mom, it really wasn't expensive. My bank balance could buy plenty of these. Don't worry, I don't spend recklessly. Even if you have money, you should still be frugal, Ju-chun said gently. I know you're successful now, running such a big factory with hundreds of workers and 2 large fruit plantations with harvests all year round. You'll never be short of money. But money is hard-earned, not blown in by the wind. You should still be careful with it. Chen Shinji nodded. Don't worry, it was just a little money. Ju-chun gave him a look, knowing he wouldn't say the real price. The bodyguards and security at the estate were used to seeing big scenes. For them to call it a luxury car, it couldn't possibly be cheap. After parking, Chen Shinji got out and opened the back door for his mother. Mom, did you bring all the local specialties? Ju-chun nodded. Yes, they're all inside. I'll carry them, Chen Shinji said warmly. Suddenly remembering something, Ju-chun asked, By the way, I saw you packing a very pretty little box. When I helped you unpack last night, I didn't see it. Did you put it away yourself? Chen Shinji smiled. That was a gift for Xiaoxin. A little brooch, very cute and unique, just right for her. Oh, Ju-chun smiled. So you already gave it to her, as long as she likes it. Chen Shinji's eyes softened. She really liked it. Watching on the security cameras, Xue Ling saw the mother and son arrive and quickly brought her parents and the other elders out to greet them. The two brought specialties from Wen country and some fresh, unique fruits, which made the 3 elders curious and amazed. What's this? The color is so pretty. Wow, this mango is huge. Must weigh 1 kilo or 2, so heavy. These look like southern lychees. The texture is similar but a bit firmer. Ju-chun enthusiastically introduced everything. These were all picked fresh from the orchard yesterday morning. Then we took a helicopter to the airport and flew to the capital. The orchards are all run by T2. He said they used to be plantations with poor yields, so the owner sold them. He hired people to cut down the old trees and plant fruit trees. Some are 7 or 8 years old, some just 2 or 3, and some are vines covered in fruit. The elders ate happily as they listened. Chen Xinji picked out a few tender yellow mini bananas and respectfully handed them to Xue Ling. "Madam, is your husband not home? Aren't you working today?" Xue Ling smiled. "Thanks to your brother, I can slack off a bit now. I haven't gone to the office these days, just nap in the afternoon, then stop by the investment company and come home by evening. Ayuan went to work early. There was a big shipment at the docks, so he couldn't even come home for lunch." Chen Xinji nodded. Xue Ling tasted a mini banana and praised, "It's so sweet. How are these bananas so cute and tiny? Adorable!" Chen Xinji explained. "These are from the plantation, not a mutant variety. Bananas in Wen country used to be this small, but people stopped growing them because of the low yield. I think they taste better, so I planted over 10 acres. Now we have mini bananas all year round." "They're really delicious." Xue Ling gave a big thumbs up. "The best and cutest bananas I've ever had." Chen Xinji's gaze was steady and confident. "If we import them here, I think they'll be very popular." "Oh?" Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, then smiled. "So you're planning to bring your fruit business here?" Chen Xinji explained. "The capital is one of the biggest cities in the country, with tens of millions of people, a huge market. The climate here isn't suitable for fruit, and land is expensive, so there are no orchards. Everything is shipped in. People here have higher living standards and care more about healthy eating. My 2 orchards use all natural methods, very little pesticide, and produce fruit year-round. There's a lot of fruit, but not many people there, so there's often surplus and waste. I want to import the fruit to big supermarkets here." "Sounds great." Xue Ling quickly guessed his intentions. "Want my help, or want me to invest?" Chen Xinji smiled. "Both." "No way." Xue Ling laughed. "I'll help, but I won't invest. I finally have a little free time. I can't be too greedy. My mom just said yesterday I'm not a spider, but I keep taking on more and more, haha." She already had so many investments she couldn't even count them all. This project sounded good, but she had to restrain herself. Chen Xinji's eyes softened. "I mentioned it to Xiaoxin before. She was all for it. She said she wanted to invest too, but didn't have the money." "She's just a little girl. What does she know?" Xue Ling said gently. "She loves fruit, so of course she'd say yes to anything delicious." Chen Xinji chuckled. "She really loves fruit." Xue Ling waved him over. "Come on, tell me how I can help. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can. With bananas this good, I wish I could eat them every day." "Thank you, madam," Chen Xinji promised with a smile. "From now on, all the fruit from the orchard is yours." Ha ha ha. In the blink of an eye, summer arrived and the holidays were just around the corner. The elders at home were all in high spirits, happily waiting for the kids to come back and for the house to be lively again during the break. Cheng Tianyuan munched on a steamed bun while reading a text on his phone. Uncle Jillian sent a message. He signed Xiaoxin up for 2 competitions, both during the holidays. Xue Ling was surprised. The teacher agreed? Xiaoxin's teacher was already in his 70s, usually kept a low profile, and didn't like his students showing off by joining competitions everywhere. Xiaoxin was still learning chess from him, 1 lesson every weekend and more during the winter and summer breaks. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It was the teacher's idea. Uncle Jillian asked a chess friend to sign her up. Xue Ling sipped her porridge and said gently, "All right, we'll tell her when she comes home for the holidays." Liu Ying squinted and asked, "Does Xiaoxin have a phone now? Who bought it for her?" "Huh?" Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No." Xue Ling smiled. "Her big brothers only got phones when they started college. She's not even in her 2nd year of high school. No way she'd get one so soon." Liu Ying looked puzzled. "Then I must have been mistaken." "No," Xue's mom added. "I've seen her 2 or 3 times. That girl was hiding in a corner, tapping away on a gold-gray phone." Xueling's face darkened slightly. I'll ask her about it when she comes home this weekend. Xue's dad reminded. Did you forget? She and Achong have exams this weekend. They won't be home until next week. The older boys will be back in a day or two. It's fine. I'll ask her when she's back, Xueling said. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Maybe her brothers lent it to her? Her monthly allowance is just enough, and most of her money goes straight to her meal card. How could she afford a phone? Xueling nodded. That's probably impossible. She paused, frowning. At last month's parent meeting, her homeroom teacher said her recent test scores weren't great. She dropped out of the top 10 in her class. Huh? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Did you talk to her? I did, Xueling replied. She said she just didn't do well this time and would adjust. Xue's dad chuckled. No, One High isn't an ordinary school. The students are all top-notch. Being in the top 20 is already great. Xueling shook her head. Dad, she was top 5 in her class and top 30 in the grade last semester. This is a clear drop or the teacher wouldn't have brought it up. Don't be too demanding, Xue's dad muttered. Xue's mom shot him a look. If she can do well, why not expect more? She's smart and capable. Of course she should work hard. She'll be in her second year soon, and the college entrance exam isn't far off. She needs to buckle down. Ha ha ha, Xue's dad rolled his eyes. There are 2 years left. Not far? Are you living on Venus? Xue's mom snorted and waved him away. Go, go, go. If you're full, get lost. Stop rambling. So Xue's dad slunk away. Xueling giggled and cleared her father's dishes. Cheng Tianyuan asked, By the way, how's T2's fruit import business going? Smooth? After more than 2 months of work, it's finally about done, Xueling replied. The first batch will arrive in the capital next week. T2's been running around a lot. He's technically dual nationality now, so to avoid trouble, the new company is registered under Achunjie's ID. Duo's face and name are now the group's calling card, so it's not convenient to use his. He's changed his name to Jinji, Cheng Tianyuan reminded. Xueling laughed. Can't help it. I'm used to the old name. Liu Ying beamed with joy. Every time T2 comes, he brings fruit. Last time he brought so many boxes we almost couldn't finish them. The fruit there is so good. The environment must be amazing. Yes, Xueling said loudly. I've seen photos of the orchards, top-notch, Liu Ying praised. Taitu is so tall, even taller than Ranran, and so handsome like a TV star. Xueling gave a thumbs up. Not just that, he's great at business too. She'd accompanied him through various departments for permits and passes, and saw how calm and efficient he was, always getting straight to the point and handling everything well. He's really made it on his own, Cheng Tianyuan said admiringly. To achieve so much at such a young age is rare. T2 grew up in a single-parent family, was mature beyond his years, and later struggled alone abroad, enduring many hardships. Most people his age are still drifting, but he's already built a business empire overseas. Xueling nodded. He's truly exceptional. Even our kids, even Ranran can't compare. Environment shapes people, Xue's dad said, picking his teeth and strolling around. Our kids grew up in comfort. They can't compare to someone who's weathered storms. No comparison, Cheng Tianyuan agreed with a wry smile. Xue's mom said, Taitu really is a good kid. He may look cool and capable now, but he's still as caring as ever. When Xiaoxin and Achong couldn't come home for fruit, he delivered it to their school. Achong told me about it when he got home. Really? Xueling laughed. They all come home on weekends. He's spoiling them. Xue's mom explained. Achong said T2 waited at the school gate. Xiaoxin came out after class, but the box was too heavy, so he helped carry it. The school's security is strict. No outsiders allowed. Achong said he lugged a box back to the dorm and shared it with his roommates, and everyone loved it. Oh, Xueling paused, then muttered, So Xiaoxin really does have a phone? The dorms have a public phone, but you have to wait in line. Taitu was able to contact her and arrange to meet after class, so she must have a phone, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. You sly little thing. When the grades come out next week, I'll have a good talk with you. After dinner, Ling accompanied the elders to the back garden to water the trees and flowers. She saw her father sitting on a small stool in the vegetable patch, squinting as he pulled weeds, and hurried over. "Dad, you shouldn't keep your head down like that. Let me do it." She's father shook his head. "No way. Last time you pulled up all the vegetable seedlings and left the weeds behind. These were hard to grow. I can't let you pull them up again." Ling. She chuckled and said softly, "I've never grown vegetables before, so I didn't know what the seedlings looked like. Dad, you have to give me a chance to learn. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake again." "You'd better not try," her father said with a laugh. "This really isn't for you. Look at you wearing such nice clothes to play in the dirt. People will laugh at you." "This is my own home. At most, only you all will laugh at me. Who else would dare?" Ling raised an eyebrow. Her father burst out laughing. Just then, Ling's phone rang. Her father waved her off like shooing a mosquito. "Go, go, go. Go take care of your business." Feeling thoroughly dismissed, Ling brushed the dirt off her hands, wiped them with a wet tissue from the stone table, and picked up her phone. It was Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen had been with her for over 20 years, one of the company's most senior employees and her most trusted assistant. Before stepping back, Ling had left Secretary Chen to help the new president. With Secretary Chen's help, Zheng Duoduo had quickly taken over all her work and settled into the role. Ling raised her eyebrows and answered. "Hello? Chairwoman Shui? It's Xiao Chen." Even though she was already in her 40s, Secretary Chen always called herself Xiao Chen in front of Ling, though she was already a seasoned veteran. Ling laughed. "What's up, Xiao Chen, finally missing me?" "Oh, Chairwoman She, I miss you every day. I just don't want to disturb your rest, so I don't dare call every day." Ling praised. "Still as sweet-talking as ever. All right, let's get to the point." "You really are sharp, Chairwoman." Sigh. "This is both a personal and a company matter, and it concerns the new president, so I wanted to report to you first and ask how to handle it." Ling's smile faded. "What's going on?" "Chairwoman, HR Director Xia Tingting has been blurring the line between personal and professional lately. Not only has it affected President Zheng's mood, but it's also caused some negative gossip in the company. She's been telling colleagues that she and President Zheng dated and were even talking about marriage. But President Zheng was dishonest, hid his family situation, and they broke up because of it." Ling raised her eyebrows. "Dishonest?" "Yes, that's what's being said. Our company's always promoted integrity first and pursuing higher quality as our slogans. Now that President Zheng is the company president, his reputation can't be tarnished, or it could affect the company's image and even the stock price." Ling got to the point. "What exactly has she been saying? Be specific." "Recently, Xia Tingting brought in a young woman who seems to be her relative. I checked, and all these rumors started with this new employee. She even said President Zheng led Xia Tingting on, then dumped her. And that Xia Tingting still has feelings for him and hopes they'll get back together." Ling frowned. "What does Xia Tingting want? To get back together? Is she using gossip to pressure Duoduo?" "I'm not sure, but that's my guess. Xia Tingting clearly wants to reconcile, but President Zheng doesn't seem interested." Ling sighed. "Young people these days." "Chairwoman, you can't ignore this. President Zheng is so busy he doesn't realize how bad the rumors have gotten. I'm worried Xia Tingting might go all out and damage his reputation, which could hurt the company's image and performance." Ling sighed. "You're absolutely right. In the internet age, news spreads faster than we can imagine. If negative rumors get out, especially about a key figure, it can seriously damage the company's image and stock price. I thought it through carefully. It may sound like a private matter, but if these rumors spread, people without judgment will believe them and gossips will blow it up. The consequences could be disastrous." Ling scratched her head. "Don't worry, I'll go to the company tomorrow and find a chance to fire that new employee." "Great. Chairwoman, you're the perfect person to handle this. President Zheng is stuck in the middle and can't make a move, or he'll never clear his name." Ling chuckled. I'll be the bad guy. Duo can't do it, but I can. Xia Tingting was so quick to dump Duo before, but now she clearly regrets it. Too bad. Good horses don't eat old grass. What about Director Xia? Chairwoman, I think. She's not suitable to stay by President Zheng's side anymore. She's already mixed personal and professional, disregarded the company's reputation, and that's a big taboo. Plus, her little tricks around President Zheng could affect his work. Ling thought for a moment. It's not easy to fire her. She's been with the company for years and is a talented young manager. It wouldn't be right to erase all her past contributions. So what do you suggest? Ling replied quickly. I'll talk to her tomorrow and transfer her to Xue Heng's branch. Her position and salary will stay the same, but she'll have to move offices. If she's smart, she'll accept. If not, I'll let her go. As the company head, she had to think of all the employees, not just Xia Tingting. Perfect. I'll have tea ready for you tomorrow. Ling smiled. Thanks for your hard work. I'll bring your favorite coffee tomorrow. Guaranteed satisfaction. Wow. Thank you, Chairwoman. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Ling was always decisive and never dragged things out. The next morning, she drove to the company and quickly resolved the issue. That afternoon, Xia Tingting's relative left the company in tears. The next day, Xia Tingting was transferred to the branch office. That evening, after work, Zheng Duo headed straight to Xinyuan. Everyone happily invited him to join them for dinner. Zheng Duo glanced at Ling, noticing she was helping set the table. With all the elders around, he held back what he wanted to say and sat down to eat with everyone. Xue's father quickly had old Li make Zheng Duo's favorite shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns, warmly encouraging him to eat more. Duo, did T2 go back to Wen country? Zheng Duo nodded. He went south a couple of days ago. He said he'll be back next week or the week after. His orchard is huge, and with the hot weather, several fruits are ripening at once. There aren't enough workers for the harvest, so he's hiring more and buying some picking machines. Cheng Tianyuan, sitting nearby, smiled. Now that he's doing fruit business here, he'll be coming back more often. Chunjie must be thrilled. Yeah, Zheng Duo smiled. Auntie and I are both happy. Even if he's busy coming and going, having one more person around makes the house livelier. Cheng Tianyuan asked, is he shifting all his business here? Not necessarily, Zheng Duo explained. Taitu has always been steady and cautious. He wouldn't do anything unless he was sure. Auntie said if he can come home for a few days every month or two, she's already satisfied. But I think he's considering it. His factory's industry is getting outdated. He said it'll only be profitable for another 2 or 3 years. Xue's father raised his white eyebrows and lowered his voice. Did T2 make a lot of money? That car he drives must cost at least 1 or 2 million. Wow, that much, Xue's mother exclaimed. It looked expensive, but I didn't expect it to cost that much. Xue's father said, You don't know cars, so you can't tell. And you do? Xue's mother retorted. Xue's father chuckled. I didn't at first. It was Yang who saw it and told me. Zheng Duo, munching on rice cake, said, Over 1.6 million. He wired me the money to buy it. Taitu must have made a lot over there, Xue's father said, giving a thumbs up. He and Achin are both frugal. If he can spend over 1 million on a car without blinking, he must be doing very well, treating that kind of money as pocket change. Zheng Duo shook his head. I don't know the exact amount. You know T2? He's good at keeping secrets and doesn't talk about these things. Even if Auntie asks, he might not say. You don't even know a ballpark figure? Xue's father pressed. Zheng Duo thought for a moment. His factory's been running for years, and I've heard the profits were good until the last couple of years. His orchards are huge, 2 of them, so the profits must be decent. Auntie said he owns several properties in Wen country, including a big villa, a few apartments in the capital, and some shopfronts. He's also invested in the oil industry with others over there, which should be very lucrative. I'd guess he's got at least 10 fingers worth. 10 million? Xue's father stared in disbelief. Zheng Duo stifled a laugh. I really don't know the exact number. That's just my guess. With his investment ability, that figure is likely. A true prodigy. She's father gave a thumbs up, praising, so young yet so accomplished. The future will be even brighter. Chung Tianyuan smiled warmly. Titu was always good at making and saving money. I remember after school he'd finish his homework and go downstairs to collect cardboard and bottles to sell. Achunjia said he saved up for his own tuition and bought his own school supplies. He was amazing as a kid, She's mother laughed, and even more amazing as an adult. Liu Ying, gnawing on a chicken wing, mumbled, Exactly, amazing. Chung Tianyuan put some greens on her plate. Mom, don't eat too much meat. Have some veggies. Liu Ying grunted but kept eating meat. Xie Ling brought out freshly steamed crab roe buns and shrimp dumplings, smiling. Duo, these were made especially for you. Eat up. Thank you, sis. Thank you, uncle. Zheng Duo dug in happily. After dinner, the three elders went to the garden to relax. Chung Tianyuan took a client call and hurried out. Xie Ling sat in the kitchen, leisurely waiting for Zhao Li to bring dessert. Papaya and white fungus soup is really good. You should try some. Zheng Duo chuckled. Sis, you're always so sharp. You must know why I'm here. I'm not that clever. Xie Ling shook her head. I can't tell if you're here to plead or to thank me. Zheng Duo laughed again. Sis, you know. So? Xie Ling asked. Did she confront you, or did she lower herself to ask for help? Zheng Duo lowered his eyes and sighed. She said, everything was her cousin's doing and she didn't know about it beforehand. She also said she understands the line between public and private, but I was the one using my position to push her out. Xue Ling laughed softly. It's fine. Just blame it all on me. If she can handle the branch, fine. If not, she can quit. Up to her. But it's really just our private matter, Zheng Duo said with a wry smile. I never thought it would blow up like this. Xie Ling shook her head. It started as a private matter, but now it's different. She's been spreading rumors about you, which affects the reputation of the company's leadership. I have to be careful. Duo, there's no such thing as absolute separation of public and private, and honestly, if you weren't Uncle Zheng's son, if I hadn't watched you grow up, would I have entrusted such a big company to you? You're capable, and I trust you, but it's because you're not an outsider that I chose you as my successor. Zheng Duo was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Ling Jie, I understand. I got too hung up on the idea of separating public and private and ended up trapped by it. Xie Ling smiled and patted his shoulder. Smart, as long as you understand. Remember, true letting go is not caring at all. No matter what she says or does, just stay calm. That's real closure. Duo, you know the saying. A good horse doesn't go back to old grass. Zheng Duo finally smiled. Sis, thank you. I know what to do now. Xue Ling nodded, reassured. Enough talk. Have some dessert with me. Sis, I'm already so full. Half a bowl? It's sweet and light. More like a drink. Heh, then I'll have a bowl. The summer heat was intense, and final exams were over. The kids came home one after another, and Xinyuan was lively again. Cheng Huanran was especially busy, juggling his internship, thesis, and various lab experiments. He hadn't been home for over 2 months. As soon as he got back, the elders surrounded him, fussing that he'd lost weight and didn't look well. Cheng Huanran grinned and hugged the elders on both sides. Don't worry, being a bit thinner is good. Young people like being slim. I don't even need to diet. Grandpa Xue patted his chest, concerned. Look at you. So skinny. You need to eat well while you're home. Grandpa already asked the kitchen to make extra dishes, all your favorites. Thanks, Grandpa, Wanran said playfully. Xue Yang rushed over, making a dramatic face. Oh no! Little sis got a big scolding from Mom. She's in her room crying. What happened? She's crying? Huanran, who doted on his little sister, got anxious as soon as he heard she'd been scolded. Why did Mom do that? Is she too bored after retiring? Cheng Huanchong, munching snacks and watching TV, muttered, It's her own fault, can't blame Mom. Did she bomb her exams? The eldest asked. Xue Yang nodded. Yeah, and she also had a phone. Everyone nodded in understanding. No wonder. She's only going into her second year and already has a phone? That's way out of line. Huanchong looked at his brothers suspiciously. Wait, did you guys buy it for her? The eldest and second brother exchanged glances and shook their heads. Nope. Their own money was tight and had to be requested from Mom. How could they afford to buy their little sister a phone? Everyone wondered. So who bought her the phone? Grandpa Xue couldn't help but ask, could it be her teacher? No way, Huanchong explained. Her teacher is super frugal, donates his pension to charity, and doesn't even have a phone himself. No way he'd buy her one. Xue Yang thought for a moment. Could it be Dad? No way, Huanran shook his head. Dad's on Mom's side, he'd never go behind her back. Everyone laughed. Xue Yang muttered, I caught a glimpse of her phone earlier. It looked expensive. Just then, Xue Ling came over in casual clothes. The elders hurried over. Where's Yao Xin? We heard she cried. Did you scold her too harshly? Our little darling. Xue Ling waved them off. No pleading for her. Don't ask anything. Go walk in the garden and get ready for lunch. What about Xiao Xin? Grandma Xue pouted. Xue Ling said sternly. She's being punished to study in her room, making up the subjects she slipped in. This summer, aside from chess and studying, she's not allowed to do anything else. No one is to take her out to play. The elders didn't dare object or plead, and filed out to the garden. The three sons sat up straight, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Xue Ling tossed the phone on the table and ordered, Third, your coursework is the same as hers. You're in charge of helping her catch up. Okay, she continued. Second, you're in charge of taking her running in the mornings and making sure she doesn't drink cold drinks. Mom, Xue Yang protested, it's so hot, I wish I could eat ice cream every day. If I can't do it myself, how can I be strict with her? Xue Ling shot him a look. She's a girl. She can't have too many cold things, especially during her period. She's had stomach aches 2 cycles in a row, and only after asking did I find out she'd had cold drinks. You're home most of the summer, so you're in charge. If she doesn't listen, tell me. If you can't handle it, I'll dock your allowance. Yes, ma'am. Xue Yang saluted. Xue Ling turned to the eldest, who grinned and hugged her shoulder. Mom, don't worry. I'll make some recipes and cook some nourishing food for her. Lots of girls can't control their cravings. It's not just her. Xue Ling sighed and sat down. The sons quickly gathered around, coaxing her and pleading for their sister. Xue Ling sighed again. Do you know who gave her this phone? I was too embarrassed to confiscate it. I just said I'd hold on to it for now and give it back later. The three sons stared in surprise. Who? Xue Yang picked up the phone, turning it over in his hands, then gasped. Oh my God, this isn't an ordinary phone. You could buy a luxury car with this thing. The eldest and third brothers stared in disbelief and scrambled to see. Xue Yang exclaimed, It's a custom limited edition, at least 500,000 or 600,000. What? The eldest and third brother were instantly jealous. Xue Yang pouted. Mom, you only bought me and Big Bro phone's worth a little over 1,000. That's so unfair. Yeah, Mom, you're so biased. I protest. I've never even touched a 1,000 yuan phone. Xue Ling gave them a look and explained, Didn't you hear me? Someone else gave it to her. Who? So generous. Taitu. The three brothers were stunned. What? Titu Gay gave her such a nice phone? Why didn't he give us one? That's so unfair. Wow, fruit and meals are one thing, but even a phone? Xue Ling shook her head, smiling wryly. She already explained. Taitu had a pair of these phones and gave her one so they could keep in touch. She only messages him every 2 or 3 days, always proper, never playing around. She said she just got lazy with vocabulary, so her English slipped, and she hates electricity and physics, so her grades dropped. She made her case so well, I didn't know what to say. She added, And since it's from Taitu, I don't even know what to say to him. At most, I can blame him for giving her too expensive a gift, but what else? Titu is wealthy now, and tens of thousands is nothing to him. He dotes on Xiaoxin and just wanted to keep in touch. As a parent, confiscating it seems a bit much. Xue Yang exclaimed, "Wow, Titu Gay is really rich. I saw his suit at New Year's and knew it was expensive, but I didn't expect even his phone to be custom." "Jealousy, envy, and hate," Huan Chong joked. "Why didn't he give me one? I'd message him every few days too." Huan Ran laughed and burst his bubble. "Dream on. You probably forgot, but among all us kids, Titu Gay always doted on Xiaoxin the most. Anything good he'd give to her. Even the little pinwheels he made in class he'd paint pink and give to her. He spoiled her more than any of us brothers, no question." All the brothers sighed, still envious. Xue Ling could only smile helplessly. A month later, Chen Xinji flew north. Before leaving, he called his mother and said he'd have dinner at home with her. Zhu Achun was overjoyed and said she'd go buy groceries right after work so the family could have a nice meal together tonight. As soon as he got off the plane, his phone received several messages. All from Zheng Duoduo. He said he had the day off and nothing to do, so he'd drive to the airport to pick him up. Chen Xinji was about to reply that it wasn't necessary, but then noticed the last message had been sent half an hour ago, saying he was already outside the airport, and that after picking up his luggage, he should go straight to the parking lot to meet him. He paused, then walked with the crowd toward the baggage claim. He was good-looking and very tall, so quite a few girls kept glancing at him along the way. He definitely turned heads. Chen Xinji was long used to this kind of attention. Calmly, he made his way through the crowd, grabbed his suitcase, and headed straight for the parking lot. Zheng Duoduo was sitting in the car listening to music, with the AC set a bit low. After getting in, Chen Xinji let out a comfortable sigh. "How have you been lately? You actually get days off? Does that mean you're not busy enough?" Zheng Duoduo laughed, pulling away from the curb. "No matter how busy you are, you still need to rest. I usually take 1 day off on weekends, unless there's a project rush. Otherwise, the company gives us 2 days off on weekends, and there's rarely any overtime. I'm a bit busier, so I usually work an extra day." Chen Xinji grunted in response and pulled out his phone. Still no messages. He'd thought that after the kid was on break, she'd have more time to text or call him, but there had been barely any messages. Not even a single call. Looks like she's having too much fun this summer. Zheng Duoduo glanced at the phone in his hand, his eyes flickering. "That phone looks familiar. You like it?" Chen Xinji raised an eyebrow. "The new model is already available for pre-order. I'll get you one." Zheng Duoduo laughed and shook his head. "I wouldn't dare use such an expensive phone. Besides, my current salary doesn't really match something like that. I'd probably get teased by my coworkers." Chen Xinji clicked his tongue, teasing. A guy worth hundreds of millions saying that? Isn't that a bit too modest? "Shares don't count," Zheng Duoduo explained with a grin. "Lingling only picked me because she was worried I couldn't handle all the senior execs in the group. I know very well that my salary is what I actually earn." Chen Xinji put his phone away and said calmly, "If you like it, just say so. As long as it's useful and not a waste, there's no need to worry about the price." Zheng Duoduo looked a bit incredulous. "You used to be so stingy. When would you ever buy expensive stuff?" "For myself or my family," Chen Xinji explained. "Why be stingy? Making money is so we can live better, more conveniently, not just to let it sit in the bank as a cold, hard number." Zheng Duoduo laughed, then probed. "Last time I went to Jinyuan for dinner, I think I saw Xiaoxin with the same phone." The man in the passenger seat raised his eyebrows slightly and answered calmly, "That's right. I gave it to her." "Family?" Zheng Duoduo chuckled. Chen Xinji frowned and shot him a look. "What are you really trying to ask?" Zheng Duoduo gave an awkward smile and said quietly, "Just curious." "No need to be curious," Chen Xinji replied. "It's not as complicated as you think, and it can't get complicated for now." "Huh?" Zheng Duoduo stifled a laugh. "Wait. How do you know I was thinking it was complicated? Don't give yourself away like that." Chen Xinji leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. "She's still young. I have to wait for her to grow up. Don't say anything, or Mr. and Mrs. Lin will get suspicious. What? Jung Duo couldn't help but tap the brakes, making the car jolt before quickly smoothing out. What did you just say? You're going to wait for Xiao Xin to grow up? Are you really serious about her? Chen Xinji didn't answer. It was unclear if he'd heard. Jung Duo took a couple of deep breaths, unable to hold back a wry smile. I know you care about her a lot, but she's so much younger than us. The past is the past, but things are different now. Are you sure you're not confusing your feelings? Maybe you just want to keep caring for her and you're mistaking that for love. Maybe you're just not used to being back in the capital after being so busy for so long? Chen Xinji opened his eyes and calmly looked at the road ahead. What do you think? I'm not a kid. Don't you think I can tell how I feel? No, Jung Duo asked awkwardly. I just worry you might be mistaken. Chen Xinji replied calmly. I'm not mistaken. I didn't understand before, just knew I cared for her a lot. Now, what I feel for her is a longing and affection that lingers in my heart. I'm sure my feelings for her have become those between a man and a woman. Hey, careful! People will call you crazy, Jung Duo warned. Xiao Xin is still so young. She'll only be 17 after the summer. Chen Xinji said calmly, I already said I'll wait for her to grow up. And what about her? Jung Duo asked helplessly. She's still so young, just a teenager who doesn't really understand love yet. Your feelings for her have changed, but what about her? How can you be sure she'll like you too when she grows up? That you'll be on the same page? I'm working on it, Chen Xinji replied. Jung Duo rolled his eyes. She's still in high school and she'll have to go to college. In her family, even if she doesn't get a master's or PhD, she'll at least have to get a bachelor's. She's about to start her second year of high school, then 4 years of college. That's 6 years. How can you be sure she'll only have feelings for you during those 6 years, that she'll stay true to you? Young people these days aren't as simple as we were. Chen Xinji glanced at him and explained, Didn't I just say? I'm already working on it. Haven't you thought about what you'll do if all your effort and feelings end up wasted? Jung Duo asked, agitated. Chen Xinji thought for a moment, then said, If she doesn't like me, I'll wish her happiness and protect her in another way, but I never do things I'm not confident about. I moved part of my business to the capital just so I could be with her as she grows up, waiting for her. Jung Duo was touched, but still forced a wry smile. I don't even know what to say to you. Wait, let me ask, does Xiao Xin know how you feel? Have you started anything? Chen Xinji sounded a bit impatient. Didn't I say? I have to wait for her to grow up. Oh, right. Jung Duo suddenly thought of something and quickly reminded him, for now, make sure Ayuan and Lingling don't find out. They only have one precious daughter, and she's not even grown up yet, but there's already a big bad wolf eyeing her up. This is a recipe for disaster. Chen Xinji closed his eyes and said calmly, Of course I know that. Night had fallen when Shui Ling drove home from the investment company. She was lost in thought the whole way, pondering how exactly to divide her assets among her children. It wasn't until she reached her front door that she suddenly realized she'd forgotten today was her mother-in-law's birthday. When she left the house that morning, Cheng Tianyuan had reminded her, saying all the kids would be home and that they should have a lively celebration. He'd already asked the main kitchen to prepare a feast for dinner. Not only that, he'd invited Xue Jilian's whole family, Little Tiger's family of 3, and Sister Achen and her 2 children to come to Xinyuan for the birthday banquet. As people get older, their biggest fear is loneliness. They long for a lively home every day. In the past, they never liked to mention birthdays, let alone throw parties. But things had changed in the last 2 years. Now, every time the elders had a birthday, the house would be bustling with celebration, and the old lady was delighted, no longer refusing the attention. Xie Ling had originally planned to spend the whole day at home, but then Zhao Liao called, saying the overall asset summary had been finalized and asking her to come over quickly. After her afternoon nap, she rushed over, got caught up in work, and lost track of time. It wasn't until the company staff were leaving for the day that she finally said goodbye to Xiao Liao and headed home. Only when she reached her front door did she realize she'd forgotten to buy a gift for the old lady. Giving a red envelope didn't seem meaningful. The old lady wasn't short of money and didn't need to spend it, so to her it was just a number, nothing substantial. Thinking it over, she turned the car around and headed back out. A while ago, the elders had discussed buying a fully automatic massage chair, but after talking about it, they never actually bought one. She figured there should be a store selling them at Ronghua Mall, so she decided to go buy one. Also, her mother-in-law liked gold. Maybe she should get another gold bracelet. As she was thinking this, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure waving at her from the side of the road. Xue Ling was momentarily surprised, then quickly steered the car toward the sidewalk and stopped on the inside lane. Fang? What are you doing here? Cheng Tianfang was dressed neatly and elegantly, with short hair and light makeup, holding a small box in her hands as she hurried over. Sis-in-law, I was just waving at you, but you didn't see me. I was about to walk a bit further, but then you turned back. Did you forget something? Xue Ling had always kept in touch with Cheng Tianfang. She'd even had Ran Ran and Yang Yang add their aunt on WeChat so they could send her voice messages during holidays if they had time. Over the years, Cheng Tianfang had lived alone. She used to stay in the TV station dormitory, but after saving up, she bought an apartment in the same complex as Xue Heng and his daughter. Xie Han was growing up and already knew her parents had long been separated and divorced. She stayed with her father on weekdays and with her mother on weekends. Maybe because she grew up in a single-parent family, she was more mature than her peers. Fortunately, Grandpa and Grandma Xue Jillian lived with them, so the child wasn't lonely and was fairly cheerful. In recent years, Cheng Tianfang had focused on her career and was now deputy director of the TV station's logistics department. Her salary increased every year, and she held a high position at the station. Her income was stable, and the two storefronts Xue Ling had given her continued to bring in steady, high rent, so her life was quite comfortable. Xue Ling smiled and explained, I forgot to buy a gift for Mom. I was just about to head to the mall. I got so busy this afternoon that it slipped my mind. I see. Cheng Tianfang replied gently. You and my brother are both so devoted to the elders. I'm sure my mom doesn't lack for anything. Xue Ling glanced at the gift box in her hand and asked, Is that for the old lady? Cheng Tianfang smiled. Sis-in-law, I'll have to trouble you again. Xue Ling took it and asked, Want to come in with me? No. Cheng Tianfang shook her head with a hint of regret. I won't go in. I don't want to upset Mom. It's her birthday. Let her enjoy it without me spoiling her mood. In previous years, whenever she gave gifts to the old lady, whether her daughter helped or Ran Ran and the boys did, the old lady always refused to accept them, sometimes even throwing them in the trash. In the last 2 years, Cheng Tianfang had asked Xue Ling to help pass the gifts along. Maybe after so much time, the old lady didn't resent her daughter as much. Or maybe she just wanted to save face for her daughter-in-law, so she accepted them. Xue Ling didn't insist and asked with a smile, How have you been lately? Pretty good, Cheng Tianfang replied warmly. Sis-in-law, did you know? Director Xue Kong has retired. Retired? Xue Ling laughed. That was quick. Why didn't Kongjie say anything? We had no idea. Cheng Tianfang smiled and explained, She reached retirement age, so she stepped down. Her position was quietly handed over to a junior 6 months ago, and the transition went smoothly a few days ago. She's probably been too busy and needs some time before telling everyone. Xue Ling nodded. I'm semi-retired myself now. Finally have some free time. I'll invite her over for tea tomorrow and catch up. Cheng Tianfang smiled. She might not have much time. Her daughter still refuses to get married, and it's driving her crazy. She said now that she's retired, she's going to the matchmaking center every day to find her daughter a husband. Xue Ling shook her head and smiled wryly. She's been at this for years, never succeeding, but never giving up. Her persistence is really touching. When Xie Kong's daughter returned from studying abroad, she was already older, and just like her parents, she was focused on her career, not interested in dating, and had no time for it. The couple only had one daughter and wished she'd settle down soon, but she kept putting it off and refused to find a partner. Xie Kong had introduced many promising young men to her, but she didn't like any of them. Not only did her mother help look, but her father did too, but she rejected them all. After so many introductions, the daughter got annoyed. Always independent, she valued her freedom and simply moved out. She earned a high income, was very capable at work, extremely attractive, and came from an excellent family. Maybe she was just too outstanding. Many men felt intimidated and didn't dare pursue her. Plus, she was a bit proud and strong-willed, which most men didn't like, so there were very few suitors. She was happy to be left alone, throwing herself into her career, and even told her parents she planned to stay single for life. Cousin Xue Kong was highly capable, successful in both career and family, but when it came to her daughter, she was at a loss. The old couple had been worried for years. Cheng Tianfang smiled gently. "We've already advised her. Maybe her daughter's fate just isn't here yet." "What about you?" Xue Ling asked with a frown. "Fang, are you still waiting for your own fate? If you meet someone suitable, just find a companion." Cheng Tianfang's eyes dimmed, and she forced an awkward smile. "Me? I haven't really thought about it for now." Xue Ling shook her head. "There's no such thing as for now, forever, Fang. Your brother is already 50, you know. We're not young anymore." Cheng Tianfang gave a bitter smile. "I just want to be with Xiaohan, watch her grow up, see her succeed in her career, and have a happy marriage. That would be enough for me." "But children will have their own families and lives in the future," Xue Ling advised. "You need to have your own life too." Cheng Tianfang's eyes reddened and she said softly, "Sis-in-law, I've made a mess of my life. I don't dare try again. I've disappointed my family and friends, and I even indirectly caused Dad's death." "It's all in the past now," Xue Ling interrupted gently. "Time can heal some wounds. You and Mom are mother and daughter. Blood is thicker than water. We still see you as family." Cheng Tianfang shook her head. "But Mom and Big Brother still won't forgive me. If I can't even handle my closest relationships, how could I dare bring trouble to anyone else?" "You can't think like that," Xue Ling said quietly. "You can't give up your right to a stable life because of this. You're not old yet, so you don't understand how hard it is for the elderly to suffer from illness or how painful loneliness can be. I advise you, while you're still young, find a companion. At the very least, when you're old, you'll have someone to care for and talk to, someone to lean on." Cheng Tianfang gave a sad smile. "Sis-in-law, I don't have to wait until I'm old. I've been volunteering for overtime these past 2 years. On weekends, I have Xiaohan with me. The house is full of voices and laughter. But the rest of the time, it's just me. A lot of times I turn on the TV just to have some noise, so it doesn't feel so empty. If I could stay on duty at work all the time, I'd rather stay there. The TV station is always busy, people coming and going. In that environment, I sometimes feel at ease." "That's all the more reason to find a companion," Xue Ling reminded her. Cheng Tianfang sighed softly. "Sis-in-law, it's not that easy." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask quietly, "Are you waiting for Aheng?" "No," Cheng Tianfang said with a bitter smile. "I don't have the right to hope for reconciliation with him. I just never thought about looking. I don't have the heart for it. Other than Xiaohan, my world is just work." Xue Ling sighed, but didn't want to hide anything from her. "Did you know Aheng has a girlfriend now?" Cheng Tianfang was stunned for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. "I didn't know, but it was bound to happen. I'm not surprised. He's such a good man. Even if he's older, he has money, a house, a career, and plenty of young women like him." Xue Ling shook her head. "No, she's about your age. She's a divorced mom with a child a little older than Xiaohan. She's a lawyer, very capable, and owns her own law firm. And you know her." Cheng Tianfang asked in surprise, Lawyer Hay? Shi-Ling explained. She handles our group's legal affairs, so she's worked with me and Ah Hung a lot. Maybe because they had so many chances to interact. And since they're both single parents, they have a lot in common, so they gradually got together. I think they started dating a few months ago. Maybe the relationship isn't that stable yet, so they haven't made it public. Cheng Tianfang's eyes reddened and she said softly, "That's good. They're a good match." "They might not end up together," Shi-Ling said honestly. "Ah Hung told me they don't really have that romantic feeling. Maybe because they're older and life has worn away all the passion. But they have things to talk about and feel comfortable together, so they want to see if it could work." For successful middle-aged men and women like them, getting along is very important, especially whether their families can blend together. Ah Hung said his biggest worry is Xiao Han's reaction. All these years he's raised her alone, and everything revolves around her. She's probably more sensitive than other kids because she grew up in a single-parent family. That's why, unless he's really sure about He Miao Miao, he won't make it public. Of course, if things go well, they'll give the kids a heads up first so they can be prepared. Cheng Tianfang nodded. He's a good father, a good dad. I know he loves Xiao Han very much. I also believe he'll handle this well. Shi-Ling's eyes softened and she advised, "Afang, when Xiao Han is with you, you can gently test the waters and help her get mentally prepared." Neither of them was that old yet. If they met the right person, maybe they'd choose to be together. Whether it was her or Shui Heng, Xiao Han would eventually have to face the possibility of her parents forming new families. Giving her a little mental preparation would help her accept it better in the future. Cheng Tianfang agreed softly. "Sis-in-law, I will." Seeing how quickly she went from surprise to calm acceptance of Shui Heng and Lawyer He, Shi-Ling felt secretly relieved. "Afang, you're only halfway through your life at most. Don't give up like this. Ah Hung told me he doesn't hate you anymore. As the mother of his child, he hopes you'll have a good life too." Cheng Tianfang burst into tears. "Thank you, sis-in-law. Just hearing that from him, I have no regrets. I've let him down so much. Thank him for me." Shi-Ling took out a tissue, gently patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "Afang, he's already moved on. You should pull yourself together and start a new life too." Cheng Tianfang sniffled and nodded. "I'm not in a hurry. Once he and Lawyer He are stable and Xiao Han accepts it, then I'll think about whether I want to find someone new. Sis-in-law, if the person is good, then fine. If he's a jerk, then I'd rather not. Being single is lonely, but at least it's peaceful. If Xiao Han's future family doesn't want me too involved, I'll just find a quiet place to retire. When I'm too old to manage, I'll go to a nursing home." Shi-Ling sighed softly. "Don't think like that for now. If you like having a family, reconsider. If you really don't want to, then when you're old, you can come live with us." "Thank you, sis-in-law." Cheng Tianfang smiled gratefully, half joking. "I don't think I'm the type to live a long life. I just hope by then Big Brother and Mom will have forgiven me, and that I won't be too much of a burden to you all." "What are you saying?" Shi-Ling scolded, giving her a look. She glanced at the sky. "It's getting late. You should head home. I need to hurry and buy a gift. The dinner starts around 7:30. "Okay." Cheng Tianfang nodded. "Sis-in-law, let's keep in touch. Remember to send me photos of Mom, and a family photo too." "No problem." At Xinyuan, the lights were bright and the place was bustling with people. Cheng Tianyuan stood at the front hall entrance, welcoming several groups of guests in succession. He squinted suspiciously and took out his phone, intending to call his wife and hurry her along. But just as he did, he saw her car pulling in through the front gate. He watched as she got out in a hurry, opened the trunk, and called over the security guard at the door to help carry something. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went over and asked, "What's this? It's so big." Shi-Ling turned her head and replied with a smile, "A gift for Mom, a full-body massage chair. What do you think? Not bad, right?" "Not bad at all." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Why not put it in the gym? There's more space there." Shi-Ling nodded. "Sure, please help move it over." Just then, Shi Yang came running out. "Dad, Grandma says the red envelopes she asked you to buy are missing. She's been looking everywhere and can't find them. Do you know where they are?" Cheng Tianyuan suddenly remembered and laughed. "I haven't given them to her yet. How could she find them?" The elders at home were getting on in years, often misplacing things, and their memories weren't what they used to be. He took a small red pouch from his pocket and handed it to Shui Yang. "Go. Give this to Grandma. If she wants to hand out red envelopes, help her count the money so there's no mix-up or embarrassment." Shui Yang nodded. "Got it." "Yang Yang," Shui Ling called. "I just bought a full-body automatic massage chair for your grandma and the others to use. Later, go check out how it works and then teach them." Shui Yang's eyes lit up. "No problem. I'll try it out tonight, figure it out, and then teach Grandma and the others." With that, he dashed inside. Cheng Tianyuan looked ahead and said, "We're just waiting for Sister Achun and her 2 kids and little Tiger's family of 3. As he spoke, a luxury car slowly pulled in through the gate. Shi Ling smiled. "Sister Achun and her family are here." Cheng Tianyuan seemed to remember something and asked in a low voice, "Did T2 mention anything to you?" "What?" Shui Ling shook her head. "No, we haven't been in touch much lately." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "He said he wants to take a few of the kids to Wenguo for a week or 2. Xiao Xin mentioned it a while back. At first it was just her, but then it became the 4 of them going together." Shui Ling was tempted and couldn't help but laugh. "Why didn't they invite us? I'd love to go to a tropical country for a trip." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were gentle. "If you want, we can go with the kids and make it a vacation. We've got our passports, just need to get visas." "Great," Shui Ling said happily. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, "I'd worry about leaving the 3 elders at home. We can ask Uncle Jillian to stay with them for a week." "Good idea," Shui Ling agreed immediately. The elders were too old to travel, and they didn't feel comfortable leaving them alone at the house, so they'd have to ask Shui Jillian for help. As they spoke, Ju Achun and her 2 children got out of the car. After a warm greeting, Shi Ling led them into the house. They presented their gifts and wished the birthday elder happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the southern mountain. Then the 3 of them went their separate ways. Ju Achun sat with the elder chatting. Chen Xinji took Xiao Xin to the back garden, while Zheng Duoduo chatted with Xue Heng. Nearby, Cheng Huanran was texting on his phone, while Cheng Huanchong and Xue Han were happily playing in a corner. Xue Huan was watching TV with his youngest daughter, and Zheng Xiaoyi was helping her son with his homework. Mrs. Chen came over and asked, "Xiaoyue, why aren't you playing? You can do your homework when you get home. It's not urgent. It's summer break, there's no need to be so strict." Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head helplessly. "Mom, you don't know how hard the Math Olympiad homework is. Just looking at it gives me a headache. Since Wan Chong and the others are here, I want him to finish it now, and if he gets stuck, he can ask his cousins for help." Mrs. Chen couldn't help but mutter, "If even you as an adult get a headache, why sign him up for so many classes? Why push him so hard? The poor kid doesn't even get a real summer break." The child was only about 10, and summer should be a time for fun. But he had to study advanced English, attend Math Olympiad classes, learn piano and painting, and even had abacus, Go, and swimming lessons. And more. The whole summer was spent shuttling between tutoring and enrichment classes, with hardly any time to rest. The parents didn't seem to mind, but the grandparents felt sorry for the kids. But since the children belonged to their parents, the elders didn't want to interfere too much. Their own ideas about education were outdated and couldn't keep up with the times. That's what her husband always said, but Mrs. Chen didn't really agree. She always felt Xiao Yi was pushing too hard and it might backfire. Shi Jilian, on the other hand, was very easygoing. He thought the grandchildren should be raised by their parents, and the older generation shouldn't interfere too much, just help out with pickups and drop-offs. "Mom, he has to study," Zheng Xiaoyi said with a wry smile. "All his classmates are taking these classes. If he doesn't, he'll fall behind. In that environment, it's easy to get left out." Mrs. Chen shook her head. I told you and Ahuan before, don't send the kids to such a good school. The pressure is too much and there's too much competition. It's not really a good school. But the teaching is excellent, Zheng Xiaoyi explained. It's the best elementary school in the capital. Many people go to great lengths just to get in. Just the registration code costs tens of thousands, and a spot can be over 100,000. We live in the school district, so our kids can go just by signing up. How could we pass that up? Mrs. Chen sighed. I really don't understand young people these days. Before the kids even start elementary school, you're spending over 100,000. What about high school, college, and grad school? The financial pressure on parents is huge. The mental pressure is huge too, Zheng Xiaoyi said tiredly. I'm busy helping him with homework, signing all sorts of forms, and doing parent-child activities. I'm already exhausted, not to mention all the extra stuff. Mrs. Chen pursed her lips, a little disdainful. That's what you and your husband wanted. You brought it on yourselves. With that, she called to her grandson. Come on. Grandma will take you to the back garden to see the koi. They're beautiful and fun. She Yue was still young and naturally curious and energetic, so he couldn't resist the temptation. He dropped his pen and notebook and happily followed his grandma out. Zheng Xiaoyi was a bit annoyed but couldn't say anything in front of the elders, so she just packed up the notebook and pen. Second sister, Zheng Duoduo called. Come have some baby bananas. Taitu just got them, they're super fresh. The gloom on Zheng Xiaoyi's face quickly disappeared, and she smiled. Great, I'm coming. Zheng Xiaoyi ate the fragrant, sticky little bananas and nodded in satisfaction. Fruit from the tropics is really delicious with a natural sweetness from the plant itself. It feels like all my taste buds are coming alive. Zheng Duoduo laughed. If you like them, eat more. These were picked just 3 days ago. Super fresh. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but praise. T2 is lucky to have found such a good, convenient channel for importing fruit. It was Lingling who made the connection, Zheng Duoduo explained in a low voice. She's been working in the capital for years and has built up a huge network. When a real pro steps in, it's just different. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled with satisfaction. You and T2 are both doing so well in your careers now. Your brother-in-law and I are really happy for you. Just yesterday at dinner, we were talking about you and T2. What about us? Zheng Duoduo asked curiously. Marriage. Life's big events, Zheng Xiaoyi replied. Zheng Duoduo shivered at the thought, waving his hands. No. Don't even think about introducing me to any nice girls. I'm way too busy for dating right now. Nonsense, Zheng Xiaoyi scolded with a laugh. That's just an excuse. You work during the day, but you can't date at night? Don't you get a day or day and a half off on weekends? Can't you date on weekends? Stop using work as a shield. Zheng Duoduo chuckled. I just took over as CEO of the group, so I need time to adjust and settle in. There are plenty of excellent young women doctors at our hospital, Zheng Xiaoyi said. Your brother-in-law is mentoring 2 young doctors who just finished grad school. I've met them. One is very pretty, cheerful, and honestly, she's a top beauty in the medical field. Zheng Duoduo replied. Next quarter, the group is launching a new product line. I have a ton of meetings with the execs. In the second half of the year, I plan to travel around to check on our product marketing in different regions. Knowing yourself is more important than knowing your competitors. Zheng Xiaoyi went on. Most of my new colleagues aren't much to look at, and the few pretty ones already have boyfriends. The good-looking ones usually pair up in college. After asking around, your brother-in-law's student is still the best match. Zheng Duoduo spoke quickly. Half the year's already gone. I still have to recruit more researchers before September and reorganize the R&D department. Product quality is important, but constant innovation is our eternal goal. Zheng Xiaoyi continued. That girl had a relationship before, but they broke up because they worked too far apart. One in the south, one in the north. She's good-looking, has fair skin, is tall, and has a very elegant intellectual vibe. Zheng Duoduo was about to protest, but Zheng Xiaoyi shot him a glare so he could only smile sheepishly. I'm really not in a rush to get married. Once a man hits 30, he becomes more stable and can handle the pressures of society. 30 to 50 is the golden age for a man's career. I can't miss that. Zheng Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes and retorted, "So you're going to wait until after 50 to get married? Who says you can't have a career and a relationship at the same time? I got married and had kids while I was still in college. Why can't you learn from me? If everyone waited until 50, who'd still be able to have kids? That's geriatric parenthood." Zheng Duoduo stifled a laugh. "I forgot to learn from you back in college. Now it's too late." "Don't try to weasel out of this." Zheng Xiaoyi put on her big sister act. "This weekend I'm arranging for you all to have dinner and see a movie. I'll text you the time and place." "What?" Zheng Duoduo wanted to cry. "A blind date? I don't want to." "No way," Zheng Xiaoyi insisted. "If you keep dragging your feet, you really will be 40 or 50 before you get married. You and T2 aren't young anymore. It's time to settle down. Once you get married, it'll be T2's turn." Zheng Duoduo rolled his eyes and muttered, "He doesn't need a blind date." "He has a girlfriend?" Zheng Xiaoyi asked, instantly curious. "Where's she from? Wenguo? How old? Is she pretty?" Zheng Duoduo quickly shook his head. No. Zheng Xiaoyi looked out the window and saw Chen Xinji and Zhao Xin by the fish pond, chatting, with Xiao Yue happily running around them. "T2's better looking than you, and taller too. He probably doesn't need a blind date. Girls these days are so open. With a guy that handsome and rich, they'd be lining up to chase him." "Biff!" Zheng Duoduo laughed. "He'd have to let them catch him first." T2 already had someone in his heart. No way he'd let anyone else in. He was just waiting for Zhao Xin to grow up. Zheng Xiaoyi asked, "He wouldn't? Has he ever dated?" "I don't know," Zheng Duoduo replied. "What kind of girl does he like?" "I don't know." "How long is he staying here? Will he stay for good? How many months a year will he be here?" "I don't know." Zheng Xiaoyi rolled her eyes, exasperated. "You don't know anything. What kind of brother are you? You're a joke." "Haha, gee, Ling Ling's calling me. I'm off." Zheng Duoduo made a quick escape. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't do anything but call after him. "Wait, this weekend." Her little brother pretended not to hear, hurrying away. Night fell and the banquet was fully set up. Everyone filed in to take their seats. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but look toward the entrance and mutter, "Strange. Why isn't little Tiger's family here yet? They're almost an hour late." "Did you call them?" Xue Ling asked. "I've called several times, but I can't get through," Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling took out her phone. "I'll try calling you." After a while, someone finally picked up. Shan Yu sounded anxious and angry, explaining that their car had broken down on the way, right at the tunnel entrance, which was a bit out of the way. They were waiting for a taxi to pick them up. "It broke down?" Xue Ling offered. "Should I send our driver to get you?" Shan Yu said it wasn't necessary since they'd already called a taxi and it would be there soon. "It's all little Tiger's fault. He lent the car to those useless friends for days and now it's a mess. I could tell something was wrong with the engine as soon as we got in, but he insisted I was imagining things." On the other end, little Tiger's angry voice could be heard. Shan Yu snapped back at him. Xue Ling could only try to calm them. All right, what's done is done. No point arguing now. Don't fight by the roadside. Just make sure to keep an eye on the child." Xue Ling put down her phone and explained, "They're waiting for a taxi. Their car broke down." "What happened?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "Are the young couple arguing again?" Xue Ling nodded. After all, they were both young and quick-tempered, so even small things could set off an argument. Luckily, they fought fast and made up just as quickly. She gave Cheng Tianyuan a look and whispered, "Don't let Mom know. She'll worry." About 10 minutes later, little Tiger's family finally arrived. Little Tiger carried his son, while Shan Yu hurried in with the gift. "Grandma wishing you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a long life like the Southern Mountain." Good, what a sweet boy." Grandma Lu Ying quickly reached out to touch little Tiger's hand, her wrinkled face blooming into a big smile. My little darling. Little Tiger giggled, showing off 2 tiny white teeth. Seeing the child's innocent, adorable smile, everyone couldn't help but smile along. With everyone present, the banquet began. This feast was especially grand. They'd hired 2 extra chefs and 3 apprentice helpers. The dishes were both delicious and authentic. Some were refined home-style favorites, some were nutritious specialties, others were herbal soups and stews, and there were also grilled, fried, and spicy dishes for the younger crowd. There was something for everyone. Xue's father ate with great joy, even getting a bit of soup on the corner of his mouth. Xue's mother noticed and gently wiped it away for him. "Grandpa, I want shrimp dumplings," Zhao Yue called. Xue Jilian smiled and nodded, picking up 2 shrimp dumplings for him. "Grandpa, me too," Xiao Han called. "Of course," Xue Jilian replied warmly. "There's plenty more." Zheng Xiaoyi and Zhu Achun chatted about the food, discussing how to prepare it, its nutritional value, and which age groups it suited. Xue Heng and Xue Huan, the 2 brothers, were also deep in conversation, clearly enjoying themselves. The 3 Chung brothers sat together, eating and planning to try out the new massage chair in the gym later. Xue Yang still hadn't outgrown his childhood habit of eating meat with gusto, one hand on braised pork knuckle, the other on salt-baked shrimp, munching away happily. "Big bro, you coming?" he asked. Chung Huanran's eyes flickered and he replied quietly, "I've got plans tonight." "Oh," Xue Yang teased, "so you've got a date. No wonder you're willing to skip the massage chair." Chung Huanchong joked, "You said you weren't going out tonight. Who are you fooling?" Chung Huanran laughed, "I'm not going out, it's a video call." "Oh, I see," Xue Yang nodded. "So my future sister-in-law is from out of town?" Chung Huanran just smiled, not answering directly. Xue Yang raised his eyebrows and teased, "Big bro, is it serious? Not one of those break-up after graduation things?" Chung Huanran shot him a look and said quietly, "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm way past the age for playing around. Either I'm serious or I don't bother. Love isn't a game." He was already in his 20s, no longer the impulsive teenager he once was. From his first relationship, he'd always taken things seriously. Chung Huanchong and Xue Yang exchanged glances and chuckled. Nearby, Zheng Duoduo was eating with gusto. Hearing their laughter, he couldn't help but ask, "What's so funny?" Xue Yang lowered his voice, "Talking about views on love." These days, just hearing that kind of topic made Zheng Duoduo break out in goosebumps, so he quickly fell silent and kept eating. But Xue Yang wasn't about to let him off the hook. "Duoduo gay, I heard Aunt Achun's friend introduced you to a bunch of pretty girls. Are you holding an imperial beauty contest? I'm honestly jealous." Zheng Duoduo looked resigned. "I can't handle it." "Liar!" Chung Huanchong snickered. "I heard you went to several matchmaking dinners." The brothers all laughed. Zheng Duoduo forced a laugh. "Did I have a choice? All those aunties took turns bombarding me. They wouldn't stop talking, I barely got a word in. My head almost exploded." The 3 brothers snickered. Zheng Duoduo shook his head. "The blessings of beautiful women aren't so easy to enjoy. All the long histories of emperors around the world teach us a harsh truth. Where there are women, there's drama." The brothers burst out laughing. On the other side, Chen Xinji ignored the boys' banter and focused on helping Xue Xin eat. "Wow, such a cute little crayfish." Xue Xin picked up a palm-sized crayfish and smiled. "I love crayfish meat the most." Chen Xinji smiled indulgently and put down his chopsticks. "Here, let me peel it for you." Xue Xin, afraid of getting pricked, handed the crayfish to him. Chen Xinji's hands were calloused and tough, so he wasn't afraid of the little spikes. In a few quick moves, he peeled the crayfish and put the meat in her bowl. "Eat slowly and dip it in some soy sauce." Xue Xin munched happily. Chen Xinji smiled gently. "If you like it, next time I'll bring you a big lobster." "Really? How big?" Xue Xin asked curiously. "I heard there are lots of big lobsters in the tropics, right?" Chen Xinji replied. "There are farmed ones and wild ones. The wild ones are fiercer, but the meat is firmer and sweeter." "How big can wild ones get?" Xue Xin asked. Chen Xinji thought for a moment. I've seen ones around 5 or 6 jin, about 2.53 kia. I've heard of even bigger ones, but they're rare, especially wild ones. Xue Xin nodded. 5 or 6 jin, that's already huge. Chen Xinji smiled. Next time I'll use an aerator to bring one over. No. Xue Xin quickly shook her head. Lobsters are expensive. I can't accept that. Her mom had told her not to accept expensive gifts from others, even from close friends like Tituge or Duoduoge. Chen Xinji's eyes softened and he chuckled. They're not expensive. Over there it's all sea, and seafood is really cheap. Xue Xin still shook her head. Lobster isn't like little fish or shrimp. Even if it's cheap, it's still not that cheap. Look, I already have crayfish to eat. That's good enough. Her family would sometimes buy big lobsters, but usually her mom bought them. Her dad wouldn't buy such expensive ingredients. Today was Grandma's birthday, so even her usually frugal dad bought crayfish to make the old lady happy. Chen Xinji winked mysteriously. How about I go catch one myself? That way it won't cost a cent. Really? Xue Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. You'd go into the sea to catch one. Can you really catch a lobster? Really? Chen Xinji nodded and said warmly, Of course I can. I'll find a spot where there are lots of lobsters and catch one myself. Xue Xin asked cautiously, Isn't it dangerous with the waves? Is it hard to catch? Of course not. Chen Xinji gently tapped her cute nose. Just wait, I'll catch the biggest one for you. Xue Xin was thrilled and nodded eagerly. Thank you, Tituge, but if you can't catch one, don't force it. The sea is dangerous. Safety first. All right, I'll listen to you, he said with a smile. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan sat together, occasionally greeting guests nearby and glancing around the room. Honey, look over there, Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice. Taitu seems a bit reserved, but he's actually very considerate. I just saw him peeling shrimp for Zhao Xin. Look, now he's ladling soup for her. Xue Ling followed his gaze and then smiled. Taitu really dotes on Zhao Xin. Even after all these years, he still cares for her so much. Considerate men are popular. Girls these days all want someone thoughtful. Just the other day, cousin Xue Kong told me her daughter doesn't have many requirements for a blind date. She just wants someone with similar circumstances who can be considerate of her personality and temper. Everything else is negotiable. Huh? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. You don't think those are high standards? Her daughter was capable, attractive, came from a good family, and had a great job. Finding a young man who could match her was like finding a needle in a haystack, almost impossible. In his view, the first requirement was already out of reach for most, and as for being considerate, that shouldn't be too hard. Xue Ling shook her head. You think it's easy? Considerate men are actually hard to find, especially among young men these days. Hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan glanced over at their 3 sons. Our eldest should be the type to care for his wife. The second one, probably not. The third might be okay, but he's definitely not as good as his big brother, not even close. Xue Ling laughed softly. You never know. Some people, once they become husbands, naturally start thinking about their wives and become more considerate. Nearby, Shan Yu overheard and couldn't help but chime in. Some people never get it, not in a lifetime, like little Tiger. Even if someone taught him step by step, he still wouldn't be considerate. He rarely thinks of others, even me and his son. Xue Ling's eyes softened and she said quietly, Yu, little Tiger grew up spoiled at home, so he's not used to being considerate. Give him some time. Let him learn slowly. He'll never learn, Shan Yu sighed, her chopsticks pausing. Auntie, it's not that I won't give him time. Even if I gave him a lifetime, I doubt he'd ever get it. You know, last month he only came home twice. Once was when little Tiger had a fever. I called him over 10 times before he finally came by for a quick look. He didn't help at all, just stood there watching. The second time, I had to call him countless times before he lazily came home. I wasn't feeling well, was in a bad mood, and he never cared, let alone tried to be considerate. Xue Ling couldn't help but glance at little Tiger, who was happily chatting with Xue Heng, then at the little one sleeping nearby. He's still too young, after all. Shan Yu's eyes reddened as she spoke. Auntie, sometimes I really want to divorce him. Xue Ling was a little surprised, then said, You're both still young, and it's easy to act impulsively. You, little tiger, is still so small. If you ever consider this, please think of him first. Shan Yu choked up. I've been feeling really down lately, just so low. Little tiger is so careless. Other than buying me gifts or little trinkets I don't need, he has no idea how to care for me. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Are you feeling unwell? Why are you so down? Shan Yu lowered her voice. I don't really know. I just feel stifled, in a bad mood. It's like I have no goals in life anymore. Everything revolves around the child. Now, aside from hoping he grows up healthy, my mind feels empty. There's nothing else. Xue Ling immediately understood the problem. You need to find something to do. If you stay cooped up at home all day, you'll get sick from it sooner or later. She had given up her budding online singing career to have little tiger and became a full-time housewife. The housework and meals were handled by the nanny, and the baby was cared for by a childcare worker. Other than spending time with her child, she had nothing to do. Being too busy can make you sick, but being too idle can make you anxious and even ill. Shan Yu was more sensitive than most and needed to find an outlet, or her old issues might resurface. But what could I do? Shan Yu's eyes were red as she whispered, Auntie, I don't have much education. I didn't even finish technical school. And I can't do hard labor either. In a big city like the capital, competition is fierce, and people with little education usually can only find manual work. But with a nanny at home, it would be a joke for her to go out and do manual labor, and she couldn't handle it anyway. She'd been pampered since childhood, never had to do housework, and was too delicate for hard work. Xue Ling shook her head. No one would want you to do hard labor. Even if you wanted to, little tiger wouldn't agree. I mean, you should keep developing your talents and interests. Keep singing online. Shan Yu's eyes lit up, but she hesitated. But my parents always worry the internet is too chaotic. And they say girls, especially married women, shouldn't perform in public. They say we don't need the money, so why bother? Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. They treat online entertainment like it's something terrible. Honestly, our generation doesn't really understand internet culture. You should help them understand. Introduce them to this new world. Shan Yu nodded, then asked tentatively, Auntie, you really think it's good for me to sing online again? Of course, Xue Ling said. I fully support it. First, you don't have to run around. You can work from home with the right equipment. That way you can work and still take care of your child without being away for long stretches. Little tiger is busy and rarely home, so you need to be there for the family and for your son's growth. Second, you need your own career. Little tiger is still young, but one day he'll grow up and leave, and you'll feel even more lonely and empty. Having your own pursuits gives you something to focus on and makes life happier. Then I'll talk it over with little tiger, Shan Yu said with a smile. Xue Ling nodded. Yes. Whatever it is, try to discuss things and get each other's input. Learn from each other's strengths. Okay. Shan Yu replied sincerely. Thank you, Auntie. After the banquet, everyone gathered in the back garden to enjoy the cool air and eat fruit. The elders sat in a circle under the trees, fanning themselves with big palm leaf fans and chatting happily. The boys had all escaped to the air-conditioned rooms to play, including the big boy who was now a dad, little tiger. Chen Xinji led Xiaoxin over and said to Zhu Achun, Mom, I'm taking Xiaoxin out for a walk. Later, let Duo take you home. All right, Zhu Achun replied with a loving smile, patting Xiaoxin's hand. Jinner, I saw you ate a lot of watermelon just now. Later, don't have any more ice cream or cold drinks, or you'll get a tummy ache. Xiaoxin stuck out her tongue and grinned. I was just thinking about having some chocolate ice cream. Have it tomorrow, Zhu Achun said gently. It's not good to eat too many cold things at night. Xiaoxin nodded obediently. Got it, Auntie. Chen Xinji gave her a fond look and said warmly, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't eat anything she shouldn't." The two of them walked off hand in hand toward the back gate. Sitting on the edge of the elders' circle, Mrs. Chen noticed their closeness and couldn't help tugging at Xue Jilian beside her. "Hey, is Yao Xin with Akin's younger son? You know?" Xue Jilian was eating grapes and didn't quite catch her, so he asked, "With which you know?" Mrs. Chen glared at him and pointed at the pair walking away. Xue Jilian was momentarily stunned, then finally understood. "Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Xin won't even be 17 for another month or two, and she's still a student. How could she be dating anyone? Taitu is her big brother. He just dotes on her like a little sister." Mrs. Chen shook her head lightly. "It doesn't really look that way to me." Xue Jilian snorted. "Your presbyopia is getting worse." "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Chen adjusted her reading glasses. "I wear these every day, except when I sleep. I never take them off." Xue Jilian teased. "The prescription must have gone up again, huh?" Mrs. Chen ignored him and turned to call Xiao Han over for a banana. Xiao Han came over with a pout, complaining, "Grandma, Zhao Yue is ignoring me. He even called me stupid." Mrs. Chen chuckled and said gently, "You should call him Geisha. He's older than you." "No way," Xiao Han pouted. "I asked him to help me with an Olympiad math problem, but he refused and called me stupid. I'm never talking to him again. If he wants me to call him Geisha, he can forget it." "Why wouldn't he help?" Mrs. Chen suggested. "Come on, let's go find him. Where's the problem? I'll make him help you." Xiao Han shook her head. "No, a good horse doesn't eat the grass behind it. I don't need him anymore." Mrs. Chen laughed. "Silly girl, that's not how you use that saying." "I want to," Xiao Han pouted. "He's too much. Calling him grass is already being nice. He studies this and that, but he's not good at any of it. He can't even do Olympiad math. He's a jack of all trades, master of none." Mrs. Chen asked, "How could that be? Xiao Yu's always been great at math. He's really good at solving problems." Xiao Han snorted. "That was then. This is now. If he was really good, he wouldn't keep bragging about the past. Who says a top student can't become a slacker? He'll be one sooner or later." "All right, enough of that," Mrs. Chen scolded. "He's still your older cousin, so don't go overboard scolding him." Xiao Han pouted, feeling wronged, and said nothing. Mrs. Chen looked around and asked, "Where's Xiao Yue? Where did he go?" "He's studying in the living room," Xiao Han replied. Mrs. Chen frowned. "Studying again? Wasn't he studying before dinner too? It's summer break. Does he really need to work so hard? The poor kid doesn't even get a break after dinner to eat some fruit." Her sudden outburst caught Xue Jilian's attention. He turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Mrs. Chen replied irritably, "It's all Ah Huan and his wife. They keep pushing the kid to study this and that all day long, no rest, not even on summer break. As soon as he finishes eating, they make him study again. It's summer. Can't he at least relax and have some fruit? When we were raising our kids, did we ever push them like this? Did we? Later, you talk to Ah Huan and tell him that encouragement and good methods are what matter, not all this cramming. Kids should play when it's time to play and study when it's time to study. If you keep force-feeding them, of course they'll get sick of it. Sooner or later, they'll hate studying, and it'll backfire." Zhao Yue had inherited his parents' brains and had always done well in school. A smart and hard-working kid like that shouldn't have anyone worrying about his grades. Besides, he was still in elementary school. Was it really necessary to push so hard? If elementary school was already this busy and stressful, what would happen in middle and high school? Xue Jilian nodded. "You're right. Don't worry, I'll talk to him myself." Mrs. Chen sighed. "But we shouldn't interfere too much. If we say something, they might agree on the surface but resent us for meddling. After all, he's their child." "I know what I'm doing," Xue Jilian said with a slight frown. "Xiao Yue's lost a lot of weight lately, and he doesn't look well. If a child's spirit and health aren't good, how can he learn? Summer break is supposed to be a time for kids to relax and play, not be forced to study all day. I doubt it's doing much good." Mrs. Chen finally felt reassured and said quietly, All right, I'll leave it to you. Zhao Han waved. Grandma, I'm going to find my other grandma. Wait. Mrs. Chen grabbed her hand and lowered her voice. Zhao Han, let me ask you something. What is it? Mrs. Chen whispered. Did your mom ask you to tell your other grandma anything? No. Zhao Han shook her head. Really? Zhao Han raised an eyebrow. Grandma, what are you really asking? Mrs. Chen quickly shook her head. Nothing. I just wanted to know if your mom asked you to help give your other grandma a gift. Nope, Zhao Han replied. Mrs. Chen looked a bit awkward, while Xue Jillian smiled gently. Today's your other grandma's birthday. Your mom definitely remembered and probably asked someone else to give her a gift quietly. You're still too young to buy a present yourself, but you could draw a nice card for her to show your love. Okay, Zhao Han said, bouncing away. Xue Jillian shot Mrs. Chen a look and whispered, You talk too much. Mrs. Chen turned away, embarrassed. After eating fruit, the guests said their goodbyes and left one after another. Xue's father grabbed his cousin's hand and said quietly, Stay over tonight. Let's play a few rounds together tomorrow. Xue Jillian smiled wryly. Brother Wu, I'd love to, but I really can't tomorrow. I have to take Xiao Yue to his enrichment classes in the morning. His mom's working the night shift tonight and Ah Huan is busy too. There are several classes in different places, so I'm in charge all day tomorrow. All right then, Xue's father said. Just come by after you pick up the kids in the evening. Xue Jillian nodded, then left with his grandson and granddaughter. Mrs. Chen said goodbye to Xue's mother and hurried after them. Xue Ling looked around and saw Shan Yu sitting in the front hall with her mother-in-law, holding the little one and making the old lady laugh. By the way, where's little Tiger? Cheng Tianyuan, tidying up, explained. He left with Yang Yang, probably went to the gym. Just then, Zheng Duo came over with Zhu Achun to say goodbye. Xue Ling smiled. Come on, I'll walk you out. No need, Zhu Achun said warmly. We can go out ourselves. Madame, about Titu taking a few of the kids to Wenguo for a few days. You're okay with that, right? Of course, Xue Ling replied with a smile. We're actually planning to go too. Zheng Duo's eyes widened in surprise. Zhu Achun was delighted. Really? That's wonderful. You and your husband are going too? What about the elders? If everyone could go, that would be perfect. The scenery there is beautiful, and it's not too hot in summer. Almost every afternoon it rains. The weather's humid, but by the sea there's a breeze, so it's very comfortable. Xue Ling explained. Yuan and I have talked it over. If he's free, he'll go too. But I'm worried about the 3 elders at home, so either he'll stay or I will. If Uncle Jillian is available, maybe we'll ask him to help out. The elders are too old for travel, so we can't take them along. Zhu Achun nodded in agreement. That's true. I'm not used to flying either. My ears get really uncomfortable. Traveling means planes or cars, and it's really not suitable for the elderly. Exactly, Xue Ling smiled. We'll discuss it more later. If the whole family goes, we'll have to trouble Titu to be our tour guide. No problem, Zhu Achun said warmly. He'd be honored. Zheng Duo quietly scratched his nose and muttered, Looks like Ranran and the others are all busy. Only Zhao Xin is going. Ranran said he has experiments to finish and won't have time. Yang has a competition next month and will be in training soon. Zhao Chong's comic book signing is next week, so he probably can't go either. He knew Titu's little plan, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Oh, Zhu Achun said regretfully. Maybe we should postpone? It's not as fun if everyone can't go. Zheng Duo reminded her, half the summer's already gone. If we wait, there won't be any time left. Zhao Xin will be back in school soon. How about letting her go this time? There'll be plenty of chances in the future for everyone else. Just Yao Xin and Madame? Zhu Achun shook her head. That's a bit too few. It's much more fun and cost-effective if the whole family goes. Zheng Duo rolled his eyes inwardly. Auntie, can't you stop making things harder? Your youngest son would love it if there were fewer people. If it was just Xiao Xin, that would be perfect. It's fine, Xue Ling said. We'll go another time. If we can't make it this summer, we'll go in the winter. It's summer all year round there. If we could spend the winter there, that would be amazing. Winters in the capital are too cold, especially when the big cold waves hit. If we get the chance, I'll rent a big yacht and take the whole family south, sailing and playing along the way. Once we get to Wenguo, we'll stay for 10 days or half a month and come back when spring arrives. That's a great plan. Jua Chun gave a thumbs up. If the elders can go too, you'll all feel more at ease. Xue Ling nodded. Yes, that way the whole family can go. The elders are cared for, the kids are happy, and we can all live on a big yacht and take our time. Zheng Duoduo couldn't help but laugh wryly. Sis, I don't think there'll be enough time. Zhao Xin and the others are high school students now, with heavy workloads. They might have to start extra classes early, so time will be tight. Summer break is a bit longer. It's fine. Even 20 days in winter break is enough, Xue Ling said with a smile. I can stay with the elders and take it slow, and a Yuan can fly back with the kids for school. Jua Chun nodded. That's good. That's good. This plan works. Xue Ling said, When I see Titu, I'll let him know. Summer's out. Too many people are busy, so it won't work. We'll go in the winter instead and prepare in advance so it's not rushed and everyone can make time. Jua Chun quickly said, He just went out with Xiaoxin. He might drop her off at the gate and head straight home. Madam, I'll tell him for you so you don't have to worry about it. That's great. Please let him know. Xue Ling smiled. We'll have to accept his kind invitation at the end of the year. There's so much going on these days, I'm afraid I'll forget if I don't say it right away. Zhu Achun agreed and left with her eldest son. Zheng Duoduo silently mourned for Chen Xinji. Bro, I did my best to help you, but there's nothing more I can do. The road to winning your girl is long. Good luck. Xue Ling watched them leave, then turned and went to the main living room. Shan Yu was busy making formula. Liu Ying was holding the little one on her lap, supporting his chubby arms, but she was struggling. Don't move. Good baby. Be good. No crawling. You'll get to eat soon. Little Tiger was getting impatient, probably from hunger, and suddenly burst into tears, waving his chubby arms and legs. Liu Ying, now elderly and lacking strength, was worried he'd fall, so she had to hold him tightly against her chest. The little one was desperate for his mom, and being held by his great-grandma, started wailing even louder. When Xue Ling came into the living room and saw this, she hurried over and took the baby in her arms. Shan Yu gave an apologetic smile. Auntie, could you help calm him down? The water's a bit too hot. I need to let it cool. Over there. Xue Ling nodded toward the corner. There's purified water. Grab a bottle and mix it in. Shan Yu rushed over, muttering under her breath. Little Tiger is just too much. As soon as he's eaten, he disappears. I told him earlier he needs to help when it's time to make formula. He agreed, but then immediately forgot. As Shan Yu hurriedly prepared the formula, she grumbled about her husband. Xue Ling, holding the baby and feeling sorry for his loud crying, couldn't help but urge, Forget about him for now, just focus on the little one. After all, she was Chenjia's daughter. There was definitely a resemblance. The way she scolded her husband was almost identical. Respectful and fond of Xue Ling, Shan Yu had no choice but to stop complaining and quickly brought over the bottle. With his tasty midnight snack, Little Tiger finally stopped crying and sucked contentedly. Shan Yu smiled. Auntie, you're still so skilled at this. Not bad, Xue Ling replied. Still got it. Maybe I'll get to help take care of more grandkids in the future. All three of them laughed. Grandma Liu Ying said happily, I'm just waiting for Ranran to hurry up and get married so I can have a big, chubby great-grandchild. At our age, all we care about is our children and grandchildren. Xue Ling laughed. It won't be long. He already has a girlfriend. Once he graduates and his job is stable, we'll push him to get married and have a baby as soon as possible. Then I'll be promoted to grandma, and you'll be a great-grandma. Ha ha, good. I'm waiting for that. The old lady even clapped her hands in delight. I can't wait. Shan Yu turned on the TV and sat with the old lady to watch. Xue Ling soothed Little Tiger to sleep. Not long after, Liu Ying yawned widely, tired from the long day. I'm exhausted. I think I'll go to bed. Shan Yu stood up to help her, but Liu Ying waved her off. No, just take care of the baby. I can manage. I'm not so old that I need help walking. Shanyu watched her go, then returned, sighing softly. Every time I see Grandma, I can't help but think of my own parents. In another 10 or 20 years, they'll be this old too. That's life, Xueling smiled. Birth, aging, illness, and death. No one can avoid any of it. Shanyu looked at her and said quietly, Auntie, you're only about 10 years younger than my mom, but you look so much younger. Not just that, your attitude is so much better too. Xueling chuckled. A good attitude isn't built in a day or two. Shanyu's eyes dimmed and she said softly, Auntie, I don't have a good temper. Whenever something happens, I get so angry, like I can't control myself. Earlier at the tunnel, we argued again. You're both still young, Xueling sighed. Give yourself more time and give little Tiger more time too. Next, try to restart your career. Treat it as a hobby. Don't worry about the income. Just do it with your heart. Maybe once you have something to focus on, your mood will improve a lot. I hope so. Shanyu looked at her sleeping son, a small smile on her lips. When I see him, my heart softens. Xueling smiled. That's because you love him. Shanyu was stunned, then choked up. Maybe. I don't love little Tiger enough. Earlier, he yelled at me, said I'm always picking on him, never giving him any credit. Whatever he does, it's always wrong, because I never really acknowledge him. Thinking back, I realize that whenever I see him, I get annoyed, like I just can't stand him. Don't overthink it, Xueling said gently. You're just too frustrated and don't know where to vent, so you take it out on him. Tears streamed down Shanyu's face as she whispered, Auntie, have I disappointed him too much? I really don't want to be like this. But sometimes I just feel so irritable. I understand, Xueling said. It's because you're surrounded by endless, repetitive chores and can't find your own focus in life. Don't worry. Once you get your online singing career going again and shift your attention, you'll feel better soon. Shanyu nodded through her tears. I'll try. Xueling's eyes softened and she said warmly, If you ever feel too down, you can also talk to a psychologist a few times. Find ways to ease your mood. Auntie, I'm fine, Shanyu said quietly, lowering her eyes. My illness hasn't come back. I know myself. Xueling shook her head. No, you misunderstood me. I just hope a professional can help guide you, that's all. Shanyu smiled. Thank you, Auntie. I know. Just then, Chung Huan Chong strolled in, licking an ice cream. Hey, little Tiger's asleep? Xueling gestured for silence. He just fell asleep, not deeply yet. If you make noise, he'll wake up. If a child doesn't get enough sleep, he'll get fussy. Oh, right, Chung Huan Chong muttered. Kids are such trouble. Xueling shot him a look. You were even more trouble as a kid. You'd cry if you didn't eat enough, cry if you didn't sleep enough, cry if no one held you. Chung Huan Chong's eyes widened. No way! Was I really like that? Really? Mom, you're making that up, right? Ask your grandparents if you don't believe me. Xueling laughed. Or Aunt Achen. She helped raise you and Xiao Xin. Chung Huan Chong grinned sheepishly, then asked, Yu Jie want some ice cream? No thanks. Shanyu shook her head. I don't dare eat cold things at night. Chung Huan Chong looked puzzled. Why not? It's summer. Does it matter if it's day or night? You can eat it during the day but not at night? Shanyu laughed. I have a bit of a cold constitution. Can't eat too many cold things. Oh, I see. Chung Huan Chong nodded, then pointed outside. I just saw little Tiger. He said he's pulling an all-nighter with friends and asked the driver to take you and the baby home. Shanyu's face darkened. Another all-nighter? I just warned him a few days ago not to stay up late. He's been sick several times this summer already. Every time I say it's because his immune system is down, he just blames the air conditioning, says it's not his body's fault. Seriously. Seeing her get angry, Chung Huan Chong quickly slipped away with his ice cream. Xueling, holding the baby, couldn't escape and had to face it. Yu, don't be mad. Staying up late really is bad for his health, so you do need to keep an eye on him. You can make more soups at home to help clear his lungs and liver heat. It's useless, Shan Yu pouted. If he keeps staying up late, nothing will help. If it was just once in a while, it wouldn't matter. But he's pulling all-nighters every few days. No amount of soup or even medicine will help. She Ling could only say, I'll make sure to scold him next time. It seemed the couple's differences were still big. Their road ahead in marriage would be a bumpy one. Late at night, Shui Heng got up to use the bathroom. Still half asleep, he was about to return to his room when he noticed the living room light was still on and faint voices could be heard. He blinked in confusion, yawning as he walked over. He saw his father, still in pajamas, sitting on the sofa watching a family drama on TV. She Heng frowned and asked, Dad, why are you still up so late? His father didn't look up, eyes glued to the TV. Had some tea earlier, can't sleep. She Heng yawned and poured himself a glass of water. You used to drink tea all the time and never had trouble sleeping. Are you feeling unwell? She Jillian sighed. I'm getting old. It's not like before. Most elderly people have trouble sleeping. I've been doing okay these past couple of years, but it looks like I'll have to cut back on tea from now on. I don't dare drink coffee anymore either, Shui Heng said, rubbing his hair and slumping onto the sofa. I used to drink it every day with no problem, but now if I have too much, I can't sleep at night. She Jilian raised an eyebrow, hinting, You're not young anymore. Once you're past 40, you need to start taking care of your health. Yeah. Shui Heng smiled with his eyes half closed. At a meeting the other day, the young staff set the AC to 20 degrees. I was sitting right in the draft and couldn't stand it after 10 minutes. Had to turn up the temperature and change the airflow. I kept saying I was cold, but the young guys next to me were still fanning themselves, saying it was too hot. The difference is shocking. I really am getting old. Shi Jilian snorted softly and asked, If you know you're getting older, why are you still so laid back? Are you planning to live like this forever? Shi Heng's eyes shifted, and he rubbed his nose awkwardly. Dad, I'm fine as I am. I'll think about things when Xiaohan is a bit older. Shi Jilian sighed. To parents, their children are always their children, even when they're old and gray. I understand wanting to wait until Xiaohan is older. She used to be just a little kid, and soon she'll be a middle schooler, then a young lady. In your eyes, she'll always be your little girl, never grown up, but don't use her as an excuse. Your happiness and hers don't have to conflict. They can run parallel. Dad, it's hard, Shui Heng said quietly, frowning. No matter who I find, to Xiaohan, she'll always be an outsider, a stranger. Anyone I choose has to be someone Xiaohan can accept, and if the other person can't accept Xiaohan, I won't even consider it. Shi Jilian asked, All these years, have you really never thought about finding someone new? There are billions of people in the world. Surely you can find someone suitable? Recently, Shui Heng hesitated. I've been seeing a professional woman I met through work. Shi Jilian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who is she? Be specific. Why be so vague? Since you've brought it up, just say it clearly. Don't be so evasive. Shui Heng gave an awkward laugh. Dad, don't ask for now. We just get along well, have good conversations, and our family situations are similar, so we're giving it a chance to see if things might go further. Nothing's set yet, so please don't ask too much. Similar? His father asked. She's also a single parent? Divorced? Widowed? Boy or girl? How old? Knowing his dad wouldn't let it go, Shui Heng explained. She's divorced, a single parent. She has a son, 2 years older than Xiaohan, in middle school now. Sigh. Shui Jilian sighed again. Even if you share similar experiences, blending two complicated families is never easy. You need to be prepared for that. I know, Shui Heng said with a wry smile. She's very rational, just like me. Her son and her work are her whole world. For me, it's my daughter and my family. If either of the kids can't accept it, or if one of them says no, then it's impossible. Does Xiaohan know? Shui Jilian asked. Shui Heng shook his head. We've only just started. I don't want to tell her until it's more certain. His father frowned. But what if, once you're sure the kids are both against it? You're already in your 40s. The more complicated the situation, the more you need to be clear and open. The more transparent things are, the better the outcome. Xue Heng was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Dad, honestly, I don't feel that strongly about her. Maybe after a while we'll just drift apart. His father frowned in confusion. And she feels the same? You're both just whatever about it? Yeah, Xue Heng said with a bitter smile. At our age, after all we've been through, we're both pretty clear-eyed about love and life. She's calm and rational, and so am I. We're just seeing if we can get along, but there's nothing particularly passionate about it. Hearing this, Xue Jilian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If you both feel that way, why bother? There's no need. With both of them so indifferent about remarriage, and with the complexity of blending two single-parent families, it would be hard even if they were both committed, let alone with this half-hearted attitude. Xue Heng smiled and countered, But if you don't try, how will you know if there's a chance? No matter how unlikely, you have to try first. Your attitude isn't right, Xue Jilian pointed out bluntly. How could it possibly work out like this? Xue Heng yawned and stood up. Dad, it's almost 2 a.m. You should get some sleep. You have to help take Xiao Yue to class tomorrow. Don't oversleep. Xue Jilian's expression hardened. Sit down. When his father gave an order, the son had no choice but to obey, even if he was reluctant. He sat back down. Xue Jilian said, If you're going to try, you need to be open with everyone. We can wait, but Zhao Han needs to know first. This? Xue Heng hesitated. His father spoke earnestly. Zhao Han isn't a clueless little kid anymore. Hiding things from her will hurt her more than telling her directly. She grew up in a single-parent family and is more sensitive than most. The more you hide, the more likely it'll backfire. Whether or not things work out with this woman, Zhao Han needs to know you're thinking about starting a new family. Even if she can't accept this woman, she should at least be prepared. If not this one, there might be another in the future. It's just a matter of time. After listening to his father's advice, Xue Heng thought it over seriously and finally nodded. All right, I'll find a time to tell her. Xue Jilian sighed helplessly. Xiao Han is a good kid, but unfortunately neither of you have been good parents. She lost a complete family and, with it, the warmth and harmony she should have had. Dad, I've done my best, Xue Heng said quietly, his eyes red. As a father, he knew he wasn't perfect, but he believed he was at least qualified. Since the divorce, he had centered his entire life around his daughter, doing everything he could to give her the best life and family environment possible. Aside from work, all his time was devoted to her. I couldn't give her a complete home, but I've tried my best to give her warmth and love. When I divorced, I let Zhao Han down, but I really had no choice. All I can do is care for her and love her as much as I can, until the day I'm gone. Xue Jilian nodded gently and said, I don't blame you. I know you've done your best. But your daughter will grow up and one day she'll have her own family. You need to think about yourself too. Find someone to spend your days with. Zhao Han will soon be in middle school, then high school, maybe even go abroad for university. She'll have her own friends, her own life, her own family. Your mother and I will get old, and one day we'll be gone. You can't spend the rest of your life alone. You're only in your 40s, barely halfway through. Don't worry, Dad. Xue Heng shook his head. I won't end up alone. I have my job, my colleagues, you and Mom, Ah Huan, Uncle, and the whole family. Even at worst, I won't be all alone. Xue Jilian sighed. It's not the same. No matter how good others are, no matter how many relatives you have, it's not the same as having someone by your side. When you cough or sneeze, there's someone there who notices. Xue Heng nodded. I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I'm already starting to look. It's been so many years. Xue Jilian squinted. I almost thought you'd be alone forever. Now that you're moving forward, your mother and I can finally relax a bit. His eldest son had been divorced for years. Many people had tried to introduce him to someone, and even some younger women had pursued him. but he'd always turned them down. He and his wife had worried that he'd been hurt too deeply and had given up on love altogether. Xue Heng sighed and gave a wry smile. It's not that dramatic. Time is the best medicine. No matter how deep the wound, it heals eventually. I just never met the right person, and I don't have the passion I did when I was young. Plus, Xiaohan was still little, so I put it all on hold. Xue Jilian couldn't help but ask, "This colleague of yours? She's about your age?" "Yeah," Xue Heng replied. "We've both been disappointed by marriage, both been battered by life." Xue Jilian nodded, not looking too optimistic. People who share the same pain just have things in common. If there was real attraction, you'd already be together, wouldn't you? But at least you've taken a step forward, and I'm glad for that. Xue Heng said softly, "Dad, you and Mom have worried about me too much these years. I'm sorry." "You haven't let us down," Xue Jilian said gently. "Parents always think long-term for their children. We're your parents. Of course we worry about you. You're not old yet, so you can still live freely. We just worry that when we're gone and Xiaohan has her own family, you'll be left all alone." Xue Heng shook his head. No, that won't happen. Don't worry, Dad. When Xiaohan's grown, I'll start looking for someone I really connect with." "Good." Xue Jilian nodded in relief. "Just remember, let Xiaohan know when the time comes. Don't let her be caught off guard." Xue Heng hesitated. "Xiaohan, after all, she's Cheng Tianfang's daughter. Her heart is still tied to her. She still hopes we'll get back together." "That?" Xue Jilian frowned. "She's never dated anyone else, has she? Never?" Xue Heng nodded. Xue Jilian hesitated. "So, what are you two thinking? Are you considering getting back together?" No. Xue Heng shook his head. "I've never thought about it. It's over. There's no going back. Back then, she went too far. Broke my heart. There's no way. It's impossible between us." Sigh. Xue Jilian sighed. "Fang isn't without her strengths. She used to be positive, motivated, and kind. I don't know what happened. She just changed over time. People change. Maybe she's changed back. Whether you get back together or not is your business. We won't interfere. But let me say one thing, and you must remember it." "Go ahead, Dad," Xue Heng said. Xue Jilian said quietly, "Even though Fang isn't part of our family anymore, Yuan and his family are closer to us than family. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to share a boat, 100 years to share a bed. Fang was your wife for years, was part of our family, and is still Xiaohan's mother. If she ever needs help, you can't just stand by." "I know," Xue Heng nodded. "I may have hated her before, but not anymore. She's Xiaohan's mother. No one can change that. I'll always give her the respect and help she deserves." "That's good," Xue Jilian said softly. Yuan and his mother still haven't forgiven her. She's had a hard time living on her own, but luckily Lingling has been quietly helping her, and she has a stable job. Otherwise, she probably couldn't survive in the capital. No matter what, she's Xiaohan's mother. Never forget that." Xue Heng replied, "She bought that apartment behind our complex outright, so she won't have any trouble with her living expenses. If she needs anything, she'll probably go to Lingling for help. Lingling is more capable and well-connected than I am, but if I can help, I will." "Good, that's right," Xue Jilian said. "She lives nearby just to be closer to Xiaohan. As parents, I understand that. Most parents in the world are always thinking of their children. It's instinct." Xue Heng murmured, "I've never stopped Xiaohan from being close to her." Xue Jilian picked up the remote and turned off the TV. "That's enough for tonight. Go back to bed." Xue Heng quietly replied, "Okay," and stood up. "Dad, you should get some sleep too. It's late." Xue Jilian nodded gently and went back to his room. After having breakfast with the elders, Xue Ling went to wake up the kids. "Mom, let me sleep a little longer, just a bit." "It's almost 8, Xue Ling called out with a laugh. "No sleeping in. Just because it's vacation doesn't mean you can stay in bed till noon. In this house, No one gets to sleep in or you'll miss breakfast. Mom. My dearest mommy. No use acting cute, everyone up, Xialing called. Meeting in the living room at 9 sharp. I have something important to tell you all. A while later, the kids stumbled sleepily to the dining room for breakfast. Shi Yang asked curiously, Is Mom bored now that she's not working? She's making us have a meeting? That's scary. No. Chung Huanran shook his head. She said she has something important to discuss with us. Xie Xin rolled her eyes. What is it? I have chess class this afternoon and I'm going to the park with Tituge later. I have plans too. Chung Huancheng raised his hand. I have a meeting at the publisher this afternoon. As the eldest, Chung Huanran quickly brought order to the group. No one's going anywhere until the Empress Dowager gives her decree. The whole morning belongs to Mom. You can do whatever you want this afternoon, but not before. No one dared disobey, so they ate and waited obediently in the living room. All 3 elders were there, and even their usually busy dad, Cheng Tianyuan, was present. The young people exchanged glances, sensing this was a big deal, and sat quietly without joking around. Shi's father smiled kindly. Wait a bit, your mom's getting her files. Huh? Cheng Huanran tried to butter up his grandpa, hugging his arm. Grandpa, what's Mom up to? This is such a big production. We're a little scared. Shi's father smiled, eyes crinkling. It's a good thing. Something good is happening. Everyone looked at each other, unable to guess what the good news could be. Cheng Tianyuan smiled slightly and explained, Your mom's been busy sorting out her assets these past few months, and she's just about finished. She's semi-retired now, so she probably wants to explain things to you all, and then have the lawyer help transfer everything to your names. What? The kids were stunned. Shi Yang was the first to exclaim, Wow, wow, and burst out laughing. Dad, is Mom really dividing up the inheritance early? Dividing up the inheritance early? We're still young. Dad, how much do I get? Am I going to be a little rich girl? Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat loudly. No wild guesses. Your mom has her own plans. Just listen to her. Shi's mother smiled. Your grandpa and I have some property and money too, which was meant for your parents, but they have much more than we do. Last night, your mom said she'd rather pass it straight to you. She also said not everything she owns will go to you. We're different. We only have you kids, so everything will go to you. We're old now, don't need much, and your parents take care of us. So your grandpa and I have decided to split what we have into 4 shares for you. Wow, thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. The 4 kids grinned sheepishly. Grandma Lu Ying chuckled. I don't have much money or property, but over in Chengjia village there's still some land left by your great-great-grandfather. Back then the family was poor and sold some, but your dad said he didn't sell it all, so there's still dozens of acres. Cheng Tianyuan explained, That land is worth quite a bit now. The best piece is in front of our villa, 20 acres. Your mom later bought more, so now there's about 200 acres. Some is rented out as factory space, some to villagers for tree planting. Your mom wanted to develop real estate there, but we've been too busy. Now we plan to split the land into 4 shares. In the future, you can rent it out or develop it as you wish. The local economy is doing well, and land prices keep rising. Remember, unless you're desperate, don't sell it lightly. We're all from Chengjia village, descendants of the Cheng family. Got it, Dad, the kids replied. Shi Yang slung an arm around his big brother's shoulder and grinned. Hey, we're finally going to be rich. The kids all laughed happily. Wait, Cheng Tianyuan said. We'll split it now, but you can only claim it after you graduate and start your own families, not before. Huh? Why? Might as well wait, or we'll just be itching for it and suffering? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, putting his foot down. Your mom's decision. If you have a problem, take it up with her. The 4 instantly quieted down and nodded obediently. Just then, Xue Ling came out carrying several thick folders. That's right. You can't claim anything until you've graduated, started working, and have your own families. If you want to start a business or need money, you can come to me for a loan. But before you're independent, don't think about living off the family fortune and don't go around flaunting your wealth or doing anything illegal. Otherwise, I'll take your share and donate it to charity." The kids looked at each other. No one dared object. "Okay, Mom." Xieling set down the folders and gave them a firm pat. "I've invested in a lot of industries over the years, more than a dozen. I've also invested in stocks and funds all here. I won't give you everything. About 60% will go to you. The rest I'll keep for charity." "Mom, 60%? How much is that?" Yang grinned. "Split 4 ways, that's 15% each." "Quiet, let Mom finish," Chung Huanran said quietly. Xieling gave them a look to settle down and explained, "Since you don't know how to manage money yet, I'll keep the stocks and funds for you for now. I'll split Ronghua Mall, Mingtian Tower, and some of my properties into 4 shares and transfer them to your names. The lawyer and Zhao Liao will help arrange it in the most efficient way. Since the properties can't be split perfectly evenly, the eldest will get a little more, and the other 3 will get exactly the same. Do you all agree?" "Agree," Yang said. "Agree," the twins chimed in. Chung Huanran smiled sheepishly. "Mom, since our little sister is the youngest, if there's a difference, maybe give her a bit more?" "No," Xieling smiled. "You're the eldest son and grandson. By tradition, you should get a little more." The elders all nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's how it should be." Chung Tianyuan also nodded. "You're the eldest. That's only right." A little while later, Xieling came out carrying stacks of property contracts and deeds. The sons and daughter quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly. Xieling explained, "These are all the family's real estate, and they'll all be left to you. The Ronghua Mall storefronts are currently the most valuable properties. I've divided them into 4 equal shares, 1 for each of you. As for the upper floors, you'll each get a few floors according to your order." "Wow, several floors each." "Mom, just looking at all this is dizzying. Is this the blueprint for Ronghua Mall? Haha, I can't even understand it." Chung Tianyuan gave them a look and reminded, "Quiet, let your mom finish. Listen." Xieling then took out a map of the city, marking here and there, planning everything out. "Some of these are still rented out and will continue to earn rental income. When you're eligible to inherit, the rent will automatically go into your account. Of course, if you want to make other arrangements, just tell Zhao Liao and he'll contact the tenants to end the lease." Everyone was a bit confused. Xieling explained again, patting the folder beside her. "The details are all in here. You can look through them. In short, all our real estate in the capital will be divided for you to inherit except for this garden." Chung Huanchong grinned. "Mom, who will get this garden in the future? Isn't this the most valuable property we have?" "Wrong," Yang chimed in. "The most valuable is Ronghua Mall." "It should be Mingtian Tower," said Chung Huanran. Xieling smiled and shook her head. "It depends on the area's market value. This garden is for your dad, me, your grandparents, and grandma to retire in. In the future, you can all come and stay whenever you want, but it won't belong to any one of you. After we're all gone, you can maintain and protect it, but you must never tear it down or sell it. Absolutely not." "Why?" Xin asked, her big eyes curious. Shu's father explained gently. "Part of this garden's land was left by our Shu family ancestors. Our family used to be very wealthy, with countless houses and estates, but we fell on hard times and lost a lot. Now, only the old ancestral hall and this place remain. Since it's ancestral property, you must protect it and never sell it unless there's absolutely no other choice." "Got it," everyone replied in turn. Xieling opened another folder and handed it to them. "These are the businesses I've invested in. The biggest share is in the pharmaceutical company where your Uncle Juan works. The company expanded 2 years ago and the stock price has been rising steadily. Since Ran studied medicine, I plan to give him half, and the other half will be split among the 3 of you. As for my other stock investments, you 3 get 90%, and Ran gets 10%. Stock investments are risky, so I'll help manage them for you. After you take over, you can cash out or hold on. It's up to you. Any objections?" The 4 kids all shook their heads. Xieling smiled in satisfaction. There are also some small businesses and shops, all in the smallest box. I've divided them into 4 shares, one for each of you. Take a look, and if you have any concerns, speak up now. Don't complain in private about fairness or favoritism. No way. Shuyang hugged Xueling's waist and acted cute. Mom, I always thought you were so strict with us. You were so rich, but never spent a penny. When we grew up, even getting pocket money required an application. Sometimes I wondered why you kept so much money. Turns out it was all for us. Xueling laughed indulgently. I made money for myself and for this family. Now I'm leaving most of it to you, also for the sake of our family. Cheng Tianyuan stood up. You've all heard the general situation. Take time to look over the details. Remember, you must follow your mom's rules. If anyone has any objections at any time, you can bring them up and we'll sort it out. Okay, the kids answered in unison. Cheng Tianyuan's gaze turned serious. What you'll inherit is more than some people could earn in a lifetime. I hope you'll cherish and protect it. Most importantly, never let money or interest turn you against your siblings. Never use underhanded means for profit, ruining your own reputation and dragging your mom's name down. If anyone tries to cheat their siblings for money, we'll take everything back and kick them out of the family. We won't, Dad. Definitely not. I promise I never will. Yeah, we'd rather have family than money. Money doesn't matter. Dad, Mom, don't worry. We've always gotten along, and having money will only make us closer. Xueling couldn't help but add, You're all teenagers now, and maybe some of you are already dating. That's something everyone has to go through, but I hope you'll think carefully. All this is your premarital property, so under the new marriage law, your partner can't share it. But in my view, if your partner is truly with you, it's only right to share your wealth. Whether you do or not is up to you. Your dad and I won't interfere. Keep it low-key, don't tell anyone, Shu's mother said quietly. Young people today are much more materialistic than we were. Back then, everyone worked in the same factory, earned about the same, and the only thing to envy was a city household registration. Now, everyone's chasing wealth. Exactly, Shu's father agreed. Before New Year, Duo got dumped because the girl's family thought he had no money. Later, when he became a CEO, she came running back. That kind of attitude is disgusting. Kids, never let someone be with you just for your money. How long would that last? If you ever go broke, would they still stay? Right, Grandma Liu Ying added. It's easy to share wealth, but not hardship. Remember, find someone who truly cares for you, who'll stay even if you have nothing. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a smile. The 4 kids laughed, glancing at each other. Xiao Xin and I are still young. We don't have to worry about this. It's big brother and second brother who need to. Hey, we're always low-key. No one knows how rich we are. Actually, we're still broke students. Mom, can I apply for a little more living expenses next semester? Or a loan? I'll pay you back as soon as I inherit. Xueling shook her head, half laughing, half exasperated. Borrow my money, then pay me back with my own money? You've got some nerve. Ha ha, ha ha ha.